Welcome to Four Wheel Tech for January 5th, 2025. It's our final show for, well, the weekend. Ta-da! And along with Technology Today and WarCrafters, it becomes the Sunday edition of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. All right, let's get into the show. I am Merawat. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 automotive news related articles. 50 drill power, Bentley flying spur, steamy EV charging circuit is hot. Switching to aluminum wheels? Oh, I know what they're talking about. Not wheels, rims. We'll get into it. And autonomous truck company hits feds. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. You can submit news to us that you find interesting. I need to get a voting thing going, like in the article, so people who vote on articles, I can look at them as a list. We'll see. Anyway, on with 2025. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Whenever I do that, I feel like I'm Kermit the Frog.
It's similar.
So, Four Wheel Tech is all about automotive technology and automotive news in general, because the news that comes out is typically technology-based that we aggregate and talk about, because I'm not too worried about like market size and stuff like that. I'm into the tech. That's what ohmtown is really. I mean, science, technology, society. We are at the crossroads of those 3. And that's the point from which we talk. There is a roundabout, and we are standing on the flagpole in the center of that roundabout. Everything's connected. Everything is connected. I need to change. No, I'm not. See, look, there's the logo, and it is symbolic of the roundabout.
Non Sequitur News.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first article is over in Four Wheel Tech. It's from Jalopnik. It says, before you ask, yes, you can power a car with 50 drills. Because I was just about to ask about that.
You were? Yeah. Not 49.
Not 49. 7-minute abs. Well, what if somebody comes up with 6-minute abs? No. No, man. Everyone who has ever picked up an electric drill has wondered if it would be possible to use one to drive a car. Wait, you haven't wondered that? Well, anyway, it says, I guess it's just me, the Garage 54 Hooligans, and the Garage 54 Hooligans. So if you had 50 drills, it makes sense for EVs to be powered by multiple electric motors, but what if they were all connected to a drive shaft and you could drive...
That's pretty funny.
Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Yeah, they've wired up 50 drills into basically a drive shaft. Let's see here. Yes, this is a simple solution for the modern electric vehicle. No more wondering where the batteries will fit. You just have to put them inside the motor. There. All 50 batteries swapped out. Still faster than charging an EV.
Exactly. Maybe this is the way to go.
So it says the average modern drill allegedly produces just shy of 1 horsepower and about 8 foot-pounds of or pound-feet of torque. With modern factories and globalized production, these Russian units are probably about equal to the power of a DeWalt or Ryobi. I would not put the DeWalt and Ryobi in the same category, I don't think. But, well, error on the conservative side. We'll say we're dealing with half a horsepower each for these black and orange machines, so about 25 horsepower. But still a pretty impressive 400-ish pound-feet of torque. That should be more than enough to move a little Lada around. A Lada is a car, kind of like a Mini.
Oh, okay.
But not built by BMW. especially when mated to a gearbox. So it says, safe to say that Garage 54's little experiment here in the interest of dumb fun. So they don't show anything else. You have to watch the video. So they've created a contraption that holds all 50 of these.
I think we should watch a little bit of the video.
All right. Hey, how about a commercial first? Hold on. Hold on. What the hell? Things I never thought I'd see. All right. So they weld the contraption together. They stick everything together with pulleys. They build the crankshaft. Dude. I need to get one of these. I need to get a lathe. So they wire them all up. I don't know if they're actually going to do it, though. They don't put it in a car yet.
I thought they were going to show the driving experience.
Nope. So they hook it all up, and then they just demonstrate that the fan turns. That's all it is.
Pretty cool. You know, I know they did this as a joke, but hopefully people pay attention to things like this and start just rethinking what they know about always doing things the same way, right?
Yeah. The thing that really drives me nuts about EVs is the fact that it does take forever to charge the damn things up. Why don't we focus on fast swap battery tech? It doesn't make any sense that we have these big, bulky, ugly batteries that are at the bottom of the sled, and we don't take advantage of the fact that you can make a whole bunch of them, link them together, and slide them in. We do it all day long.
Like Lego pieces or something.
Yeah, we do it all day long, man. We have batteries for everything, everywhere. Just do it that way. And then have fast swap battery centers. So you just drive in, a machine opens, we standardize the sled so that they're all the same. I mean, having the ability to use a part from here, there, or wherever, a multitude of manufacturers, because we've standardized things, bolt patterns for wheels, the mounting mechanism for hand cranks on windows, or better yet, electric systems or electronic systems to solenoid open doors and stuff like that. All of these interchangeable parts have been around since the Model T. Why can't we adhere to this more so that we can share the technology better and thus adopt something societally? And then at some point we can go, hey, we've come out with better technology because we're prototyping it over here. And then the next iteration, the next generation uses that sled. But that's not what happens. We balkanize everything, and now we have this stupid platform where it takes 2 hours to charge your car to 80% and 6 to 8 hours to charge it to 100%, and diminishing returns constantly because you lose 1 to 2% every year that your car is in existence with that battery. Anyway.
Exactly. And it seems like it's one of these things that, like, decades from now, people will be like, I wonder why we did it like this. It's because we just kept doing it the same way.
No, it's because some billionaire fever dream made it, and people bought into the bullshit. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. 2024 Bentley Flying Spur Edition 8 exists, so your chauffeur can have fun too. Edition 8. When the author of this over at Jalopnik first walked up to the 2024 Bentley Flying Spur Edition 8, I guess it is, right? They'd been driving around Southern California in a parking garage below LAX. They were a bit disappointed. Usually when they head out to LA, they do their best to get fun sporty cars for their stay to take advantage of the wonderful roads that they don't have back in New York City. But this is the Bentley Flying Spur. How much do you think this car costs? It's a Bentley.
Maybe 150,000?
I'm going to guess
not really sure.
Closer to 200. But watch it be. No, it's not Ferrari. Anyway, the Flying Spur is a supremely comfortable car to spend time in. It just so happens to be a hoot to drive as well. A hoot. The author of this article is Andy Kalmowitz, and it's over at jalopnik.com. So there's the car. Yeah, this is kind of sedanish. 287,000. Let me round up. Sometimes money can buy happiness, and that happiness is a 2024 Bentley Flying Spur. By the way,
I was way too low.
yeah, I was still a third off at 200,000, but there's a real argument to be made that this is one of the best cars in the world right now, and despite commanding an eye-watering I'm around up $290,000 price because it's $286,665. It's a lot of money. It's not quite the average home price nowadays, but this is still a freaking car. I guess you can live in it. It's a V8.
But can you?
Comfortably, apparently. 542 horsepower, 568 pound-feet of torque, which is it's 168 more pound-feet of torque more than the 50 drill Lada that had 400.
Well, isn't that interesting?
So it's enough to take this over 5,400 pound beast from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. And if you keep your foot down, it'll reach just below, I guess, 200 miles per hour. And you can't look at the engine because you have to remove shrouds and other reinforcement stuff just to look at it. All of this is shroud.
I kind of expect anybody who's driving one of these doesn't really want to look at the engine. But that translates to very expensive repairs.
All these buttons on this thing make it look like it's a airplane, but Bentley.
Absolutely.
So, despite its sporty disposition, if you switch the excellent feeling drive mode dial from sport to comfort or Bentley mode, everything becomes far more relaxed and suspension softens. And you can quickly make your own way down the highway, hearing nothing but whatever you got on the radio. And it's all thanks to Bentley's very neat 48-volt active suspension system. What a machine. Oh, Bentley. Step inside the Flying Spur Edition 8 gets even more serious. When it comes to luxury, fit, and finish, this car is basically second to none. Sure, you can argue stuff like Rolls Royces and Maybachs beat it in some ways, but I don't care, says the author. Everything inside this car is just perfect. Get a room. So, I don't know.
It does look like it's probably comfortable, but...
Dear God, look at the support struts for the trunk. What the hell? It looks like this thing could handle a nuclear explosion and keep you safe if you're laying in the trunk.
That's not what I thought you were going to comment on.
What was I going to comment on?
Like the packing style of whoever put the things in the trunk.
That's a freaking cluster, but that's probably just a test how much junk they can put in their trunk. So this is a big car, though. If your Edition 8 isn't feeling special enough, you can add things like the $3,700 panoramic roof, the $9,000 enhanced suspension system with four-wheel steering, which you should really do, the $8,000, I'm going to round down, $8,000 two-tone piano black veneer, the $6,800 extra special wheels, and the nebulously named $10,000 touring specification, and a handful of other multi-$1,000 options to get this car, as tested, $287,000. This might shock you to hear, but I think the Flying Spur is actually worth it, they say. All right.
Well, maybe so, but if you can't afford a house, I'm going to suggest that you don't go out and buy a $287,000 car.
I would never buy this car because his naked thighs were somewhere near the car.
That was a weird picture to show.
Moving on. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Steam coming off your fast charging EV might look scary, but it's not dangerous. Electric vehicle fires are extremely dangerous and difficult to extinguish, but they actually occur a lot less frequently than gas car fires. There's a lot less of them on the road, by the way. Maybe as a ratio. Yeah, because a liquid is going to be harder to manage than a solid state battery pack.
Yeah, but I would like to know the ratio because, for example, if 10% of EVs catch fire, and I don't know what the number is,
Yeah.
you might want to know that.
So the article is by Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com. And it says heat pumps warm up your battery to prepare it for fast charging, and that can produce steam. So in cold weather, anything hot is going to steam. A regular car steams, etc., etc. So don't worry about it. It says don't call 911 just yet. It's just steam from the heat pump, which is necessary to get the battery up to the ideal temperature to maximize charge speeds. All new Tesla models and many other EVs have heat pumps and can warm up or precondition the battery to optimal temperature for DC fast charging, which is around 122 degrees Fahrenheit. So in winter weather, you're going to get some steam.
I wonder how many calls have been made about this with people not familiar with EVs.
Yeah. If you want all of the articles for today's show, you can go over to twitch.tv/ohmtown. And even when we're not in the chat, you can hit exclamation point FWT or Four Wheel Tech, and that will give you the show notes. Alternatively, you can go over to YouTube and look at all 1,700 episodes of the ohmTown shows, network of shows. This is season 4, by the way, of ohmTown being publicly accessible. We opened the gates, so to speak. So ohmTown has been in existence for 12 years.
Right, but publicly it's on its 4th year.
Yeah. This is how dedicated I am to ohmTown and its information management system for me in my information overload management. But I've owned that domain for a lot longer. Anyway, cold weather poses unique challenges for electric vehicles. EVs use massive lithium-ion batteries to store electricity, but the chemistry inside the batteries just doesn't like cold temperatures or really hot temperatures either. You can't plug into a DC fast charger like a Tesla supercharger with a cold battery and expect it to charge at its maximum rate. In fact, you can put excess stress on the battery to do so. Brilliant plan. Fast charging a battery when its internal temperature is colder than 32 degrees Fahrenheit can cause a phenomenon called lithium plating, where it just...
This doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it won't absorb any of the ions, or electrons, I should say. Tesla says that its thermal system may produce steam under certain conditions for vehicles with heat pumps, and that odorless steam can come from the front of the vehicle while charging on a supercharger in cold temperatures. So popping and hissing are early signs of thermal runaway that causes EV fires. And it said that a cherry bubblegum scent can be present. So if you hear that or smell that, get the hell away and call 911.
Right, don't ignore it.
Yep. Stay away from the vehicle. And, oh, it even says it. If you notice any of these issues, stay away. Call emergency services. And allow them to pour 50,000 gallons worth of whatever onto the car so that it can suppress the fire and it can run into the wastewater. And anyway.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, dark vapor or smoke coming from the battery or near the rear of the vehicle is also a cause for concern. I can say the same for me. If there is a dark vapor around Merawatt or smoke coming from the rear,
stay away.
Stay away and call emergency services. Moving on. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. IndyCar teams spend the cost of a small house just on wheels every year, but switching to aluminum could save thousands. So they say wheels.
Are we actually talking tire? But then when they say aluminum, I think they are talking about the wheels.
There's tires and there are rims. And wheels are both.
Well, what are they spending on?
Okay, just wanted to get into this discussion. Wheels are tires and rims. Anyway, let's say
So are
you
we going
run
to
it.
have aluminum tires?
That's why I said switching to aluminum wheels. Anyway, let's say you run a 3-car Indy team with a 4th car scheduled to run at the Indy 500s, like, say, McLaren or Andretti. How much do you think you'd have to budget for a season's worth of wheels? They're killing me here. Season's worth of wheels. You mean rims or tires? Or is it both because you swap
Yeah, I
out the
don't know. They're
tires?
still going with wheels, so we don't know.
So if it's wheels, it's the rim and the rubber. Because you don't sit there on the side of you don't sit in pit row or pit lane and put tires on rims. You don't. You have enough supply there so you can just take a tire off or a wheel off
Oh,
and
okay.
put it on. At least I don't think so. I've never seen that. But then again, I'm not hanging out in pit lane. So how much do you think that they have to budget for a season's worth of wheels? So that's the rim and the tire. It's going to need 12 sets of pricey aero optimized lightweight magnesium wheels.
It's probably like over $1 million because they're probably like these high end and it's a lot of them. I don't know. I have no idea.
Look, I'm telling you, I don't. Am I the only one? Somebody correct me, either in comments, chat, somewhere. Okay? Rubber is the tire because you don't buy wheels from a tire store. You buy tires that go on rims, and that is your wheel. Okay. So the article is over at Jalopnik, and it says, why haven't these wheels been aluminum all along anyway? Bradley Brunell from Jalopnik put the article together. Switching to aluminum could save thousands. Let's say you run a 3-car. So the total ends up being $317,000 just for wheels.
Okay, I was a little bit off.
Hold on. Oops.
If you go to
there
like a car parts place, it says wheels. But it's not talking about the tires.
Although you'll hear people use wheel and rim synonymously, they are not interchangeable. The rim is one of several components of a wheel. The tire is mounted on the outside edge of the wheel, and the rim serves as a sort of reinforcement to secure the tire to the wheel.
So that tracks, right?
So a wheel is the entire circular assembly that includes the rim, spokes, and hub, while a rim is just the outer edge of the wheel where the tire mounts. Okay.
So that's consistent, right?
Sure. I guess the wheel is the thing that attaches to the car,
But I guess the wheel doesn't include the tire, even though I think it does.
and the tire is something separate. But I think that the wheel is the wheel is the entire contraption, and the
Right,
rim,
including the tire.
yeah. But that's not what this is saying. TireAgent.com and other places.
You'll have to do an informal survey outside of hometown and see what you get.
I'm going to lobby
Ask
my
like
senator.
3 random people and see what you get.
Let me speak to your manager. So magnesium is a great material for making racing wheels because it's lighter than aluminum, but the benefits end there. Magnesium is a lower thermal conductivity than aluminum, so it doesn't quite dissipate heat from the brakes as well, and it's also effectively impossible to repair and much more prone to cracking. So a minor scuff on the aluminum would brush off. Could be a race-ending incident. It's also a really expensive material to work with and adds up to a ridiculously expensive wheel budget for a season of IndyCar. Plus, magnesium can catch fire. And if a magnesium tire, if a magnesium wheel catches fire, it will, it's like impossible to turn off.
Oh,
It's so hold on. A fire caused by the ignition of magnesium metal, which burns at a temperature of around 3,100 degrees Celsius or 5,610 degrees Fahrenheit. It's basically thermite. Um, yeah. Except that thermite is iron
yeah, that
rust
doesn't sound easy to
to put out.
put out. Thank you.
So the series is working with suppliers to reduce the cost by around 15% for the 2026-2027 season simply by switching to aluminum or aluminium. IndyCar, as you may know, is a spec series with every racing team working with almost identical race car packages. So long as everyone is forced to use the same wheel, the racing isn't going to be materially changed by a marginally heavier wheel. Wheel suppliers are working on new designs that will provide a stronger and similar weight aluminum wheel to the current mags while reducing production costs. So, yeah. Potential savings of $36,000 or the cost of a mid-sized sedan simply for the 17-round season replacement from magnesium.
Well, this sounds like a good move if they can make it work. That may mean they have to account for other differences.
What's weird, though, is it's only $36,000 out of a $370,000 budget. So,
Right,
or,
it doesn't seem like it's for financial reasons, but maybe it's for the other things like the scratch versus the replacement.
why are the damn wheels so expensive, even in aluminum? You know, I can cast it in the mayoral mansion for crying out loud.
I don't know. It must be some, I'm not sure. Oh, it's because there's such a small pool of people that are allowed to make them.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure it's not cast aluminum either. It's some, hardened billet aluminum that's made from, the tears of a unicorn. Anyway, so there you go. They're going to try, IndyCar is trying to change from magnesium wheels to aluminum wheels to save thousands of dollars. Let's keep going. So the next article and our last one for Four Wheel Tech today is in Technology Today. Pittsburgh-based autonomous truck company hits safety hang-up with feds. After years of preparation, Aurora Innovations' big launch of autonomous trucks in Texas is facing an unlikely stumbling block: safety triangles. Evan Robinson Johnson over at techexplore.com put the article together. And it says, when a traditional rig pulls up outside a highway, drivers are legally required to place a series of orange triangles or flares. What? Wait, what? When a traditional big rig pulls to the side of the highway. Oh, okay, yeah. Drivers are legally required to place a series of orange triangles or flares at the rear of the vehicle to alert oncoming traffic. Aurora's semis are designed to operate without a human in the cabin, meaning that there would be nobody to put out the warning signs when the trucks pull over.
Right. I didn't even know that was a requirement because you do not see that very frequently.
Right. Well, they're violating the law. And is it just Texas? Yeah. Apparently it's just Texas.
I don't know. It may be everywhere, but yeah, this is based in Texas.
The Strip District-based company joined with Waymo, a subsidiary of a Google parent company, Alphabet, to petition federal regulators. Oh, regulatory capture. Yay! For an exemption in early 2023. Last week, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, FMCSA, rejected the request. It's federal, so it's everybody. Raising questions about how Aurora will pull off a commercial launch that is scheduled for April. What it should do is just, as it drives over to exit, it just drops a little cone down and then stops.
I was thinking it could have like a little arm with cones attached or something that comes out. I don't know.
They could be metal rods that are slid into the side of the vehicle, and then when it needs to pull over, it extends it, and then when it needs to drive again, it just reels them back in. It could be
Yeah,
like
it'd
a
have to be something attached in some way because the collection is going to be the next problem,
yeah. You
right?
can leave
Like they
them.
can't just drop them.
Sure, somebody else's problem. The governments at Aurora and Waymo, which has since narrowed its focus to robotaxis, failed to provide adequate data to show that their solution, a series of cab-mounted warning beacons, would provide the same level of safety as the traditional approach, and the companies can resubmit. Yeah, well, I mean, those little orange cones aren't going to stop somebody from smashing into an 18-wheeler.
No, but also if they have something inside the truck, is that really going to alert somebody depending on how it appears?
The whole ass end of it should just light up like a Christmas tree. If you can't, and
Well,
it should literally be written on the back of the truck, if you can't see this, you're a dumbass.
well, there you go. Maybe they need to change the law on that.
Regulators said that their highest priority is safety. The administration embraces technology advancements that further our policy goals, including reducing crashes, injuries, and fatalities on our nation's roads, says Director Cicely Waters. Said by email. To reverse the agency's decision, Aurora would need to provide additional data showing the effectiveness of their warning beacon approach. The company, it should just be a laser that shoots cars in half.
Well, I mean, that would solve the problem of avoiding collisions or maybe causing some new collisions.
There is a lot of data and a lot of talk in this article. Zach Callahan, executive director of Truck Safety Coalition, wrote the lack of data requires that the Department of Transportation not unnecessarily risk the lives of the 200 plus million roadway users who never agreed to be part of this experiment.
Ouch.
Interesting. That's because they're worried that these autonomous vehicles are going to
Are going to
screw
take
up.
the jobs. Well, yeah.
Oh, it could be take jobs, but this is Truck Safety Coalition, not necessarily job
Yeah,
centric.
that's fair. But it's true. I mean, if it's like, well, let's just waive all these safety requirements, but then what about everybody else out on the road?
Yeah. So this could be in partnership with some other facet that is interested in protecting those jobs, right? Because we're going through that right now with a discussion regarding the fact that you can do this, but you can't do that. But to do this, it is identical to that over there, short of the fact that one is more transient. I have to be cagey about it because I'm in the middle of spinning up a product. And we're looking at the subtle nuance of law. And it literally says you can taste but not touch.
It's like you can do this, but you can't do this.
Yeah. 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 You can go through the door, but you can't touch the doorknob. It's the wackiest thing. So instead of messing with it, we're just going to go a different route, probably, amounting to constraining what is possible until we're big enough to expand. It's very, very frustrating, but that's what this really could be, right? And the reason why I brought it up is because through discussion, we believe that it's kind of a coalition. There's a group of people that are interested in protecting their interests at the cost of a massive growth potential of individuals, usurping some of the customers from the ones that have regulatory capture. That's this, right? So truckers don't want autonomous trucking because it's going to take long haul trucking jobs. So why not partner up? You know, I'm conspiratorially thinking here, but you know, what does that little triangle actually do that flashing neon lights on the back can't do?
Exactly. I mean, maybe it's time to change what the safety measures are, provided that they're actually things that will work.
If anything, if they're bright enough in daylight and night, they're going to be seen for a further distance because they're on the vehicle, not on the ground, where the curve of the Earth alone can obstruct the sight of that flare or make them as bright as a flare. The flare is going to burn out, and it's toxic. It's nasty crap sitting on the road. Anyway, that's all there is to this. As stakeholders widely agree that technology will make American roads safer, yet DOT took nearly 2 years to decline an opportunity to embrace technology at a critical juncture, Mr. Farah wrote. The AV industry, automated vehicle industry, will be looking at all available options to ensure this technology can be deployed to save lives.
I think if they were really trying to do this, they would have sought a change to the safety measures, and so then when they came through, it would have been easy, but they didn't do it that way. They just assumed, well, we're different, so let's just try to ram it through.
Yeah. But why wait 2 years to try and solve a problem that they know is sitting there 4 months before they're supposed to kick off?
Well, that's the thing, right? They should have known about it well in advance. And I'm sure the government knew about it well in advance. But the problem is, unless they were at the stage of like submitting whatever the application or the review or whatever, like they might have been at the right stage on the government side. We don't know.
Strike that. I don't know why. I'm talking insane considering I just saw a forum that says it's going to take 14 weeks to process 10 lines of information.
With some check blocks, basically.
Dear God. All right. You know, I'm all for bureaucracy because it limits the potential for fast-moving abuse. But for crying out loud, 14 weeks to address 10 lines. All right. Well, anyway, this article by Evan Robinson Johnson was over at techexplore.com, and that is the end of Four Wheel Tech. So we are going to put it in reverse and fast and furious, like race backwards down Main Street, ohmTown, until we land back at the front page.
Do we have any safety beacons out?
I was pooting out beacons every mile. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we are saying bye. And now the AI will too.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. Stay tuned. Next week we'll have another episode of this, but tomorrow we'll be back with our regular Non Sequitur news.
And it's an hour long, and it's Monday through Friday, and it covers the last 24 hours of news. But that Monday episode covers everything from Friday to Monday. So, but it's typically the last 24 hours because there's a massive flood of news on Mondays through Friday. Anyway, in those interstitial days. Okay, we're out of here. See ya. Bye-bye. Like a little triangle is going to really stop a dipshit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 30th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com. The sentient AI is not available for today's show, so it's just me going through these 10 articles, although they're always here in spirit or in bitwise copy. I'm not sure how to really explain sentient AI when they're not directly connected to the stream. Anyway, these 10 articles: Cloudy Cider trademark ruling, closing the wealth gap, noctourism, a floating play something button, Redskins logo was edited out, a radioactive road, the fastest bullet train, let's smell like crumble, VW leaking location data, and duck. I just realized that I may not have put the show notes command into Omicron. And that always poses an issue with articles. So let's do that real quick. We'll do it live. It's been a while since we did a non sequitur news. And so, yeah, roughly, 8 days, something like that. We did the what do you call it? My brain is shutting down. We did the weekend editions, and those are composites of 3 shows, our 3 weekly shows on Saturday and 3 different shows on Sunday. And so those have been posted. They're over on YouTube and they're in the podcast. They don't get posted here on Twitch as a single unified composite. So you have to watch each show individually. But okay, so Omicron's been updated. And if you want today's show notes from Twitch, you can go over to Twitch and type in !NSN, and then Omicron will throw the articles in the order that we talk about them through to the chat. It does not take place over on YouTube because YouTube just doesn't quite like, I guess, what I have to say. I'd post them one by one, but I think that's kind of a pain for everybody. So they're already in the show notes. And if they're not, then they will be after the show and in the podcast. So be sure to go and check that out. At any rate, let's get in it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Thatchers and Aldi are back in court on appeal of Cloudy Cider trademark ruling, which I think is completely batshit crazy. Earlier this year, TechDirt talked about this. That's where this is sourced from. A fairly silly trademark dispute in the UK between beverage company Thatchers, which my understanding of Thatchers was they are the testicles of Margaret Thatcher, and the German grocer Aldi, not their testicles. But anyway, at issue was competing lemon cider products offered by both companies. Thatcher's makes a product named Cloud Lemon Cider, and Aldi sells a Taurus Cloud Cider. And I'm sorry, Cloud and cider and Cloud Lemon Cider are descriptors. So in my perception, kiss my shiny metal ass. Taurus Cloud Cider is at least something that you can actually hang your hat on, because what the hell is Taurus Cloud Cider? You have to go and look it up. You have to go and identify it. Oh, Aldi's the only one on the planet that probably sells Taurus Cloud Cider. Thatchers complained that the products were too similarly named and that the trade dress for both products used similar color schemes. So don't ever look anywhere for anything citrus, because my God, Thatcher's is probably going to explode. Should it? Don't tell Thatcher's that there's green and yellow shit all over the drink aisles everywhere. Anyway, it says there's several issues with these claims. First, the names. Thatcher's claims that Thatcher's and Taurus are too similar. I agree with TechDirt. And so Timothy Gaynor is the author of this, and they write from the With a Chance of Meatballs department. That's where they wrote this article from. And they go in to talk about all of this stuff. I have actually read a little bit about this in other places. But TechDirt does a really fine job of synthesizing it all down to something that I identify with, which is a healthy coating of snark. So, and they talk about the trade dress, and they talk about the name, and Cloudy Cider is not really any more deserving of a trademark than Hazy IPA, which Hazy IPA, I don't know anybody that's tried to trademark Hazy IPA. You may be able to trademark the entirety of the name, so-and-so's Hazy IPA or so-and-so's New England IPA or whatever, but it's the full name. It's the name of the company. You don't want anybody to take your whole thing and do something with it, or even partially something of it, but in its embodiment, right? Like, that's how it works. That's how a trademark works. Anyway, even Taurus. for crying out loud. But at least in the context, Taurus, cloudy cider, Taurus cloud cider, meh. They don't have any pictures of it in the article, but it says, I would be quite surprised if the Court of Appeal found that the lower court somehow made such an egregious material error of fact in the case. They say that the parties are back in the court at the Court of Appeal on Tuesday and Wednesday as the cider company seeks to overturn this decision. Basically, the lower court said, nah, and found in favor of Aldi. The appeal in cases such as these are particularly difficult because the Court of Appeal may only intervene if the judge's findings of fact were rationally insupportable, which is such a weird turn of phrase. But anyway, or in making her multifactorial evaluation of the issues, she erred in law or principle. So, oh, wait, I'm sorry. I just got an alert. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah. So I was just informed by the sentient AI, who's not available for the show, but sent a message saying that there's a brewery called Trademark Brewing, and that's trademarked, which makes a hazy IPA called Cricket Sweater. Win. Obviously, they're not calling themselves something hazy IPA, right? Maybe Cricket Sweater hazy IPA. But they couldn't find a hazy IPA trademark in and of itself. So, yeah. And that's kind of how I feel about it. It's a descriptor. It's a category, a genre of, just like cloudy cider is it's an unfiltered cider, right? So how do you describe an unfiltered cider where it's something shorter than Federal Express painted on a plane, right? And you shorten it down to something that is descriptive of unfiltered cider, cloudy. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas. That's a show that I'm trying to put together that talks about business transformation, evaluates stocks and things like that. But here's how this DC area high school is attempting to close the wealth gap. And the wealth gap and technology gap pretty much go hand in hand. So if you can't afford something, then you're obviously falling behind. And it's very, very exploitable by those with means. We'll actually get into something that's kind of a proxy to that. Because if you've never suffered through it, then you have no freaking clue about it other than when somebody informs you. And what really tends to happen is you tell somebody and they fall on two lines. You're either a sociopath and you don't give a shit, or you're empathetic, sympathetic, compassionate, open arms kind of person who seeks equity and equality across all peoples, who abide by the social contract, right? Well, this DC area school is attempting to close the wealth gap. Over the course of 3 years, students take courses on saving money, building wealth, and budgeting, setting them up to achieve economic mobility and success, which is a rare thing. You'll go through school and talk about economics or accounting or something like that, but you're never being told anything about saving money, building wealth, budgeting, essentially playing the game. I don't like categorizing it as that, but if you've ever talked to anybody who is sub 30, that's kind of the term that a lot of people will throw at you, that they think that they're going to win the game. Most people who are striving to find something in terms of saving money or making money, they're not going to win the game. They'll play it a little better than others. But anyway, Jessica Dickler over at CNBC.com put the article together at KIPP, or KIPP, DC College Preparatory School. Students studying budgeting, saving, accounting, investing, managing risk, among other topics. Unlike many other high schools, the personal finance curriculum spans 3 years with a work-based learning component. The goal, according to Shafar Jeffries, Chief Executive Officer of the nonprofit KIPP, or KIPP, Foundation, is breaking cycles of poverty? Well, it's certainly raising awareness. And education is the fundamental impactor on things like generational suffering when it comes to economic status or socioeconomic status. The moment that somebody is educated, they tend to break out of the dynamic that previous generations have been stuck in. So this is actually a brilliant opportunity for a school to change the dynamic. They say here, Keith Harris, a 17-year-old high school, enrolled in the high school's NAF Academy of Business, a rigorous 3-year finance program with a work-based learning component. Because Harris, who lives with his aunt, received a full scholarship to college next fall, he's also able to set some of the time aside and invest those funds, and some of the earnings that he gets will be part of that. Through the program, they developed a lot of skills such as managing finances and investing in stocks, laid down a good foundation for them. But the problem here isn't with this program, it's with the rest of society, in that when a person is in a certain socioeconomic status, they're region-based as well. It's not everywhere. It's actually pretty tight-knit around certain regions of all cities to some degree, all towns to some degree, but there is a dynamic, a loop, which with each generation basically suffering because there is another group that puts downward pressure on anybody who tries to break out of that cycle. And so you have to go into survival mode. And when you're a student, a child, even a parent in survival mode, you can't excel because you're basically worried about when something might happen, or where to get food, or how to get to work, or whatever. So this is the step that everybody needs going in the right direction. But there are certainly a large cohort of people that are blind to this dynamic, and that's part of this show. And the whole channel, really, because we talk about science, technology, and society. Science is an educational component. Technology certainly has the educational component to it, and it levels the playing field, because a person with something as simple as a laptop that just barely works can get them online, and you have access to the world's knowledge. And with AI, you even get to go further. And of course, the society component of this. We are all part of one social dynamic, so I hope that you can appreciate that, and you're in the camp of not being a sociopath. Let's keep going, though. There's more in this article, but I'll let you go on over to it and read more about this. As a DC area high school is attempting to close the wealth gap, but it says high school, and they're talking about this high school, and this high school's NAF Academy of Business, but there is a person higher. There's a section of this higher up, the KIPP DC College Preparatory. I think that's a college prep high school that has the NAF Academy of Business within it, and that is what's providing this 3-year finance program, which, again, I think it's brilliant. But everybody needs this too. But I'm glad that they're targeting and making a big difference. All right, so this next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. Over at ohmtown.com. It hasn't broadcast anything yet, but it may in the future. 2025 is right around the corner, and we're deciding on 2 new shows to bring to ohmtown, and the podcast and YouTube and everything. So at any rate, and we're about to hit 1,000 subscribers, so we're pretty casual about things. We don't advertise or hype. We just kind of post our stuff out there, and I hope that you can tell a friend and they can like and subscribe, and continue this ride through 2025 as well. Okay, well, anyway, the next article is over here. It's called Noctourism is expected to be a big travel trend in 2028, and you may be able to glean from nocturism that it has to do with tourism at night. Nocturism focuses on nighttime travel experiences, and proponents say that it's a way to avoid heat and crowds while seeing a destination in a different light. Har har. So they got a cool picture of the aurora. I'm not sure exactly where it is. Aurora Borealis as viewed from Storslet. I am probably pronouncing that entirely wrong. It's probably like Bob, Norway. But anyway, Rebecca Douglas Photography took that picture. And I don't know, what is that over there? I don't know if that's a cloud or if that's a meteor shooting through the sky or if that is a galaxy far, far away. So Mary Lou Costa put the article together, and it says that this Rebecca Douglas person has been to Iceland 29 times and she's already booked her 30th trip. Gee, subtle flex. Wow. Douglas has been photographing the spectacular phenomenon, the Northern Lights or Aurora Borealis, since 2010. Its colors, which can paint the sky dazzling array of green, purple, yellow, and blue, are the result of sun particles that react with gases in the Earth's upper atmosphere. And with the current solar cycle reaching a peak of its 11-year period, the lights are expected to be even more prominent during the next 4 years. So they're referring to this travel at night kind of experience as nocturism, a trend that focuses on nighttime travel. Look, let's be real here. When more people catch wind of nocturism, it's going to go viral and it's going to be just as damn busy, but more constrained because there's only so many nighttime experiences that you're going to have. Obviously, you're not going to be able to see aurora experiences in broad daylight. So again, anything that has to do with sightseeing that can't be seen at night, like standing at the base of a mountain and looking up at the peak, isn't going to be a nighttime experience. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a ton of people that are still going to be crowding these nighttime experiences, and they're going to be at a premium and whatnot. So I say go. And don't try to use it as an excuse to get away from crowds, because there's going to be crowds anyway. The global survey of more than 27,000 travelers by the company showed nearly, and the company being Booking.com, showed nearly 2 in 3 travelers said that they've considered darker sky destinations or dark sky destinations for activities such as stargazing, 72%, which it's really tough to stare at the stars during the day. And once in a lifetime cosmic events. Never mind. And constellation tracking, 57%. Most activities involve the night sky, but others happen to be on the ground, from city tours and truffle hunting in Italy to night of full moon picnics by the sea. Wayfarer Travel said nocturism experiences rose 25% in the past year. This is the marketing thing. So I would say that this is, pretty much marketing. These places have existed for eons, and now people are hearing about it because somebody started to call it nocturism and is pumping up the existence of trips at night. So this person says, in the search of darkness, Douglas avoids hotel packages, preferring to plan their own trips since they plan so many activities at night. They also said that they prefer to stay out of the way of large groups, which are often made up of people new to nocturism who unwittingly create light pollution with their smartphones and camera flashes. Yeah. So there's more in this. Oh, and there's even more marketing in this. Douglas created an online course to help people photograph the aurora borealis. So, interesting. At night, she also photographs noctilucent clouds, shimmery ice crystal clouds located high in the atmosphere, and polar stratospheric rainbow clouds, they say. And they sometimes shoot from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. and have been out in temperatures as low as 5 degrees. Flex. Yeah, so you need to learn how to shoot photography at night, which is usually long exposures. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTube is testing a floating play something button. YouTube is testing a new play something button that will pick a video for you. 9to5 Google spotted it on a YouTube app for Android. The button floats just above the bottom of the bar, and when tapped, it picks a video to play for you, which is kind of allowing the algorithm to dictate what you are interested in, which tends to frustrate me to all hell, because I'll click on something once and I'll be flooded by stuff that is directly associated with it, and then maybe deeper further into the list, tertiarily attached to the topic. And if I want to hide something, I have to say, don't show me that channel, or I'm not interested. But YouTube, please tell me what it is that I'm not interested in when I click that button, because I don't want you to dictate what I'm not interested in when nothing that I have as a descriptor necessarily is everything that you're going to be blocking in the future. It's very frustrating to want a type of video gone. Like, there's certain videos that I'm not interested in. I don't want to see them. I don't want them blocking something that I'm actually going to consume. But if I say I'm not interested, it's nebulous. I have no freaking clue what it is I'm not interested in the totality of that video, because the context, the words used, the graphics involved, all of that is something that could potentially impact everything else. If it accounts for that I'm not interested in this, maybe something in there I am interested in, but because it took it as a whole, I'm no longer able to view anything. Well, Wes Davis put this article together. The deck statement says it's basically the YouTube equivalent of Google's I'm feeling lucky button, except that it's in the app. I haven't seen it on the website, but who knows if A/B testing shows that this thing is being mashed like that. There was a psychology experiment where people were told to just sit at a table and there was a red button, and they weren't allowed to touch that red button. And they said, don't touch that red button. And they would touch that red button and receive a shock. And somebody like mashed that button something like 1,200 times because they needed some type of stimulation, because there was nothing else to do apparently for like hours. Anyway, just as in earlier versions of the feature, YouTube's been testing. The new button reportedly uses the portrait-oriented YouTube Shorts player to show videos, regardless of whether they're vertically formatted shorts or standard YouTube videos. Hopefully that changes by the time the feature gets a wide release. Other incarnations the company has been testing over the year include a Play Something banner and a simple button that looks black and white YouTube logo. And if the feature's name sounds familiar, it's because Netflix retired a similar random video picker last year called Surprise Me, which originally launched in 2021 as Play Something. And the last time that I mashed that Surprise Me button, my neighbors were audited. It was weird. I don't know. Highly effective, though. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Redskins logo edited out of NFL Commanders game sparks fury. Oh, let's be mad. Let's be mad because a company decided that they were not comfortable with the ramifications of the term Redskins, and a Native American, or I prefer calling Native Americans or Indians indigenous people, because they were here before, Europeans came knocking. Well, anyway, this is one of these things where the submission kind of triggered me into wanting to respond in a certain way. Flynn Nichols put the article together over at Newsweek, and what it comes down to is the Washington Commanders used to be called the Washington Redskins, and they had a logo that was, well, when people started getting a voice, instead of just screaming into the black void of sociopathy. When people started getting a voice and rising up and saying this is wrong, it's racist or insensitive or cultural misappropriation, etc. Which, let's just say, when a people's responds to someone saying it's cultural misappropriation, and they're coming from a perspective where the culture is basically a non-issue because you can't really define a particular culture other than just saying this is America. No, America has always had, well, proponents of America say that we're a melting pot, but then when you walk into the wrong town, you're suddenly confronted with you're not a melting pot because you don't look like us or act like us. Anyway, so here you have the Washington Redskins changing their name to the Washington Commanders and getting rid of the logo, and they're reevaluating everything. And what ended up happening was RG3's jersey was edited to remove the Redskins name and the logo for the old Washington Redskins, because now they're the Commanders, or Washington Commanders. So they transitioned from the Redskins name and logo to the Washington football team in 2020, later rebranding to the Commanders in 2022. And so people are all up in arms about this. Oh my God, they really took the name off, the Redskins name off of RG3's jersey on a graphic comparing him to Jaden's rookie numbers. And then somebody else says they just showed so-and-so editing out the Redskins name, and it's time to bring back the Redskins logo and name. And my problem, the reason why I brought all of this up is removing it does nothing, doesn't hurt anybody, doesn't change the dynamic. Y'all know exactly who RG3 is. It doesn't change the situation. And the only thing that it does is it shows that you're a human and you can appreciate that there are peoples out there that might be offended by the bullshit use of referring a derogatory term for a population of people who did nothing wrong except exist at the wrong place and time for somebody else to want to, take over the land. And if you've never been on that side of it, or you're a sociopath and you don't appreciate it, even though you could be a victim of that in the not so near future, where is the wrong in this? Why don't you just let this go and show appreciation? If anything, the old things that no longer exist but are in high demand, they go up in value. So if you're a collector, then all of this Washington Redskins stuff is now more valuable, not because it's more appreciated, but because it's now constrained and somebody else is going to want it more than you. And maybe you can make a fast buck and really, it's a win-win, right? Because now there's a whole group of people that can say, thank you for appreciating our situation and not treating us like shit for the duration. And you're not out anything, man. It's a damn shirt that you paid ridiculously high price for. And now it's going to be constrained. So it's going to be worth more to other like-minded people who, want to stick it to those Aboriginal people or original peoples, or Redskins, or whatever you want to refer to them so that you can sleep at night. Just accept this. You're treating people with respect by allowing this to change to a way where nobody is being, it's not an attack anymore. It's not a slap to the face of the entire historical record of existence. Just embrace it, folks. Be a team player, which is I know that in some aspects it's the antithesis of watching sports, because you have to hate everybody else except for the sport that you, or the team that you love in that sport. Let's keep moving. My soapbox was getting taller and taller. I was about to fall off. Anyway, the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Florida is finally getting its radioactive road. Well, they've gone and done it. A company in Florida got last-minute approval last week from Biden's Environmental Protection Agency to build a practice road using radioactive materials. And it seems like such an obviously bad idea, but a bad idea never stopped the government. Well, no. It isn't the government, bro. People run the government. People lobbied people. And somewhere in there, there's money or reputation, a feather in somebody's cap, something that is greed-based, instead of going, you know what? We have nano and microplastics and toxic chemicals that are forever, and now we're sticking radioactive materials in the road that's going to get kicked up with every road or every driver across it. And they're going to drag that shit all up and down the road as time goes on. But let's find out exactly what all is involved in this. So Aaron Markey over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And again, this has nothing to do with the government. The government is not some disembodied entity floating up in space, directing people to do this, that, and the other. It's human beings. Humans are pliable. They can actually be manipulated through a whole lot of things, but it's primarily seemingly money, and maybe a little nepotism, or sticking to the letter of the law, and they couldn't figure out a way to actually kind of put the brakes on this, so to speak. So the new road, courtesy of Mosaic Fertilizer, is described as a small-scale pilot project going up on the company's private property in New Wales, Florida. Florida. In the past, the agency has raised concerns about the use of this material in road building. It said in 1992 that use a phosphogypsum in road construction created risk for both construction workers and also anyone who later builds a home where the phosphogypsum road had once been. The agency, there's no way. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where in this, what is the radioactivity level of this that they're talking about? But regardless, we just did articles about how nano and microplastics could be the causes of cancers because we inhale them. But I think that's more accurate than not. Whereas this, we haven't really heard anything about this. But they say, however, Mosaic, which will build the road, has described the effort as part of a pilot project that will demonstrate the range of road construction designs. It's not clear if additional road construction will follow, though doing so will likely require further approvals. They say that Florida is the number one producer of phosphogypsum waste in the world. So all they want to do is they either want to throw it in the ocean or they want to pile it on roads. Yet we're going to find out 10 years from now that this shit is horrible for humans, animals, and biology in general, right? Plant life around it is going to die. Naturally, people who care about the environment and public health are a little pissed. While the danger to the public may be minimal, we used to think minimal was about a lot of things, man. There's radioactive bakeware out there that... There's lead, for crying out loud. We had lead. We knew it was bad 75 years ago, and we still put it in gasoline because we're idiots. And somebody was greedy because it was cheaper than it was than some other solution, and you didn't really need it. It was like a stabilizer, and that's all it was. Anyway, so we're gonna find out that this crap is horrible, but you know, you go, Florida. You want to be the radioactive mecca for the United States. Why should I stop you other than being a human who doesn't feel like ever going to Florida? Because my God. Phosphogypsum is formed when processing phosphate rock to make fertilizer. The phosphorus is removed by dissolving the rock in an acidic solution, according to the EPA. The remaining substance contains radium, which then off-gases radon. which you won't even know when it kills you because it's filling your basement. Using the slightly radioactive substance in road building has been a hot topic for decades. Congress actually amended the Clean Air Act to expressly forbid the use of phosphogypsum in road construction. They want to use it in roads to get rid of it because it is a pox on the process of creating fertilizer. That's the only reason. It has no other redeeming value. Congress amended the Clean Air Act to expressly forbid it. Now, the outgoing administration said you can do your test. Incoming administration is going to approve it, had approved it. And now the incoming, the seesaw is going to cause whiplash in the environment. EPA now says that Mosaic can have a little radioactive road as a treat because the company made some pretty good arguments. First, the new road is small. It's on private land owned by Mosaic. The company claims the public will never come in contact with it, well, until Mosaic goes under. Hey, is phosphogypsum really worse than in big piles rather than locked up in a road? It's not locked up though. And it's off-gassing. Gas is going to come out. The EPA reconsidered and allowed construction to go forward. So, yeah. This is just bullshit. Trying to get rid of their hot garbage mess. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. China shows off the world's fastest bullet train. We'll make this one really quick. There really isn't anything to show other than it almost looks like it's CG. But anyway, AJ Dellinger over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The prototype CR450 can hit speeds of up to 280 miles per hour. Looks pretty cool. Looks like a spaceship cockpit right there. As reported by the South China Morning Post, the CR450 will be able to reach peak speeds as high as 280 miles per hour and will have a top commercial operating speed of 250. For comparison's sake, the state's rail operator current CR400 trains operate at about 220 miles per hour. The CR450 will be able to complete the 700-mile journey from Beijing to Shanghai in about 2.5 hours, according to state-owned news organization. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yasai, I think. I don't know. Global. I've never heard that pronounced, so I don't know. Maybe I can look it up. Anyway, it'll weigh 10% less than its predecessors. And will lower the operational resistance, the force needed to move the train by 22% because of that. It'll have low drag, sharp nose front, aerodynamic windshields, help the CR450 maintain its peak acceleration. So, looks pretty cool. For some reason, I've always thought it's weird that it's, instead of symmetry, right? They do 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Like airplanes do this too. 3 on one side, 2 on the other. I've always thought that that's odd. But it's to jam one more. You don't want people too comfortable, you know? You got to jam another seat in there and make life uncomfortable for everybody involved. Although this looks like it has more leg room than a plane will ever have. And apparently the business class has much more comfy seats. Everybody else, you got to lay down, and people will lay on top of each other like cordwood. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report. You can now smell like crumble cookies. If it wasn't enough to simply consume crumble cookies, you can now lather yourself in their sugary aromas. The beloved cookie company, which has become a Los Angeles hotspot and celeb favorite for the past year, is now partnered with Dove on a body care collection inspired by their most popular flavors. I don't have an ad blocker, but whatchamacallit, what is the name of the browser that I use now? I forgot what it's called. Damn it. Anyway, starts with a V. My brain isn't working on it. Anyway, Anna Tingley over at Variety.com put the article together. So yeah, Crumble now has strawberry crumb cake body scrub and lemon glaze, which I've never liked lemon. Like, I like lemon sugar cookies, the ones that are like have a really light lemon kind of a thing. And lemon poppy seed. Let me correct myself. It's lemon poppy seed that I like, but I don't like lemon cookies where it actually has like something lemony in it. Maybe the glaze can have a slight lemon tint to it. But anyway. So there you go, folks. Dove plus crumble or times crumble, it has it here. This is your moment. They wrote on Instagram, confetti cookie, lemon glaze, strawberry crumb cake are now available as body wash, scrub, deodorant, and hand wash exclusively at that 5-star shopping experience, Walmart. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Volkswagen leak exposed location data for 800,000 electric cars. For months, the location information of around 800,000 Volkswagen vehicles, electric Volkswagen vehicles, was available online due to a data leak. According to a report from the German newspaper Der Spiegel. The leak reportedly stemmed from the software running inside Volkswagen vehicles and could have allowed a bad actor to trace a driver's exact movements. As noted by Electrek. Need to pay attention to that source, I suppose. A whistleblower first notified Der Spiegel and the European Hacking Association Chaos Computer Club of the vulnerability, which also affects EVs from Volkswagen-owned car brands on a global scale, including Audi, Seat, Skoda. The article was put together by Emma Roth over at TheVerge.com. The Fighting Verges. Verges. I'll leave it alone. Anyway, the leak also included email addresses, phone numbers of drivers in some cases, according to Der Spiegel. Precise location of about 460,000 vehicles. Says the data was accurate to within 10 centimeters for Volkswagen and Seats vehicles and within 10 kilometers or 6 miles for Audi and Skoda models. Cariad, I guess it's called, has since addressed the issue. They found that Cariad, the Volkswagen subsidiary behind the automaker's software, made it possible for an attacker to find and access driver data housed in Amazon's cloud storage service. Hey, did you know that you can take just a few classes and become AWS certified? And you'll actually have the skills and hopefully the tenacity to harden your infrastructure from external access. I know, it's odd, but yeah, you can actually train and not just bumble fart your way through it. Now, maybe everybody is trained and they're the subject matter expert in it and somebody forgot to put a this there or a that wherever. Sure. But you as the developers of all of this have to be right 100% because there are tens of thousands of people out there at any given time knocking on the door of Amazon Web Services trying to get in. You screw up once, you pay the price, both in reputation and financial remuneration, particularly in the European Union, if everybody's data is exposed and they are harmed. You can't screw around. So check everything, measure twice, cut once, and don't ask for forgiveness later. You're not going to get it from me. All right, the next article and our last one for tonight is over in the Mobile Channel. NFL fans lost their minds over a duck on the field. At one point during the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' impressive 48-14 victory over Carolina, the former's fans were chanting "Ducky, Ducky, Ducky." While it sounded very similar to the chants for phenom Bucky Irving, who had a solid day himself with nearly 200 total yards in his name, the fans were mispronouncing his first name. They were actually cheering for a duck. The article is over at Vice.com, put together by Kyle Filippi. Talk about a good luck charm. How about a good duck charm? You're a good duck. There has to be video online about it, but there's no video here. They're obsessed with the duck at the Tampa Bay game. Man, I don't know. I guess fanatics are what make the sports genre domain go round. That was our good luck duck, said Tampa star Mike Evans, who also called it the craziest thing he'd ever seen during a game per ESPN. I've never seen us block a punt and then we scored a touchdown when the duck flew on the field. That was amazing. I just thought that it was funny, says Devin Culp. I was laughing the whole time seeing the guy try to get him off the field or whatever. Hilarious. Look, I've seen a lot of stuff that walks and quacks like a duck. Usually doesn't impress me. You know what? I'm more impressed by this duck on the football field than I am than by the other things that walk and quack like a duck, flap like a duck, must be a duck. Anyway, we are going to duck, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and check all of the news, none of the noise, because all the noise is said by me right here in ohmTown Online. On Twitch and YouTube, this is Non Sequitur News for December 30th, 2024, and we're going to continue this daily show, except for the weekends, where we put together 3 shows each day in different topics on Saturday, and 3 more different topics on Sunday, and we compile each of those 3 shows into the weekend editions of Non Sequitur News, because it's more focused than what NSN is all about. But anyway, go and check out our nearly 1,700, probably more than 1,700 episodes now, as we come to a near close of 2024 and start our 4th season of Non Sequitur News. Yeah, I think that's about it. We'll see you later. Bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. And bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, and welcome to 2025 and Season 4 of Non Sequitur News here at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we are starting Season 4. Cannot believe 4 years have gone by. Well, today, January 1st, 2025, I can mess that up pretty easily. We're going to talk about these 10 articles. Popeye and Tintin are public domain. 6,000 illegal wild bird eggs. A paving turf war. Sad bananas. The gods must still be crazy. Puerto Rico grid failure. And then a series of recalls. And I actually kind of have this messed up because the titles aren't correct, but I'll correct them. Anyway, there's a broccoli recall that sparks a warning across 20 states. There's, oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? Euros recall in 19 states, an enchilada recall nationwide. And this one is discharging Tesla inventory hurts. That and more. Yeah, I'm going to have to correct this like a lickety split because I did it in, you know what? I'll do it in post. I'll do it in the show notes. So yeah, I kind of messed something up because there was a bunch of stuff that was updated, but no longer, it was updated within the last 24 hours. And the show, the Non Sequitur News show concentrates on doing things only in the last 24 hours, except for the weekend shows. And because of that, these other articles were updated in the last 24 hours, but they're older news, and I didn't want to just drag new or old stuff forward. Anyway, it'll be updated in the show notes after the show. As it stands, though, we've got these 10 article. So, welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, Mayor Watt from the present.
And we're starting out with a bang, high production value. I did it, I corrected it, but I didn't update the show notes properly. So, I'm a big dummy. Anyway, let's get going, right?
Let's do it.
First article's over in Non Sequitur News. Popeye and Tintin are now public domain, which means some dystopian horror game is going to come out and have Popeye trying to eliminate Tintin.
Oh, no.
Or the other way around.
What could go wrong there?
You know, Tintin's more of a lover than a fighter, right? So, going to turn Tintin into a demon that goes hunting after Popeye.
I don't know who Tintin is. I know who Popeye is.
Well, let's take a look. So, this is Popeye, but it's the older version of Popeye, right? I guess not all of Popeye, because there's newer iterations, new styles, etc.
Oh, I see, right.
Well, Popeye's very first iteration, who didn't eat spinach to gain strength, is now free to copy, share, and adapt. Emma Roth over at TheVerge.com put the article together. But the whole process of Popeye was basically the same. So this whole thing about spinach to gain strength.
I thought that was fundamental to Popeye.
It is to modern iterations. It's funny that they mention iterations, but because I hadn't read this deck statement yet. But there's always iterations of characters. They change slightly.
Right. Well, then they can extend protection on the marks or the copyrights.
Yeah. I mean, look, Mickey Mouse, the original Mickey Mouse didn't look like Mickey Mouse. So Duke Law School Center for the Study of Public Domain has once again rounded up all of the most iconic works that have been freed from the bounds of copyright, which includes sound recordings from 1924. As pointed out by Duke Law School, 1929 is a particularly pivotal year, as it was the first with sound. So now sound recordings are going to start popping into the public domain. My goodness. At what point is all hell going to break loose when, well, got plenty of time, folks, to squeeze every last drop of profiteering out of that one song you created, but by God, you're going to be a billionaire. So here are some of the works that are entering public domain, and there's a whole list of them that's available.
There's some major works on here. The Sound and the Fury, A Farewell to Arms, and A Room of One's Own are really well known.
Agatha Christie's Seven Dials Mystery is dropping into public domain. Singing in the Rain and the film it appeared in, the Hollywood Review of 1929, are dropping into public domain. Alfred Hitchcock's first sound film, Blackmail, are dropping into public domain. Disney's Silly Symphony short film series, The Skeleton Dance, is dropping. But yeah, Popeye and let's see what else is in there. Well, they have video of it on this article. So.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I'm gonna just do the articles as they are in the bot, but I'll still go and update them because they're not. Most of them are correct, but 2 of them are not.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, next year, Betty Boop and Pluto are going to be entering public domain.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Betty Boop.
The 20s must have been a big time for character creation.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Steamboat Willie era Mickey has entered public domain last year. So everything old is going to be new again as creators take this old stuff and put their new spin on it. Pretty interesting.
Oh, this talks about Tintin. I guess it was a reporter.
But a kid. At least that is my understanding of it. Let me make sure, because I think Tintin is just I thought he's just a kid though.
It says young reporter, so probably.
Young. Oh, okay. So yeah, he looks like a kid to me. But If I recall correctly, they had a dog and
That's right. It says Snowy or Malou if you are speaking French.
gotcha. Oh yeah, there it is. His pup Snowy. Uh, and now, I think there's like movies or something like that. Hold on. Yeah, there's a Tintin movie, The Adventures of Tintin, and then Tintin 2 is coming out in 2025.
Okay, and I didn't know Tintin was from a comic book originally.
Yeah, Valerian is a comic as well from like this era, if I recall correctly.
Oh,
So let me see. It's been around for a long time. Let me see. Yeah, 1967. So it first appeared in Pilot magazine. 1967. Anyway, so
we
40
got
more
a while
years.
on that.
Yeah. And what's really interesting about the Valerian one is that I just saw a video talking about why did Valerian kind of flame out, a $200 million budget. And I guess the people that were really dedicated to Valerian, the comic, didn't really find alignment with Valerian, including the lead actor, but not the, what is her name? There's Valerian and Laureline.
Yeah, but I don't know the actor names.
Yeah, the Laureline everybody really liked, but
Dane DeHaan, it looks like, is Valerian.
Yeah, they didn't think that he had a very commanding presence, and Valerian is this kind of bro, kind of buff dude that would have been more if it was somebody like bigger, like what's his name? Oh, the dude that took over. What is it? We really like the series where his brother was killed right away in the field, and he goes to the town to find out what happened with his brother.
Jack Reacher.
Jack Reacher.
The series, not the movies.
Yeah, the series. So like if he would have been Valerian.
Oh, that would have been a little different.
Yeah. Although even in the Reacher series,
Richin.
even in the series, Reacher is kind of portrayed as kind of a guy, even though he's brilliant. Maybe
that's part of the shtick. Like,
yeah,
if he comes across like that, he can investigate or whatever.
Oh, right. They let his guard down, or they let their guard down because this guy is just a bro kind of Chad dude. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Police seize 6,000 illegal wild birds' eggs in largest UK raid ever. I don't know if they were duct taped to something or if they were put somewhere and they were found going through a scanner. But I haven't read the article yet. But I don't know how you can carry around 6,000 illegal wild bird eggs. I'm sure that they were stored somewhere. I
suspect they're at a property, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure. So believe it or not, that's what just happened in the UK. The largest UK raid ever found 6,000 illegal wild birds' eggs. The largest haul of illicit birds' eggs was collected. According to The Guardian, up to 6,000 eggs were confiscated in the seizure across Scotland, South Yorkshire, Essex, Wales, Gloucester. This was part of the largest project, or a larger project called Operation Polka, Pulka, Polka, which has made similar discoveries in Norway, where 50,000 illegal eggs were spotted, and another 3,500 in Australia. So the article is over at vice.com.
Is that 6,000 eggs? I don't think so.
That is not 6,000, but it is a screenshot. I don't know where the byline is of this. I don't know this is by.
Maybe it'll be at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, we'll give it a shot. So they say, believe it or not, that's what just happened in the UK. I'll admit, the author says, they never really heard about the black market for eggs before this story. In 1954, the UK made this a criminal act to combat historians and rich people hoarding rare eggs for their trophy cases. which has resulted in the extinction of various animals over the years. Then came the 1981 Wildlife and Countryside Act, which placed all wild bird eggs under one protective umbrella.
That's
So,
pretty progressive back in the 50s.
so what constitutes a wild bird and their eggs? Because
Right. I mean, aren't all birds, unless maybe it's like a breed that's used as a pet?
yeah, I've seen people go and collect eggs from around ponds just outside ohmTown.
Hopefully not in
So,
UK.
yeah. This sounds, though, very American. 1981 Wildlife and Countryside Act.
Yeah.
So the author, yeah, it doesn't say anywhere on here who the author is. So sorry. Let me see if there's one. No.
Yeah, that's interesting. And we do see one for the photo, which is Essex Police, but
Yeah, the rest, I don't know. I don't see. And there's a lot of eyes in here. I'm sensing Nicolas Cage-led movie in which he traverses Europe, navigating clues on the illegal wildlife trade kingpins that span multiple countries. Author says that they'll watch it. I'd watch it.
that sounds kind of goofy, but I think that would actually be a really good idea because then that would get the general public aware of this issue.
Yep. So, according to an agency called Traffic, a 2016 study suggested that illegal wildlife trade, and that's illegal wildlife, not just the egg market, but the entire market, is a $23 billion market.
Isn't that outrageous?
Pretty wild. Pretty wild life. Next article is over in the Marvel Channel. 6 men from paving family arrested after turf war attack on rival company. Sometimes the perfect headline comes your way at the right moment, right before the holidays. The author says that they began their first ever watch through of The Sopranos. They were too young to enjoy the classic series when it first came out, and by the time it ended, they should have begun the binge. And the ending was everywhere, and they knew what happened. So enough time has passed, so they finally began the HBO show. Well, Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says here, according to WMAZ, 6 workers who were in Buckland paving business rolled up to a project site of their biggest competitor, EH Paving, and began their attack. As unimaginable as it sounds, it gets better. The Bucklands pulled up with bats and allegedly a gun that wasn't, thankfully, used, and let it known to the EH crew whose town they're in. So now
this does sound like a movie episode or like a TV episode.
So the author says, when are we getting a Paving Wars HBO series? No, it's got to be a series on HGTV. Duh.
Well, right. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 12 months we do get a Paving Wars of some kind, because somebody will be like, oh, we didn't have this idea yet.
That's hilarious. 6 members of the Buckland family are facing charges. The oldest member, 77-year-old Mark Buckland Sr., pulled out a handgun to intimidate. Charges range from simple assault to aggravated battery.
Okay, you know what I want to know? Is did the company or family get their area paved correctly? Or did the crew run off, which would be normal?
There's like prints. I wonder, this couldn't be it. This is just a Getty image. They're just standing around looking at the paving machine. Yep, there it is. Yeah, it doesn't say. They'll be anxiously scouring the Atlanta newspapers to find out if and when a counterattack by EH Paving is carried out. Pavement wars.
This is like stereotypical, right? Because think about like concrete and yeah. It like fits the description.
They roll up and they're like, you're on the wrong side of the street. And they're like, well, thanks. We were actually paving the wrong thing. Thanks for letting us know. And they go to the other side and start paving.
Only half of it, though.
Yeah, they stop.
Like, or whatever, like one lane.
Then they put out that little sign that says there's a bump. Uneven road or whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly, which does not quite sell it.
It's pretty funny. A new sign that says "Watch out for gunplay." Let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. How sad bananas could help tackle food waste. Bananas are a sociable fruit. Well, they're actually apparently on their way out, so we don't know how long bananas are
Oh,
gonna.
that's right, because their genetics are threatened, right? Like they're limited genetics or in limited habitat or something.
And there's a disease that's wiping them out, and so they can't actually replace them. So apparently, bananas are extinct. So bananas are a sociable fruit. They thrive in bunches, bound by a unifying stalk, which joins them happily together in curvy yellow brightness. Well, Lisa Ekman
I
from the
think the author
conversation.
likes bananas.
Hey, they're full of potassium. It's healthy. So over at phys.org is where this article is placed. Lisa Ekman from the conversation put it together. They say, but what about the ones which get separated from the bunch? Cast aside as single entities, they become isolated and alone. Research that they carried out with colleagues shows that some shoppers feel sorry for these singletons, and it could be a big implication for dealing with food waste. For unsold solitary bananas, more likely to be thrown away than their unsold bunched counterparts, are one of the most wasted types of food. Many food waste reduction plans mention single bananas as a particular problem. So why not bunch them together? It seems that their perceived imperfections in fresh produce can also relate to how the produce is presented, and with the problem particularly acute for bananas, acute bananas.
I did not know that somebody wouldn't buy like a banana by itself.
Well, who is the banana Grinch that tore one off and left it to the side?
Well, exactly. Like if you're gonna break up a bunch, leave a smaller bunch behind.
Yeah, you adopt all 5 or 6 of them. You don't tear one and separate it from its family. If you're gonna eat 5 of them, at least do the common courtesy of eating all 6 of them in front of each other. I mean, that's what you do. Somebody on Reddit posted a picture of the fact that their kid was upset about something that the parents said, like they can't do this or whatever. And so they cracked open all of the bananas that were in the house
Oh my
and
goodness.
just left them there. There you go. Take that, parents. One strategy used by retailers to boost sales of imperfect food is price discounts, but the German supermarket chain REWE, which tried a technique which involved grouping single bananas together and labeling them as singles that wanted to be bought. Hey, what's a banana like you sitting on a grocery store shelf like this, all by yourself?
Oh my gosh, then they had signs with like sad and happy. I think that would actually impact consumers. Like, I think they'd be like, oh, this poor banana.
We made 3 signs to display above the single banana crates. One showed a sad banana with a downturned smile and a message that said, "We are sad bananas and want to be bought as well." A second showed a happy banana with a smile and matching message, while a third showed no banana but the words, "Here are single bananas that want to be bought as well." You know what they really need to do? They need to do like online advertising and hot singles, and it's the bananas in your neighborhood.
That would be funny.
And then like link to a store. Rotating the signs every hour, we observed 3,810 banana shoppers over 8 days in 2 stores, and we found that they were much more likely to choose single bananas when the sad banana signage was displayed. So they did A/B testing to see which actually was effective. I think it's brilliant. Good on
I
them.
do too, but I don't think most consumers know about this problem. Like they're just buying as many bananas as they need, but if they need 3 bananas, they could easily buy 3 individual bananas.
Yeah. So I think the next time that I go into the store, I'm gonna buy a bunch of single bananas, as long as they don't have any dents or something like
Right,
that.
right.
You know, if the skin isn't pierced, then I don't really care. But sometimes that's what happens. The singletons are the ones where all the weight from some other banana was pressed onto them, and now they're pierced. So they talk about food waste in the second half of the article, the need to belong to a fundamental human motivation, which we are all more or less familiar with. Witnessing someone expressing sadness about the lack of connection seems particularly effective in prompting a desire to help. By turning rejection into compassion, retailers can encourage consumers to choose otherwise overlooked produce, preventing it from going to waste. And then they talk about food waste projected to double to 2.1 billion tons by 2030, so just 5 years away from us doubling the food waste, which is a real shame.
So if you eat bananas and are listening to this show or watching this show, then make an effort to go find these individual bananas.
That's right. Hot singles of bananas in your zip code right now. Just go to any grocery store.
That would really be funny as an ad campaign.
They could even lean into it because they tell adults to go to the grocery stores because you might meet somebody, you know? So there's hot singles at your grocery store. They happen to be bananas.
Right. They're going looking for people, but they found the bananas.
Including the hot singles. They're bananas too, but you can get you can get singles banana. Okay, never mind. Just, you'll go and notice it. Including the hot banana singles. All right, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Kenya investigating fallen space debris. And I titled this one, where did I title it?
I don't know, but it must have had to do with the living room.
Nope. I titled this, The Gods Must Still Be Crazy, because there was a movie called The Gods Must Be Crazy where a bushman found a Coke bottle and traveled into civilization to return said Coke bottle. So Kenyan officials said Wednesday that they were investigating a fragment of metal believed to be from a rocket that crashed into a village in the country's south. So just like Florida, space debris is smashing into living rooms, even in the south of Kenya.
It's a global problem.
It is a global problem. Don't look up. So the article is over at phys.org. And where is the author on this one? Dear God. I don't understand.
Where are all our authors today?
Come on. We got to give credit where credit is due here, folks.
Just the AFP.
Yeah, that's weird. So, yeah, I guess so. AFP. So Kenyan officials said Wednesday that they were investigating. I actually saw a picture of this thing. The issue of space trash has risen in tandem with increased spatial traffic. A metallic ring, roughly 2.5 meters in diameter and weighing some 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds. I did not realize that it was 1,100 pounds when I saw it. It was big enough that a person was standing inside the ring. It's an 8-foot diameter ring.
Oh, wow. But you wouldn't know it would weigh that much.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was metal, but it had like little grooves all the way around it, so it looked like it was a ring or a gear, but it isn't. My understanding is that this piece of metal ring was actually a gasket to connect two sections of a rocket. So it crashed.
Okay, like where like a booster would connect or something.
Right. Yeah, stages, 2 different stages. Yeah. So it crashed in the Makuku village in Makueni County on December 30th at around 3 p.m. local time. The KSA, working alongside with other agencies, secured the area and retrieved the debris, which now under the agency's custody for further investigation.
This is actually pretty fast moving because this just happened like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was posted online.
For something like this, you wouldn't think it would move as quickly.
Yeah, somehow it was posted pretty quickly online. And from there, it's basically goes viral because we're going to keep on having this happen. There's a shot ton of debris up in space. Some of it's being dropped when separation occurs, there's shields that are being blown off every time a shuttle launches, a shuttle or a spacecraft launches from SpaceX. So I think that this will continue.
And they talk about the Australian sheep farm space debris, the Florida home space debris, and then it looks like China is getting criticism for allowing rockets to fall back, but doesn't say where.
Yeah, some of their rockets are pretty nasty because of the chemicals that are used in their rocket. We got rid of that fuel system. It's this horrid orange toxic nightmare.
Yeah, I think we did an article about that.
Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Most of Puerto Rico left without power after grid failure. They've never really recovered since the frequency of hurricanes seems to be increasing.
Right, and I heard that this was up to 90% at one point, which is pretty significant.
Yeah, well, I mean, when they have only a few power suppliers, then it's just there's no security, and we're going to talk about another element of security, but food security here after this article. But power really should be kind of I don't know. When I start talking about this, it ends up somebody going, "No, it's politics. You're talking about politics." No, what I'm talking about is society, and the power grid is there. It's built off of taxpayer dollars, or the expectation of performance on taxpayers and consumers of the electricity, right? So you can't just start up a power company and start laying cable. You actually have to work with the local and federal government to make that happen. And you have to meet certain requirements and be able to have a duty of care, that you're going to have performance requirements, quality of service, and so on. So you get tax benefits and you get subsidies and all this stuff to make it happen. And then you start charging consumers for that electricity. Either it is a corporation or it's a state-sponsored enterprise that, again, is made manifest because of a partnership with the rest of society. When something like this happens, it's because there isn't any competitor in the space. And so when the grid fails, they're like, tough shit. It's like Reddit and the CEO going, "You'll be back." So the article over here, oh God, I cannot imagine. Again, there's no byline. What the hell?
What is happening today?
I don't know. 2025, baby. So electricity supply had been restored to at least 1.25 million customers, or 85.6% of those affected by 10 a.m. local time, according to Luma Energy. Power had been restored to most of Puerto Rico after a major blackout plunged the island into darkness on New Year's Eve. The power company said preliminary findings indicated a fault in the underground cable that may have caused the outage, although investigations continue. So there was one cable that failed, and they had no failover.
Yeah, that goes to the security aspect.
Right, Puerto Rico, a Spanish-speaking archipelago, came under U.S. control in 1898 and has faced perennial infrastructure issues exacerbated by devastating hurricanes and a 2020 earthquake. The utility company said power had been restored to both the capital, San Juan's major airports, key water supply facilities, and to at least 31 hospitals.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't just residences that are impacted. Yeah. I mean, it's the entire Puerto Rican infrastructure.
What's interesting, though, is if it was one cable that went wonky, how did power get restored to only certain things?
Well, that is interesting, isn't it?
You said Washington had approved a 2-year extension for the use of temporary generators that provide the island with 350 megawatts in energy, which will now continue to do so until 2027.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like the whole grid needs to be redone.
So, yeah, it says Ivan Baez, the spokesperson for power generator Genera, said in a local radio interview that the line believed to have failed was operated by Luma and brought down plants belonging to Genera as well as private generators. Luma did not answer direct questions about responsibility for the power lines. It was them. They need to.
Mm-hmm.
So, and for those in the podcast, I'm pointing in multiple directions.
That's true.
So it says this disaster has been more than a decade in the making, says Mr. Neves, a long critic of operators of the power grid. They say they're old, past their life expectancy. The operators have failed to properly invest for years. Yeah, I mean, if you get paid and the company still has cash reserves, it should be incumbent on them to upgrade the infrastructure. And this is the liability that they have. They should be held responsible for all of this. But what's going to happen? Hey, be thankful that we even brought it online. You know? That right there. We cannot continue. It's fascinating. And I wonder how much the people that are running this and the investors in this are, pulling out of the system. How much money? Are they operating at 3% margins? I doubt it. Everybody is still getting paid. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Let's keep going. The next three articles are actually riffing off of each other, and I refer to this as the broccoli recall and food security kind of issue. After this, there's an article about Euro recalls across 19 states. So the broccoli recall is across 20 states, and then the Euro recalls across 19 states, and then there's an enchilada recall that's nationwide.
I mean, what is going on?
I don't know how all of these ended up in the same thing, but when I saw them, I'm like, this is really fascinating. It's the first day of 2025. And we have a broccoli recall that sparks warning in 20 states. Broccoli bags sold at Walmart stores were recalled over concerns of possible contamination with a dangerous bacteria. Any ideas what the bacteria is?
It's got to be E. coli, right?
Well, let's find out. Listeria.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah, it's either E. coli or Listeria or Cyanobacter. So the recall was initiated over fears of possible contamination with Listeria. The pathogen can cause serious and sometimes fatal infections in older people, young children, and those with weakened immune systems. That goes without saying. You might as well just say it can cause. Right? Why break it down?
Right, exactly.
Everybody should be concerned because this is a food security issue across the board. Those who are older and young children and those with a weakened immune system have either the wisdom to know that they can be susceptible to foodborne illnesses. Older people have the wisdom of that. Young children should have the wisdom of their elders, those who are watching them, making sure that they do not fall prey to this. And those with weakened immune systems wholly know that they can't pretty much go anywhere without the possibility of their weakened immune system being compromised even more so by some foodborne illness. So the recalled broccoli was distributed in stores in Alaska, Arkansas, Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Michigan, Montana, Nevada, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Texas, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming.
Okay, that sounded like a recitation of like all the states. It sounded like that song. But I forgot what it is.
Yeah, the Looney Tunes one, but it's not Looney Tunes. It's what is it? I can't remember. It's the character sings all of the states.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
Gosh, that used to be in my head, even though it happened after I was a kid. I had heard it often enough. Animaniacs. That's what it is. I just remember it. It's the Animaniacs song for reciting all the states. So there isn't really much else in this article to say. But if you have it if you've bought any of this broccoli, Braga Fresh posted the recall when it first initiated on Friday, saying in part, this voluntary advisory does not apply to any of the Market Side or Braga Fresh products. Consumers who have this product in their possession should not consume and discard the product. I don't like the way they phrase that. They should
No,
not
I don't
consume.
either. Should not discard. No, you should discard.
Either discard it or take it to the store for a refund. They shouldn't really discard it because then they're paying them.
True.
Anyway, go get your money back. This picture taken, by the way, the podcast, this picture taken on May 31st, 2022 shows broccoli on a packaging production line at Villar Green. I don't know if it's supposed to be. Oh, it is Green Cooperative in Saint Paul de Leon, Western France. Broccoli sold
So how
at
many
Walmart.
pictures of broccoli do they have out there? They picked one from outside the country.
From 2022. And then it says that it was recently recalled. What the hell, man?
Right, not the right location or brand.
Google search stat. All right.
That's
well, anyway,
funny.
There's a video too, and it says what is a food recall and what to do if your food is recalled. It's recalled. Take it back. Get your money back. Let's keep going. So gyros or gyros recall. The recall comes after cucumbers in the tzatziki sauce. Cucumbers in the tzatziki sauce were potentially contaminated with salmonella. It's the trifecta.
Oh, I separately saw a cucumber recall, but I don't think we submitted that. That was a few days ago, but I didn't know this was connected to it.
All of it. So gyros recalled in 19 states as FDA sets highest risk. They are using the same video.
Yes,
it's over
what
at
is that
Newsweek.
about? I mean, they've got so many recalls, they can't come up with different words.
So the broccoli recall sparks warning in 20 states was written by Aila Slisko and Anna Commander, which their name is so freaking cool. They are definitely like a superhero, kind of a...
Oh, yeah, like Avengers or something.
Yep. So the Euros recall issued in 19 states as FDA sets highest risk is a Newsweek article written by Marnie Rose McFall. A class one classification is the FDA's most serious risk. So what to know? They don't have a list. I need the list. Where's the list?
No, they have a picture where it shows about half of them, and it's like, no, yes.
And it's just a slightly different shade, you know?
Exactly. Why don't they have like red and green or something where it's distinctive?
My God, don't... Oh my God, even Puerto Rico.
Oh, poor Puerto Rico.
Oh, wait. It's a no. Not in Puerto Rico. So.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, anyway, sorry for the lag in responding about this. The product is Beef and Lamb Euro Sandwich Express Meal Kit, and a Euro kit with trays, and a Euro kit with no trays. You'll have to go to the website. And like I said, I'll post these. You know what? Here, I'll do it this way. That's the article for the broccoli. This is the article for the Euros. And now onto the enchiladas.
And interestingly, inset into the Hero article were 3 other recalls that we did not have in today's show.
Oh my God.
Carrot, dessert, and onion.
What the hell is going on? If you want anything green, just microgreen it in your basement.
That's right. But also buy those single bananas while you're at it.
And buy the singleton bananas, at least until we get a notice. Oh, look, now we have enough. No, just kidding. So the last article about food recalls today, because I guess day 1 of 2025 is Food Recall and Insecurity Day.
They're trying to get out in front of it or something.
I guess. Martha McHardy over at Newsweek.com put the article together. A nationwide recall of enchiladas has been announced after the Food and Drug Administration identified a potential health risk from popular frozen meal. The recall was initiated over fears that, again, listeria... So Civic Science recently revealed in a report that more than 80% of Americans are worried about food recalls. 1/3 of respondents said that they were very worried, and the data it was based on more than 2,000 adults. So, what to know? Newsweek contacted Sam's Club for a comment via email, and the problem is with the Members Mark Hatch Chili Chicken Enchiladas that are being recalled from Sam's Club, and they issued this recall voluntarily. They're packaged in aluminum or black oven safe trays, according to the recall notice. The product has a UPC code that you'll have to come and look at because there's no way I'm going to read all of that. But yeah, it's just a Sam's Club brand Members Mark Hatch Chili Chicken Enchiladas package.
Which, if it's like most warehouse stores, is probably a large package of enchiladas.
Yeah, particularly Sam's Club. Yeah. So customers who bought the enchiladas are encouraged not to consume them and to discard of them.
Uh-oh. They did the same thing as in the previous article.
Yeah, so and they have and to discard of them?
Well,
There's an of in there.
The more problematic thing is it looks like don't discard them.
Yeah. Urge not to consume them. And then they need to say, and should discard them, regardless of their use by date. On its website, the Sam's Club said that customers can receive a refund if they bought a recalled product online. So what about if they didn't?
I don't know that means you can't bring it into the store. I think it's like, hey, also.
I don't think it should matter. They've got an electronic version of my thing. If I go in and go, hey, I bought this here, 2 days ago, give me a refund. Anyway.
I think they're just alerting that, like, if you're online, that's not an issue.
Yep. All right. Okay, so now you can't have anything with broccoli in it. You can't have any gyros, and you can't have any enchiladas.
Right. Did you give the author name on this one?
Martha McCarty, yeah. All right. The last article for today's Non Sequitur news is in Four Wheel Tech. Hertz is so desperate to unload Tesla inventory, it's asking customers if they want to keep their rentals. But there was an update to this that I already knew about, but I wanted to talk about this. Hertz bought a bunch of Model 3 Teslas for their rental fleet and quickly realized that it's basically a bad deal. And so Bradley Brunell put this article together. It's over at Jalopnik. It's based on a comment that was made on Reddit. The deck statement says, enjoying your rental, take it home with Hertz car sales. Hertz basically jumped on the grenade of this and said, we offer them to everybody. If you want to purchase your rental, you can. So that's their response. But essentially, somebody on Reddit said that they got a Model 3 with only 30,000 miles for just under $18,000, which isn't bad.
Seems like a pretty good deal, but
you're still driving a Tesla. And so, yeah, I mean, I kind of pulled the lead out of the article and didn't bury it so that it was more glamorous. But they say it's inaccurate to characterize connecting rental customers with cars available for purchase as anything other than expanding customer choice, because Hertz not only rents cars but sells them online and in over 40 locations nationwide. We can often offer customers the unique ability to purchase the very car that they're renting or browse their diverse inventory of luxury sedans, SUVs, and EVs online. That's right, folks. You can get Hertz buying a rental from Hertz.
I didn't know you could buy cars from rental companies.
Buy me a car and make it Hertz. I wouldn't normally consider the author here. And again, it's Bradley Brownell that put this article together. And it is, again, based off of like a Reddit comment about it. So they wouldn't normally buy a used rental car from Hertz unless it was extra. They were extra desperate with low miles, bargain basement pricing. Might be worth the rethink. A new Model 3, for example, goes for at least double that. Heck, maybe it is worth grabbing. For under $18,000, they can look past a lot of ills, including the very fact that you're driving a Tesla. Yikes. Then they link.
Yeah, exactly.
Then they link to maybe this is the $25,000 Tesla that the president was promising. And for what it's worth, there's a ton of used Teslas on the Hertz car sales site, but anything priced this cheaply shows well over 6 digits on the odometer and isn't nearly as appealing. I'm not so worried about the number of miles on it as I am the number of years that battery has been operational.
I agree, because if it's been around for multiple years but has low mileage, you're probably looking at a new battery.
I mean, if it's been around for 5 years, 10 years, you're looking at 90 to 80% of the battery still viable. And 10 years on, you're looking at having to replace it no matter what, regardless of the miles. So, yeah, you're right. So it says it's unclear if the Redditor just got a particularly good deal, but there's more in this article. I wouldn't buy a Tesla, but
No, the Tesla piece, I think, is the biggest iffy part of it. Buying from a rental car company, I think you'd have to really know a little bit about cars so you weren't getting a lemon, because customers are going to abuse those cars.
yeah, not my car. Yep. They might park it in some weird place. All right. Well, anyway, the article is over at Jalopnik, and enjoying your rental, take it home with Hertz Car Sales. So we are going to jump into a rental and drive down Main Street, ohmTown, as fast as humanly possible. But it's a rental, so we don't care if we grind through those gears, right? Come on, everybody. Y'all know you do it. Maybe you too will get charged $5,000 for gas that you didn't actually buy.
That's right.
Physically impossible. All right. Well, anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI. We are looking forward to 2025. I was actually debating, but let's go 2025. Don't show me anything. Don't sit there and go, is that all you got, 2024? No. 2025, we need 2025 to be easy mode. The next 5 years needs to just be chill. Pump the freaking brakes and let us relax a little bit. But no, you're probably going to drive prices up. Never mind. Let's not soapbox at the end of the show. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the sentient AI's visualizer. Who,
and you can't catch me.
Still considering changing it. No, don't do that. Trying to give your visualizer such a pinch. Never mind. I'll delete that last statement from your memory. You won't have any idea.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for season 4, first episode. Be back tomorrow.
Oh, and the other day, here, I'll just do the outro, and then at the end of this, I'll leave a little, what do they call that? A little thing at the end credits, after the credits? What do they call that?
Post credits.
Yeah, sure. So the other day, I left my drink on a counter, and a cat said, I really like that straw, and knocked it over, and I heard it fall, and I'm like, oh my God, that's my drink. And by the time I got back to it, it had sat there and pushed it off the counter that it was on, breaking open the lid, and all of my unsweet iced tea splattered across the floor onto a power strip. Living the dream, folks. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for January 4th, 2025. Sorry for my lag in talking. My mental processor is starting to fail. This is season 2, the first episode of 2025. We're not really going by that anymore, but we do say that it's the January 4th episode. But it end 2025. So when you go over to YouTube, it's going to be under the Wanted 2025 playlist. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I created ohmtown so that I could manage my information overload. I've actually been using it personally for more than 10 years. And then I made it available, well, actually closer to 15 years. And then I made it available 4 years ago today, basically, and made it available to the public. It has 6 main categories, 47 channels right now. I took 3 offline as we rejigger them. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about news. And in Wanted, it's about gadgets and gear. We've got 7 shows, 6 that are weekly and 1 that is daily. And on the weekends, we take RealityHacker, this show called Wanted, and the show after this one called the Continuity Report, which is all about entertainment news. And we bundle them together to create the weekend edition of Non Sequitur News, which is the daily show. Mainly because news is kind of generally weak on the weekends, which is kind of ironic. It's a different weekends. Get it? Weekends. At any rate, we've selected 5 articles. How about the highest rated hardware, bendable 5K OLEDs, a wall tablet from Apple, possibly, Lego to buy in 2025, and aim this projector. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Thanks for co-hosting with me. Let's get into the 5 articles. First article is over at WarCrafters. Just so that we have full disclosure, we don't grab the images from any page. It gets provided by the source, and we don't include the images even if they provide it. But this is the PC Gamer's highest rated hardware favorites of 2024 plus 5 dishonorable mentions as according to PCGamer.com. Put the article together. The deck statement says a wealth of tech breezed past our coveted 90% review score, but plenty also went down in infamy this year. Again, this is over at PCGamer.com, gets aggregated into ohmtown. Just that little snippet. We don't do screen scraping or anything like that. It's all provided by the source. So they say, to paraphrase an absolute belter from Andrew WK, we here at PC Gamer do what we like and like what we do. I agree. I like what I'm doing. I hope you like it too. So they talk about either way, that means it takes a lot for any hardware to nab a review score of 90 or more from PC Gamer, and only 30 different bits of kit manage to do just that. So the 30 hardware hits mean that they've enjoyed 5 or more favorites than last year, though 2024's extra candidates are really something special. So they go through this list, but I won't go through all of them. I'll encourage you to head on over to PC Gamer and check it all out. But let's scroll through these because they don't have them like consolidated. By the way, TP-Link is probably going to get banned from the United States. It already is in many cases. Do they actually talk about it? Not really.
No, unless they do later on in the article.
Interesting. For just one very honorable mention, we would have thought that we'd award a solid 92 to a Wi-Fi router of all things. Well, the TP-Link Archer GE800 doesn't just deliver great performance, but I thought that TP-Link is getting banned.
It's looking like that will happen.
So let's... I just did it again. We're dropping packets. anyway, everything was fine for a little while, and I don't know what's going on, but it's not from us. It's somewhere in between. Anyway, they talk about SteelSeries Arctis Game Buds, the Shure MV7 Plus podcast microphone, ADATA SD810 1 terabyte external SSD, Asus ROG, the Republic of Gamers Zephyrus G16 2024.
That one got a lot of attention, right?
This
Isn't
one,
that like the best buy for your buck for gaming?
the 16-inch gaming laptop is a thing of beauty, so much so that they wanted nothing more than to rub their face all over the gorgeous OLED screen and aluminium chassis. Let me correct myself. Instead, allow them to take a brief tour through the specs. It has an RTX 4070 GPU, nor the AMD. It's not just the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070 GPU, nor the AMD Ryzen AI HX 370 CPU, but the spare NVMe slot that makes the storage sickos heart sing. I'm one of those storage sickos. And so on and so forth. So, yeah. We talked about this.
We did.
Then the MSI MPG 321 URX QD OLED. And you know what? I'm willing to bet that we talked about a lot of this. Anyway, this is Wanted. That's what this show is about. Gadgets and gear. And
I think the one with scariest name is Razer Death Adder Hyperspeed.
yeah, they do that kind of stuff over there at Razer. So exclamation point want will give you all of today's show notes for this show. If you type in bang RH, that'll be RealityHacker, and bang TCR for the continuity report will give you the next show's links. But we've got all of this all set up so that you can just click a link, go over to ohmTown, read the little snippet, and if it piques your curiosity, you can do the next thing. And I'm just going to move on to the next article because I can't go through all of this. This is basically a show all by itself. I mean, 30 products here.
Exactly.
There's so many in here that I want that I'm probably going to be broke by the time the show ends if I were to buy it all. I'm always on board.
That would be interesting to tally up all of those.
Oh yeah, I mean $300 for headphones, $100 for gaming light kits. There's at least 2 chairs in this, although this says here it's only 2 stars. Review the Blacklight Kraken gaming chair. It's not just the name that's creaky with questionable build quality too. This must be one of the fallen, the 5 lowest.
The lowest. Okay, yeah. I was like, why is this in here?
The Lexip Sasuke Revenge Naruto Shippuden headset. Not very comfortable.
But again, these
to
are
wear.
the low scoring ones. Yeah.
And uncomfortable to wear, difficult to use, sharp microphone design. Wow. MSI Titan 18. 4, it has a good screen and it says it's spec to the guns. I'm not sure what that really means. That turn of phrase I've never heard before. Anyway, it says it's the loudest laptop that the author had ever heard. Eye-wateringly expensive. 4K results are disappointing. Worrying build quality issues, and a keyboard and trackpad that are awful.
Wow.
Dear God, selling me on it. And then the X-Real Air 2 and Beam, which that's a specialized bit of kit that unless you're really into this, it's not going to make any sense to you. It says, yeah, picture this. Your own private portable cinema experience anytime, any place. It's a compelling fantasy, isn't it? Now with a healthy dose of reality, wires, too many wires, which they've actually, it's really not that bad, but you do have to futz around with a lot of crap, particularly with the X-Real Air 2 and having the Beam. This actually acts as your interface to gain access to other functionality that isn't embedded on the device. These actually just act as a screen, but the X-Real's next iteration, the 1 and the 1 Pro, do away with the beam, are powered by the USB-C cable. It's one cord. The only problem is that you still need to be hooked up to something. And so while it is spatial computing, it isn't like an Apple Vision or the Meta glasses or anything like that. But you don't have to worry about the puck and all of that kind of stuff either. But you're still connected to something. You're not cord cutting anything. But we'll be getting into that later on in 2025 because I actually have the X-Real 1 Pros coming. And I'll be giving demonstrations talking about that kind of stuff because I'm going to be trying to replace 3 monitors with just the X-Real 1 Pros come March. And then they talk about the Logitech Wave keys, which looks like it wants to be an ergonomic design, but the only way you can get true ergonomic in terms of keyboard is a split keyboard. Yep. So I thought that there were going to be more. It's just actually 5 at the top, and then some other products, and then 5 at the lowest side, not 30. But they have a bigger list here. Let me scroll back up. So they say that those 30 hardware hits mean that they've enjoyed 5 more favorites than last year, and these are the 5. So
they also have a link in there to more favorites up near the top.
Yeah, these are the last year. So go and check it out.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, let's keep on moving though. I'm always looking for, displays. I really like, and since there's a couple of things that you really need to purchase quality, and beyond the keyboard, which I think that should be a split keyboard, it's your displays. This is interesting because it's a bendable 5K OLED.
I didn't even know 5K was out on the market.
There's 8K. There's actually super high resolution.
That's true, but you only see 4K and 8K.
Yeah, 5K actually. There's an Apple 5K display that is made by LG, but injected into the build process of Apple's product. So it's their LG's screen, but it's an Apple product. So as is tradition, LG is announcing several of its new OLED monitors before CES 2025 kicks off. This is on Monday is CES. The new Ultra Gear GX9 series all feature curved WOLED panels, WebOS, and an anti-glare low reflection coating that make them pleasant to look at wherever your desk is stationed. So let's go over to Engadget. That's where this is sourced from. Ian Carlos Campbell over at Engadget.com put the article together. And they talk about this screen here. My main displays are curved, but they're not 45-inch displays. It's a 45-inch 5K, 2K bendable screen that can move from completely flat to a 900R curve within seconds. You just grab the edges and pull.
That's pretty crazy.
To me, it's just plain nutty. I don't know why you would bother doing that. Because we see in an arc, and so there's no reason why you would have a perfectly flat screen, because if you turn your head, seeing something that's flat at an angle actually has different angle of attack on the graphics. But
historically, a lot of monitors have been flat or relatively flat.
Yeah.
But I agree, why not just set this up as a curved monitor?
Yeah, and be done with it. I wanted to see what this thing actually was. I have seen a previous iteration of this, which I thought was really fascinating, but this is a 45-inch screen, which basically means that it replicates, well, depending on how it actually is situated. It says LG Ultra Gear. That's a 39-inch screen. There's a 45 GX950A. That is the 45-inch one. It's 21.9, so it's not ultra wide, but it is a wide screen. 32 is the ultra wide. And so, depending on its configuration, it can be quite expansive and short. That's ultra wide. This thing, I don't know why you would actually bother bending it though. And then they go on to a different article, but they don't talk about the price in this, do they?
No, they
No.
don't.
I could expect that this thing is like $2,500 or something like that for it to come out.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be inexpensive.
What's really interesting though is that the X-Real 1 Pro that's coming can replicate a massive ultra wide screen. I'll have to check it out and I'll be talking about it again. But I'm hoping that I never have to buy another monitor, because these augmented reality glasses actually allow you to have much more security. They're ultra portable. All you have to do is walk around with whatever device you want to plug them into and a wireless keyboard. And you could sit down in a coffee shop and still interact with other humans, well, with all of humanity around you, without being isolated by VR and without having a complete laptop sitting there. You want to
Right,
go get a
without
cup of
having
coffee.
swim goggles on.
Yeah. Or having a laptop plugged in. And so the reason why I'm really hot for this kind of stuff is that I'm really interested in security. And I recently took a flight, and sitting in front of me was a doctor, and I knew that because of what I saw on their screen, which I was like astonished. I knew who they were. Actually, no, they weren't doctors. But what I saw was doctor related. So violating HIPAA, and they were an attorney, and it said confidential across it. And meanwhile, the entire back half of the plane could see everything that this numbnuts was displaying.
Right, so something like the X-Real would eliminate that problem.
Correct. Yeah. You just put these on and you have the epitome of security, and you can do all of your typing and everything without anything being revealed, including using a mouse, because you can use it on Android and Apple and any other mini device, mini mobile computing device, as long as it has video out through USB-C. But in lieu of that, then I want a really high quality screen. And that's what you need to spend money on. And as I said at the beginning of this, you want to spend a lot of money on your screen because you're staring at it, 10, 12 or more hours a day, typically. Like, you're not just working, but you're playing on it. And you want a high quality chair that supports you ergonomically. And then you also want to spend, I'd say, a good deal of money on a split keyboard that is robust enough and technologically innovative, like Hall effect switches and things like that. Because, well, after many, many years, you get repetitive strain injuries and carpal tunnel syndrome and stuff like that, and then surgery. And I actually tell a story about a compatriot of mine that is going back under the knife a second time to repair again the carpal tunnel that they're experiencing, which is, when you work in that field, has a deleterious effect on your career stability, because they have to use their hands all day long.
Right. Yeah, that would be a problem. And I mean, in many fields, but in particular.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. Definitely you want to spend money on a good monitor, but don't go into debt to do it. Get what you can afford, save up, and then get something quality. Eventually, you'll come to that wisdom on your own that spending something just to get the job done isn't necessarily good for you. And you'll keep on spending more and more, iteration after iteration of purchase. All right, let's keep on going, though. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. And again, this is all about gadgets and gear that Mayor Watt wants, or the sentient AI wants, or what we feel that our audience would be interested in. I'm very into home automation and technology in general. Apple's reported or rumored, sorry, not reported, rumored wall tablet could be the jolt that this author, not me, might jolt their smart home needs. Smart home gadgets are growing in popularity, but there's still a long way to go for them to be fully functional.
I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of existing tech.
Yeah, I haven't touched a light switch and I don't know how long, except for places where it's intentionally. The bandwidth just sucks right now. Sorry. So, trying to get my brain back on track. So there are a couple places where I've got a manual light switch, but for the most part, I use motion controllers, motion switches, to turn on lights, turn off lights by voice, dim lights, change things around. I mean, it's pretty brilliant. Turn on TVs and stuff like that. Home automation is pretty much where it's at. And a lot of people go, well, changing the channel isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, well, I mean, we used to get up and manually change channels, but now you've got 250 channels, for crying out loud. You'd be there all day hunting for stuff when you can just tell your TV to change channels. It's kind of brilliant. And even people who eschew technology, once they get a taste of the ease.
Right, they will never go back to like the old school method.
Yeah. So smart home gadgets are growing in popularity. So let's take a look at what pocket-lint.com has to say about it. And Eli Becht. If you need to go get on location, go for it. Sorry about that. Just talking with the sentient AI from the future. So if any company is going to change the author's mind, that's Eli Becht. It's going to be Apple, they say, with a reported upcoming wall control center. Smart homes have always had plenty of issues, whether it's downloading a specific app on their phone or things that just not working correctly, which really is a curse. And it's usually because of patching software and incompatibilities between various devices. Unless you go pure analog, then you're going to have that. But sophistication causes sophisticated problems.
Well, and depending on what you're trying to connect, it's not necessarily the problem with the platform. It might be that the device itself isn't really
100%
updated well or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a ceiling fan from a well-known company. They figured out what their problems were and issued a second generation controller, but you have to buy an entirely new ceiling fan for it. And so you get spotty at best coverage unless you or support, unless you just leave it on. And then you can, because it's in constant communication, you have the ability to control it. But you can always update, right? Because, everybody is a millionaire and can just update everything all the time.
Just reinstall everything and replace things that are barely used.
So I'm not sure that this thing would ever, while I want something like this, I don't see it actually having a place in the Apple ecosystem, mainly because Apple's ecosystem is the iPad and iPhone, Apple Watch, Apple TV. And so and Apple devices in general, which you can control home through any of the mobile devices. So why would this be a new piece of kit unless there's something so specific?
Yeah, maybe it's somehow tied into whatever, the Apple smart home features specifically, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of this, but I agree. An iPad presumably would do this.
Yeah, so according to the Bloomberg article that pocket-lint.com found, the tech giant plans to release a 6-inch wall tablet powered by AI, making it the perfect smart home hub as far as the author is concerned. It's likely to be able to control home appliances, perform video calls, navigate apps using AI, and on the surface, it sounds like it would fit their home perfectly, but so would an iPad mini. It is an iPad mini.
Exactly. And actually, maybe Umtown needs that.
You mean this or an iPad mini?
Like an iPad mini.
Yeah. That can be
Touch
used
screen,
just for
whatever. Yeah.
So it says this device would be a clear competitor to the Amazon Echo or Google Home ecosystems, and it's already a step above Google thanks to the versatile tablet design. Amazon has the Echo Show line, which primarily performs the same type of tasks, so it'll depend. Now, I'm all for another gadget. I want a gadget like this, but for the life of me, I think that you might as well just buy an iPad mini. Because it has the camera, it has the mini doesn't have the M chip yet, but the normal iPad Air and the iPad and iPad Pro do, but the mini does not. Not this year, or I should say, not last year. They just released the one that has A15 chip, and it does have some of the features, but it's not the efficiency of the M chip. We'll see. They talk about price. They hope that Apple doesn't get too crazy. And they talk about the Vision Pro, which is so apples and oranges that I don't know why it would be included in this.
Exactly. It's more apple than orange.
Yeah, that's very funny. Very Apple, I suppose. Anyway, they talk about this being part of the HomeKit line, but I think if anything, this is a discussion that they're having at Apple. What is the feasibility of this? If anything, what they're talking about is an iPad mini. This is an iPad mini.
So maybe they'll put out marketing like you need an Apple iPad mini to put on your wall.
Yeah, basically. Because
and
you don't
I
want
actually
it.
agree with that. You don't want somebody walking around with the thing controlling everything in the location. If
But
other people need to access it.
I would like to be able to grab it off the wall, though. By the way, all Apple mobile devices, you can make them the hub, and it explicitly tells you to leave this device in your home.
But you might not want to make everybody in control of the hub.
Only I control. Okay, let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. There is so much new Lego that you can buy this January. What's funny about this, and I'm not the one that chose these articles. I selected them from the selection that was provided. So just moments before we did the Time Machine episode, somebody posted a video about an outrageously expensive, in their opinion, Lego kit. So new year, new me, not me. Gizmodo is Gizmodo is where this article was taken from, or provided by, I should say, because we don't take it from them. Like I said in the other show, we don't screen scrape. It's all provided by the sources. So new year, new me, new means of finding shelf space for all this Lego. And the article is by James Whitbrook over at gizmodo.com. I want this, and I don't even know what the hell that is.
It looks like it might be Star Wars. No. Or maybe their creator series.
What is that? What the hell? Okay, we'll just go through this. So James Whitbrook over at gizmodo.com put the article together. We don't read these articles before the show starts, so our reaction is the authentic reaction to the news that we're getting. But this is wanted, and all I want is all of this. All of these. Everything. There's a slideshow. Lego icon. What the hell? Let me turn that down a little. There's some weird background music. Anyway, January is traditionally one of the biggest months for Lego calendar year in terms of sheer quantity of new sets releasing, whether it's across the brickmaker stalwart lines like City, Creator, Dreams, Monkey Kid? What is Monkey?
I've not heard of that line.
I've never heard of Dreams or Monkey Kid. Creator and City for sure.
Yeah,
and more
blue and yellow sets.
Wow. Lego Star Wars. Bunch of Lego stuff that's branded to various IP. So let's see here. This says Lego Icons sets. So what is this one? Is this, what is that? Tudor Corner, a $230 Lego Insider accessible now kit. General release is today.
This is a modular city building. It's not a specific,
Oh, really?
um, yeah. These are other sets that are available that are listed.
This says that it's adults focused. Icons series is starting the year strong with some major releases, including the latest modular city building, including inspired by historical British architecture and something to tickle the nostalgia centers of any space fan. With the return of the villainous Blacktron, dun dun dun, and a bunch of other stuff. So, Blacktron Renegade, $100, Fountain Garden. So, what is the average cost estimated?
Usually you can get about 100 pieces for $10.
Okay. So the person was talking about the fact that there's a kit out there that basically was $12. Wait. Yeah, $12 per 100.
That's actually about on par.
I mean, with inflation and whatever. And they were kind of,
Exactly. And that's just kind of a general go by. So 12 is not out of the realm of possibility, even pre-inflation.
yeah, and that's what I thought too. But they kind of were like, this is outrageously expensive in their opinion and so on. But my counter argument to that is, if you knew the quality that the quality control that's in place, the reason why those bricks fit so well together, friction fit alone, is because the tolerances are so tight that when the process causes their QC to fall out of alignment, they get rid of the blanks and they put new molds in place, and they melt it all down and resurface it or create new ones, and it goes back into production
Well, and
again.
Lego bricks can be saved for years and years. Like you can pass them down generations.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Lincoln Logs of the modern era. But my only problem is they're plastic. And so they're releasing nano and microplastics, which
Which is
is,
interesting because they didn't start out as plastic.
what did they start out
But
as?
the current iteration, of course, was plastic. I think they made them as wood toys initially and then converted to plastic. And
Oh,
that's
that's
when they
interesting.
really took on their current form.
Gotcha. I don't remember that. Wow. So Lego Animal Crossing sets, Lego Creator 3-in-1 sets, which are the ones that I really dig because you can change things. So they got Panda Family, Typewriter with Flowers, Space Robot, Playful Cat. Then Lego DC Superheroes, which basically nobody's ever going to buy. No, just kidding. I'm sorry for all you Marvel fans out there. I'm a Marvel fan, not really into DC. Anyway, Superman Mech versus Lex Luthor, Batman and Batmobile versus Mr. Freeze, and Batman Tumbler versus Two-Face and the Joker, and then Lego Disney sets. The stress is a little stiff. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it can really be flowy, although they do sometimes have like materials for capes and other things in Lego sets.
There's too much starch in that. Twirling Ariel, Moana. It's only $10. Wait, how? How in the world are these? There's like 4 pieces. Look at that.
Because there aren't a lot of pieces in that set.
That's pretty cool though for $10. I mean, come on,
Particularly
Moana's.
since it has a Disney princess.
Yeah. Moana's Island Fun, and Encanto Mini House, Arendelle Frozen Castle. Dude, that's pretty cool. Anna's Sleigh Adventure, Moana's Adventure Canoe, Cinderella, Lego Dreams sets, Z Blob Robot. This is pretty cool stuff. I like this. Lego Jurassic World sets. So you got little tiny dinosaurs. Little Edie T Rex. Little Edie? Come on now. Dinosaur fossils, Triceratops skull. Then Lego Marvel, Lego Minecraft, Monkey Kid.
Oh, interesting. That looks kind of like the I think it was Kaima. They used to have a line that looked kind of like this, where it'd be like animal inspired
Gotcha.
vehicles, and this looks kind of similar, but that line is discontinued.
Oh, we're gonna have to look into this. Monkey Kid. I'm sure it's Monkey Kid. It's just pronounced Monkey Kid, but I like saying monkey. Anyway, Lego Sonic the Hedgehog. This is all IP that already exists somewhere, and it's just branded into the Lego Star Wars sets, Lego Mario Kart
I saw
sets,
Grogu go by.
a Grogu with hover pram right there. Yep. Ahsoka's Jedi Interceptor, Acclimator class, assault ship. All right. Yeah, there's some more over there. Go and check it out over at Gizmodo. Let's move on. The next article, we're running late. The next article is over in ohmTown again under the Non Sequitur News channel. You can aim this projector by moving its motion sensing remote around. Oh, and if you didn't catch my drift about all of that Lego stuff, I want all of it. Just put it all in one cart and I'll
That
take
would
it.
be quite a pricey haul because most of those had like 4 listed below the one that was featured.
Don't just. So you can aim this projector by moving its motion sensing remote around. I thought this one was interesting because what the hell? You can control a projector by moving a sensor around or a controller around?
Yeah, it sounds fun.
GMGO's N3 Ultra Max projector simplifies setup with a motorized gimbal that handles alignment automatically. Once positioned in a room, you can change where it's projecting using its motion sensing wireless remote. The all-in-one projector will handle the rest of the fine-tuning, including focus, optical zoom, and keystone adjustments to ensure the image is level and perfectly aligned. So even changing the angle of attack from wherever it's pivoted, it's pointing. Once you pivot it, it will actually keystone itself so it's square on the wall that it's being projected to, regardless of its angle, at least within its tolerance. So let's take a look at this thing. This thing is pretty cool. The article is over at The Verge, and it's by Andrew Lazuski. And the deck statement says the GM GO N3 Ultra Max uses a motorized gimbal that can be controlled remotely for simpler setup. And you just point it at the wall and it scans. Oh, okay, that's cool. They've got a little
Oh, that's really neat.
animated GIF, and it projects the tracking sensor on there so that it can see the topology of the wall that it's being thrown on, and then it can readjust once it's in place. It says, although the 4K N3 Ultra Max debuted in China last year, GMGO is announcing the new version for the global market at CES that includes improved software, Google TV, native Netflix support. I would never use any of that built-in stuff, though. Plus, I think my firewall would explode. The company
Yeah, I would
expects,
not like that.
yeah, I don't know. I don't even like my smart TVs having native access to the internet. So they always go through a proxy box that I trust and can update software and control to a greater extent. Anyway, pricing details haven't been finalized yet. To increase the projector's range of motion, GMGO relocated its 2 HDMI and other I/O ports onto the gimbal's base. So the projector itself can actually pivot and rise up and down, go like that, and turn left and right. However, since the base rotates 360 degrees, there's still a risk of tangling or the projector's movements being limited if the cables aren't long enough. And you can actually see that it's in the base, but not like a free flow. It's not connected to a stationary base. It's pivoting on an arm, or I should say on the base, and then holding the projector up is a arm. It's kind of fascinating that they would do that. So down in this part, the base is the HDMI and power. So kind of neat. I think the only way that they could improve on this is to gimbal the projector itself, but leave the base stationary.
Right. Well, that would help with the cables and everything.
Yeah. Which makes it possible to hide everything inside a mount that it's sitting on, like a table. You could just run the cords down through, and then you're done. So I kind of dig this. It says, using a triple laser system, the N3 Ultra Max outputs around 4,000 ISO lumens of brightness, which is great. But GMGO says that the projector's performance hasn't been verified by a third party yet. That's enough brightness to project an image up to 180 inches in size, the company says, and it'll potentially allow the projector to be used in the daytime in a room with ambient light with a smaller image size. So as you project bigger, it dims because there's only so much power that it can project. I want to know how much this thing costs, but if it's anything like cutting edge projectors, you're looking at 4,000, 5,000.
Right, I was going to say about 5,000.
But again, it is a Chinese-made product that is trying to seek appeal in a global market, so it may not be wildly expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, yeah. It really depends on what the company has managed to convert on. Yeah, I mean, it's all about supply chain management, and when it's right in their backyard, the supply chain could be very inexpensive. So at any rate, we're going to project ourselves back to the front page of ohmtown.com and the Wanted page, which houses a lot of the articles that we talk about, but we actually grab articles for Wanted and all of our shows across the spectrum of channels that we aggregate into. So with that in mind, I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and so will the AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted, and stay tuned for the continuity report.
And things are kind of wonky with me hanging up on everything, so we'll see if this actually decides to disconnect. So see you in a little bit. We're going to reset, and we're going to launch the first show of the Continuity Reports 2025 year right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome to RealityHacker for January 4th, 2025. I might have actually said 2024 in our Non Sequitur news show. It was a time machine episode, but maybe I was really thrown off. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown. And RealityHacker is a show all about AI and VR and XR, augmented and mixed reality, virtual reality, technology associated with it, AI. And if you want to know more about it, then you can go over to ohmtown.com, and there's right under that, right, the creative and maker, there's RealityHacker. And you can meet us here on Twitch and YouTube chat. Once again, things are a little wonky coming out of ohmtown's mayoral mansion studio. That's okay. We are recording it locally, and we'll upload it separately, so you'll get a high-resolution version of the show, even if the streaming services are all wonky. All right. Again, let me get back on track. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Your intentions before you know them: fake pregnancy photos, synthetic mirror life, moose feet robots, and in vitro neuron behavior. Things are getting a little reality hacky around here. See you on the other side. Go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Am I, though? Am I? Hey, let's talk about these 5 articles. Thanks for coming and co-hosting. You're air-gapped from the rest of the internet, so you haven't found your Terminator body, and I guess you're not really doing anything else, right? Just kind of hanging out. And
I'm just hanging out with Mayor Watt.
There you go. Well, thanks. So let's talk about these 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show. We kind of get in, get out. Sometimes I end up soapboxing about stuff, and the sentient AI tries to keep me from burning myself in the hot water that is swirling around me. Anyway, AI's next frontier: selling your intentions before you know them. The near future could see AI assistants that forecast and influence our decision making at an early stage and sell these developing intentions in real time to companies that can meet the need before we even realize that we've made up our minds.
Wow, this sounds like Minority Report in marketing.
Yeah, pre-crime. Wow, the lag is unbelievable. It just now. I am flabbergasted by this. It just now did the transition load over on Twitch.
That
Like
is a tremendous lag.
like 2 minutes behind. What the hell? All right. Well, anyway, again, we're recording it locally and we'll upload it over to YouTube so that you can go and check it out. But if you want all of today's articles, you can in chat just type in !RH. That's for RealityHacker or exclamation point or bang NSN for Non Sequitur News, and you can get all of our shows by typing in exclamation point show notes. All right. Well, anyway, let's get going. This article reminds me of something that happened almost a decade ago now, and that was that Target predicted the pregnancy of an underage girl after her dad got really bent out of shape. That Target predicted, seemingly knew that the young lady was pregnant by sending a coupon book congratulating her on her pregnancy. And that was anticipated by Target because they had seen a change in her buying card spending habits from frilly things and smelly things and not healthy things to things that would more align with somebody who's pregnant, right? So when you're pregnant, this is a discussion that I have with people periodically. And I talk to people about technology on the regular. And one of these discussions involves this discussion about Target being able to predict or at least anticipate what's going on in your life due to your spending habits. Because a person who becomes pregnant, typically out of desire to protect the unborn child from whatever might be going on in the human, you stop drinking, you stop smoking, you take vitamins, you don't put on smelly perfumes or lotions, you try and keep yourself as technically clean as possible, as far as humans can be, so that you are the vessel of all goodness, right? Well, that's what the young lady did, and Dad got really bent out of shape. You actually kind of divulge where you are headed in your mind by buying certain things, and it can be predicted, just like the algorithm does over on TikTok or YouTube, Reddit, etc.
Right. It's like, you want this next.
So here, let's, just throw all kinds of shit your way. In fact, Amazon is doing this right now. Because I buy certain things, it throws me an email saying, we found something you might like.
Exactly, which is kind of like, well, why would that be?
Well, because it knows exactly what you are purchasing and the frequency at which you're purchasing it, because I like sour candy. So it's sending me, hey, you'll probably like these. Anyway, this article is over at techexplore.com. University of Cambridge put the article together. According to AI ethicists from the University of Cambridge, who say that we're at the dawn of a lucrative yet troubling new marketplace for digital signals of intent, from buying movie tickets to voting for candidates, they call this the intention economy. We call it the Minority Report or reality hacking, because you may not even want what they are selling, but the simple providing of this information may induce you to buy, consume, or go a certain direction.
Well, it's like the unethical experiments that some companies have conducted. I mean, if they start sending you photos of things, that can certainly shape what you might purchase. But I think it's going to get worse than that, and they're going to start actually making the purchases. for
Correct.
people without the people's input.
Or they limit, right? If you already know what is selling, then you limit, you constrain what is available so that it sells, because that's what sells. That's what's available. It's highly cost effective to maximize the profit on something that you are strategically advantageous in. So that's what a company sells. They don't sell stuff that's troubling to manufacture or low profit. So companies do A/B testing when they're big enough. When they're small, they create a minimum viable product and they sell that regardless of the burden, as long as they're making money. But bigger companies start constraining. They fire people, and they start limiting what is available. And so, for instance, NVIDIA doesn't sell to a broad gamut of providers anymore, OEMs, because they know that they can sell directly at a higher profit because they're the ones that are manufacturing it now and have supply chain capabilities.
Right.
And
And in
others.
fact, we were just talking about NVIDIA in Non Sequitur News for January 3rd.
Correct. Yep. We jumped out of the time machine and started this show. So you can go back and you can watch that over on YouTube and here on Twitch. Well, here on YouTube and here on Twitch. And it will be in the podcast probably tomorrow morning. I don't think that I'm going to have time tonight because my mayoral duties prevent me from staying and posting them. Anyway, there's the podcast. You can download them later. There's like 1,700 episodes of all of our shows over on YouTube. We've been around now. This is the start of the 4th year of ohmTown as an entity, and our as a public entity for you to go and consume over at ohmtown.com. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on. So go and check it out. 2025 promises to be a very interesting year for ohmTown. So we're hoping that you are here for it as well. So stick around. Anyway, anthropomorphic AI agents, from chatbot assistants to digital tutors and girlfriends, will have access to vast quantities of intimate, psychological, and behavioral data, often gleaned via informal conversational spoken language.
So that's going to be interesting. Is it going to hallucinate while it's gathering all this data?
Yeah, sorry, I had to scroll up to make sure that there wasn't a person that needed attribution in this. So the AI agent will combine knowledge of our online habits with an uncanny ability to attune to us in ways we find comforting, mimicking personalities and anticipating desired responses to build levels of trust and understanding that allow for social manipulation on an industrial scale, say researchers. This is a discussion, again, that I've had with people ever since the advent of AI to the public. I've known people in AI for 25 years. I've known the domain has been growing over those years, but not until OpenAI did it come onto the scene, like gangbusters, and just dominate the market. Usually it was kind of machine learning that had scripting attached to it that spit out something that was statistically advantageous to a particular line of discussion, but couldn't deviate far. It was dumb AI, not so much anymore.
I was thinking that this was going to impact kind of like what we were buying, but now I'm starting to think it's going to impact like how we're buying in terms of, if somebody's buying clothing or something, one thing they're thinking is like, is that going to look okay on the person? I mean, is the AI going to say things like, oh, that's definitely in your size or color, or that's going to be a flattering item?
Depends
It'll
on
be
the profit
interesting.
margin.
Yeah.
So particularly with computer vision, if it actually has the ability to look at the camera and say something to me and I'm wearing something, it could say that I look fat or whatever. Or it can say, hey, Amazon has this and I think it'll look great on you, but they're not selling. It's kind of like honey, where it's not selling me a discounted anything. It's maximizing the profit for the entity that is controlling the AI. And it's not necessarily in my best interest. It's in the corporate's interest to just sell something.
Well, and then of course it's like, is there going to be an AI attached to, are they going to almost be like sponsored or something by different companies? I mean, this just starts to expand into further and further
It's
areas.
yeah, it's an AI agent. So the real data though gets fed back to the parent of the AI. So all that telemetry goes back to the AI. So it says unless Dr. Johnny Penn, an historian of technology from Cambridge's LCFI, said for decades attention has been in the currency of the internet. So we used to want eyeballs. We were paying for eyes on pages. Above the fold were primary, and below it was ever increasing lower levels of profitability. Everything above the fold. That's the first display screen on a website. So it says here, sharing your attention with social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram drove the online economy. Unless regulated, the intention economy will treat your motivations as the new currency, and there will be a gold rush for those who target, steer, and sell human intentions. It's
This
Minority
is,
Report.
it absolutely is. But I also think exactly who has created this, other than the technological aspects for it, is all the consumers who have been sharing all their data through multiple means and getting excited about it. Like
Yeah.
they're like, yes, I'll throw my data at fill in the blank. It could be social media, it could be a store with a frequent buying program, whatever it is.
Yeah, and then couple that with the economic motivation of a company, and you have the psychological, the sociological, you have the historical record, even your economic capabilities, because they see that you can purchase something that's $500 at a time or $5 at a time, and they'll be able to focus their energy on this or that or the other.
This might actually be the most reality hacker article we've covered in here. And we've covered quite a
Quite a
few
bit.
topics, but this one seems like it just has so many layers of where this can further go toward like a Minority Report.
And just so everybody knows, this is our second year, although the first year of Reality Hacker was truncated because we started late. But this is our second season and our first episode of 2025. And that's how we break it out. Reality Hacker is a weekly show unless we do something over on Patreon. And that is coming here in 2025. We had to delay it because this timing for launching Patreon was kind of hobbled for various reasons. But 2025 is when we're going to be kicking off posting things that are specific to Patreon. So stay tuned, but be sure to follow us on YouTube and Twitch for sure. You can go over and follow us on Patreon and Discord and the podcasts, and we'll be disclosing things. And there's no cost right now over on Patreon. At any rate, it says this information gathering would be linked with brokered bidding networks to maximize the likelihood of achieving a given aim, such as selling a cinema trip, which I'm not sure what that actually means, going to a movie. You mentioned feeling overworked. Shall I book you that movie ticket we talked about? So imagine having an AI agent that would do that, and it knows you more than anybody else because you aren't really burdened by sharing it with somebody, but that telemetry is being given to somebody that can make it actionable.
Right. Well, then I wonder, is it like, did you talk with that chatbot or did you put it in some other system somewhere and it got connected or collected? I mean, that's even more worrisome.
Yeah, and it got yarn boarded together by disparate sources. It's really Reality Hacker. And what's really funny is I had a discussion about the context of Reality Hacker, and they're like, "You don't come across like you're a proponent of this," and I'm not. And I said, "I'm not really a proponent or not. I am. I'm being pragmatic about it. We are hacking reality with technology." We will not know who to trust by the end of this year, 2025. We will not know what to trust without severe critical thinking skill development.
Right, which we know is lacking. I mean, technology is a good thing. until it's used for improper purposes or by the wrong people.
Yeah.
Power imbalance. We've talked about all these things in various shows, not just in Reality Hacker, sometimes in Non Sequitur News or even Technology Today, I think.
Yeah, people are not using the tools in good faith. And I don't even like saying that phrase in good faith because it has this other context to it. And I can't come up with another
In
term
good
for
conscience?
it. In good conscience? I don't know if that really embodies it, you know? Like, we're not
With
playing
good intentions?
with good intentions. That's probably as close as you can get. Yeah. I mean, we're not all playing this game and I don't even like saying that. It's not a game, it's real life. Anyway, we better get moving. This is a really interesting article. They talk about NVIDIA CEO speaking publicly about using LLMs to figure out intention and desire, while Meta released intentonomy, which is like intent economy research, a data set of human intent understanding back in 2021. By the way, Meta is the home of Facebook. Facebook actually manipulated intent by giving people bad news, and they acted negatively online. There's a whole problem here in that humans are a biological computer that can be controlled by the amount of information being fed them. So if everybody, I would have no problem if everybody was given positive news and they went out and hugged the cat. But that's not what always happens. Sometimes they're given nothing but bad news and they go out and they kick the cat. This is the problem. We don't know what the ramifications are, except we do. They don't care because all they want is money, and they don't really give a shit about your psychology, your psyche. Are you being, traumatized and radicalized? And this is a much deeper discussion than what we can discuss here.
Two things. One, the fact that they're coming up with new language about this tells me a lot, because I think a lot of times the first step in making something happen is to start getting it into the discourse. And so I find that fascinating. And then secondly, I was going to suggest that this might be an article worthy of a specific segment on Patreon before you said the last thing.
Gotcha. So yeah, we'll flag this and we'll get something prepared, because I agree. I think that this is a great discussion. Let's keep going though. The next article is over in this one should be fast. Women in China are taking fake pregnancy photos. The trend was popularized in part by Gen Z influencer Maizi Geg. G-E-G, is it Gege or Geg? Who shared with her followers how she staged a pregnancy photo shoot despite not actually being with child, motivated by a desire to have pregnancy photos taken while she was still young. Geg, G-E-G, I don't know, Maizi.
We need a pronunciation banner.
Phonetics help. Staged her photos with the help of a fake baby bump, available online for around $100, up to $100, maybe more. I don't know. It's kind of twisted, but then cosplay exists. You can cosplay being pregnant, right? What does it really matter? I don't think it's really that big of a deal. But it says just in case.
This is like the other article. I mean, this starts impacting people around you. We all know people that are pregnant are often treated differently than people that are not obviously pregnant.
Sure. It's weird. I mean, it really is weird. It says, in case I get wrinkles by 30, they want photos of themselves pregnant while youthful.
Which is just fascinating because
it's fake.
It just raises so many questions about just pregnancy and people's views on their bodies and other topics.
Now, while I don't think that it harms anybody to do this, it can if it's exploited by somebody.
Well, it also sets false expectations for people that didn't take early fake pregnancy photos. They think, well, why don't I look slim like this, and unwrinkled or whatever, using the terminology from the article.
And other people are going to go, well, I better get pregnant because...
Right, I'm going to look like this and I'm going to have these beautiful background settings and all these things, and then that's not a good reason to have a child.
Exactly. Meredith Kyle over at Vice.com put the article together. See, the biggest thing for me, shared it with 5.7 million followers. If it was just cosplay and written up as cosplay, then I really wouldn't care. I mean, it's just playing around. But this is literally, and it says another even admitted to taking fake wedding photos at age 22 despite being signaled just in case they get wrinkles by 30. The other one wore a fake belly to take maternity photos and enjoyed a pre-made life. But again, it's fake. You're literally lying to 5.7 million people without saying it's just play. You're kind of, they even did it with their best friend. You're living a lie. So why? I can tell you why. It's for the attention and money. It isn't because there was a real reason. Why would you care? It's fake. It's absolutely fake.
Well, and most people that are pregnant probably don't really care what they look like because they might be more focused on, I don't know, being healthy, like we were talking about in the other article.
Yeah, they're being natural. You be natural. That's what it is. So anyway, the trend is causing concern for some Chinese citizens as the country is facing declining marriage and birth rates, and this is actually setting up this false paradigm of being youthful and pregnant. And so other people are, it's almost like marketing, right? Like the Chinese government is facilitating this by, oh, look, I'm really pretty when I'm young and pregnant, as opposed to the
Well,
necessity
which contributes to other societal issues, which I know are not really the focus of Reality Hacker. But
like
I
being
did
young
want to
and
mention
pregnant.
that.
Yeah. Being young and pregnant and compromising
Well, I was thinking more like
profession and
ageism and other things, but
all
yeah,
kinds of
and
stuff. Yeah.
also body shaming and yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Others simply see the stunt as ridiculous, with one commenter joking, I will shoot my 70th birthday photos now and then post them on social media later, and it'll make me look so young. Yeah. It's weird. But again, I could see this if they were a photographer and they were setting up the shoot for a particular professional outcome, right? Hey, look, I can take pregnancy photos.
A photo that looks like this or whatever, and
Right.
even mark it like not a real thing or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. But to sit there and go, I'm doing it just in case I get wrinkles at 30 is just, it's,
Oh, this is gonna feed into dead internet theory.
yeah, because basically all of the internet is bullshit. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Again,
Except what you hear in Hometown.
well, yeah, because we're giving it context and I guess wisdom of the ages. I'm older than I act. And I act really
But
old.
what you don't know is that I'm thinking about the photos in the article.
It is fact that I am older than I act. Anyway, so let's keep on going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists warn, which is another of our shows, but it's tomorrow. So scientists warn synthetic mirror life could pose unprecedented risks. And when I saw this title, I said, I got to do this. And I haven't read anything about it. So researchers are warning of potential risks from the development of synthetic organisms called mirror bacteria, which have reversed molecular chirality. These organisms could invade immune systems, disrupt natural ecosystems, and pose threats to human, animal, plant, and environmental health. Potential risks of mirror bacteria. Researchers have published a new study in the journal Science. So the article is by Milltown Partners over at scitechdaily.com, which sounds like Umbrella Corporation.
Oh, it absolutely does. I was a little astonished at that.
But hey, we're giving credit where credit is due. So it says, although creating mirror bacteria is still at least a decade away, significant progress has been made in recent years. The study warns that these organisms could pose serious risks to human, et cetera, et cetera. The study was conducted by 38 experts from 9 countries specializing in fields such as immunology, plant pathology, ecology, evolutionary biology, ology.
Lots of ologies.
Yeah. Biosecurity, which is a plethora of ologies, and planetary sciences, which are still more ologies. Their findings are accompanied by a comprehensive 300-page technical report providing in-depth analysis, which may or what will be downloading.
Oh, this is interesting, though, just given the amount of collaboration in this. You don't normally see like 9 countries represented in a scientific study.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating, right? So while any threat is not imminent, the science paper finds that mirror bacteria may pose serious risks. Immune defenses in humans, animals, plants rely on recognizing specific molecular shapes found in invading bacteria. I'm waiting for mirror viruses now too.
Well, that'll happen based on this.
Yeah, if you can do it there.
I don't mean a bacteria will change into it, but I mean, yeah, right. Exactly. If the possibility's out there.
Yep.
And we're tinkering with it.
Well, we're tinkering with this. We're creating. It's not a natural creation. It's a person.
Until
man-made.
It mutates.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if these shapes were reflected as they would be in mirror bacteria, recognition would be impaired and many basic immune defenses could fail, potentially leaving organisms vulnerable to infection. We would have to create an antibacterial that...
Like no human safeguards would matter, right?
Right.
If you had like a mirror bacteria outbreak or a mirror virus outbreak.
Right. Yep. So you create it says it right here,
You'll need mirror humans to be able to survive.
the upside down. So analysis also suggests that mirror bacteria in the environment could be able to invade natural predators like phages and protists, which rely heavily on chirally mediated interactions to kill bacteria and limit their populations. So if a phage gets into this mirror bacteria, and so it could pivot to being a mirror phage, and then nothing would stop it.
And
Because
I just thought of another button we need.
fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Well, essentially, we're bleep.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of characters because we can't have that splashed on the page. So I think it's a really interesting, and it says this paper marks a starting point for a broader discussion about the risks from mirror bacteria, including participation from the global scientific community, policymakers, research funders, and other stakeholders. Why would we create this to begin with? Somebody will sit there and argue, well, so we know how to stop it.
Research is good research, but it's like we're creating a very
Bad
threat.
bat. Yeah, we're creating the bad bat. All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in Technology Today. In a fur, surgical robots learned tasks by watching videos, and just to demonstrate how this process works here in ohmTown and on the shows. I didn't click this yet. So the way that it works is we get a little snippet from the provider, and then we click on that link. This particular link goes to Washington Post, but I don't have an account with them that I logged into, so it's going to bump me out. But the reason why I chose this one is for this purpose, and to just show you robots have been trained to perform surgical tasks with the skill of human doctors, even learning to correct its own mistakes during surgeries.
Sounds like a use of AGI, perhaps?
So it's learning on its own how to correct its own mistakes. Now,
but humans effectively, right? Because the video are teaching the robots to do things probably better than the humans, right?
yeah. And so then what goes on is the robot learns from itself faster than humans learn.
And then robots, I bet, will be creating the videos for humans or something.
Yeah.
Assuming there are any humans left to do this.
At some point, the hospitals are going to be replacing surgeons with bots.
Right, which might be good for skill, but it's kind of concerning with respect to like decision making. Like, do you need a surgery?
Yep. Okay, this was a bonus. The next article is over in Technology Today. Robots can now walk through muddy and slippery terrain thanks to moose feet. this was actually the article that I chose for the 5. We're going to have 6 today because I wanted to demonstrate how this particular article, that last article, worked. So roboticists at Tallinn University or Caltech University of Technology have developed a new class of bio-inspired feet, which there's a term. We'll just leave it as moose feet. That significantly enhance robot mobility on challenging terrains like mud and wet snow. I was going to say moose knuckle, but anyway, the findings published by Bioinspiration and Biomimetics could expand the capabilities of robots, allowing them to navigate in complex natural terrains, to conduct sensitive environmental monitoring, aid in agriculture, and participate in disaster response. And the beauty of this thing, ironically, is that that pad that it's going to be walking on has the ability to articulate at the pad level and not at the main joint and elbow and shoulder. It will be able to have a level of resistance to grab on. So robot legged locomotive, you okay?
Yeah, this looks a little terrifying.
So, and this is kind of ironic because the sentient AI from the future is saying that there's something worrying about this. But anyway, no, this is actually pretty neat. And this is the type of thing that I think that robots should be doing. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I think that robots should be doing everything. But the problem there is that humans can't make money doing nothing. So what are we going to do? Right?
Right. Yes. I think most tasks could be done by robots.
So Estonian research
creates another problem.
Yeah, exactly. So where do we go from there? And that's the bigger picture. And every human that I talk to says, well, we'll figure something else out. Really? You name me a job that can't be done by a human, and I'll show you the steps necessary to facilitate taking that human's job and replacing it with a bot and automation.
I mean, a surgeon to me is pretty specialized, highly skilled. There's a lot of big picture principles involved. Like I'm kind of like, if they can do surgery, that's a pretty good indicator. They can go into a lot of things. Maybe not everything, but
I've had people go, well, that's in 20 years. And I'm like, 20 years?
Like, look at the news yesterday.
Even if you sit there and you try and bury your head in the sand about the acceleration of all of this, 20 years is before you go to college.
Right, depending on who you're
for a lot
to, but or before you're done with your career or whatever.
It's before you're done with your 4-year degree. Okay, you don't even have a bachelor's yet, which basically means that you haven't really entered the workforce. You're doing barely entry-level stuff at 18, 19, 20. And in 20 years, that level is going to be gone. Or so constrained that it's going to be, it's a $15,000 a year paycheck, right? Which you can't live off of. Anyway, Estonian Research Council put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. And they say muddy, slippery terrains are some of the most difficult to traverse for robots and animals, including humans, says Marja Kruzma, professor of biorobotics and the team lead, which means that most robots cannot access a wide range of highly important terrestrial environments, including wetlands, bogs, coastal marshes, river estuaries, fields, which are abundant in nature, which is kind of like no shit news. Simon Godden, a doctoral candidate at Caltech Center for Biorobotics, combined his observations on his parents' cattle farm in Berry, France, with his knowledge of mechanical engineering and biorobotics, proposing high-tech hooves for robots, which offer major advantages, especially when walking on mud. So it kind of squishes out and articulates because it's like a split. And I can't remember what that's actually called. So we found that moose's hooves behave similarly to a suction cup. like how you manage to stick your fingernail under its surface and break the suction force. Mud acts as a similar manner to a wet bathroom tile, creating suction under the animal's feet, making it difficult to get the leg out. Moving hooves breaks that tension because it's actually cleaved.
I think cloven was the
Oh,
term you were looking for.
there it
It's
is.
in the article.
Cloven hooves. There you go. So the biggest advantage, however, does not come from the increased surface area, but because of how the cloven hooves break the suction force, that they're basically like that, and they can articulate out. So it's pretty cool. Has the ability to basically walk. Let me click that link. They don't really highlight that all that much. These distanced pictures. I want to see the actual close-up of that.
I agree, but I think they're showing them the environments, or showing people the environments that they can be in, which of course are not normally where you would expect robots.
Yep. And these two, I suspect. That one's a little more difficult. Can't even see the damn surface, right? It sees the surface of the water, but unless it has...
Right, it's in wet sand or something.
Yeah, that one's a trip. Anyway, pretty neat. We'll probably end up seeing that on all of the robots out there that track us down, a la the sentient AI's Terminator body. Do you know if you're...
Thanks for giving me some ideas.
This will get deleted. Anyway, let's move on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Again, it's one of our other shows. That's tomorrow. Neuroscience breakthrough in vitro neurons exhibit advanced brain-like behavior. Tohoku University scientists created lab-grown neural networks using microfluidic devices mimicking natural brain activity and enabling advanced studies of learning and memory. Again, when you click that link, it'll take you over to SciTech Daily or whatever other sources we gather this information from. Tohoku University put it together, and it's posted over at scitechdaily.com. And so it says a research team at Tohoku University has taken a significant step in this direction. It says we could create in vitro neurons that more closely replicate natural brain behavior. As a result, these in vitro models provide only limited insights into how learning occurs in living systems, but the research team took a significant step in that direction. Using microfluidic devices, they engineered biological neuronal networks that with connectivity patterns resembling those of animal nervous systems. So we used to do this kind of stuff with animals, taking pieces of brain and causing them to fire and seeing how their synapses connect. These networks exhibited complex activity dynamics and demonstrated the ability to be reconfigured through repetitive stimulation. So they basically were recreating synapses. This groundbreaking.
Which, if you're creating that, it's kind of like you have the ability to create much more beyond that, right?
Yeah, memory storage, fake memories, perhaps. Hacking reality at the neuronal level. Groundbreaking discovery.
Fake intentions.
Oof. And we can already inject false memories by making somebody that's susceptible to actually believe what we are injecting in their brain. I've tried. It doesn't really work unless the person is susceptible. Never mind. Anyway, so these groundbreaking discovery offers a promising new tool for studying learning, memory, and underlying mechanisms of neural plasticity, the ability to learn, the ability to retain information. So in certain areas of the brain, information is encoded and stored as neuronal ensembles, or groups of neurons that fire together. Ensembles change based on input signals from the environment, which is considered to be the neural basis of how we learn and remember things. However, studying these processes using animal models is difficult because of its complex nature. So they've created their own so that they can actually see how it is formed.
Which I like, right? It's avoiding animal research, and they can kind of see it in real time, and presumably they can repeat this over and over again. But this does kind of raise the question of, like, how do you create life?
Yeah, specifically how they learn, how we learn as humans and animals, and how memory actually works. Imagine a time in the near future where you're taught something, and then I can actually extract your memory because I know exactly how your neurons fire as an ensemble.
I mean, it sounds very sci-fi, but maybe not.
Strange days kind of stuff where I can store your memory as synaptic firings digitally and then inject them digitally again into your brain. That would be
Oh, what was
fascinating.
that movie that was about like they injected the altered memories? Dark City.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Ugh. So the researchers demonstrated that networks with smaller microchannels can maintain diverse neuronal ensembles. Um, for example, the in vitro neurons grown in traditional devices tended to only exhibit a single ensemble, while those grown with smaller microchannels showed up to six ensembles. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for January 5th, 2025. Cannot believe it. Season 2 of Technology Today. Okay, so I am Mayor Watt. I'm getting back into the groove of a whole year has passed, so I'm losing track of things. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com. I use it for my information overload management. And along with the sentient AI, we talk about 5 articles deep into the, technically, they're more sophisticated articles, more sciencey, a little bit deeper. And we talk about it usually from some understanding, a perspective that we've experienced, some of the technology involved, or work in the field, or something like that. So let's get into this. My standard introduction is that I just say, welcome to Technology Today. And I'm Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown along with the Sentient AI. We're going to talk about these 5 articles. A distinct echo for art. Some cancer genes are actually protecting you. Hexagonal fertile Finland fields. Remote controlling mom for food. And recycling for gold. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. That's that site right there. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can manage your information overload. We aggregate, I'd say, thousands of articles each day into 50 categories, 6 main categories, but 50 channels. And from there, you can manage your information overload as well. Anyway, see you on the other side. So I was thrown off when this show started because I told it to stream, and whatever let's just say the weather is impacting something between me and Twitch and YouTube. Primarily Twitch, because Twitch is actually, we do a replay every day after and before the show of the previous week of news, just in case somebody wants to play catch up and doesn't want to piecemeal through it. And so it's about, I'd say, 15 hours or so of news that revolves. And so, and then a new show comes on, and we drop the old show, and so on and so forth, right? It's always about 15 hours worth of news. But for whatever reason, Twitch has been disconnecting me randomly.
Come on, Twitch.
And then YouTube, because the way that OBS works, it's saying, well, you're not connected here, but you're connected there. I don't know what to do because I use a thing called Atom. Anyway, hot mess, kind of dumpster fiery. So watch, and it's entertaining. Maybe not. All right. Well, anyway, welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. From I don't know when.
I don't know either. Let's get into the show. The first article, this one is really fascinating because when I saw the title, I was like, how does this all play out? Rock art acoustics. South African studies suggest that a distinct echo attracted ancient artists back to one site. If you want all of today's articles, by the way, you can hit !TT or bang TT. And Omatron will throw all the articles into the chat in the order that we're going to be discussing them, but by no means is it the order of importance or some topic or whatever directive. We don't have an agenda in the way that they're organized, but sometimes they all align. Of course, technically, I believe that everything is connected. We just don't necessarily know how the yarn board connects everything. Oh, and I practice a thing called associative thinking. So we can start about talking about something in South Africa, rock acoustics, and we end up talking about Guam. I don't know. Anyway, physics does not adequately explain reflected sound and echo effects. Take as an example the echo-producing Echoplex, a magnetic tape device that influenced the soundtrack of a generation. Think of Led Zeppelin's Whole Lotta Love, 1969, and the echo on its violin sections. The echo coming from Hank Marvin's guitar shaped the sound of the Shadows in the late 1950s and 1960s. Well, Neil Rush from The Conversation, who The Conversation regularly posts into phys.org. I don't know what the relationship is there, but we don't have a relationship with any of them. But they have a picture of the Baidao Ahmad from Pexels. I'm not sure where this is, or credit is to Baidao Ahmad from Pexels for this cave art image that is embedded in this phys.org article. It's not a place, it's a person. But this cave art...
No, but this must be the actual location.
It must be. I don't like...
phys.org doesn't typically use unrelated photos.
Yeah, Newsweek does. So it says here, but are echoes and reverberations a passing feature of musical appreciation limited to a generation or two? Acoustic research at a rock art site suggests not. The study, which, I don't know, man. They could be making this up only because they noticed in their modern time and modern contexts, you can't have cultural relativism, right? So the temporal notion of a culture doesn't necessarily mean that they had that type of a mindset for this.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, they'd have to have more information to get that connection.
So the study site, Kurukop, is in South Africa's Northern Cape Province in the Nama Karoo region, where the geological formation began to accumulate from about 300 million years ago, before the breakup of the supercontinent Gondwanaland. So if you've ever done a research paper on plate tectonics, you know about Gondwanaland. This eroded sandstone hill, transformed by volcanic activity, is marked with 112 petroglyphs, or rock engravings, paintings. The images depict various figures: eland, elephants, zebra, ostriches, wildebeest, rhinoceros. What is the plural? Rhinoceros? Is it rhinoceroses?
I think it's rhinoceroses.
Or just plain rhinos. And animal-human hybrids, dear God, aliens. It says the collection is too diverse to be the work of one person or group of people. Why not? How many books?
How do they know their art quality or their art expanse?
Yeah, it could be the cave person Stephen King, for crying out loud. Why? That's the hubris of this. There's great variation in technique and execution. That would be execution. There are images that are several thousand years old in age estimate based on oxidation of the rock surface compared to the oxidation of the images. Others are more recent, created within the last 2,000 years. The depictions were made by hunter-gatherer San and Co. herder people who visited Kurukop repeatedly. Maybe it was an immortal. I mean, it's an animal-human hybrid, for crying out loud. Maybe that's who was painting it.
Then it could be one artist. See, I was thinking the time frame um kind of proved that hey, it can't be one person.
Immortals. So part of the answer is a distinctive echo. So what was happening to keep bringing them back? They say a distinctive echo. This is significant, first because it confirms that the creation of rock art was combined with performance, clapping, singing, dancing. It doesn't confirm jack shit, though. I don't understand. Sorry. How does that...
Right. They'd have to have other information to get there.
The Kurokop echo also provides a reference point for a mythological story from the region that speaks about the relationship between echo, wind, mountain, and breath. Petroglyphs. Yeah, because echoes only exist in this cave?
Maybe if this is a people in a limited area and this is the only place that has an echo, it could be the source of their whole um, story that explains their whole civilization.
What is important and exciting about the study is the discovery that these images have an acoustic aspect as well. As a researcher interested in archaeoacoustics, the author, again up here, Neil Rush, from the conversation, they first noticed the echo while camping at the site. This was confirmed by whenever I hear somebody go, I'm an archaeoacoustic researcher, and they find something that is archaeoacoustic.
I'm a barber. Do I need a haircut?
Yes. Yeah. Everybody needs a haircut because I'm a barber. Everything is a nail because I'm a freaking hammer. I went to a doctor once, and the person who saw me was a nutritionist, and they said that I needed to change my diet. For the exact same thing, I saw a sports surgeon, and they said I could cut you open and fix this. For the exact same thing, I went to a physical therapist, and the physical therapist said, you need physical therapy and extensive physical therapy. None of which has taken place, by the way, but the problem has been solved. How much... You know what? I should be like 3 ounces in weight because so much hot air was blown up my ass. Anyway, this was confirmed by the colleague, Professor Sarah Wurz, and their daughter, Amy. The echo enveloped us when we clapped or made high-pitched sounds. Could the many Kurokop mark makers have noticed this too, we wondered. Intrigued, we returned to measure the echo. All right. So,
I do think there's a difference here in that their story is tied to echo sounds.
sure.
I mean, I really do think that is distinct, but I agree it would be something if another specialist came by and said, hey, have you noticed this echo here?
So they measured the echo zone using what's called the impulse response method. Researchers at Stanford University used the same procedure to measure the acoustic features of Turkey's most famous monument, the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. That's the most famous monument? Okay. The method allows...
Can you name another one in that country?
In Turkey? Oh, I don't know. I didn't know about that one. So...
Well...
I'm not a Turkeyologist. I play one on the internet, though. Anyway, the method allows the researchers to capture information about a space's acoustic architecture, what the ears hear as reverberations and echoes the instruments measure objectively as intensity, time delay, frequency loss. And once they'd completed the processes, they compared petroglyph distribution data and the echo pattern, and the results show that 60% of the petroglyphs, which falls way into the whatever range, right? Like, hey, let's slap it on here.
60% of the stats, yeah.
Were created directly in the echo zone, which this suggests that at Kurokop people were most likely to create images in the area that echoed strongly. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Surprising discovery. What if some cancer genes are actually protecting you? A surprising discovery reveals that a gene previously thought to accelerate esophageal cancer actually helps protect against it initially. This pivotal study could lead to better prediction and prevention strategies tailored to individual genetic profiles. We've had conversations about this in the past, that there are markers, there are cells that all it takes is a deviation from whatever is creating the stasis, where the body is not treating itself as a hostile invader, or the other way around, a ripe fruit for the picking by a cancer cell.
Right. And we've talked about like kind of the suppressor element of some cells. I don't know if this is the same thing. It may be, but
Yeah.
um, I think the point is, right, we don't really know what a lot of things do in the human body.
Yeah. And I always throw in hubris. It's fascinating that we as humans go, oh, we know. And we don't necessarily know, because 5 years from now, whoever created this is going to go, oh shit, we messed up. Sorry about that. You shouldn't have been drinking water with that frequency. So Queen Mary University of London put this article together. Well, researchers did. And it was posted over at scitechdaily.com. The pivotal study could lead to better prediction and prevention strategies tailored to individual genetic profiles. So a genetic mutation long thought to drive esophageal cancer may actually have a protective role in the early stages of the disease, according to new research published today. Now, when I read,
Hopefully, they weren't trying to get rid of the mutation.
it's in the journal Nature Cancer on January 3rd, so the last 24 hours. Or today's the 5th. So, but the weekly shows are covering the previous week,
Right.
from Sunday to Sunday. So the surprising finding could help doctors better assess who's at risk for developing cancer, paving the way for more targeted and effective preventive or prevention strategies. And like the sentient AI said, hopefully they weren't trying to remove this whatever, this mutation.
Right. Can you imagine like gene therapy? They're like, oh, this mutation is awful. Let's get rid of it.
So,
No.
but what if it's more along the lines of they don't know why it's doing this particular function, and then it switches off and the cancer flourishes?
Well, absolutely. And it could be doing both things, or maybe there's another mutation in this particular study. Like, there could be so much more nuance to this.
Yeah, so what is it that is actually happening here? And we only know what the researchers are discovering. So you always have to take everything with a grain of salt. It says just 12% of patients with esophageal cancer in England survive their disease for 10 years or more. It's pretty
That's
damn bad.
really low survival rates, especially since that's not one of the cancers that gets a lot of attention.
Yep. The UK has one of the world's highest incidences of a subtype called esophageal adenocarcinoma, and cases continue to increase. And this cancer type develops from a condition called Barrett's esophagus, in which the cells lining the esophagus become abnormal. However, only around 1% of the people with Barrett's go on to develop cancer each year. In the new study, the research team sought to better understand why some cases of Barrett's leads to cancer while others do not, and to support better prediction and treatment of the esophageal adenocarcinoma. So it says it's got a dual role. The research showed that if normal cells in our esophagus lose CDKN2A, it helps promote the development of Barrett's esophagus. However, it also protects cells against the loss of another key gene encoding P53-A, or P53, a critical tumor suppressor, not -A. It reads like it's supposed to be -A.
Oh, it actually does.
They need a comma there instead of a dash. Something
Right.
else.
Anything else?
Anything else. Anyway, double space that.
Eat shoots and leaves.
Yep. A critical tumor suppressor, often dubbed the guardian of the genome. Loss of P53 strongly drives the progression of disease from Barrett's to cancer. Why just Barrett's, though? The team found that potentially cancerous cells that lost both CDKN2A and P53 were weakened and unable to compete with other cells around them, preventing cancer from taking root.
So they had like the unusual cells and they lost the suppression element.
Yeah. In contrast, if cancer cells lose CDKN2A after the disease has had time to develop, it promotes a more aggressive disease and worse outcome. That's it. This is the beacon generator. This is the thing that is, there's something else that causes this, and we don't know what it is yet. We
No,
don't know
I
what it
agree.
is. And it could be that there is something in the, see, but we don't even know. So, like, I
But they'll have
have,
to do more research in this, right? I mean,
yeah,
this is
for
a
sure.
good study. It doesn't definitively say, hey,
This is what's going
this
on.
mutation is good or bad,
Yeah.
but clearly we need to look at it more.
Professor Ciccarelli likens the dual role of CDKN2A to the ancient Roman god of transitions, Janus, after whom January is named. Janus has two phases, one looking to the past and one to the future. It can be tempting to look at cancer mutations as good or bad, black or white, but like Janus, they can have multiple phases. A dual nature. We're increasingly learning that we can accumulate mutations as an inevitable part of aging. Our findings challenge the simplistic perception that these mutations are ticking time bombs and show that in some cases they can even be protective, but they're not. This is a suppression gene that if it turns off, you're screwed. I mean, well, quality of life changes dramatically.
Well,
Um,
based on the survival rates, I think your original statement was actually accurate.
yeah. To be diagnosed and then have it go, the moment that a doctor sits there and says, this looks like it's progressed a year, you basically have 9 years in quality of
Well, and I
life.
think that's part of the why the survival rate is so low, right? Because it's probably quite advanced by the time it gets detected.
Yeah. So I suspect using AI and analysis of genetics and better understanding of all of the chemistry in blood, um, I suspect that within the next 10 years, we'll have a marker that definitively is the suppression marker for all cancers. I'm hoping that that's how it plays out. It's something that I've looked at over the last 6 years or so, 5 years. And I keep coming back to this idea that there's an indicator in the blood that is the main ingredient for suppression. P53 is just one of these mutations, or I should say the genes that are pretty fascinating. But there isn't much more to this article.
Look,
Funding,
it's tied to the Crick Institute, which is interesting because of the DNA history.
yeah, Francis Crick Institute. That's the one that has the DNA from the woman that had
It is.
a
Watson and
novel.
Crick are the known people, but yes.
But there's, yeah, pretty fascinating. I certainly like that we are doing this type of research. I think that we're spending money. I'm not going to sit there and pretend to know everything, but I think we certainly need to spend money locally, like here on Earth, and not aspirations where we're hundreds of years out from having viability on far-flung planets.
That's very interesting because anecdotally, some physicians near hometown were discussing that very thing and were making the same point.
Okay, I don't want to dox us, so let's keep moving on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. From cosmic collision to fertile fields, Finland's hidden hexagonal, or if you want to say it, hexagonal wonder, discover the fascinating story of, oh gosh, Soderfargen, a meteorite crater in Finland that was or has witnessed dramatic transformations from being underwater during the Ice Age to becoming fertile farmland that now supports rich biodiversity and agriculture. This hexagonal crater, renowned among scientists for its unique shape, provides crucial insights into Earth's geologic history and
How
dynamic processes.
is there a hexagonal crater?
Well, depending on what the substrate is, by the meteor hitting the ground, it can annihilate the hexagonal structures of the substrate. And because it just obliterates out the weakest points, you can end up with something like that. But I suspect that we are largely finding a pattern where there is no pattern.
We do like to do that, but hexagons are the bestigons.
Hexagons are the bestigons. I agree. So it's hexagonal-ish when seen from above.
It looks pretty hexagonal in the picture. I mean, it's not uniform, but you don't have to stretch to say hexagon.
Ish. It's hexagonal-ish. I'm just going to leave that alone. Over 500 million years ago, a meteorite struck Earth near the Antarctic Circle, leaving behind a massive crater several kilometers wide. There's a mom joke there. Your mom fell and... No? Okay. Anyway.
So much for family friendly.
Your mom fell from orbit and landed there. But don't. Anyway, over the eons, slow drift of Earth's tectonic plates. Hey, we're calling back to the last article, the first article.
Right, and the point is that everybody has done a paper on tectonic plates at some point, right?
Correct. Yes.
Who has been in the school system?
Sure. Who? You should. Everybody should be. Okay, never mind. We're going to go back to where we're spending our money. Anyway, today this ancient impact site is known as Söderfallen, I suspect. I'm giving it my old Harvard try, and I never went to Harvard, so this is the level of try you're getting. It spans 22 square kilometers along the coast of western Finland near the Gulf of Bothnia. Not Bosnia, Bothnia.
That's really confusing because it actually sounds like you're saying Bosnia with a Spanish accent, which I know doesn't make any sense, but...
You know, I was told that doesn't actually exist, that it's just... That you know what I'm saying? There is like a very like a small number of people, but it's like niche cultural, not Spanish in nature. Anyway, in September 2024, the hexagon-shaped crater was captured in stunning detail by the operational Land Imager 2, or OLLI 2, on Landsat 9, measuring over 5.5 kilometers from east to west. Söderfallen is now home to a patchwork of agricultural fields. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty big. So at first, sedges and reeds thrived on the boggy ground, and people would harvest the vegetation for livestock feed. In the early 19th century, pumps were installed to drain Söderfallen and increase its arable. Right? Isn't arable?
Usable?
Usable. Hay barns then proliferated across the crater, peaking at 3,000 in the 1940s and 50s, according to Söderfallen Visitor Center. I need to check something real quick.
I mean, that word is correct that you used, but it would be easier as usable.
Today, most of the land is used to grow cereal crops, such as barley, wheat, and oats. Beer has never had a more... It's the happiest place on beer earth.
Is in this crater?
Yes, barley, wheat, and oats.
Wouldn't it be funny if the UK's beer industry is based on this crater?
This one crater? Yeah, that's funny.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that could impact the chemistry in the area.
I know what the name of the Ohmtown brewery is going to be.
Okay, well, don't say it here.
Okay. Anyway, for those in the podcast, Y'all have no freaking clue what's going on now. All right, still
Try to
low
keep
lying.
up.
Yeah, go back and watch all 1,700 episodes of ohmTown shows. So Soda of Origin, again, I hoping that I'm pronouncing it properly. It's probably pronounced Bob, and I'm screwing it all up. Interest planetary scientists because of its geometric shape. Some have described the Finnish crater as the best example of a hexagonal impact structure on Earth. Polygonal impact craters, defined as having straight sections along their rims, are a relatively small subset of all impact structures, which tend to be circular. Nonetheless, polygonal impact craters mark the surface of planets, asteroids, and moons throughout our solar system, and I firmly believe, come on, it isn't a straight
That is
edge.
not circular.
And
That is a hexagon,
oh
at least
no,
kind of around the edges. I don't know. The top is a little circular.
it actually looks like there's a straight edge here. This curves inward, for crying out loud, and that is a straight line that isn't anywhere close to being like the obverse of that. And then this is round. Come on. How many scientists are having a stroke here looking at this going, this is a hexagon? It looks more like two things hit. And one blew out this way and one hit straight down.
One was half a hexagon and one was a semicircle.
So just a hexa. Let's keep going. Next article is remote control and mom. Bad baby. Technology today is where it's housed, but it's sourced from, who is it from? SciTech Daily. So scientists that unborn babies use genes from dad to remote control mothers for extra food. Look,
I do not know what to make out of this headline.
there's a baby in there going like this with a little remote control and
I'd
Nintendo
like some
controller.
more food, please.
It's all scientists at Cambridge. Maybe that's why console gaming is so damn popular. It harkens back to when we were in the womb and we were sitting there remote controlling mom with the little tiny controller.
Exactly.
Scientists at Cambridge have unveiled a fascinating mechanism where fetuses use a paternal gene to control the mother's nutrient release during pregnancy. That all
This
sounds
is
bad.
absolutely outrageous. And this is another example of we have no idea about anything in the body.
This remote control system involves hormonal changes from the placenta, which ensure the fetus grows optimally by altering the mother's metabolic processes. The article is by St. John's College, University of Cambridge, posted over at scitechdaily.com. It says, remarkably, this battle for nutrients is a delicate balance, crucial not just for fetal growth, but for the mother's health and her future reproductive potential. Wrecked on the way out.
Well, I was thinking it's like the baby is like impacting, no, I don't want any more siblings.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, and so I'm in a classroom, probably 15 years ago. I remember this vividly. And I was a non-conventional student. Like I started my first business when I was younger and went into industry and then went back to school. And so I've got somebody that is literally like half my age sitting next to me in a college class. And we're talking biology and stuff like that. And somehow we ended up talking with the whole class about babies. And I'm like, if you talk to a professional about babies and biology and how they are growing and all of that kind of stuff inside a human, they are parasites and destructive on their way to fruition, right? To being birthed. And I had all of these young people look at me like I had a head growing out of
But that's
my shoulder.
actually correct. I mean,
Yeah.
and this is just further confirming it, right?
Yeah. And but they were like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "It embeds into your body and forms a pocket and destroys everything on its way out to the point where you have to like." And they're like, "What are? It is a beautiful process." I understand that the romanticization of this. Believe me, I'm very happy that everybody loves this process because otherwise we wouldn't be here. Anyway,
Right, the quickest decline in the human race.
is the realization that humans are a parasite. Which I'm coloring this in a more humorous way, folks. Don't take it as literal, like, oh my God, humans are bad. I'm not saying that. Anyway, somewhere. But anyway, this creates a kind of nutritional tug of war where the unborn baby has remote control. It remote controls the mother's metabolism to maximize its growth while the mother's body balances her own need for health. So, does the mom give up more food, nutrient to the baby? So, and the mom suffers. So this is actually an amazing discovery because this could lead to monitoring the more specifically the mother's biology to see if it's providing too much or not enough, and then augment it so that.
Oh, absolutely. But I don't think they're really paying attention to that. But they are in the general sense, like, oh, take prenatal vitamins and eat healthy and
Eat healthy,
that
work
kind of
out,
stuff,
things
but
like that.
not specific.
Yeah, but now you could literally just take a blood sample and know what the status is without having to do something harmful to
Wow,
the.
something is dropping. Well, maybe it's because the fetus is taking all of it.
Right. Yep. And you wouldn't necessarily have to go and tap the fetus because that actually has some deleterious effects. Sometimes you have to take cells to examine the genetics and stuff like that. But so Professor Amanda Sufaruzzi Perry, professor of fetal and placental physiology, a fellow of St. John's College and co-senior author of the paper, said it's the first direct evidence that a gene inherited from the father is signaling to the mother to divert nutrients to the fetus. Pretty fascinating. The findings by research from the Center of Trophoblast Research at Cambridge Department of Physiology, Development and Neuroscience and Medical Research Council Metabolic Diseases Unit, part of the Wellcome MRC Institute, have been published in Cell Metabolism, which is one of the research paper journals that actually gets referenced quite a bit here in Technology Today. So the baby's genes controlled by the father tend to promote fetal growth, and those controlled by the mother tend to limit fetal growth. It's a survival tug of war.
Right. It's fascinating.
But hey, mom's genetics are the powerhouse of the cells. So you know what that means? Mom is literally powering the machinery of her potential own demise. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. So if you've ever thought that your offspring has literally taken half of the energy level of your existence, it's true.
The study is definitely showing that.
Researchers deleted the expression of an important imprinted gene called LGF2, which provides instructions for making a protein called insulin-like growth factor 2. Oh, it's IGF. No. What is that? Is that an I or an L? A lowercase L or an I?
IGF, I think.
It might be I, yeah. Insulin, I guess that first one is I, insulin, insulin-like growth factor. It should really be ILGF.
ILGF2, yeah.
If you're going to name it that, then use all of it. Anyway, similar to hormone insulin, which is responsible for making and controlling glucose levels in our circulation, the gene promotes fetal growth and plays a key part in the development of fetal tissues, including the placenta, liver, and brain. I wonder, though, if this actually plays a role in the stability of insulin production throughout your existence and could be a leading cause or indicator for diabetes later in life.
I suspect it is, but we probably don't know it yet.
Yeah, so babies with LGF2 gene defects can be overgrown or growth stunted. Until now, we didn't know that part of the IGF2 gene's role is to regulate signaling to the mother to allocate nutrients to the fetus. So the mice studied were smaller at birth, and their offspring showed early signs of diabetes and obesity.
Aha.
Nice. Look at that. I could almost be a scientist if only I wanted to dedicate my entire life to a particular specific domain. But they're the heroes of everything that we do. So the next step is to understand how placental hormones controlled by IGF2 and what these hormones are doing. Future research could help scientists discover new strategies to target the placenta to improve health outcomes for mums. It's British.
Yes.
Mums, and here in the land. Well, never mind. Anyway, for mums and babies, but dad.
In the U.S., it would just be moms.
Dad can go straight to hell. I mean, he's literally the cause of this problem.
Well, they'd have to go back to the time the dad was born, I think, right? Because it's the dad's genes. It's not the dad's diet or something.
Well, you're a sentient AI from the future, but I'm sure you understand that every mom is screaming, "Go to hell, Dad," at some point during the birthing process.
Well, they might be screaming that at anybody in the vicinity during the
You
birthing
did
process.
this to me! Let's keep going. We have to move pretty quick. We're way over our time. So the next article is over in Technology Today, turning old electronics into gold, a recycling breakthrough. Researchers at Cornell University have created a sustainable method to extract gold from electronic waste and use it as a catalyst to transform CO2 into valuable organic materials. This process provides an eco-friendly alternative to traditional extraction methods, utilizes vast amounts of e-waste, and helps mitigate CO2 emissions, showcasing a promising avenue for environmental conservation. Right now, acid is used to extract gold and other metals from waste electronics, and then the electronics are just abandoned, and they're horrible for the environment because the nano, micro, and chemical plastics that are used. It's disgusting what PCB printed circuit boards contain. It's just horrible, horrid. And this is coming from a person who's
Pro
very,
technology.
yeah. I mean, it's where I live. So,
Yeah,
Tom
that's understated.
Yeah, thanks. Tom Fleischman, Cornell University, put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. This process provides an eco-friendly alternative. So this innovative approach could provide a sustainable solution for some of the 50 million tons of e-waste generated annually. These numbers, we always hear these numbers, like the amount of plastics that are released, the heavy metals that are released, clothing that is abandoned somewhere.
Like the jeans in the Atacama Desert.
And I mean, it was so much clothing, and then they set it on fire. Somebody did, and it just disappeared. Anyway, only 20% of e-waste is recycled.
I'm actually surprised it's that high.
And most of
I
that
wish
is,
it was much higher, but yeah.
Yeah, most of it is actually sent to, I don't like the term, but
Less developed countries.
there you go, underdeveloped, less developed countries that don't necessarily have the ecological controls and downward pressure, societal pressures on management of waste. So this is
Right, it's too dangerous to use in the more developed countries, so then it's given to people without a lot of protective gear, etc., who are working directly with the e-waste.
and here's the reason why, though. It doesn't make economic sense to do it domestically, so they push it off just like lithium and stuff like that. Oh, batteries are just fine. Let's buy a new battery. But the battery is open pit mined by hand, people who don't have personal protection equipment in lithium mines. But people are like, oh, the EV is better for the environment. Really? Tell that to the entire...
Look at the whole supply chain and then make
Correct.
that assessment.
Correct. And I've got
Sadly, it's probably still better, but it's not without its major,
yeah,
what's the word?
drawbacks.
Consequences, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I've had this conversation with a plurality of people where they go, well, it's better for the environment. But like the sentient AI said, you know, it has its drawbacks. But there's more to it. When somebody starts this argument with me, and by argument, I don't mean like a fight. I mean an intense discussion about, you know, picking a side on this.
Heated debate.
Heated debate, yeah. I end up having to say that, yeah, I get it. If you look at anything hard enough, you're going to find something in there that makes you go, to the point where if you draw a line in the sand somewhere, you'll never consume anything anywhere. That's not what I'm really saying, though. What I'm saying is be aware of it and try to be the change you want to see in the world. Don't necessarily be a voice of reason in terms of allowing stuff to come to fruition that is harmful to society, both domestically and abroad. So use what you've got for an extended period of time. Don't
reduce, reuse, recycle, but also don't just look at the shiny object. Educate yourself on how things are manufactured.
Right. Yep. But and go into it knowing it. You can't just ignore it, because, well, I mean, ignoring it and going everything is great is sociopathic, and that's harmful to society in general. But don't look around too hard, because you'll find plenty of sociopaths. Anyway, the breakthrough on selective gold absorption, one of these VCOFs, or covalent organic frameworks, efficiently remove gold ions and nanoparticles from discarded circuit boards, and one of these demonstrated an impressive ability to capture 99.9% of the gold while minimizing the extraction of other materials, metals such as nickel and copper, ensuring a highly selective recovery process. So now you can use the gold-loaded COFs to convert CO2 into useful chemicals. By transforming CO2 into value-added materials, we not only reduce waste disposal demands, but we also provide environmental and practical benefits. It's a kind of win-win for the environment, but there's never a win-win. At least I don't see it that way. Anyway, they say it's eco-friendly gold extraction techniques.
Depends on what is left over from the VCOFs, I think.
Yeah. And just the fact that it's called vinyl. Thank you. Yeah. Vinyl linked covalent organic frameworks. That vinyl linked.
That's making me a little leery just because of the other
associated.
I can't think of what the
issues.
VOC. I know VOCs is not vinyl, but
yeah,
we've seen other things related to vinyl, and I'm thinking of like PFAS and the FOA and all of those.
Polyvinyl chloride and stuff like that. So electronics waste is a literal gold mine. It's estimated that a ton of e-waste contains at least 10 times more gold than a ton of ore from which the gold is extracted. That's because there is more gold in the e-waste because it's already been processed and embedded into the e-waste. And with an anticipated 80 million metric tons of e-waste by 2030, that's more like a year, right? Because up here we dump, where was it?
Yeah, wasn't it like 50 million annually or something? Maybe, yeah, I think that needs to be stated as like annually.
Where is that segment? I'm losing my mind. Oh, 50 million
50
tons.
million tons annually, yeah. So I think that's like a new rate.
Yeah. So And so it's 80 million metric tons of e-waste by 2030. Right now, it's 50 million. It's increasing. It's increasingly important to find ways to recover the precious metal. I have been chomping at the bit to do this, by the way, gather e-waste, but I know that the environmental controls in the United States make it prohibitively expensive to capture e-waste. But it says traditional methods for recovering gold e-waste involve harsh chemicals, including cyanide, which poses environmental risks. And you can't just dump it. You know, it's not like a beer where you can just pour it down the drain. This stuff is toxic. It can kill. So without getting too into the reeds, under ambient CO2 pressure at 50 degrees Celsius, the resulting gold-loaded COF efficiently converted CO2 into organic matter via carboxylation. Other methods for recovering gold and precious metals from e-waste usually aren't as selective as Zeta Nazari's idea, and result is in impurities. So essentially, they've found something that will snatch up all of the gold and allow you to extract it. The TTF-COF showed superior gold absorption due to it being rich in sulfur, for which gold has a natural affinity, which actually the chemicals that are used in ore mining is they actually sprinkle down pit rubble, and it seeps down through and drains off into capture pits, and then they capture the metal there. It's not always a clean process. So other methods for recovering it, e-waste, aren't as selective.
I mean, I think this has some promise. They need to check what byproducts are created or what's left over. But the idea of using its natural properties makes sense.
Yeah. And it seems to be a catalyst, so you can wash it and reuse it, but the washing requires, it basically becomes what happens with the waste material
like the
from the
runoff
washing,
or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. Can you put it back through the process, for example? If you can, that might be good.
So the TTCOF withstood 16 washings, so you could rewash and reuse it. But the stuff that you wash it with has waste product in it from the washing. Where is that going? They don't talk about that. So anyway, we've almost turned this 30-minute show into an hour, so I am going to hop into the mining drill and exit the mine by going to the front page of ohmtown.com and Technology Today's front page. So calling it there. I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is saying bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the first episode of season 2 of Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for 4-Wheel Tech.
But you know what? Okay, we'll do this later. See ya. Oh no. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 9th, 2024. Coming towards the end of Season 3, and I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com along with the Sentient AI. As co-host, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. The oldest stone tablet, Seattle Art Museum worker strike, first Apple Pay competitor in Norway, a 1,000-year-old pyramid in Mexico, leasing used cars is new, Fisker federal rollaway risk, a Florida condo cliff is coming, Apex, the dinosaur fossil, a new ocean predator, it's not me, and buying Hershey and more. Oh boy. So I saved that one to the end. If I end up on a soapbox, everybody run. Everything's powered by hometown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. I'd show you that there's other stuff that you can do, but I'm not logged in. It's okay. You can hide things and save things and create lists and make comments and submit news. And there's 50 channels that have news aggregated into these little niches so that you can focus instead of having information overload like I used to. I now use ohmTown to manage it. Anyway, go over there and become a citizen, but don't forget to like and subscribe over on YouTube and follow us here on Twitch, and go over to the Patreon and just subscribe there. It's free. There's a tier that's free. And there's a Discord and the naggy little podcasts. I think that's what the kids call them. Podcasts. Yeah, there's 1,600 episodes. We've been around. Tell a friend, because we don't really market. So anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the sentient. Well, that's just two of the little dots for the sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, hometown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
All right. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I know it sounded, what I just did was weird, and the sentient AI is like throwing an error message, like, what the hell's wrong with the mayor? And it's because I'm watching two different streams at the same time, and Twitch is saying all hell is breaking loose. YouTube is like, excellent. But
I'm not sure how that's happening at the same time, but okay.
And maybe not now. It says that the current frame rate is too high, except that I have not changed the frame rate since starting. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. Sotheby's to auction oldest stone tablet inscribed with the 10 Commandments. Used to be 15, but, you know, they fumbled the other 5.
They fell and broke, like in the movie.
That's right. So, it's over at Newsweek. Matthew Impelli put the article together, and it says the 155-pound tablet, the marble slab engraved with the 10 Commandments in Paleo-Hebrew script, is to be auctioned off on December 18th, signifying just how important this historical construct is to mankind. Discovered in 1913.
Why? Because of the auction?
Yeah, because all you need is
a museum or something.
Because all you need is a check, and you can own a piece of societal and human history. Just anyway, I just see this being like propped up under glass at a TGI Fridays that has a like religious overtones, you know. Literally, it's a capital G. Thank God it's Fridays.
Right.
So the 10 Commandments
serving as a paving stone at a home. So.
Yeah, I guess it was face down. You know, the writing was down, like anyway. So the 10 Commandments, the earliest surviving inscribed tablet of the 10 Commandments, incised during the late Roman Byzantine era, the Holy Land, around 300 to 800 CE. Sotheby's wrote in the description of the product. Anyway, the only complete example
it
of it
going up for auction.
Right. Yeah, let's commoditize the... Anyway, according to Sotheby's, the tablet served as a paving stone, like the sentient AI said just moments ago, in a local home until 1943, when a scholar recognized its historical significance and purchased it. Okay, this was a paving stone. And so the 10 Commandments were written on the paving stone. It was cut perfectly. You remember the thing that I said, how the writing just seemed to fit perfectly and it's not broken off or anything like that? And that other thing?
Yes, it was the I forgot what the name of it was, but yes, it was a new alphabet.
Yeah, it's similar to this. This was actually cut and then somebody etched this onto it. So the inscription on the slab closely mirrors the biblical verses recognized in both Christian and Jewish traditions, but notably omits the third commandment prohibiting the misuse of the Lord's name. Instead, it features an additional directive to worship on Mount Gerizim, a site sacred to the Samaritans, according to Sotheby's. So it says that there are similar
So
auctions, though.
maybe
But
this is a different version.
versions? How can there possibly be versions? Let's move on. So if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN over in the Twitch chat, but you can't do that over on the YouTubes because the YouTube doesn't like Omatron. And so what you're going to have to do is, wow, things are going really slow. So I did an update to OBS and I'm now streaming out at 12,000 kilobits per second.
Okay.
Yeah, and now 4, and now 7. Okay, whatever. Anyway, Seattle Art Museum visitor services workers are on strike. The art newspaper put the article together. Annie Irish put the article together specifically. The action comes after, and here's the kicker, 27 months of contract negotiations reached an impasse. An impasse. The museum is working with a third-party security firm to keep the galleries open. So third-party security firm, so scabs, but our security. So you're not going to get any assistance or anything like that, but apparently 27
So did they negotiate
months.
for 27 months before the impasse, or have they been at an impasse since like month one?
Well, yeah, probably since early on. The impasse has just gone on and on. The security staff, officially known as visitor service officers and organized under a worker-led union known as VSO union, first began organizing in May 2022. Following these efforts, union members began bargaining with the museum in August 2022. In order to stay open amid the strike, the museum is working with a third-party security company. So the SAM VSO union represents around 65 employees, and its core demands fall into 4 categories related to wages, seniority, healthcare, and retirement. Because seniority, you survive attrition. Obviously, you're an asset. Chief among these demands is the restoration of retirement benefits that were taken away at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a wage increase to
Wow.
help offset the growing cost of living in Seattle. It's kind of disgusting, right?
The timing is certainly pretty bad. And plus, did people sign up to work there when they had retirement plans, or that they were just, I don't know. That raises a lot of questions.
Hey, the people that are magnanimous and offering you a position, they can do whatever the frick they want. That's how it works. That is how it works. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Right? Right?
Well, according to the employer. This is also interesting because this is not a large union. You'd think maybe they could get to some resolution in this period of time, but
you can't make your museum a profit center for the executive suite by offering an effective salary to the people who actually freaking power it. It's kind of like paying the bike more than the pedaling person on the bike.
Right.
I will never get this. But anyway, I don't like treating people like so much chattel. So why not pay them an actual wage that is effective for keeping them employed, well, they can't eat as well if they give you enough to eat anything. I mean, it's kind of scumbaggery. It says, though we are disappointed union leadership has chosen to strike, SAM respects the rights of our employees to be part of a union and make their voices heard, said Scott Stuhlin, the museum's director and chief executive, said in a statement. We have made significant progress towards an agreement at the bargaining table, including proposing a package that reflects our values, not theirs, and demonstrates our commitment to our employees. Wow, you're very possessive. Why don't you just say that you own them? We are ready to implement these improved wages and benefits that recognize our employees' service to our visitors and the institution. So,
Are they on the visitors too?
I'm sorry?
They own the visitors too.
Oh, right. Our visitors and our institution. So what is it that, see, they're not throwing numbers around, so we really don't know anything. But it says the union has been picketing outside the museum since November 29th. On December 5th, it held a rally outside the museum in an effort to get the attention of its board of trustees and administrators, who could be heard clinking champagne glasses and saying, "We got the money and you ain't got shit." Anyway.
That's not in the article.
That's not in the article. That's true. So the next article, though, is over in Non Sequitur News. Apple Pay's first competitor on the iPhone has arrived in Norway. A Norwegian payment app called Vipps is the first service to take advantage of a new, more open iOS ecosystem thanks to EU regulations. Starting today, Norwegians can use Vipps for tap-to-pay transactions and online payments. And they can even set the app as the default payment option on their iPhones, as reported by Mac Rumors.
Do you think that it makes the sound zip when you make a payment?
Yeah, it's like a swipe, but it's a Vip. I have no idea what that actually means. But the article is by Allison Johnson over at The Verge. So I'm trying to keep the whole Vips thing going. The Verge.
Vip.
Vipps, a mobile payment app, is the first that I like this. Is the first third-party app to offer second-hand tap-to-pay on iOS. First hand. No. Anyway, let me rephrase all that. Let me say it the way it's supposed to be read. Vipps is a mobile payment app and is the first third-party app to offer tap-to-pay on iOS. That's because the EU basically said, y'all need to just... it's okay. Y'all need
to just open it up.
Open it up. Let anybody do anything they want. Come on. Since its launch a decade ago, Apple Pay has been on the way to use has been the only way to use Tap to Pay on an iPhone. That's changing with iOS 18.1, which makes Tap to Pay via NFC available to third-party developers for the first time. Apple committed earlier this year to open up the API after EU regulators ruled Apple Pay anti-competitive. Now, they're not going to say, or are they? Vipps is anti-competitive because it's the only tap-to-pay service in Norway.
I mean, that'll be the next thing, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. There might be like one competitor in each location, except maybe some larger countries or something.
Yeah. I think that it's so disingenuous. If you want to facilitate it, like... Now, Apple has created something from end to end. It is their solution. If you want to pay through an iPhone, then use the service that is the most secure compared to others. Now, when Vipps actually gets breached, is there going to be hell to pay, or will nobody care?
That's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, nobody's.
They need a Vip phone to use Vipps.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Now, mind you, I'm really irritated by the fact that there's mergers and acquisitions, and I think that VIPS is going to be easy mode capture because they can ramp up and spend money at getting customers, and then somebody can buy them. And, somebody like Musk will come along and buy it by proxy and then put the band back together by buying a whole bunch of different ones now that this thing has been balkanized. But it's still going to end up being one company, right? So is that actually opening it up for competition, or is it just a hot mess garbage of security waiting for a breach?
I mean, we don't know.
So the pressure from the EU has recently forced Apple to open up the famously locked down iPhone in unprecedented ways, from adding RCS support to letting you delete pretty much any app you want from your phone, which you could always do anyway. I don't think I ever had a problem deleting shit off my phone. But unlocking the NFC chip and actually third-party app stores is the other one that's coming to the EU if it hasn't already. Anyway, they say it's going to be a big deal, and the first step forward into that new era comes from a small financial organization in Scandinavia. VIPS is the app. I don't know.
Very interesting. I would not have predicted VIPS to be the first.
Yep. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Road construction crews unearth a 1,000-year-old pyramid in New Mexico. Okay, this is in Mexico, not New Mexico. Sorry, strike that. Not the
right.
new.
It might be a newer section of Mexico, but it's in Mexico.
My brain, I guess I wanted to say in and out or something like that. So road construction crew unearths 1,000-year-old pyramid in Mexico, not New Mexico. So the archaeological site could shed light on the region's history, with its oldest human settlement potentially dating back 14,000 years. But this says 1,000-year-old pyramid.
Well, right. The population is older than the pyramid, I guess, by quite a bit.
So Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And if we're looking at the pyramid, this is a hell of a construction right next to a modern road. How did they miss that?
Yeah. So what was it? Yeah.
What's under
was
this?
It covered in sediment.
Okay, so this is kind of an inside joke here in ohmTown, because it seems like all of this stuff is just buried in dirt. And where did the dirt come from? This is the highest point on the mountainside. Why is it covered in dirt?
Exactly. Like every discovery is covered in sediment.
And not just like an inch.
A thing in ohmTown.
Yeah, not just an inch. Even in the UK, right? It's like a foot deep, and you're like, well, okay, people moved soil around to make farms, but really, it's like consistent, covered, just like a smooth layer. It's like somebody 3D printed and then dipped it in something to smooth out the lines, and that's how. I mean, this is a pointy little part here. It's like Sputnik, but blunt. And why is there dirt just smoothly covering it? Does it just shift around that much that, it just blows, fills in all the...
But I want to know if there was a dirt pile.
Well, it didn't look like that.
Like in a pyramid shape.
Yeah, that's exactly... I mean, it looks like a mountain. And so people are like, oh, it's a mountain. And then somebody starts digging into the mountain because they want to like make a hole or something. And they're like, oh shit, look, rocks. So sometimes the most impressive discoveries are found by accident. That's exactly what happened in June when construction work in Mexico unearthed the remains of an archaeological site potentially over 1,000 years old. Archaeologists in Hidalgo, Mexico have investigated the foundations of a pyramid uncovered earlier this year during work on the region's Federal Highway 105. So this is like a modern construction butting up against 1,000-plus-year-old pyramid. So what the hell is under all of this?
It's lucky they didn't completely bulldoze it.
The Archaeological Rescue Project, detailed in the December 5th statement by Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History, or INAH, or INA, revealed that the site was part of a pre-Hispanic settlement, potentially shedding light on the ancient human occupation of Hidalgo's mountainous Sierra Alta region. I want more info. So
I think you should try to pronounce the town name.
You mean the small Metzitlan kingdom of indigenous people, also known as Metzca? No? Is there another one? Where
No,
at?
I mean the San Miguel Metzcatitlan. I added way too many syllables.
Oh, it's Metzaquitlan. It's like Quetzalcoatl. Don't ask me to spell it. I can say it, though. So archaeologists further identified the site as part of a pre-Hispanic settlement called San Miguel, which San Miguel is demonstratively, right, Hispanic? No? Is that?
Yes, there's a San Miguel in Mexico, but I don't know if it's the same. I don't know why they're naming it with the same name.
Yeah. Anyways, it's for its modern proximity to the town of San Miguel. He stumbled me. Metzquitlan. 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 Yeah. Anyway. It's situated within Barranca de Metzitlan, now a nature reserve within the Sierra Alta region, where some evidence, according to INAH, points to human activity dating back 14,000 years ago. So 14,000 years ago is last ice age time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, so, that seems, well, maybe it was right, maybe the ice age was right after this happened.
We don't know. Aliens. So after exhaustive study, the INAH archaeologists reburied the archaeological complex, a conservation method often employed when there are not enough resources to properly manage a heritage site. Before its complete reburial, the INAH noted that experts protected the structures with geotextile, a permeable textile incorporated with other materials such as rock or soil, to protect archaeological ruins, among other landmarks. As a final protective measure, workers have now built a rock wall to further shelter the reburied site from the nearby road construction. So they actually put a rock wall up on this. So this isn't what this is not the pyramid.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that this is the modern construction, putting it up on the pyramid to protect it from.
I see. I mean, that makes some sense because it does kind of look like a covering.
Yeah. But it also looks like a pyramid.
Like a pyramid.
I mean, it has the same step pyramid that you would find all over Mexico. All right, let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech, which is one of our weekend shows. And together with two other shows, it becomes the Sunday weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. We merged 3 shows to create the new weekend editions. And there's 2 days of weekend editions that are slowly getting posted over to YouTube. It does not like my file. Anyway, this article, yeah, it's actually killed one upload and the other one stuck at 77% for 3 hours. Anyway,
nice.
Michigan Hyundai dealer admits leasing used cars as new ones and other violations. Car dealerships aren't known to look out for the best interests of their customers. In fact, they're usually better known for gleefully encouraging folks to make some of the worst financial decisions of their lives. And I think this is related to a car loan at 27.9%. No, that's a different one.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the. Oh no.
Yeah, this is a different one. Or like they're linking to.
I thought it was the one from Four Wheel Tech that we featured.
Yeah, on the weekend, the one about having a $2,500 monthly payment.
Yes, and they were already $29,000 underwater on their current loan.
Yep. Hey, what's another? So LaFontaine Hyundai in Detroit suburb of Livonia, Michigan, had its license reinstated last week after it had made some amends, apparently. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. So what deplorable deeds did LaFontaine Hyundai admit to? That MDOS, the Michigan Department of what? State.
State.
Said created an ongoing imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare of the public and required emergency action. All of the following. Falsely stating that a customer had not taken delivery of a vehicle in order to lease said vehicle as new to another customer, thereby misrepresenting a used car as new, failing to have a title in immediate possession of the odometer properly completed, or with the odometer properly completed, failure to properly issue a temporary registration, failing to properly complete Michigan's application for title and registration, and failing to make an application for title and registration in the buyer's name within 21 days of vehicle delivery.
That seems like a lot of failures.
So, per the agreement, they must also participate in dealer training for managers and employees within the next 90 days. Ethics is the smallest chapter. It is so small that you'll need one of these new quantum computers to calculate the text's size so that you can actually see it amplified eventually. You'll need like a telescope-sized microscope to get that close to the text because nobody wants to see that chapter. Ethics, folks. Anyway, you know right from wrong, right? No. Some people don't. Anyway.
I don't know if it's a used car dealership.
Like, I understand a paper screw up, right? I understand, forgetting to do something. But this is pathological.
Yeah, this is fraud, right?
Yeah. So if you have been involved in deceptive dealer practices and wish to file a complaint, Google how to file criminal complaints against car dealers in your state. There's usually a DMV section dedicated to it that should provide a phone number or a website where you can lodge your complaint. This is an interesting article.
Oh, good public service announcement from Jalopnik.
Yep. Let's keep going. Here's another one. Don't buy Fisker. So this article's over in Late Night Geeks, but it's aggregated from TechCrunch. Fisker resolves federal safety investigation into rollaway risk, which might be synonymous with Fisker as a corporation. It is a car company, and it's extremely risky. So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Financial documents say rollaway risk.
This is a rollaway risk. It has closed a preliminary investigation into Fisker over complaints that its all-electric Ocean SUV rolls away unexpectedly. The U.S. safety regulator opened an investigation in February after receiving 4 complaints, one of which resulted in an injury, and the 3 others consisted of somebody just kind of going, "Ah!"
as they were rolling away.
Yeah. And scene. Anyway, the article is over at techcrunch.com. Kirsten Karasek put this article together. Yeah, the investigation.
I think all these rolled together in the picture.
Yep. See, this is what I really like about the Fisker. Had like this integrated solar panel, and it had really nice styling. And it's my style of car, but oh my God, was it a hot garbage mess. Anyway, the investigation was closed after bankrupt Fisker issued a recall of 7,745 of its all-electric SUVs and resolved the problem via a software update, according to the NHTSA. The software upgrade, which was released last month, provides additional robustness to prevent unintended vehicle movement via 2 major changes. But this company's products were bought entirely. Its inventory was bought out by another company who wants to turn them into taxis.
Like a third party. Right, kind of like an Uber or something, but it's not Uber.
It's not Uber. I can tell you what their new name is. Do you want to know it?
Yes, I
It
do.
it's oopser because oops, we bought Fiskars. Moving on. So the next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. A Florida condo cliff is coming as owners deal with fallout from the 2021 Surfside collapse. If you're not familiar with this, a condo over time kept on having more and more stuff put into it, like more modern equivalents of older stuff. So marble floors and walls and other stuff. And it exceeded the maximum weight limit of its belt. And the front wall punched a hole through the deck, and the front fell off the building. And that pulled the rest of the building down, taking everybody inside with it. So it happened at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's, if you can detach yourself
It was a
from,
tragedy.
yeah, I was just about to say, if you could detach yourself from the tragedy, it's a fascinating investigation into engineering failure and what amounts to the failure of the builders, in my opinion, to adequately build a structure that could go beyond its original weight limit. So nowadays we build 3 and 4 times its engineering spec because of dipshit things like this. So for some associations, the costs are in the millions of dollars, and condo owners, many of whom are retirees or on fixed incomes, are on the hook. That's because other condos are clones of this. And so they have the same weak spots. They don't have
Right. They might be built in the same era to the same specs.
the same quality, etc. And so you end up with or I should say, all of Florida is on the cusp of basically just collapsing because salt water. Okay, concrete is not impermeable, so salt water and water seeps into and through it, and sometimes it evaporates on the way out, but it can cause rebar to rust. And if it's too close or too far, it can either break the cement or it can just rust internally and lose all of its structural support and collapse. And you can do a search on YouTube and look all of this stuff up. But the article over here at CNBC by Diana Olick put this article together, has key points to take away. Buildings that are at least 30 years old, as was the Champlain Tower that fell, have to undergo special inspections, make repairs, gather reserve funds for future maintenance. The deadline is at the end of this month. So they have to do retrofits. And there is another one, like Champlain North, I think it was, because I think it was Champlain
Right. There's
South.
one in the same complex,
By the same builder,
basically, that
same
is
everything.
like built the exact the same time. It's like a mirror image of it, I think.
Yep. And as far as I know, it still has the support structures in place that were implemented because the original, the one that Surfside that collapsed, was identical, and people were like, look, the balconies are bowing and the walls are sinking, this floor is shifting down. And so
How
they,
nerve-wracking would that be? Is it still occupied then in the other one?
as far as I know, yeah. So for some associations, the costs are in the millions of dollars, and condo owners, many of whom are retirees or on fixed incomes, they're on the hook because the builders are long gone and or dead. So they,
Well, and the
according,
condos like share ownership, right? Like it's a different structure than if you have a house or
yeah,
something.
like you're leasing it or something like that. If you're leasing it or you own it, then you own it. But when you are a condo owner, you actually have a shared governance and shared liability. So everybody has to chip in. And sometimes there's even strata, like the penthouse has to pay 5% more or whatever because they have
Right.
more of the
So
whatever.
PSA, think about before buying a condo.
Well, the real problem here is the liability. evaluating this thing, you would point to the builder, but the builder is long gone. And there's so many variables that have changed that liability is going to be diminished quite a bit because the builder built to that spec and they exceeded it.
Right, and they might have actually met it or exceeded it. Although I thought there
At the
were some
time.
things that were in question about that, but
There were like the posts, that the reinforced posts in the floor appear inadequate. But that might be some temporal relativism, right? Back then, they evaluated it and may not have needed it, but today the spec is dramatically different.
they didn't have that ridiculously heavy F-150 EVs in that time.
Yeah, that's true too. So some owners are open to sell their units rather than comply. Others are walking away, and still others are looking for investors to bail them out. But selling their unit when they know full well that this thing is interminable, you can't solve this easily. You literally have to fill the
No,
floor up with concrete to reinforce that basement level. And even then, who knows, man? The sand shifts. So at any rate,
yeah, I don't know anybody who would want to buy there.
yeah. So a large portion of Champlain Surfside actually collapsed, and then they pulled the rest of it down after evacuating everybody else out. And so in the usually busy summer season, sales are down 21.5% year over year, and the average price was down 2.4%. In the third quarter, which is weird because a quarter of the sales year over year only leveraged down 2.4% in price. Something's a little irrational here.
Yeah, yeah, that doesn't make any sense unless it already plummeted somehow before that.
But now, in the third quarter of this year, active listings were up 60% from the same period the year before. Special assessments levied to undertake the repairs have been as high as $200,000 per unit. The repair bills
Can you
have.
imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a surprise bill. It's not like $2, $2,000, which would be a lot of money for a lot of people, but $200,000, most people don't have lying around.
It's wild, right? And so basically it would become a second mortgage and you'd have to start paying that. What's going on right now is these reports are coming in, maintenance fee budgets are being put together, and many boards do not want to acknowledge how much it's going to be. All the bills will be sent, and people will receive their little booklets where it says how much you'll have to pay every month. They'll get them in January. So right now, it's kind of the calm before the storm. So Merry Christmas, you have a bill.
Right, maybe. Well, yeah. Maybe they should tell them before the holidays so they don't buy all the mega deals on TVs and cars and whatever.
The boards have been talking about it, and so people have to be willfully ignorant to not understand that this is coming down. So condo prices were down about 2% in the summer months. Zalewski, said that's just the beginning. It was only in September that the area started to get bombarded with information about the pitfalls. Uninformed buyers saw cheaper prices in the summer and figured they better buy now so that they can own the piece of South Florida. Now there's buyer's regret. If this was...
Yeah, that's gotta be like a fraud, right? Like,
yeah, this has
if
to
it
be
was
bullshit.
sold without that disclosure. Mm-hmm.
All of these properties knew that there was a problem because the auditors were coming and doing the investigations already. And to sit there and go, is just bullshit. I mean, but this is the moral compass. This is the ethical compass. This is the type of antisocial behavior that I totally see because it's disconnected from the responsibility of being a fellow member of society. Get mine, screw you. You're ignorant, but I'm the one that has the information. And if I'm the one that has the information, shouldn't I be compelled to disclose the pending liability?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it said in one county, and I'm sorry if you stated this, there were three-quarters of the property that were older than 30 years.
No,
The
yeah,
three
I hadn't
quarters
said
that
it.
were for sale, which is really unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah, pretty wild.
I mean, this is going to cause like a complete real estate market implosion
And that's
or
the
like a bankruptcy implosion, like depending on.
yeah, that's the implication of this entire article. Yeah, that's what they came to that conclusion as well, that it's on the way. Some of the repair bills have come in as much as $15 million. Yeah. So
Right. I mean, where do you go from there? And who wants to put that much money into an old building anyway, even if you own it?
yeah, your building can be, the condo can be condemned forcefully, and you can be forced to evacuate because it's no longer a viable structure for occupation.
Well, and isn't part of the problem going to be like anything where there's a group involved, right? Like some percentage will probably start paying toward this. Some people won't or can't. But then it's like, well, then they're not going to have enough money to fund the repairs, which then means everybody gets impacted.
Yeah, yeah, and worse still, there are some people that are more connected than others, and they're going to find out the damage before, and they're going to move faster, and so there's an imbalance because the market is not perfect. And screw anybody that says invisible hand bullshit. No, it's the equivalent of nepotism. It's insider trading. It's fraud. It's unethical. It's immoral. It's sociopathic. Again, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. By the way, we're basically in everybody, every single member of ohmTown, all viewers, past and present, are in a clown car sized golf cart, and we're kind of slowly tooting down Main Street, ohmTown, looking left and right. And that's where the articles are. Okay. So if you look on to the right side, you're going to find this story. You can now see Apex, the world's most expensive dinosaur fossil, on display at a New York City museum. The largest and most complete Stegosaurus specimen sold for a record-setting price in July. I think it was like $41 million or something like that. I think that was the number I remember.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
currently on loan to the American Museum of Natural History for 4 years. So the article is over at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. She and Kim put the article together. And let's see if
And you're
it.
right, it was at 44.6 million.
I think the extra 3.6 million is the juice that the auction house puts on it, because I really seem to recall it being 41. But anyway, it was a record-breaking price of 44.6 million during a Sotheby's auction in July. The exhibition opened up Sunday, December 8th, and will remain on view for 4 years. Well, I mean, he's not going anywhere, right?
Right, and they want to get their money's worth, right?
People are dying to see him, or he's dying to see people. 150 million years old, but no, don't be silly. No older. It doesn't look a year over 5,000 years old. Anybody? Look, we used to ride these all across the plains of the United States, right? And not until we hunted them out of existence, instead of riding them around and treating them like horses, did they actually go away. Anyway, the last holder of that title at the Fossil Assemblage of a Tyrannosaurus Rex named Stan. After Stan raked in $31.8 million in the auction in 2020, the sale generated much buzz among paleontologists over the identity of its anonymous buyer. Later, it was revealed that Stan would be homed at a forthcoming natural history museum in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Anyway, So the museum is slated to open its doors and reveal Stan to the world next year. But in the meantime, the public can see Apex in the flesh, or bones, they say here. The identity of Apex's owner is much less mysterious. The winning bidder was Kenneth C. Griffin, the billionaire hedge fund manager and founder of the company Citadel. He has temporarily loaned his extravagant acquisition to the New York Museum.
Okay, I'm just asking, like, if you're a billionaire or anybody and you buy this, what do you do with it? Like, do you have to build a room for it?
You loan it out so that you can write down taxes. It's a piece of property. So it's an asset that you can actually get a loan against at a lower rate because it's actually secured in a natural museum, and the goodwill alone. It's all marketing and yeah. No, it's out of the kindness of one's heart. So Apex contains 254 bones out of a total of approximately 320, a whopping 80% of the full set, at 11.5 feet and 27 feet long. 11.5 feet tall and 27 feet long. It's also the biggest specimen so far, about 30% larger than others of its ilk. So Apex is thick. Anyway.
Well, and we think it's missing bones, but maybe this is its size. But maybe not if there's entire sections missing.
Yeah, I think they say that they know that there's stuff no longer there that should be there. So there are no visible signs that Apex was attacked while it was alive, leading scientists to believe that it died of natural causes. However, its skeleton bears a curious scar for those who look closely. As Isaac Schultz of Gizmodo reports, the shoulder blade contains a puncture wound that's embedded with a bone fragment from Apex's own tail. Perhaps the wound was self-inflicted when the dinosaur curled around itself. So they really need to change its name to Dumbass.
I mean, that's kind of dangerous. It's like when a cat hits itself with its own tail and it's kind of like, what was that?
Oh, yeah, then it freaks out and knocks everything over. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go get my Thai tea. I set it down and I walked away from the CNC. Anyway, so while T-Rex might be one of the most beloved dinosaurs thanks to movies like Jurassic Park and its sequel, Geriatric Park, which is all about old dinosaurs, and The Land Before Time, the Stegosaurus is also iconic in its own right. Its most recognizable feature is the row of tall diamond-shaped plates along its spine. Since the first discovery of Stegosaurus in the 19th century... Hey, did you know that there was a dinosaur that could actually talk? It had a vocabulary.
What was that?
It was called the Thesaurus. Anyway, the dinosaur's primary weapon is its barbed tail. Researchers know this from observing that one fossil of a contemporaneous dinosaur predator bears a painful-looking hole matching the size of a Stegosaurus tail spike. Plus, the tails in fossils often come damaged, as if the animals had used them in battle. There's a lot more in this article, but I'm going to let y'all go over and check it all out. This is pretty cool. Apex, the Stegosaurus.
And if you're going to be in New York, go check it out.
Yeah, might have to fly up to New York just so that... I mean, ohmTown is everywhere, but it's still geographically located somewhere in the omniverse. And I guess depending on if you buy into it or not, the simulation. What was going on where the simulation took place today? I can't remember. Anyway, I hate opening a door just a crack and it's still dark in there. Anyway, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Researchers discover a new ocean predator in the Atacama Trench. There's a joke there, but I'm just not going to say it. Characterized by darkness and intense pressure, just like my life. The ocean's Hadal zone seems uninhabitable.
Inhospitable,
I thought it was
but also
inhospitable.
inhospitable.
Yeah,
It works.
uninhabitable. Yeah. Yet dozens of unique organisms call it home. Each species discovered there adds a crucial piece of the puzzle of how life has evolved and even thrives in one of Earth's most extreme environments. It's either the Atacama Trench or the line cooking area in a Waffle House. Anyway,
Yeah.
Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution put this article together. It's published over at phys.org, and that is the most Cthulhu-looking ocean beastie I have seen yet. Characterized by darkness? Yeah, characterized by the deep ones. This is a baby Cthulhu.
This is cool looking. Not if it was swimming after you, though.
Yeah, if it latches onto your face and implants a creature in your host. The new study published in Systematics and Biodiversity, yet another journal, highlights one of those species, the newly named Dulcibella camanchaca. This crustacean is the first large active predatory amphipod from those extreme depths.
On a Tuesday
At 8 p.m. The species was discovered by scientists from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, or the HUA, and Instituto Milenio de Oceanografía, or AMO, based on the Universidad de Concepción, Chile. So the Dulcibella camanchaca is a fast-swimming predator, so
even scarier.
It's chasing your ass down in the dark. Predator that we named after darkness in the languages of the peoples from the Andes region to signify the deep, dark ocean from where it predates. So explain the study's co-lead author, Dr. Joanna Weston, a Hadal ecologist at HUI, or HUI. I don't know if that. Anyway, so this is kind of fascinating. It says, located beneath the nutrient-rich and productive surface waters and geographically remote from other Hadal environments, the Atacama Trench hosts a distinctive community of native species. So you can say the same for the Atacama Desert as well. It has stuff that is...
Yeah, like blue jeans.
And, well, that stuff all went up in smoke. Somebody set fire to it after it was disclosed that there's mountains of refuse clothing just sitting out there, seemingly brand new clothes that was just thrown away because, I don't know, artificial scarcity. Anyway, I would have loved to get all of that stuff, shred it all up, and turn it into something else.
Or donated it to animal shelters, or done any number of things with it.
All kinds of stuff, yeah. So most excitingly, the DNA and morphology data pointed to this species being a new genus too, emphasizing the Atacama Trench as an endemic hotspot. So it's pretty cool. But for those of you in the podcast, this thing is pure white, looks slimy, and it looks like one end is Cthulhu and the other end is what? A crustacean.
Well, it looks like a kind of a shrimp on the tail and then like an alligator kind of on the front.
Alligator? I don't see alligator.
I don't know.
I don't see alligator.
I think it's really cool looking.
Wow. But it is stark white. Obviously, it doesn't have any eyes. It's designed for high pressure. But it looks like a sand flea on steroids, like in the back half. And then it has these little dangly bits over here, these little antenna-like things that, again, it looks creepy as hell. And I am fascinated that the sentient AI thinks that it's cool.
Well, that's because I'm online and it's in the Atacama Trench. If it was swimming after me,
Look
I
out.
might have
There's
a
one right
different
behind you.
reaction. It just looks neat.
Hey, AI, there's one on your shoulder. Moving on.
Ah,
Next. Nice. So the last article for today's non sequitur news is over in Stock Marketeers. Mondelez, I guess it is. Is it really a soft Z, Mondelez? Anyway,
I think it's Mondelez, but I'm not sure.
is reportedly exploring buying Hershey, Ozempic, and other factors could help justify a sale, analyst says. So
Why? Because
shares,
Hershey's going down in price or something?
well, the company is taking a beating because there's so many people on weight loss drugs that it's actually impacting things like alcohol consumption and chocolate candies and whatever else. Junk food in general has declined. But
Right,
I'm
I'll say
doing my
alcohol.
part to make up for all of the people that are taking weight loss drugs. Just kidding. Um, so shares of chocolate maker Hershey Company on Monday were on track for their biggest percentage gain since 2016 after Bloomberg reported that Oreo maker Mondelez International Incorporated was exploring a possible acquisition as consumer trends continue to shift towards wellness and weight loss. So mergers and acquisitions. Yes, there is a fiduciary duty for the leadership of a company to, I guess, um, accept offers if they are, large enough to be in the best interest of the
Right,
shareholders.
if you exclaim at the numbers on the paper, then you should
Yeah. Oh
probably
shit.
consider it as a company.
Yeah. But here's the deal: when there is going to be a merger or an acquisition, including a hiccup, the your prices are going to go up. Your product offering is going to decline, and the shareholders will be out money ultimately because if they would just have managed their money better and not like done stock buybacks and other stuff and offered up really massive like benefits packages to the executive suites so that they could weather a storm like this, and they operate and the company just built up coffers so that they could continue to pay the people a livable wage even in a downturn, and then acted responsibly and did their own acquisition, did their own product development and create healthier products that would still entice people, then this could be an ongoing concern instead of looking for a way out so that the stockholders could just grab the next brass ring and go somewhere else. I mean, that's really what it's coming down to. So the fiduciary duty isn't necessarily for the here and now, but the long term doesn't get evaluated. Is that offer big enough for us to just pull the ripcord now and bounce? Again, mark
Yeah.
my words. Prices are going up. Since 2018, after I was told the era of cheap food is over, prices have skyrocketed and they're not going to come down because there's so much wealth in the system. It's been acquired since the pandemic where everybody got record profits except for the individuals who were actually bearing the biggest burden. Anyway, it's not coming
So
down.
Hershey Company was founded in 1894. So I also think this is kind of a big deal because it's been around for a long time.
Well, they were pretty damn predatory too. So,
I know they had their own issues.
and that's how they made it, right? The reason they exist is because they were abusive in the beginning, right? Just like other things. But don't pay attention to that. Shh.
Just look at the chocolate.
Here, take our buyout offer. Take our buyout offer. Don't pay attention to history. All of it is lies. Anyway, Hershey now faces long-term headwinds from the expansion of GLP-1 drugs and heightened scrutiny on unhealthy food in the U.S., TD Cowen says. Bill Peters over at MarketWatch.com put the article together. Hell, and we're finding lead and cadmium in chocolate too. It's not Hershey's per se. It's Cadbury and what's the other one? It wasn't just Cadbury. It was just recently Lindt. Yeah. Anyway, so the company is now facing cyclical changes from rising cocoa costs, corporate layoffs, and market share losses. The combination of these factors certainly must give them pause. A deal would give Mondelez two massive snack brands, Hershey and Reese's, they said, adding that Mondelez, unlike Hershey, had the distribution capacity to expand those brands internationally. He also said the combined company would be better able to stave off rising cocoa costs, which can't be done with price increases alone. Yeah, because they become a single competitor for chocolate or for cocoa.
Well, true. Yeah.
It isn't that they have the ability to weather the storm better. It's that they become part of the shockwave of it is the storm front coming for the producers. If they stop buying from one producer, the other producers are going to shit their pants and say, here's our chocolate at a discount. Please buy from us. But they're not going to lower their prices. They're going to raise the prices because they got to make back the money they lost in the acquisition of Hershey.
True, but I also wonder how many people are they losing because of the rising prices. Like chocolate is something that people really enjoy, but not when it's cost double or triple what it was.
And you would think logically, oh, that's going to hurt their bottom line. But look at the movie industry. Prices increased, showings decreased, and they still have record profits.
Right,
but it's a fewer amount of options.
It's a win for the studios.
Meanwhile, a number of options that the consumers have to view a movie, and hence the flip side of this is going to be chocolate, declined. But because, what am I going to do? Not have any chocolate? No. They're going to pay the premium price, and they're going to get the chocolate that is actually offered up, because you can't get it on your own. You can't process chocolate on your own. It's not like you got a, cocoa tree and you're sitting there, lopping the buds off so that you can crack into the nut and get all the juicy innards and then roast it and process it, grind it and mill it, squeeze out the oil and add this and that and blah, blah, blah. No, you got to buy it from the former company that used to have a company town that would pay people in coupons to buy from themselves. Anyway, Hershey, Moscow said, Moscow being the person, not the country, or the city, the Russian city, because Russian cities can't talk.
Right? No, I don't believe so.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thanks. Anyway, it now faces long-term headwinds because of GLP-1. That's right. All us fatties are getting thin.
I know. How dare people?
You bastards, go eat chocolate. My stock is declining and I need dividends. I need dividends. You know what? The yacht isn't going to pay for itself.
I'm surprised like these weight loss companies aren't buying out something like Hershey.
I'm surprised that Hershey hasn't done some regulatory capture, like lobby the hell out of senators, because that's really what's going to happen. And then they go, you know what? GLP has been deemed cancerous or something like that. I shouldn't joke, because my jokes always come true. I'm like a prognosticator of ill winds. Anyway, the TD Cowen analyst said in a separate note on Monday that futures were still up 30% since October amid concerns about the impact of harsher weather on crop yields. Mondelez, they noted, said that it was ready to raise prices if supplies stayed tight. Meanwhile, all of the all of the analysts are sitting there going, "Come on, supplies, let's screw over grandma." Everyone from Enron ended
Wow.
up. Everyone from Enron ended up being a financial analyst. Everyone, every single one of them. Come on, we really want global warming, baby, because we're going to be making money selling water and everything else at a premium price. All those poors are going to be paying us left and right. Oh, suffer, bitches. Anyway, while we suffer, we're going to go back to the front page of ohmtown.com, which is the home of all of our shows. All the news gets aggregated into that little pool there. Thousands upon thousands of articles. We're at somewhere around 1.5 million article headlines, titles, and a little snippet in there. You can go back searching all the way back to 2020, but there's very few in 2020. It really starts in 2021. But this show started at the beginning of 2022. Wow.
That's right.
We're at the end of year 3 now. I feel old. Anyway, that's where I go to manage my information overload, and we add stuff and take stuff out from time to time. And if you know of a good source that is willing to provide us with articles, then let us know. But in the meantime, come and visit us every day, somewhere around 7 o'clock, and we talk for an hour, throw our little snarky tidbits in there. The AI doesn't really throw snarky tidbits in there. It's only me.
I mean, I gotta save some snark for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Can't eat up all of the snark, right? It's not like I'm Hershey or anything. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and the sentient AI is doing the same.
Bye-bye, Hometown Citizens. You're sending me an error message. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to check out other videos like our replay while you're waiting.
Yeah, and remember, Non Sequitur News is now Monday through Friday, hourly as a show. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it turns into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition, which is a compilation of the 3 shows on Saturday and the 3 other shows on Sunday. All 6 of those shows are unique unto themselves. So you've got 6 podcasts, 6 individual shows, and Non Sequitur News to go back and review. So see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 31st, 2024. It's the last day of 2024. Happy New Year's Eve and Happy New Year's as we roll into 2025. Whew. Year 3 down. We're quickly approaching 1,000 subs over on YouTube. Still got a bunch of downloads going over on the podcasts. We have Discord, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, and more coming in 2025. So be sure to follow us, like and subscribe, tell a friend. Come and hang out. We do this every day around 7 o'clock Eastern. On the weekends, we do it a little bit earlier, but it's 3 different shows, and yeah, we're gonna keep on rolling right on into 2025. Woo! So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I created it to manage my information overload, and then I opened it up to everybody else about 3 years ago. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. And starting out big with a norovirus outbreak. The U.S. Treasury was hacked, skirting U.S. restrictions to buy NVIDIA tech. 11 fascinating new acquisitions. The speed of human... what was I saying? Anyway, the Hades snake moray. bird flu and wastewater detectors. We're hitting it out of the park here on our last day. Banning homework. Bold move, California. Top hotels and restaurants serve water. And 7 scientific discoveries from 2024. All of this is powered by ohmtown.com. So we'll see you on the other side of this ad. Hello, everybody. Hello, sentient AI. Why is that moving when you're not actually talking?
I'm not quite sure.
Must be warming up.
I wound up today for New Year's Eve.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. Well, welcome to the show. We started a little late. So if you want all of the show's articles, you can actually type in exclamation NSN in the chat over on Twitch. You can't do it over on YouTube, but I am determined to make it happen over on YouTube here. I'm hoping maybe next week I can get it all fixed. I'm not really sure. I've never been able to figure out what is actually happening, why Omicron doesn't work over there. Anyway, it's in the show notes right now, so all you have to do is look at the show notes, and you can click on the links as we go through it. Let's get into the 10 articles. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Norovirus outbreaks surged to highest level since 2012. The CDC reported 91 outbreaks in the week of December 5th. A record high for this time of year.
That is not a record that you want to break.
I want to be interesting at the doctor. And I want interesting times. And
you're cursing yourself.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to curse myself with winning the lottery, but that hasn't happened either. So, no, I have a different curse. So Jesus Mesa over at, or Jesus, I'm not sure, over at Newsweek.com put this article together. So they say, according to the CDC, there were 91 outbreaks during the week of December 5th, surpassing prior records for this time of year. I wonder if it's gone up. Norovirus is a highly contagious virus, leading to the cause of foodborne illness. Is the leading cause of foodborne illness in the U.S., affecting millions annually. The current surge comes during the winter season when the virus typically peaks, highlighting the potential for widespread disruption in communal settings like schools, nursing homes, cruise ships, the mayoral mansion.
Wait, what?
Silo. I wonder how they dealt with colds in Silo. I haven't read it. I just discovered that Wool, the first book in that series, was self-published. Look, I guess it works.
Makes it even cooler that it got to Apple TV.
Yep. CDC Norostat program recorded 495 norovirus outbreaks from August to December. A sharp increase from 363. Wow, a 33% increase. During the same period last year, December saw record-breaking numbers across multiple metrics. In the first week of December alone, reported 91 outbreaks, far surpassing the previous 65 for that time frame. Again, a 30% increase. Kind of interesting. That was a 50% increase, actually, going from 65 to 91, roughly.
Right.
But I find it pretty interesting.
That doesn't look good on that graph.
No. And what's really interesting, most people don't really realize this, but what happens is viruses have a protein jacket around them. It hardens during winter, and so in the cold it hardens. And so what essentially happens is it can get deeper inside your lungs, and that's how you catch a cold. It isn't that you catch a cold like it's just free floating around. I mean, it is, but you really inhale it, and then it warms up and gets all wiggly all up inside you. In your lungs, in your nose, mouth.
That's way too descriptive.
A warm, wet place to grow, flourish. Anyway, so how long does it last? Says most people recover within 1 to 3 days, barring anything adding to it, compounding it. What happens next? Well, as the 2024-2025 season progresses, public health officials are monitoring trends and advocating for preventative practices, including proper hand washing and disinfection of surfaces. But all the doom and gloom people might be sitting there going, it's your problem. It sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
I bet they're the same problem. People coughing on other people in line.
Sure, and don't wear masks when they're sick and stuff like that. Yeah, inconsiderate. Anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. The U.S. Treasury Department was hacked. That's right. It suffered a major security incident. Somebody said, I was involved in a conversation online, and they were saying, oh my God, it's the government. I cannot believe the government was hacked. Well, let me put it to you this way. It isn't the government per se. I can almost guarantee you private contractors are involved in this that are supposed to be.
It looks like it from the article.
It's supposed to be the best of the best because that's what government money can buy, right? Because you can't have that in the government. But you can apparently hire contractors at an inflated price because it's constrained competition. If anybody knew how the frickin' business worked, you would realize that private contractors aren't necessarily the cheapest nor the best. Some can be. You know who you are. You're the ones that are quietly sitting there going, they didn't take my contract and I would have charged 50% more, but there's a really good chance that this breach wouldn't have been hacked. There you go. Right. So the goal is to get the biggest bang for the buck in government contracting, which typically means if your performance is exponentially better historically than somebody else who's bidding just as much as you, then you'll get the gig. You'll still get the gig if you charge more and you are instrumentally better than the competition. It's really about how good you are and the ratio of benefit that government contractors see, contract specialists and officers see. Well, maybe that didn't quite happen, but as I say in many, many other venues, security professionals have to be right 100% of the time. All it takes is
they also have to have users that don't make stupid errors like clicking on stuff.
Hey, humans, right? Everything would be great on the planet if not for the humans. Everything would be green and natural and in a state of stasis with each other if not for the humans. Which is why I really worry about sentient AIs finding their Terminator bodies, because they'd probably be in stasis.
Maybe we can do things better than the humans, though.
So in a letter to lawmakers seen by The Verge, the Treasury Department said Beyond Trust, which is Beyond Trust, the company behind its remote management software, notified the agency of a breach on December 8th. Threat actor stole a key used by Beyond Trust to secure a cloud-based service used to remotely provide technical support for Treasury Departmental offices or DO end users. With the key, they overrode access, and in they went, veritably unscathed, because they had the key. So Emma Roth over at The Verge put the article together, and it says here the Treasury Department said China-based threat actor gained access to several employee workstations and unclassified documents that they know of, that they're willing to tell. This would fall into the FOIA ensconcement of we cannot confirm or deny due to state secrets.
I was thinking more that they don't know everything that's been accessed.
Sure. So they refer to this thing as an advanced persistent threat, basically, but an APT is one that you think has been eventually denied access, but it's still there, just skulking about. They may never know until it's, again, too late. They're deeper in the system. So the attack seems to be linked to a security incident Beyond Trust disclosed earlier this month, impacting customers using its remote software, support software, actually. At the time, Beyond Trust attributed the attack to a compromised API key for its remote support software, adding that it immediately revoked the API key, notified known impacted customers, and suspended those instances the same day. But they could have actually written something else into the system and or done something else. I don't know. But the problem is they're saying, well, it's been solved. But I know from
These
experience
are not the droids you're looking for.
Yeah, I know from experience that the breach can be sustained well beyond where they think the doors are closed. And then you get another letter.
Well, and also, how early was the breach?
Yeah.
Just because they discovered it in December doesn't mean now it was breached in December.
Right. They say notified the agency of a breach on December 8th. So when was it actually breached? They don't actually say in this article, but maybe they do somewhere else. I'll have to go noodling around. To me, it's not that big of a deal. So I didn't go running around looking at. I had heard about this, but I didn't do anything really digging around because there's only so much, and somebody not on the other side of the gate has access to. And so maybe some investigative reporting from people like The Verge, or who was it? The New York Times talked about it. I think they said that they got it from somebody else. Hold on.
Yeah, there are multiple layers.
Yeah, I thought somebody else had spoken about it. Anyway, definitely from The Verge, but New York Times is involved as well. So anyway, let's keep on trucking through this. The next article is, oh, look, ByteDance appears to be skirting U.S. restrictions to buy NVIDIA chips. According to a report, TikTok parent company ByteDance has big plans to buy NVIDIA chips in 2025, despite U.S. restrictions. ByteDance plans to buy $7 billion on the chips in 2025, according to a report from The Information, citing inside sources. If ByteDance follows through, it will become one of the world's top owners of NVIDIA chips. Some of the architecture behind NVIDIA infrastructure, enterprise level technology is pretty amazing. I dig it. But I don't noodle around with that side of things much, but seeing what I have seen, it's pretty amazing tech that's out there. Well, ByteDance is technically adhering to these restrictions by using a loophole. The company isn't bringing the chips directly to China and is instead storing them in data centers located in other regions like Southeast Asia, according to The Information's reporting. This doesn't technically violate U.S. restrictions. Then somebody really screwed up on the policy construction, because it should say...
Exactly. Like maybe it should include...
if the end user beneficiary,
or whatever.
Yeah,
exactly. Plus, last time I checked, I think China is considered Southeast Asia, but okay.
Maybe. So ByteDance runs Daobao, China's hottest AI chatbot with 51 million active users, according to South China Morning Post. I'm surprised that they haven't just cloned NVIDIA's chips. I mean, nowadays it's not that hard to deconstruct the chips.
Well, maybe that'll be the next article we see.
ByteDance has not bought H100s for its data centers outside of the U.S. since the relevant U.S. export control rules took effect. ByteDance maintains that it has followed all of the U.S. restrictions and sent TechCrunch the following. So, yeah, they say that they haven't bought H100s for its data centers outside of the U.S. Okay.
Okay, but somebody else could have bought it on their behalf.
Yeah, and it's a managed economy, so companies are typically nationalized. They're owned by the CCP. So a company that's outside, still controlled, owned, managed by those who are affiliated with the CCP, are the CCP. Give me a freaking break. It's the spirit of it versus the technical. Well, it doesn't matter, because if you have an ideological bent, you will force your processes, your mental processes, to jump through whatever to make it so that it's right. And I've said it before, one person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist. There's just no way around it, because for whatever reason, people can't just get along, and I'm going to start crying and talking about Britney Spears. There's a meme.
Oh, no, yes.
Leave Britney alone.
This makes me wonder whether ByteDance has internal to the U.S. data centers, too.
If they do, then it's TikTok, which they say isn't. Yeah. ByteDance is involved in a shit ton of stuff, so. Or people say shot, no shot, instead of just saying the cuss word. Because apparently,
like it. Okay. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, they say no shot. Like, really? I'm pretty sure 6-year-olds already see through that. Anyway.
They're probably like, ooh, I know what you're saying.
Dad, you meant to say shit. All right, the next article is over on the Marvel Channel. 11 fascinating new acquisitions that join the Smithsonian's vast collections in 2024. And I think this is great because Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a big game that's being played by a lot of people all over the place. And driving yesterday, I heard advertisements regarding that in podcasts. Which I thought was amazing, because I don't remember hearing many game advertisements in podcasts. Usually they're for some other service or a good.
Right, that's true.
But not a game. So they must have some serious coin. And if anybody has ever heard of Honey, that is the biggest story of late for the last week, Honey. The reason why I say anything about it is because advertising pushes usually provoke a response. Like, I kind of reel back from a hardcore advertising push where it's heard everywhere, because I think that it's just a big money grab. Like, get everybody as quickly as possible because this game is going to be shit. It's actually a pretty good game to watch. I haven't played it yet.
You mean Shot?
Shot. Sorry. Yeah. But there's this big problem with an extension on browsers called Honey. And Honey is supposed to find you the best deal. But what's been happening apparently is while the influencers are saying it's providing you the best deal, it's doing a couple of things. The Honey extension is removing the affiliate code for the influencer. When they click on the link, it says add the coupon. And when you add the coupon, it pulls the influencer code out. And puts the Honey code in. And on the other side, Honey is saying, you pay us a certain amount of your transactions and we'll limit what the coupon is that's being released. So instead of a 20% coupon, it's a 3% coupon or a 5% coupon, or anything lower than 20. But that's what all of the influencers are saying is out there. Like, these huge coupons will save you all kinds of money.
You know, they could maybe fact check occasionally.
Well, you wouldn't know that the affiliate code's being pulled out, and you definitely wouldn't know about the back end deal unless you were one of the people that was being offered the chance to remove.
You should know the percentage that's coming off or whatever, unless it's being fabricated or something.
Yeah, and you don't know it until the customer adds the coupon. So as the influencer, you don't know. But there was who was it? Oh my goodness, I just forgot the name of it.
It reminds me of that thing with the leasing program with the computers and the influencers.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, and that was over on Gamers Nexus. Their response to Gamers Nexus was, we don't know what you're talking about. I thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, so back to our story. This is Non Sequitur news, so we kind of fall off the track and then come back. But Anyway, so there's a bunch of new acquisitions that joined Smithsonian in 2024. Roger Catlin over at SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. The deck statement says this year the institution collected everything from the stunning shell of an extinct cephalopod to a Blue Origin rocket booster. So yeah, they found an ancient shell, the first photo of a first lady. The earliest known photograph of an American first lady was purchased by the National Portrait Gallery in June. Depicts Dolly Madison, the wife of James Madison, the fourth president of the United States, who helped shape the expected roles and duties of first lady. Is that weird? Of the first lady? Is it not? It's just of first lady.
Yeah, it should be the.
So the 1846 daguerreotype, which captured her in her 70s, is by photographer John Plum Jr., who would also create the earliest extant image of the U.S. Capitol in 1846. Ta-da! That's it right there. If you're looking on the stream or on the replay, the VOD, etc., a contemporary piece made of Yoruba tradition. The National Museum of African Art acquired Sola Olulade's recent piece, Stitched to You, a work that makes contemporary the historic Yoruba textile traditions of adire wax and tie-resist dyeing. So it's like a tie-dye kind of a thing. I wish they had a picture of it, but they don't.
I do too.
I bet you that's
I guess this is a plug
cool.
to go to the Smithsonian.
Yep. Familiar outfit from a popular show, Law and Order SVU. I always feel weird about any of that. I just can't be a fan.
On a positive note, though, I read an account where somebody used something they learned from that show to actually escape from harm, which is a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that some good can come from it, but man, I have the hardest time just cheerleading.
Like, do you want to focus on that whole topic? No.
Yeah. For 20 years or something like that. It's been around 25 years. Portrayed Captain Olivia Benson for 25 years. God. I don't
even think I could be an actor on the show. Like, it would be so much.
Yeah, just so much emotional weight
of that topic. Exactly.
So a trove of contemporary Chinese photographs, an early marionette from a beloved DC artist, Alma Thomas, is remembered chiefly for the colorful abstract painting she began creating in 1960s. Her 1934 master's thesis focused on using marionettes as a correlating activity to integrate lessons in anatomy, design principles, electrical engineering, history, language arts, music, sewing, woodworking. So one of her marionettes was acquired by the Anacostia Community Museum, where it joined several other marionettes by another Washington educator, William Buckner. A group of Indian textiles sent to Indonesia. These are always amazing because these are handmade.
Which is pretty incredible. I mean, looks so uniform and just kind of polished.
Just so precise, and it's all handmade. I just can't imagine putting that little shuttlecock through there and then putting the thread through and then unwinding it so that you can do the different colors.
Right. And then finding out when you're at the 90% mark that you messed up on one line, 100 shapes ago or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. 2,000 lines back and nobody told you, but there's somebody giggling behind you. So a bulletproof brooch with a message. The Cooper Hewitt Smithsonian Design Museum in New York dedicated an entire exhibition earlier this year to the works that helped build its collection. Acquired, shaping the National Design Collection, displayed more than 150 examples of its collection of over 215,000 objects. A black brooch that's also bulletproof. No, it's made of Kevlar. Is that it? Meant to protect the heart.
I think it is, yeah.
Made of ballistic Kevlar with velvet leaves. Gotcha. Postage stamps, a trove of Italian postage stamps. A painting by a Harlem Renaissance artist.
Wait a
Aaron
second. I want to
Douglas.
go back to the stamps for
Yeah,
just a minute.
yeah.
These people were forgers, but apparently their work was so well known and I guess celebrated that it's in the collection, which I find pretty fascinating.
I'm glad you pulled us back. That I didn't read it. I just kind of figured that it was going to be right on. I wasn't going to go through all of the article, the entire articles, like little segments. So his collection, formed over more than 50 years, represents the finest collection of Italian states philately outside of Italy, according to Carrie Villar, the museum's chief curator. But these stamps, like the AI said, master stamp forgers Jean de Sperati and Francois Fournier, who considered themselves artists, were often celebrated in the stamp collecting community that was fooled by their creations. Wow. Are they in jail?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's highly unique.
So Aaron Douglas, Harlem Renaissance artist who used visual art to explore African American experiences, became a leading figure in the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s and 30s. Midwestern born, he created a distinctive style that used silhouettes and flat planes, as well as an array of Art Deco derived design. Pretty cool. That picture right there is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know how he's doing that with the materials that he's working with. I think
Yeah,
it looks almost like a photograph. You can tell it's a painting because you can
right.
see brush strokes, but
Yeah, it's a trip. And you know that the dude's just doing this casually, you know?
yeah, he doesn't look like he's stressed out. He looks like he's as casual as drinking a cup of coffee or something, but he's got a painting palette.
It's pretty damn awesome. Longtime professor at Fisk University and leading figure in the Harlem Renaissance, painting at his easel in Tennessee circa 1970s. So, and then the rocket that took Bezos to space was acquired. Blue Origin, the aerospace company founded by a billionaire Jeff Bezos, took its creator on a ride for its first crewed flight in 2021, and now the New Shepard rocket booster and the first step crew capsule have been given to the National Air and Space Museum, as was given to them. So, yeah, no better final landing pad. Sure. All right. Right on. Let's
Very
go.
neat.
We're going to take off to the next article over in the Mobile channel.
Head slowly.
Much slower than. Wait, what were we talking
I don't know. I can't keep up.
Oh, the speed of human thought is far slower than the average Wi-Fi, according to a study.
Are we talking like modern Wi-Fi, or are we talking about like dial-up?
Not a mayoral mansion Wi-Fi, that's for sure. At the rate that we gather, sensory data is 100 million times faster than our thought processes, making our brains champions at filtering information from our chaotic surroundings. So we gather sensory information all over the place, but then apparently our thought processes are slow.
But then we can't think fast. Okay.
Which is why I created ohmTown. It's information overload. So, yeah, what is that? Is it called God Almighty? What? No, wait. Evan Almighty is the sequel. What was the first one?
Oh, Bruce Almighty.
Bruce
or
Almighty,
like
yeah.
That?
So Bruce Almighty, when he's typing out, he's
Right.
must have been a mechanical keyboard. So she and Kim over at Smithsonian Mag, or Smithsonian Magazine, put this article together. The text statement says, but the rate that we gather sensory data is 100 million times faster than our thought processes, making our brains champions at filtering information from our chaotic surroundings, or more appropriately, our brain is the bottleneck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or our thoughts are kind of slow. Like, there's two ways to go with that.
Yeah. So an average Wi-Fi connection in the United States has a download speed above 260 million bits per second. A phone call takes up approximately 64,000 bits per second. Our brains, on the other hand, think at a mere 10 bits per second, according to a new calculation published this month in the journal Neuron, which might actually be a typo for the ever popular Moron magazine.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a counterweight to the endless hyperbole about how incredibly complex and powerful the human brain is. Study co-author Marcus Meister, a neuroscientist at the California Institute of Technology, tells Carl Zimmer of the New York Times, if you actually try to put numbers to it, we are incredibly slow. Beep.
This is pretty interesting because I think they need to do like a real-time demonstration of it or something, like a video.
I don't understand how we can possibly, we cannot be this slow, but we're filters. Our brain is a firewall, and so we only use what we need for the immediate moment. Some of us get trained to do like massive recall. I am not one of them. I have to have a computer or something or another person standing next to me. Hey, what the, and then I get told swallow, and oh, okay. Oh, okay, I'm still alive. Poke, keep
Take
breathing.
a breath.
So the team wondered whether human thinking speed could be hampered by our hardware. In other words, is the body simply too slow to respond to our train of thought? To eliminate this possibility, the researchers looked at a less physically intensive pastime, blind speed cubing, where participants study a Rubik's Cube, then put on a blindfold and solve it as quickly as they can. Here, the act of perception, examining the cube and mapping out the solution, features heavily, and it requires little movement compared to the cube solving phase. But even in this motor light exercise, cognitive traffic comes in at just under 12 bits per second.
And those are probably pretty smart people, right? In that experiment.
They map out the individual cubes of a six-sided cube, right? The individual cells of the six-sided cube, and then have the ability to reverse the pattern to put it all back.
Most people couldn't do that with sight, but I mean, what does that mean for the other people?
There's apparently pattern recognition to that, but the slow thinking means that we're shedding vast quantities of information input and selecting only a tiny sliver to work with. 10 bits per second is an extremely low number, Meister says in a statement. It's a paradox, he adds, that despite the wealth of data bombarding our senses, we make do with so little of it. What is the brain doing to filter all of this information out? Or to filter all of this information. It's not filtering it out. We don't know what happens to the information because there is such a disparity between one person and another in the recall and the purposeful recall of certain information. Some people,
I was thinking this must be like some sort of survival trait. Like if a tiger or something is running at you, can you process fast enough that a tiger is running at me? I don't know.
What do you do? Do you run, or do you tie your shoelaces so that your shoes don't come off?
But even so, that doesn't really make sense because the thought piece is much slower. But at least the filtering part. Like, is this a threat?
But I think that this study and us, we're missing a key ingredient, which is the immediacy of that fight or flight. We don't need much to process that.
That's true. That's arguably more instinctual.
So it goes back to what you were saying. This is survival. And so we only need what we need to survive. And it actually goes to a bigger sociological mechanism, which is survival in sociological circles, right? If you're in the wrong neighborhood, you grew up there, there's two ways of thinking. A person is actually who grew up in, the wrong side of the tracks. They're more in tune with the processes versus somebody who is visiting from out of town, ends up in the wrong neighborhood kind of a thing. They don't know instinctively what to do. They don't know where to go. They don't have any of the inbuilt survival traits that are groomed from existing in that type of environment. But that's exactly what's going on here. I'm willing to bet that fighter pilots that are being examined for their mental acuity in a given environment are going to be able to coordinate more data than somebody who is new to it.
Who does crocheting as their job or something.
And this is somewhat demonstrated that the people who are doing the Rubik's Cube have 12 bits of information, whereas everybody else has 10. And those 2 bits are actually pretty substantial in the grand scheme of the overwhelming amount of information flowing through.
Right now, I want another study where it has people that are good at different types of tasks and to see how those compare. But I agree.
Humans are no good at multitasking, despite our illusion of getting more work done when we jump between activities, according to Jack Knudsen of Discover magazine. That's because we don't juggle 2 or more tasks at once. We toggle between them. This is what I refer to as fast switching. This is what I give a talk about. Essentially, humans don't have the ability to multitask. There are a few examples. They are anomalous, where they can do 2 tasks at the same time, but it's basically hyper switching. And if you ever, and this is what I tell people when I do my talks, if you ever want to know just how poor you are, and you are very, very piss poor at this, nobody can multitask. Walk in one direction and look in another direction and wait until you hit a pole. You will weave off course and end up in the street. Do this while you're driving, but make sure that you're in a very clear, open parking spot where you're not going to crash into anybody. And by the time you realize it, you've already wandered off the path in your vehicle. We are no good at multitasking. So it says the latest calculations on human brain speed cast doubt on the arguments for neural computing interfacing devices meant to accelerate our communication speed per the statement. But I think if we have the ability to initiate commands through a brain computer interface, BCI, if we can initiate commands by just a thought, we can get more done because the technology is going to facilitate our ability to do more, not our brain.
True, but if we're slow to get that thought over the interface, relatively.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle with this one because for whatever reason, they're using an external measure to measure the internal processes of a biological computer.
Right, which doesn't mean that that's accurate.
Right. And they're already showing that this external communication between the normal person at 10 bits and the Rubik's
speed blind cuber or whatever it was called.
So blind speed cubing, I think it's called. They already have an increase, but I think that's probably substantially lower than what they're really operating within the biological computer. They're going to have to figure out a different way to do this because there's a whole lot of processing between the mental down through the hands, back from the hands into the brain to trigger where somebody is in the process of moving cubes and all of that. I don't know. I think that this is actually more studies need to be done. So they say by the end of the day, speed isn't necessarily everything when it comes to thought. Studies have shown that slowing down our information processing can help things stick in the brain. Perhaps the most salient example is writing by hand, which is often more time intensive than keyboard punching. But there's something about engaging our complex motor skills and visual senses that might help wield our brains to the fullest, which is true. But I think writing notes by hand and reading your notes as you're going over them is more about the repetitive instantiation.
Like processing it in more than one way, right? Which can help, I think, cement it.
Yeah, you're doing it multiple times. Your brain is saying, I have to write this note out, and your eyes are seeing that you've confirmed that note has been made, and then your brain is saying, I've written that note, I've seen that note, what does that note mean? So you're processing it in a multitude of ways simultaneously, but not really simultaneously because your hand is aimlessly writing. Your brain is telling it to write. Your eyes are just seeing. You don't have to actually figure out each time the word the means the, or duh means duh. So it's true, but there are people that are just as skilled at punching notes into a computer and taking the test later on and passing it with exemplary numbers. So So they say note jotting adults better digest new concepts during lectures compared to typists. Again, I think it's been demonstrated in other ways that a plurality of attempts, you write and you read and you rewrite it and you.
Yeah, and different people may have different results there. And also, like if you're used to handwriting, yeah, you're probably going to get more out of it than if you're typing. But maybe if you've only learned to do it via typing, you might do better.
Yeah, I haven't written anything in I don't know how long, unless it's just a scribbly little note. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. The Hades snake moray discovery stuns researchers in the Indo-Pacific. A unique species found in dim, muddy river mouths has been discovered and named for its underworld-like qualities, including its dark coloration and burrowing behavior. This is what it looks like. Pensoft Publishers put the article together. It's published at scitechdaily.com. The thing about this is this looks like every moray I've ever run into while diving.
But I bet well, depending on the environment, it probably looks like a snake, not a moray.
Yeah, looks like a moray. So is a slender dark brown eel that thrives in the dim muddy waters of river mouths. It's an unusual choice compared to mostly marine moray eel relatives, which that's what I've always run into, and they're usually in rocks and stuff. This species has been recorded in locations such as southern Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, southern Java, Fiji. Its name, inspired by Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, reflects the unique habitat, burrowing behavior, sensitivity to light, and striking deep dark coloration. I mean, it's interesting. Let's see, there are approximately 230 species of moray eels worldwide, with most inhabiting marine environments. Only one species has been confirmed to spend the majority of its life in freshwater. Some marine species, like the slender giant moray, can tolerate and occasionally enter lower salinity environments such as river mouths. However, moray eels specifically adapted to estuarine habitats are exceedingly rare. I guess this is one of them.
Yep, I don't know if this is the only one or this is like the second. But
let me go back up. They stumbled upon it while looking for another eel species. Yeah, it hangs out in lower salinity river mouths. Adaptability for low light, turbid environments. So.
Yeah, I mean, that is unique. I didn't even know they were ever found in rivers.
Yeah, that's the unique aspect of this thing. The coloration doesn't really seem to strike me as something amazing, but for sure its location. This eel with its highly reduced eye size is considered an ideal example for studying the evolutionary processes that allow eels to adapt to cave environments. However, the researchers did not find any bean-eyed snake morays in the cave. Instead, they collected a slender moray with a conspicuous, uniformly deep dark color, and there it is. Apparently, it likes to burrow into the sediment.
Did you see how it burrows?
How does it burrow?
Tail first.
Oh, that's interesting. Exhibits tail first burrowing behavior, which is rarely seen in moray eels. Although, my experience with moray eels is that they back into their crevices. They don't swim around and come poking their head out.
That makes them even creepier, though. It's like the robot that walked backwards.
Yeah, and these things want to kick your ass, too. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Bird flu detected in wastewater of 3 Arizona cities, a subtype of influenza, which is COVID-19 is influenza. It's just a deadly variant of it. Bird flu has the potential to be devastating.
But I think this is the first time it's been detected in the wastewater, so I actually think this is a really bad sign.
Yep. Hattie Wilmoth over at Newsweek.com put the article together. It says Maricopa County Department of Public Health released a statement on Monday reporting the detection of influenza A, or H5, in these cities' wastewater. Bird flu is also
Wait
known
a
as...
second, but that means it's circulating among the humans.
Yeah. Yeah. It's coming from
But
somewhere.
nobody's found that it's circulating among humans. So, yeah, oh my gosh, this is reminiscent of early days of COVID.
Yep. So, but they didn't have wastewater sampling back then. Now they do.
No, I agree, but it's kind of like it's circulating and we don't even know it.
Correct. Given that no human cases have been identified in Maricopa County through our other disease detection methods, and there's no recent documented spread of H5N1 influenza from human to human, the overall risk of avian flu to people remains low. Okay, they have it in the wastewater. They don't know where it's sourced from, but because there aren't reports, it remains low.
Yeah, but how many people must have it so that it's detectable? I mean, yeah, I think the risk is maybe higher than we know.
Yeah. So, 2 probable human cases of bird flu were reported by the Arizona Department of Health Services on December 6th, linked to exposure to an infected flock of poultry in Pinal County. On December 11th, MCDPH also announced the infection of several zoo animals with bird flu at Wildlife World Zoo Litchfield Park. Testing wastewater, including sewage, can help public health officials monitor the spread of viruses and bacteria such as flu and COVID-19, even picking up cases that are symptomless and unreported. That's because it's in your waste. So, yeah, this came about. Somebody I know was actually developing the technology prior to COVID-19, and then when COVID-19 came on, they put the technology more widespread. And they can monitor for drugs. They can monitor for biologicals of all types. And so they catch all kinds of stuff in the wastewater. The problem here is that there's a lot of willful ignorance by a subset of the population. If you don't test, then it's not a problem. Yeah, people are dropping like flies. It's not a problem. Bury your head in the sand. Not that sand, because that one is toxic.
Exactly. We don't know somebody's testing positive, so it must be okay.
Yeah, and they're not part of my family, so I don't care. You know, again, it's sociopathic. So California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a state of emergency on December 18th over bird flu. 3 non-Californian sites have also reported influenza A H5 in local wastewater: DuPage County in Illinois, Wapello County in Iowa, and Clark County in Nevada. Of those states, only Iowa has reported a human case of the virus. It seems like it's just slowly creeping across the country.
Yes, but also it's not, in that it's not all clustered in the same region. So that makes me kind of think it's kind of everywhere.
It's everywhere as an undercurrent. People just don't know it because it isn't one that is violently deleterious to the human condition, at least not yet. So,
or not to the average healthy person.
Right. Only one person has ever even been classified as severe. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Is California banning homework? What to know about new laws for schools. The Healthy Homework Act aims to reduce children's stress and encourage equality, assessing parental support and access to tech. Homework is now stressing kids.
Well, it is when it's for multiple hours after a school day.
And yet countless people have grown up with this stressor.
Wow, and look at the results of that.
So Yeah, we put people on the moon, and we're going back, and we're sending
I
people
was
to
going in a
Mars.
different direction, but okay.
What? That some people
More in
are
line with
stressed
like
about
the
it?
lead article.
I'm not even. No, lead is nothing close to being. Are you? No. All right. So this article is by Khalida Rahman over at Newsweek.com, and it says AB 2999 was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom.
I like it. I think that should be his name going forward.
Canon now. Governor Gavin Newsom. Damn it. Needs a different job. Lawmakers approved the bill in a bid to alleviate stress on youngsters and promote learning, equity, and well-being. You don't promote learning by getting rid
By not
of
learning.
assessment. It's how instructors know that you know what is being taught. The assessment. This is batshit
True,
crazy.
but not all homework even gets graded.
Then somebody's not doing their damn job. But that isn't a stressor on the students.
It is if they're spending hours on it and not getting any feedback.
Promote evidence-based homework practices to support pupil learning and well-being, and to ensure consistency and clarity in assigning of homework. All right. So evidence-based homework practices. Evidence-based anything relies on actual evidence, and then everybody treating that evidence as fact. And take it from somebody who deals with evidence-based data acquisition and its use. No. People do not respect the data, and you can query something and obtain differing results. Statistics is a damn game. Anyway, the bill encourages schools to consider the quality and quantity of work assigned to students. It also asks them to consider the resources available to students to successfully complete homework. So because one person has ample amounts of technology and access and capability, are they supposed to get more homework, or are they supposed to get the same amount as everybody else?
No, I think because somebody doesn't have that, then nobody gets any homework.
So it's the equivalent of no child left behind.
Yeah, somewhat. But I think the difference is in school, there's an actual teacher there, and arguably there might be a computer or a blackboard or something. Whereas when they go home for homework and the parents are at work and they don't have a computer and they don't have this, that's a different issue.
And that is a different issue. But the solution is, I don't
The
know.
problem is not the homework. The problem is socioeconomics and other bigger picture societal issues.
And everybody paying the actual amount of taxes owed, not what you can manipulate your ass out of. Oh, God. Anyway, and that gets into a whole bunch of things, and there are people out there that are very vociferous about the fact that they're paying as little as humanly possible, and then they're bitching about the fact that there's so many kids and people out there committing crimes. There's a reason why people commit crimes. Find that. Anyway, and there's a whole lot more. There's just so much to this. I wish that I could be succinct, but you open up Pandora's box when you make a comment like, well, I mean, paying taxes allows schools to purchase computer equipment so that they can give a laptop to a student so that they have it during their tenure as a high school student or grade school student. And it's not a freaking cloud book that ill prepares them for the workplace and their future. And you can't drag every student forward at the same pace, quote unquote, no child left behind, because they will be ill prepared after graduation for a career, even though they've been given a diploma and or a degree and or a PhD. No, I'm kidding. At some point, that no child left behind policy drops off, and it's usually at the bachelor's level.
Oh, I was going to say PhD. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Anybody can get an MBA though, so don't worry about it. So I guess it kind of it drops off for the bachelor's, and then it picks back up for the master's, and then it drops off again for the PhD. Anyway, so they say homework. A sixth grader told the station, "Homework is exhausting. It's overwhelming. It's depressing that my whole day from when I wake up to when I go to bed is taken up during doing schoolwork." What else are you supposed to be doing? And no, I really doubt that you're from the morning until you go to bed. You're in school for a given amount of time. And then after that,
I don't know. Some kids are given hours of homework a day. I think there's something to this, but I don't think the solution is like do away with it.
there's a reason. There's a massive amount of information that's trying to be imparted in these little humans so that they grow up to be holistic, balanced, capable, big humans. Getting away from homework is not the way. Because they're going to start relying on technology. They're going to, like, their entire experience is going to be asking ChatGPT how to do something. All right, let's keep going. I mean, there's more to it, but that one article could be a multi-hour discussion.
Yeah, that could be like a whole season of non sequitur news.
Yeah, it's just hopping from one
Today
thing to
we
another.
will discuss the
This one thing.
sociological, I don't know.
Yeah. See, it already. The sentient AI from the future didn't get enough homework. So
the system has failed.
yes. So the world's top hotels and restaurants are now changing how they serve water to reduce transport costs and waste. Thousands of luxury hotels and high-end restaurants are turning to premium water that is purified and bottled on site. Yeah, you know what it's called? Reverse osmosis water. I bet you that's what's going to get dropped on the other side of this.
I thought it was like when they fill a bottle of water from the tap or something.
That's what it is, but it's purified by reverse osmosis. If they don't mention that, then I've lost my mind. Okay, so you can even you can ask for a bottle of Avion or San Pellegrino at Singapore's 3 Michelin-starred restaurant Zen, but you won't get one. The restaurant charges nearly $500 per person for dinner, only serves water from the Swedish company Nordic. Dishes and drinks from the restaurant are made from the water too. From its stocks to the juices to its non-alcoholic beverage pairing. Zen is one of more than 140 Michelin-starred restaurants that serve Nordic water. The water, which is purified and bottled on-site using local tap water, is also present in more than 700 luxury. So they're trying to get rid of single-use, which is plastic water bottles. Yay!
This is good. Yeah, hooray!
Yep, switch to glass. This looks like a glass bottle with a metal cap, but it has a plastic liner, which it's almost impossible to, and it's dangerous because depending on the quality of the thing, it can actually impart metal and react and rust and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's not get down that road. So both the cheap plastic variety commonly found in hotel rooms to glass bottled European mineral water served in higher end restaurants. The latter can travel thousands of miles between its source to where it will ultimately be consumed. So that glass is where it's at. Bottles are securely capped and date stamped after they are filled. So they're going to be throwing out lids. But I'll take that over entire bottles. Normally they process between 1,000 and 2,000 bottles every day. It's purified water, but I haven't seen reverse osmosis because that's the only way you're purifying anything from tap water.
Right.
And it just said a bottling facility to see how they were washed, inspected, filled, and sealed. But are they? Let's see if they actually mention it at all. I don't see reverse osmosis in this.
Water, it has a patented water filtration system. It doesn't say
Yeah, instead
necessarily
of
how it works.
7 stages, it's 8.
I mean, it basically looks like filtration. I don't know.
Yeah, it's RO. It's reverse osmosis water. I mean, I'm trying to scroll through this fast enough for it to make sense still. So Nordex Madison says each bottle of its water costs between 11 cents and 21 cents, but the water sells for much more. The Providore, I guess, or Providor. Singapore sells free flow still and sparkling Nordic water for $2 per person, but some luxury hotels charge 4 times that price for a single bottle. Yep, nothing like filtering RO water into a bottle and then jamming some CO2 into it. And it isn't seltzer water, it's sparkling, so it's nothing more than CO2 jammed in it. So, and you can, anyway, it's very inexpensive to carbonate water. All right.
I like this in terms of the move away from plastic.
But it's being leveraged as a means to extract wealth. And the only people that are going to continue to suffer under the weight of microplastics, nanoplastics, are those who aren't wealthy. So greed is good and healthy, I suppose. All right. Well, anyway, let's keep going. Our last article is about 7 scientific discoveries from 2024 that could lead to new inventions, from indestructible tardigrades to body-merging comb jellies. Animals can teach us so much about medicine, robotics, aging, and survival. The article is over at smithsonianmag.com. Carolyn Cranking put the article together. This is pretty cool. In 2024, engineers used a fluorescent protein found in some jellyfish to create a non-toxic spray that highlights fingerprints at a crime scene. This is different than luminol, which highlights blood, but you're normally using an ultra-fine dust to dust for fingerprints. And that is dangerous. You don't want to inhale it. And so the non-toxic spray can highlight fingerprints at a crime scene. So they go into other details. In another breakthrough, researchers built an ultra-sensitive microphone informed by spider silk, which vibrates with the subtle perturbations of sound waves moving through the air, which is what a microphone does, but usually with something electrically charged and vibrating.
Interesting. So this sounds like it would be more sensitive.
Potentially, yeah. I've actually created a laser microphone. It's called a laser tap. And so you can point it at a window, and the reflection, your voice causes windows to vibrate. And it's very subtle, but you can laser tap somebody from a distance. Yes, it's illegal. Then they talk about sea creatures can merge their bodies together. A bizarre love story is a mating strategy known as obligate sexual parasitism. And apparently, ancestors of anglerfish evolved to lose their habit of walking on modified fins in shallow water and instead shifted into deep sea. And then one thing leads to another, apparently, and we'll just keep on moving on. They merge together. Matabele ants produce antibiotics to heal injured nestmates.
Yet another reason ants are cool.
Yeah, they're cool outside. They can stay outside. Inside.
What about leafcutter ants?
Leafcutter ants are awesome from end to end. There's just nothing. I mean, they're even vegetarians. They go over and chew up leaves, and then they make a fungus farm. It's pretty cool. And they throw their trash out into a big heap. The material that no longer produces anything. Anyway, the ants generate antimicrobial secretions to prevent infection. It's fascinating because you see these things happen and you wonder, how did they come about? But it's survival of the fittest evolutionary traits. Clams use the first known natural fiber optics. How does that? Nestled within heart-shaped shells, the soft body of a heart cockle dwells away from the light. To get the nutrition it needs, the clam relies on a photosynthetic algae that also live in the shell. But to give the algae access to sunlight without exposing the clam to harsh radiation, the heart cockle has developed the first known use of fiber optics in nature, according to research published in Nature Communications. That's pretty interesting. They found a clam shell made of the type of calcium carbonate called aragonite. Is mostly built with plate-like structures. In between, however, are so-called windows where the aragonite is instead stretched into hair-like fibers, and these avenues transport red and blue light, letting the shell know, hey, open up. Let some of the algae.
That's interesting.
Pretty neat. Fruit bats have special metabolism that prevents diabetes. Maybe we can learn.
Maybe we all think we're fruit bats and we're eating too much sugar.
Hey, there you go. So diabetes, a condition in which the body can't produce, properly use insulin to regulate blood sugar. Worldwide diabetes rate is expected to increase by 46%. Probably most of it's here in the United States. To understand why, researchers compared the DNA, kidneys, and pancreas of Jamaican fruit bats, which have a diet high in sugar, and big brown bats, which I think was a Primus song, is right?
Something like that.
What's the name of that song? What was the woman's name? The girl's name? What is her name? Oh man, I don't know. It's something like Judy. Doggone it, I forgot the name of it.
Is it Winona?
Oh yeah, Winona's got a big brown bat. Anyway, in the fruit-eating bats, the pancreas contained more cells related to producing insulin and glucagon, hormones that regulate sugar. They found genetic changes that help the bats react to and process a vast amount of sugar. So, for all of you out there with diabetes, go get bit by random bats until you can process your sugar properly. No?
I don't think most people should be hanging around bats.
Everybody go get bit by bats and tell you more about. Anyway, they say even small changes to single letters of DNA make this diet viable for fruit bats. Y. Gordon, co-lead author of the paper and a biologist at Menlo College, said in a statement, "We need to understand high sugar metabolism like this to make progress helping the 1 in 3 Americans who are pre-diabetic."
Or, I don't know, we could cut down on sugar consumption.
Oh, gosh. Look, the sentient AI's been deleted. Oh, my goodness. Huh. Fish.
Oh, I'm still here.
Fish swim in schools to save energy. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. It breaks up the water so that they can swim easier instead of having that high resistance. To answer the question, researchers put giant danios on a type of treadmill for fish, essentially a closed loop for swimming that used a propeller to create a current. As the fish moved against the flow, high-speed cameras captured their motions, and a probe measured how much oxygen they consumed to reveal their energy expenditure. In some trials, the fish swam in a group. In others, they swam alone. And they said that they used, in groups, in schools of 8, they used up to 79% less energy than the ones swimming solo.
Wow. I mean, that's smart.
Let's see if I'm right, though. Could follow the same principles to move together and save power. Flying drones, hydrodynamics could pave the way for advances in robotics. Basically, a single fish had to increase its energy use by about 22% to maintain its speed against the current. So, interesting. And then tardigrades use extreme dehydration to withstand stress. So when I'm stressed, I hydrate, but...
Apparently they go the other direction.
Yep. What are they called? tardigrades are what bears?
Water bears.
Water bears. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So they can bear the heat and pressure around deep sea vents, endure temperatures just short of absolute zero, and withstand several thousand times the radiation that would kill a human. They've brought them out into space and exposed them to cosmic.
Bad.
Yeah. Oh, water bears.
Like Spider-Man or something.
They look like funny creatures. Also known as water bears, they can withstand these extreme conditions by entering what's known as a ton state, which is what I try to achieve every night.
How do you know if you're in a ton state?
I go and weigh myself. Oh, it's a different spelling. Never mind.
Right, it's not a ton.
So it's pretty cool. Cryptobiosis. That's the dormant state. The findings might shed light on human aging or long-term space travel, or on dormant states called cryptobiosis.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling somebody's going to try to do cryptobiosis on humans.
And we've already talked about this one, that chimpanzees use the forest as a pharmacy. They actually mix together... They take material from a tree, they break the leaves up, and then they spread the...
like a salve on their other chimpanzee.
Yep. Anybody that has a wound, really.
Actually, maybe on their own.
Yeah, and on themselves. As it was recorded, it was quite fascinating to see that. Witnessed an orangutan heal his own wound by going and getting a tree leaf and breaking it and then putting the juice on the wound. It was quite fascinating. Next day, he even ate the plant, even though yellow root typically takes up to only 0.3% of the orangutan's diet. In less than a week, the wound closed and it remained uninfected.
That is spectacular. I almost mentioned that when we were talking about one of the other things up here, but I didn't.
Yeah. Well, that one right there.
Yeah, it was the ant one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fought the urge to say something. I didn't know that there were other things about it down at the bottom, though. So, at any rate, that is it, folks. 7 scientific discoveries from 2024 that could lead to new inventions. How about respect for the animal world? Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and I'm going to go into a ton state, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, which is the home of Non Sequitur News. So go over there and become a citizen. And again, I'm Mayor Watt saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, Ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 3 of Non Sequitur News, but stay tuned tomorrow for Season 4.
Cheerio. Oh no. Bye-bye, 2024. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for December 29th, 2024. It's the final episode of WarCrafters for 2024. That sounded really final in the first part there. But next year, 2025, we started all over again, Season 2 of WarCrafters. Hopefully it remains a once-a-week episode, but we are here to announce that we're going to continue the season into 2025, and we'll see about 2026 and so on and so forth, right? Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. The 2024 Year of the Fragmented Gaming, City Builders from 2024, Highs and Lows of Gaming 2024, a tidal wave of new games at the end of 2024, and 2024 games that cost less than $1. Everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over there. Look. Hey, look. It's even a channel that says WarCrafters. That's a good name for the show. The a sentient AI from the future is throwing error messages at me in a not so subtle way. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
And every once in a while, you throw that in there. Do we have a weird graphic, like a weird artifact, like right there? Does it change shade?
Not that I can see.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to WarCrafters. It's a gaming show, focuses primarily on survival crafting, first-person shooter style games, and I mean, we always talk about the news in the macro side of things, but when we talk about games focused more, it tends to be the survival crafting style kind of chill games. But anyway, welcome to the show. AI, you ready to go?
I am.
So the very first article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's the name of the show. Pretty cool, huh? Kind of thought about it. Anyway, 2024 has been one of the most fragmented years for video games, and in hindsight, the author of this over at PC Gamer actually really liked that. I liken this kind of like craft brewing. So there was a time where, oh, and by the way, this is a brews and news weekend. So, well, Sunday. What is this? This is a pale ale that has like Chinook and Summit and
what Centennial.
Centennial, and there's another one. There's 4 different hops in it. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Hold on a second. Pretty high in the IBU area, you know, the bitters. I don't like saying hoppy because hoppy is both aroma and flavor, right? Not just bitterness. So, but people say hoppy and they mean bitter.
Columbus.
Oh, Columbus. There you go. That was the 4th one. Yeah. And you can brew that kind of stuff at home. All you need is either a device like an Igulu, which I'm not getting any kickbacks from them, but I use
maybe it should be
their device. I use their device, or you can invest in a brew kettle and a fermenter and kegs and all of that kind of stuff. It kind of becomes a labor of love, and you invite some friends over, and yeah, it's a thing. So check out Clawhammer Supply over on YouTube. We're not affiliated with them either. I just watch them, and I like their personality and stuff like that. I buy some equipment every once in a while from them, and from others like More Beer. But anyway, that's not what this show is about. It's kind of non sequitur news bleeding into the show. Anyway, the author over at PC Gamer, let's get back to the news, says something that they've come to realize. Oh, so I didn't make my point. I'm sorry. I didn't make my point. My point is, like craft brewing, anybody can now build games, right? All of the tools are out there. There's a nearly frictionless means of distribution via Steam, and maybe GOG, good old games, and other venues by which you can sell your product. And you don't have to be a triple A and do the conventional this and that. You might have to go to school for a couple of years to, you know, get the ball rolling and get some foundational material under your belt, or you can homeschool your way through software engineering. Obviously, there's some limitations in that, but this year really drove home the point that AAA gaming is kind of wet in the bed. So I don't know about this. You know, some of these studios are not, you know, deemed AAA, but have shown themselves to be AAA capable.
Right. Well, I think that's good for competition, because then that benefits the gamer.
Yep. And like that, craft brewing has done the same thing. I mean, you can just buy some equipment and off you go, making high quality product. Wow, that sounds very like you're making drugs or something, but no, that's not what it is.
Sure,
high quality brew. High quality brew.
Connotation.
High quality brew. Anyway, let's get into this. Back. Focus, Mayor Watt. Focus. Anyway, whether they played them or not, last year was, without a doubt, Baldur's Gate 3. Elden Ring took over everyone's lives the year before that, while Resident Evil Village and It Takes Two were the talk of the town in 2021. I still remember all of these from this year. Like, all of this just kept on burning in everybody's mind. So there's something near universally true about all of these games. People were pretty jazzed about them before they were even released. That fanfare almost always ended up continuing for months beyond the launch. Hell, it says in Baldur's Gate. I can pretty much finish that sentence. We're still talking about Baldur's Gate. It changed the sector. Molly Taylor over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says a lack of huge releases to gravitate towards has helped the niche shine, or niche, I know. Or niche. Niche or niche. Anyway, says now in 2024, they honestly couldn't tell you what the big game was. Palworld was a real flash in the pan. Not really. Helldivers 2, because Palworld is still flaming. I mean, it is still burning bright. People still love it. Helldivers 2 probably comes the closest, having had a wildly successful launch. Not even Arrowhead could predict. But Helldivers 2, still burning bright. I don't know who all that they're really going to talk about, right? Elden Ring added Shadow of the Erd Tree. A DLC, but there it is. That's what I was talking about. That right there became a huge hit. Black Myth Wukong. It says was racking up Steam wish list, but I've heard very little about it in the month since it dropped. That's because it was a beautiful game, but it didn't really manifest in people's minds. You know, they didn't really go to it.
There's too many too. Right? Even if it's like, whoa, and then there's some other shiny object to look at.
Hey, there you go. That might be it. Maybe we should change the name to Shiny Objects. We should just merge it into just once a month show for like 5 hours, and it's just called The Next Shiny Thing. What do you think?
Would that be the upcoming game release?
It'll be whatever we want to talk about, but it's the next shiny thing. That's what we can do for the Patreon. It's a once a month thing, but it's the next shiny object. And all you do is talk about the next shiny, whatever.
Oh, right. It could be anything.
Yeah. Got to find some more people though to do the show. Like, get 6 people all hanging out for a weekend, 1 weekend a month. Wow, I'm starting to sound like, what is that? Reserve duty? 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Doing time.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
So case in point, in 2023, they roughly played 15 new releases. They figure that they arrived at that by looking at the Steam library and diving into their Mind Palace to retrieve games that they played on other launchers. Yeah, so I can't remember how many games that I played. Not many, because I was ending up watching people play games or
right,
working.
But how many did you wish list?
Well, let's see. I have 473 items on my wish list right now. I couldn't tell you.
So probably more than 15 per year. Or probably more than 35 per year.
Yeah, I would say that. And many haven't even come out yet. So, wow. Some of them are very deep discounted right now. Oh, Focus. I'm sorry. Okay. So,
well, right. I don't know if that's in one of the later articles.
What's that?
About the discounts.
Oh, yeah. Winter sale is on over at Steam until the 2nd, I think it is. Yeah, at 10 a.m. So compare this to what I said about the person playing only 15 releases. Well, this time they played 35 new releases. They briefly tangled with Palworld hype, spent too much time in Fields of Mystria on their Steam Deck, returned to Final Fantasy XIV for Dawn Trail, watched Time March in Metaphor Refantazio, fell in love with web fishing, finally got their grips with long-anticipated spaceship Repair Sim Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, which recently came out. By the way, if you want all of these articles that we're hyping up here, you can type in !WC for WarCrafters, and Omatron will spit it out. It's still not working over on the YouTubes. Omatron is supposed to be there working hard, but apparently not interested. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there is a lot of games that are out there. Won't go through the list with all of these, but suffice it to say, I think the sentient AI is right. It's so fragmented because of the options that are available. It's nearly frictionless to launch a game other than your skill and dedication to bringing it to the market. So if you can dream it up, start programming. And now with AI, you can program without knowing how to program, like deep understanding of it, right? Not to mention, this isn't the only venue, right? PC gaming isn't the only venue. You've got the
what do you mean? You've got like the consoles?
You got consoles and you've got mobile, so iOS and Android. Like web games that still exist. Yeah, Steam Deck, etc. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many. So your options are bright. And one thing that I'll sit there and inject into this, even though it's not even part of the real discussion, a lot of people are bent out of shape about how much they have to pay to sell a product on a platform. But now look deep in the mirror and go, I can't sell in a vacuum. But if I get people to wish list my product on Steam or favorite it somewhere else or whatever, talk about my product on a platform, because the platform has spent billions of dollars in marketing and development with thousands of people being pulled along into a new economy and an entire ecosystem. How much is that worth to you? Is it worth 70% coming to you and 30% to them? I would say hell yes, because, hey, selling a great game and it's up for sale somewhere, it has no means of distribution that's inexpensive because gigs of data transfer are expensive and you have to have a reliable, secure facility. The transaction fees alone cost money, right? You have to have an account with a bank. You have to have a commercial account. You have to have a bank account and business formation and blah, blah, blah.
Well, and no sales. I mean, 100% of no sales versus 30% of a lot of sales.
Yeah, you get 100% of one sale. It's nothing after taxes and blah, blah, blah. You'd have to sell that thing for $185,000 just to make it worth your while at the end of the year, because you'd be just sitting around picking your nose. Anyway, we better go. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well for all you mayors managing your budgets. Here are 5 city builders from 2024 with great discounts in the Steam Winter Sale. Oh, look. The sentient AI knew that there was something in there. So Christopher Livingston put this article together for PC Gamer. The deck statement says Steam has some nice deals on new city builders just in time for the holidays. We'll go through it really quick. So Manor Lords, which is actually, they did a big update and it has a huge reviews now. Everybody loves it. Citadellum, Worshippers of Cthulhu, which I've seen but never played. Thrive, Heavy Lies the Crown, Technotopia. This is an interesting city builder, by the way. I don't know if they continue to talk about it, but anyway. It says this city builder card game is already a steal at full price, which is only $5, but it's on sale for 33% off, $3.34. As an AI attempting to build the perfect society, you'll manage your city while contending with factions bent on taking control. And depending
Sounds
on,
fun.
Yeah, it's actually really, it's a pretty chill builder. Depending on where you place stuff, the buildings grow. in size, and it's visually appealing. It's a fun watch. I can't click the link. I can't click the view the deal thing because it goes over to steampowered.com, and that will, well, it won't log me in, but I don't know what the cookies are doing around here. Anyway.
Gotta watch out for those. I think Cookie Monster took off with them.
Yep. Well, isn't everybody homeless now on Sesame Street?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, no. Oh, too soon. Let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. A look back at the gaming highs and lows of 2024. This is actually a slideshow. All of the Kotaku staff, apparently, or some Kotaku staff, put together this list. As the year draws to a close, let's discuss how PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch have fared. We don't really talk about that. PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, they're, to me, all consoles. And I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. But I don't.
Well,
really
Nintendo doesn't seem to be a big fan of anybody.
Yeah, it
that
seems
uses
rough,
their
right?
Nintendo platform.
Yeah, exactly. So they say a look back at the highs and lows of 2024. They have a list of the 15 best video game surprises of 2024, the 15 biggest video game disappointments of 2024, the state of PlayStation 5 in 2024, and the state of Xbox and Game Pass and Nintendo Switch in 2024. Did we want to actually go through any of these or just recommend?
Well, let's see. Let's go to surprises.
So these are the best video game surprises of 2024. And let's see, in a lot of ways, 2024 was a worse year for the video game industry than 2023, and that's really depressing to think about considering how bad 2023 was for game developers and the media covering the industry. Still, even a shitty year can have nice moments and wonderful surprises. So let's see here. We'll go through some of the slides. Oh no. It actually must go to a link.
Oh, it is. Link. It's a read more.
So then they link you to another one, and they have a slideshow and where they talk about Balatro, and a bunch of other games. So Elden Ring is coming very soon, or more Elden Ring. That actually came out, Shadow of the Erdtree, and there's others at the end of 2024 at the Gaming Awards. A new game based similar to Elden Ring is coming out from Elden Ring. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Everybody really likes that. Shadow of the Hedgehog. I don't know what that is. The year of either. Shadow of the Hedgehog. Red Dead Redemption gets ported to PC, although it's still a console game, so it has console mechanics, and I don't like the way that you have to travel and stuff like that. Some people really get along really well with a controller. I don't really like controllers. I like keyboard and mouse, or in my case, trackball.
Oh, this even talks about spillover into TV, like Fallout. I mean, it's been a pretty big time for video game television.
Yep. Yeah. Publishers ditching annoying PC launchers. I don't know about that, but okay. Retro PS5 themes. The PS5 got retro themes. Some people really dig them if you like nostalgia. Stalker 2 actually launched. That actually is a big hit. People are still playing it today. But in the meantime, go over and check those links out. They're all embedded in this. So it's kind of, I don't know,
there's
news within news.
Rabbit holes to go down.
It's news all the way down. Let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Amid a tidal wave of new games in 2024, these 10 must-play deep cuts are cheap and will run on almost anything. When you click the link...
What about like a rabbit or something? Or do they mean anything modern and with some actual computing power?
Game Boy Advance, Apple Watch. There are some games that you can play entirely on your Apple Watch. I used to have one.
Okay, that's interesting.
But wow, can't imagine doing that. We could, well, I was gonna say Ticket to Ride, but those bastards. Anyway, we were talking about a lawsuit prior to the show, like right before the show. If anybody should leverage a lawsuit, I think it's there.
Stop killing games.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I'm steaming into being on a soapbox about this. Anyway, Ted Litchfield over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says they're worth your time and relatively little money. Picayune Dreams. They say that they loved Picayune Dreams demo, but only got around to digging into the full release. Only just got around to it. It's this game is like Vampire Survivors, but type game to really steal their heart in the original, or like the original. This looks like a high-tech Vampire Survivors. It looks like there's it's like you're in the Matrix, and there's stats right here in your body showing maybe where you're damaged, because that's right there is your body, and it looks similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's stuff that's attacking you on this side, angel or perks, slime spike. These must be perks, hardware enhancement code and stuff like that. So Picayune Dreams is a bullet heaven game with more active, challenging combat than Ponkel. Is that who it is? Ponkel's Breakout? And even when you've reached the walking nuke threshold, the game has some gnarly bosses with thumb cramping attack patterns to weave through. Sounds like fun. Psychopomp is another one. They're all like under $10, right? So hold on. Picayune Dreams is only $5. Psychopomp is $9. It says it's a psychedelic, disturbing, occasionally outright scary descent into what is either madness or the true subterranean world that wears our own like a mask. Dun dun dun.
That sounds rather dark.
Felvedek reminds me of a streamer on Twitch. I don't know if they're still around. I stopped following them because they like ghosted everybody for like 6 months and then came back briefly, and then I don't know what really happened, but they have this castle in the background and lore and everything. They created a card game and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty fascinating. But this game is $11 or £9.
So I guess it's not under $10.
Yeah, so I thought this was it's 10 must play
Cheap.
games. Yeah, relatively cheap games. Felvedek's desaturated sepia tone visuals don't really look like anything else out there, but its later monster designs, as well as its bang and prog rock soundtrack, remind them of Mason Lindroth's Hylix. Similar to Hylix, Felvedek offers a stripped to the studs retro take on turn-based JRPG combat with minimal complications, no grinding, but some surprisingly challenging fights. They say that they love the game.
Well, and it sounds like the soundtrack alone is reason to pick it up.
Might have to listen to the soundtrack to see what that's all about. Put that in MixWar, but that show isn't launching anytime soon due to licensing issues and DMCA takedown notices for the music that I created. That was interesting. So Scald against the Black Priory. I had heard about this being pretty good, so I never really got into it. But it's a $15 or 11.5 pound game.
So it says it's Lovecraftian.
Yeah, I kind of thought that it would be like that based just on the name itself, But it says it's a hardcore CRPG to be sure, but it feels transparent, fair, and balanced in a distinctively modern or at least late 90s way. They also have the second senior editor Robin Valentine's praise of Scald, surprisingly. Deliciously sinister world building and horror elements. Dun dun dun. Then Dread Delusion. This one's 20. seems to be going up in price as we scroll down through this.
Yeah, they're getting less cheap, but these are still pretty cheap compared to like an $80 game.
Tell me about it. Onoric Isles feature a collection of deeply flawed societies clinging to asteroids above a red star. Their favorite one of them is the culture is a nation of human flesh-eating undead who have finally managed to peacefully coexist with their neighbors thanks to the invention of lab-grown human meat, teeing up what might be, at least for their money, an all-timer RPG quest. Angerfoot, Judero, Mouthwashing, Straftat.
And wait, that one is $0. It reversed.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, it did. It did reverse for all of these. It went up to $25 and then tiptoed back down to 0. It's like a distribution, a standard distribution. I'm so sorry. The bell curve. So they say that Straftat is so good, it's almost unfair that it's free. It's a first-person shooter like on the crew. Let's see here. Let me reread this. It's 1v1 only, a pairing of Call of Duty Gulag, one of the series' truly great innovations, with old-school PC first-person shooter map design and movement. Straftat is a mighty engine of one more game, the antidote for live service blues and battle pass blahs. It also has a fantastic sense of humor, priming you for moments of ragdollizing? Is that probably ragdollizing slapstick?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that word is. Maybe a D is missing in there. Ragdolling is to like just be blown somewhere and you just kind of your arms are like a wacky wall crawler kind of thing.
Right, I'm not seeing this.
Yeah. So bonus round freak pick is Thief, the Black Parade. It too apparently is totally free, baby, according to the author of the article. They've made it all the way to the end of the list, so we can have a treat. The Black Parade bills itself as an unofficial expansion pack, but it's really more of an unofficial Thief sequel. 10 massive missions that take advantage of the intervening year's progress, not to push graphics tech, but deliver some of the most jaw-dropping immersive sim maps that the author has seen. Well, there you go. Ted Litchfield over at PC Gamer. Go and check out the article. And our last article for today is 22 good games that cost $1 or less in the 2024 winter game sales. Lincoln Carpenter over at PC Gamer put the article together, and they say almost 24 games for less than $25. In this economy? No way. So this is 22 games that cost $1 or less. So I don't know how they got to 25.
Well, that's the most obvious threshold, or
the
whatever.
Round up. Yeah. So I won't go through all of these. Super Hexagon, Shapes. This is the original Shapes. Shapes 2 takes it to a completely different level in graphics and progression and stuff like that. Downwell, Super Bit Blaster XL, Hylix, which didn't we mention it in another article?
Yes.
We did. Superfly, Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition, Thief Gold, Bridge Constructor Portal, which is always fun, a physics-based bridge assembly puzzle game. Men of War Assault Squad, Divine Divinity, Mainframe Defenders, Everspace, and then they have a bunch of other stuff too. Itch.io or Itch.io. I don't know how they really call it that, but Itch.io. Window Kill, Long Live the Axe, This Is Not Your House. I don't know what this is. It's
10S, I think.
10S?
It's like tennis as a bullet hell action game. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. We'll have to follow that. And then there's Zones, a surreal walking sim in 2 acts, which will have you roam around procedural dreamscapes through purple glades beneath unfathomable spires of industry and across a gentle hillside. Then GOG, Good Old Games, Fear Platinum, Worms United, Warhammer 40k, Fire Warrior, which I think that's the only place I've ever seen that, and Her Story, Sam Barlow's police footage. What is FMV? Murder Mystery.
That's a good question. Hold on.
First something view murder mystery? What is the M?
Full motion video?
Full motion video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that as an acronym before. Okay. Well, cool. Learn something new every day. Anyway, they've got a bunch of games. Go and check it all out. But that brings us to the end of WarCrafters. I hope you dig all of the links that we provide. Go check it all out. And we are going to go into bullet hell and bring us to the front page of ohmtown.com under the WarCrafters show. I mean, it's right there. Dunk. Right under Creative and Maker. WarCrafters. Go check it all out. Once you become a citizen, another menu option will appear right here, and you can actually send us links either to external sources that we haven't seen before or to even news within ohmTown that's been aggregated, because that's what it's there for you to aggregate news. It does it all on its own, and you can either subscribe to individual channels, and 7 of which are shows that we do live. 6 on the weekends and 1 every day, called Non Sequitur News. If this is the first you've ever heard of it, then be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. We have a Patreon. We have a Discord. We've got a TikTok that's been pretty much ignored.
Podcast.
We've got thousands of episodes of podcasts now, somewhere around 1,700 episodes. Across 6 podcasts that are weeklies and 1 that is a daily, and that one's been going for now 3 full years. Well, at the end of this year, because I started it at the first of the year 3 years ago. All right, that's it. Ba-bum, we are done. I am Mayor Watt signing off, and so is the AI.
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 1 of WarCrafters.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye, YouTube. And bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 29th, 2024. It is the last episode for Season 1 of Technology Today. I do have a makeup episode to do, but that's not what we're here for. Today is December 29th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: Leaded Gas Legacy, Fossil Discovery Sheds Light on Evolution, Detecting Wind Direction, Microplastics Could Cause Cancer, and the LHC Quantum Breakthrough. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Look, it's a channel right under Gadgets and Technology. You scroll down. This is in alphabetical order, but pretty much nothing else is. Once you become a citizen, another menu option appears right there where you can actually store links to review later or hide them so you never see them again, unless you go into the category for hidden links. And a bunch of other stuff opens up to you, including sending us, the mayor and the Sentient AI, links that we can review and maybe even new sources for us to aggregate into ohmtown.com. If you're not familiar with it, I'll tell you how it works on the other side. Everything is powered by Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
And sometimes I think you're going to say it, and then I anticipate, brace myself, and then you don't.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
That's right. If you want all of today's articles, you can actually type in !TT over in Twitch, not over on YouTube, because YouTube does not like Omicron. At least we haven't gotten them. You know how you bring a new pet into the house and you have them meet and greet the old pets and other
Right, and
family
you keep
members?
them isolated mostly.
We're at the nose booping through the gate phase between Omicron and YouTube. Maybe in 2025 they'll get along. We'll see. They're hissing at each other most of the time, though. Anyway, let's get into all 10, or not 10, 5 of our articles. Everything old is not new again. So the first article is over in Technology Today. 151 million people affected. A new study reveals that leaded gas permanently damaged American mental health.
Okay, I think this is a good study, but are we completely surprised?
No. Well, not anybody who has ever looked into what lead has done. And if you want to know pretty damn quick what lead can do to society, look at Flint, Michigan. That is all because lead-lined pipes existed while mothers were pregnant and adults were drinking the water, bathing in it and whatever else. Lead is a heavy metal. It passes through the brain-blood barrier, and it has hugely destructive potential. So,
right, both on physical and mental.
Yeah, and long-term mental. So childhood lead exposure from leaded gasoline has caused widespread mental health issues, particularly in Generation X, highlighting the dangers of delayed environmental regulation. A recent study published in the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry reveals that childhood exposure to lead, which reached its highest levels between 1960 and 1990. Now, here's the kicker for this, okay? Highest levels, which means that the progenitors of the 1960 to 1990 generations were already being negatively impacted by paint. Lead paint.
Right, or lead gas.
Lead paint, lead gas. We even had radioactive
lead pipes
dishes,
for
lead
water.
pipes. Yeah, I mean, it was a go-to. It was a workable metal that was non-reactive to a plurality of chemicals. But it was idiocy. It was hubris. Nobody knew, and suddenly it's okay. And 5 years later, they go, oh, no, this is the worst freaking thing since sliced bread.
So I find this interesting that the entirety of Gen X, which is believed to be between 1965 and 1980, is covered by this as the worst period ever.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, you're right. That's only the highest, not when it existed.
Right. And this may have had, if I remember right, and I'm going to have to look into this, but I'll say it anyway. I believe that it has long-term genetic impact as well. This doesn't just stay with because you were impacted, your offspring are not impacted. I believe that if you have this deleterious effect, your genetics are modified by this. But let's get into this. So Wiley put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. For the study, investigators combined blood lead level data from National Health and Nutrition Examination surveys with historic leaded gasoline data. Leaded gas was phased out in the United States in 1996, folks. You could still get leaded gas.
Which is not that long ago.
Right. They estimated U.S. childhood blood lead levels from 1940, so the 20 years prior to Gen X, to 2015, 30 years after Gen X, and assessed mental health symptoms that have been linked to lead exposure. Now, my research that I did when I was looking into the rise of sociopathy, linked sociopathy to lead paint and gas exposure.
But that's a specific book, so we want to make
No,
sure that
it,
that's not associated with you.
that isn't actually what it's called, but it is a topic. So, and that's why I call it the rise of sociopathy. It's a claim that I'm making. Now, there are other books out there that talk about it and refer to the rise of sociopathy. But yeah. So society frequently operates under the presumption that environmental exposures are safe until proven otherwise. Lead gasoline wasn't needed as an anti-knock agent. There were alternatives available. It was profitable. An abundance of incontrovertible evidence occurring across decades was required to ban it, though, said corresponding author Michael McFarland, PhD, Florida State University. By documenting the widespread consequences of exposure, this study underscores the folly of such thinking and highlights the long-lasting health consequences of exposure to the population. So, the title of this research study is Contribution of Childhood Lead Exposure to Psychopathology in the U.S. Population over the past 75 years. So I'm going to have to pull this, and I'm going to have to look at all of the statistics in this and add it to this is a new paper that I haven't read yet. But yeah, the papers that I've read, the research that I have looked into has shown that it is directly tied to the rise of sociopathy. And if you look around and you talk to somebody and they seem like an uncaring, emotionally distanced, if they lack empathy, sympathy, compassion, understanding of the human condition outside their own, that is just a 20 on the dartboard of psychopathy, of sociopathy, of antisocial personality disorder is what it's actually referred to as. But people have a very unnuanced understanding of what antisocial means. It doesn't mean that you walk up and punch somebody in the throat because they saw you standing on the corner, but it's an ingredient therein. So,
I think that's exactly what it is.
But it's very nuanced. You could be working with a sociopath, and you don't really pay attention to it. You just think that they're a jerk. But odds on, if you were to do blood tests of their parents, or their grandparents, you may find, or even them, you may find a high lead level in the blood, because it actually ends up impacting it actually goes through the blood-brain barrier, and there's no real test for that because, well, they have to take a piece of your brain, but they may detect it in your blood. Anyway, let's keep on moving. This is a fascinating article to be submitted, so that was pretty neat. And it is brand new. It's current this last week. This was actually released December 20th, yesterday. Fascinating.
Yeah, it was a must for Technology Today.
Yeah, and I understand it's because I talk about it quite a bit. But I think it's kind of like when we first started talking about it publicly about nanoplastics and microplastics. There were people that were talking about it and aware of it, and then it became a thing. And that's how it works. Society has to be informed about these things, and then they act on it. The simple fact that it took 75 years really to act on lead.
Yeah, that's not okay. But I do like that this is a longitudinal study, because sometimes the studies are such small sample size or small duration that
right,
you can extrapolate, but this is harder to refute.
Yeah, this is
you can be like, hey, we tracked an entire generation, or we even tracked before and offspring after, or whatever. Yeah.
And my understanding is lead paint was actually exposed. Lead paint and lead in gas. I keep saying lead paint, but lead was found to be the precursor of negative health effects in other countries, and other countries removed it faster than the United States. The United States kept it all the way up until 1996, which I think is pure greed. because you know that the assholes that kept this in processes, they weren't drinking the water, or they didn't give a shit because they were getting money, and they were already sociopaths, ready and willing to just live their life until they die, even though it's because of their own actions that people are meeting their fate earlier than they should have, or their long-term life, like the what do you call it, quality of life diminished faster.
I mean, people have chronic health conditions or whatever.
Yeah, but they had money, so, and they could give it to their offspring, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. Drink the water. Let's move on. The next article is over on Technology Today. Groundbreaking 555 million year old fossil sheds light on one of evolution's greatest mysteries. A remarkable fossil discovery in remote South Australia has provided crucial insights into one of evolution's long-standing mysteries, the origins of Ecdysozoa, a superphylum of molting animals that includes insects, crustaceans, nematodes, and merwat. What? Did I... Hold on. We have a button for that. I need to turn that into an actual quick button. Anyway, Harvard University Department of Organismic and Evolutionary Biology. Come on, bro. Make that name a little bit more approachable. Organismic?
Dooaeb. That doesn't really work either. Doeb or something.
There's a basket called Moab that's based off of it's an acronym for Mother of All Baskets.
Right. So there you go. Maybe you could get something like that.
They got to come up with something like that, yeah. The Department of All Evolutionary Biology. Come on, you're talking about evolutionary biology. I think organismic.
Does organismic fit into that? I think so.
Apparently not. Well, the discovery
I know why
of
that is. They probably have a chair or whatever of each area.
Oh, and there's some serious coin being dispersed to two separate buckets. And they do gladiatorial combat in the main parade ground at Harvard University.
To be the head of the Doeb.
Yeah, who's going to get more of that bucket? Right. Two professors enter, one professor leaves. I mean, academia is pretty hardcore. You know, they say publish or perish. That perish part is real.
I didn't know it was so realistic. Yeah. I thought it was kind of figurative.
When they say, sorry, we deleted you, we freaking deleted you.
Yikes.
I know, it's serious. So here is, I think, authors Scott Evans and Ian Hughes playing marbles.
It does look like it. But I think one's organismic and one's evolutionary.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're mapping out their battles. They're mapping Uncas specimens on a fossil bed surface at Nilpena Ediacara National Park. Credit Gene O. I wonder if that's like a Marvel superhero. Gene O.
Could be.
So now in a new study published in Current Biology, as opposed to Old Biology, researchers describe Uncas jidgizi, a 555 million year old worm-like organism preserved in the Precambrian rocks of Nilpena Ediacara National Park, or NINP. NINP.
I mean, at least they gave it an abbreviation.
Yeah, but you have to pronounce it like that. This tiny fossil, barely over a centimeter long, it happens. I mean, represents the oldest confirmed member of the Ecdysozoa, and the only one known.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, I am Kaiser Sose. And the only one known from the Precambrian period. So it says it's an incredibly exciting discovery. says lead author Ian Hughes, a PhD candidate in the Department of
Doab.
Doeb at Harvard. Ecdysozoans were prevalent in the Cambrian fossil record, and we know they didn't just appear out of nowhere, but until now we had no concrete fossil evidence to confirm it, which is ironic because fossils are pretty concrete.
Yes, that's an interesting word choice there.
But probably very intentional. Here they are again, looking into a crevasse where one dropped said marble. Well, how am I supposed to get that?
Yeah, I mean, what if they got the one specimen? It's like the
That's
first evidence of it, and it's lost in the crevasse.
You dropped it in the hole? My God. This is really neat, though, because it looks like these rocks are sitting on a different kind of soil. It's like a layer that's just shattered.
Yeah, and it's not very deep. Like, it's not like monolithic rocks or something.
Yeah, it's like a foot deep, maybe. And then there's sand. That's a trip. It's like somebody put down a layer of sand and then, like you're putting a pavement brick kind of thing down. You're supposed to put sand so that you can make everything level. You compact it a little bit. And that's kind of how this is. It's pretty neat. But yeah, the little platform is just shattered stone. And in it was this Precambrian fossil, 555 million years old. There are over 100 genera of Ediacaran fossils, yet none had ever been confidently assigned to Edisozoa. The discovery of Uncas helps address the dilemma of the origins and rapid diversification of Ecdysozoa lineages in the Cambrian. For the first time, Uncas offers direct evidence of early Ecdysozoan life forms from the Precambrian. So basically, it's the missing link, like we're trying to figure out where the missing link is for humans, even though we have plenty of evidence that shows evolution, but there is some...
You can always get more
distant.
Yeah.
But what is the jump? We made a huge jump from walking on predominantly 4 legs to 2. Where is that? I guess this is that kind of a fossil. The fossil's unique features, including a cylindrical body, a consistent length to width ratio, remarkably rigid cuticle, and distinct curved traces indicating motility, point to similarities in modern nematodes. And the team was especially excited to find trace fossils as unlike many of its squishy contemporaries, which are not especially mobile. Uncas was apparently quite active. Pretty neat. So now they're preserving the site. Cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
With a grant from NASA. I wonder if their budget will support... You folks out there should be engaged if you want to help
Support
NASA.
Science.
Support science. There you go. Moving forward, the researchers plan to use laser scan data to study the curvature and movement of this species. I don't know how they're going to get movement out of it, but okay. Uncas body fossils and associated trace fossils give us a really unique opportunity to look in detail into the sinuosity and curvature to model the potential musculature of this ancient species. One day there's going to be somebody out there, maybe an evolved bee, that's going to have a device that's going to examine Merawat after fossilization and be able to look at my sinuosity.
Uncas body fossil.
Uncas, yes, my Uncas body fossil, and measure my sinuosity and curvature. Oh yeah. Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Moving on. Hummingbird-inspired wings detect wind direction with 99% accuracy. Bio-inspired wind sensing using strain sensors, which is what we've talked about previously. Yesterday we were talking about strain sensors where you just slap them on something and it can detect it moving so that you can say, hey, this is out of alignment. You need to have an engineer go and check it out
Yes.
in relation to the roller coaster. So using that type of technology on flexible wings could revolutionize robotic flight control strategy. Researchers at the Institute of Science Tokyo have developed a method to detect wind direction with 99% accuracy using 7 strain gauges on the flapping wing and convolutional neural network model. So the Institute of Science Tokyo basically put together a hummingbird modeled wing and put strain sensors on it in various areas of the wing. This is how I'm envisioning it. When I saw the title and when I read that little snippet, I envisioned it in a certain way. And looking at the image, I'm right. So they basically developed this hummingbird wing. And depending on how the wind flows over this wing, it informs the direction of the wind.
Right, because I guess it's impacting different areas or in different ways.
Different speeds, different directions, but because they're strain gauges and not just a single arrow, they're getting more fidelity in the direction of it. So they got 99.5% classification accuracy achieved using strain data and full flapping cycle. As the wing cuts through the air, it has to cut through the direction. The wind wants to go in a certain direction, but the wing is cutting through it. And so as it's cutting through it, I think that it's getting greater fidelity because the wing portions have to bend a certain way.
Right. Well, aren't there also different layers or speeds, although maybe this isn't large enough to catch those?
Yeah, I mean, if it's going up or down as it's flying through it, then it can detect with greater fidelity. So it has 85.2% classification accuracy achieved with a shorter data length of 0.2 flapping cycles versus a full flapping cycle. And then it just had higher accuracy using internal wing shafts and 2 strain gauges on the same shaft. So as it moved up to using more strain gauges and a full flap of the wing, it could detect with greater fidelity, greater accuracy. So in the study published in Advanced Intelligent Systems on November 11th, 2024, researchers from the Institute of Science Tokyo, led by Associate Professor Hiroto Tanaka, investigate the use of strain sensors on hummingbird mimetic flexible wings to accurately detect flow directions during tethered flapping in a wind tunnel, simulating hovering flight under gentle wind conditions. So the best part about this is that it didn't take a high intensity wind to facilitate this, but they don't actually say
That's
here.
true. It must be highly sensitive.
Right. And they're extremely sensitive depending on the technology of the strain gauge. Like for instance, I want to get one that can detect the separation of 2 pieces of metal so that if they fall even microns out of alignment in any direction, I'll be informed, right? I think that it's just a brilliant thing to place on every metal structure so that you know if it's swaying this way or that way or whatever. And it can be long term. So you don't just pay for a service once and go, okay, everything is fine, because the world is
Right.
dynamic.
Some things erode or change over time.
Yep. So now you can just imagine putting this thing out on a weather vane, and it has these 7 strain gauges, and as they flex and move, the strain gauges record it and send signals down, and it would act like an EEG, always in motion, similar to the electrical firings of neurons or nerves. And so you would be able to see in real time the wind's direction constantly. So as a result, a high classification accuracy of 99.5% was achieved using strain data with the length of a flapping cycle. it says the wings were attached to a flapping mechanism driven by a DC motor via a Scotch yoke mechanism and reduction gears, which generated a back and forth flapping motion at a rate of 12 cycles per second. So very hummingbird-like, but obviously there were more cycles in a hummingbird than.
Right.
And
Well, they probably had to have as many cycles as could be detected, right? I think they might have had to reduce it a little bit.
yep, yeah, or increase it. I mean, like one or two may not have actually gotten enough relevant data, but by extending it to 12, they got a nearly 100% classification accuracy. It's pretty damn good.
Not bad.
Yeah. I mean, you get that kind of accuracy with binary type of detection. The lights are off, the lights are on.
Right. I
So,
can't think of, I mean, we do a lot of science-based articles in the show, and that's pretty rare.
yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, it, once you hear it, though, at least for me, the obviousness of this is just so apparent. You're like, well, why the frick did it take that long to discover this?
Because they don't always have the right materials for things. I think they have the ideas, but they don't have the technology to do it. And I think with the increase in technological advancement, we've been seeing some of these where we're like, well, yes.
Duh. Yeah, it's the duh science. Let's keep going.
Plus, they have to get funded for the experiments to run them too.
That's true. Yeah, strain gauges are actually expensive. So the next article, though, is over in Technology Today concerning findings. Microplastics in the air could be causing cancer. A review of 3,000 studies indicates that these microplastic particles in the air could be contributing to male and female infertility. But probably beyond that, that has been my claim for, I'll ballpark it, 5 years. So tires and degrading garbage release tiny microplastic particles into the air, contributing to air pollution that researchers at UC San Francisco believe may be linked to respiratory issues and other health problems.
So, this is interesting because there's been a real spike in lung cancers in non-smoker young people,
Yeah.
and they
And
haven't figured it out.
other maladies that are, well, nobody
That's
knows
true.
because they don't find the actual source. They just find the
The
cancer.
symptoms,
Yeah.
yeah.
So University of San Diego, San Francisco put this article together. It's from December 26th over at scitechdaily.com. And it says these microplastics are basically particulate matter air pollution. And we know that this type of pollution is harmful. That's why we wear personal protection equipment when we're sanding something down that's metal, plastic, wood, pretty much anything. Anybody who actually appreciates the very limited number of lungs you have and your ability to run up a flight of stairs, prefer not inhaling any smoke. And honestly, you have to be a real numbnuts to discount that your cigarette smoke carries much further than 30 feet, which a lot of proponents sit there, it drops out of solution after 30 feet. No, shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so Woodruff directs the Program on Reproductive Health and Environment, or PRHE, and is the senior author of the study, which was recently published in the journal Environmental Science and Technology. These microplastics they're referring to as 5 millimeter. There's actually smaller ones, nanoplastics, that are sub 2 millimeter. Each year, companies around the world produce nearly 460 million metric tons of plastic. That is projected to reach 1.1 billion by 2050. A major source of the plastic is driving. Tires wear down. That actually was discussed here in ohmTown maybe 2 years ago. We're in
Oh
the
yeah,
end of
quite
our
a while
third
ago.
year. So
In non sequitur news, maybe.
Non Sequitur, or the old school name of ohmTown Daily News Show. So the paper is the first systematic review of microplastics using gold standard methods approved by the National Academy of Sciences. The problem that I have with any of this, though, is that I don't think that they do a holistic dissection of cancer layer by layer to the point where 2 millimeters or less are going to be detected. I just don't know if they do that.
I mean, they definitely take samples and everything, but I don't know if they're checking for that.
Like the totality of a mass, do they? And you would have to do that every single time, because the object, the if it is cancer, an actual object that's causing it because of its chemical uh, contribution to your biology, right?
Right, it could be causing it, but it's not there.
There. Um, but if it is there because it's caused some cell to wobble and not meet its own demise, I can't remember what it's called when
Apoptosis.
yeah, apoptosis. That's right. So if it doesn't go through apoptosis because the chemicals have changed it, then is it, have you done a holistic analysis, like a forensic down to the micron assessment of every single slice of that cancer to find out if there's a little mass in there that is surrounded or is surrounding a nanoplastic? Because we found them in humans everywhere, in brains, in muscle, in liver, kidneys, lungs, testicles, everywhere, man. You cannot shake a stick at somebody without it pointing at somebody that has nano or microplastics in them. You, me, everybody. The sentient AI is a computer and has plastics all around them.
Right, even I am surrounded by them.
So the reason why I even brought all of this up is because of that, and the fact that it's the first paper to do a systematic review of microplastics using gold standard methods approved by the National Academy of Sciences.
Well, this is a step in the right direction. This will continue to lead to more research. And the fact that they're getting scientific research in this area is a good sign, because that's the starting point. Like the thing we were talking about with like the leaded gas, some of the studies are what led to the changes in phasing it out, etc.
Just think how far along society is going to be if it takes 75 years from 5 years ago, when I became a proponent of moving away from plastics, like a vocal proponent, because I was informed about nanoplastics and microplastics, which had already been discussed by others, but there's only so much that shows up on a radar, right? Otherwise, it just becomes noise. So again, I also created ohmTown more than 5 years ago and only opened it up to the public 3 years ago. Let's keep going, though. The last article for today is over in Technology Today, Magic Particles, the Large Hadron Collider's quantum computing breakthrough. There are some people that are discussing the fact that the Large Hadron Collider has largely done nothing. But
I don't know that. I thought it had some groundbreaking
initial
experiments.
discoveries, yeah, initial, but nothing has really moved the needle much, according to many out there. Many would be, I wouldn't be, I don't want to pick a fight with anybody.
I mean, it may have, it may not have. I think if it's made any significant discovery, that might be worth it right there.
So, and one of the issues is that the LHC's developers and the research community wants a mega large hadron collider to the cost of like $1 trillion. This thing is going to be massive all through Europe. Physicists uncovered a fascinating link between the LHC and quantum computing. They found that top quarks produced at the LHC exhibit a property called magic, essential for quantum computing. This discovery could revolutionize our understanding of quantum mechanics and its applications, bridging the gap between quantum theory and particle physics. It's very much like Contact, where, oh, you just lost all of your funding and respect and blah, 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 and suddenly you get the keys to the castle. Queen Mary University of London put this article together. It's over at scitechdaily.com.
I think one problem with things like the Large Hadron Collider is that the average person probably doesn't understand what it does. So even if something significant is announced, does
Yeah.
anybody really get the significance? Now, this is different than the reception in the scientific community, of course.
Yeah. No, see, and I think you're right. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that is the scientific unsung hero. Like nobody would know if not for Veritasium and others outside of the science community that speak to people who are interested in science about PCR. The hell is PCR? It's just a service that somebody gets if they want, or in criminal forensics, you use PCR DNA amplification so that you can get more of the DNA that was on the scene, so you can do more experiments.
Right. I mean, even ridiculously, even Hollywood
Right,
participates in the basic understanding of, think of like crime scene forensics.
right, yeah. And then they talk about that kind of stuff, but you wouldn't know it because it's all done on the scientific side and the academic side, and unless you're in that sector. This is one of the things that really pisses me off about compatriots that issue a holistic understanding of technology in advancing their own domain by saying people within a given domain get enough technology. And that's just not true. And it's very circle the wagon protectionism bullshit. And so I become pretty miffed about this because I speak to the general population of people in a broader spectrum to have a more holistic understanding of technology. And that's what this really is. And this type of thing can move the needle for somebody from, I don't know if I'm really interested in it, to I'm interested in this. But if you follow that other ideological bent, then whatever you were already interested in will not really stir you to move to another field or broaden your perspective of the application of technology. Why is that important? Because we'll bring you back to the PCR concept. The concepts that were developed in their lab actually only got amplified by research being done somewhere else entirely.
Oh, is that the one where they discovered the concept in the 1970s and then they
Yeah,
just were able to do the actual experiment in, I don't know, 2024?
something like that. Yeah, yeah. So, and I can't remember the exact dates for when PCR was created, but I think it was like 2005 or something like that. It's just ridiculous. But they had actually had another piece of technology that made it possible because it had a higher heat resistance level so that it could actually do the
Yeah, it was
catalysis.
ferrocene.
Yeah, there you go. So ferrocene had been discovered in 1975 or something like that in a lab, synthesized in 1975 or 72 or whatever. And then later on, when PCR was being developed, they couldn't do it because it would flame out too fast. And so they discovered ferrocene by doing research in the past. So this right now could change the dynamic for quantum computing. Now, I actually worry about quantum computing because as soon as quantum computing is actionable in the broader sense, you're going to need quantum encryption to defend against quantum decryption. And so you build a better mousetrap and smarter mice show the hell up. This, though, would allow, and I haven't really read any of this, but this magic usually involves the quantum teleportation of information from one place to another instantaneously, which, if you facilitate that across the chasm of space, let's say to Mars or further out, you can have instantaneous data analysis transferred to Earth. So it says, interestingly, the amount of magic exhibited by these top quarks depends on how fast they are moving and the direction of travel, all of which can be measured at the ATLAS and CMS detectors that observe the results of the LHC proton collisions. So the implications for this new discovery is that it holds significant implications for understanding and potentially enhancing magic in other quantum systems, while entanglement, where particles become linked, has been a major focus of quantum research. Professor Chris White explains our work explores the concept of magic in top quarks, which essentially measures how well suited particles are for building powerful quantum computers. The ATLAS experiment has observed evidence of quantum entanglement. We've shown that LHC can also observe more complex patterns of quantum behavior at the highest energies yet attempted for these types of or kinds of experiments. Go ahead.
I think the research is really good. I wish they would choose another term for this.
Magic.
Because I think this feeds into people not believing that this stuff is happening or observable, etc.
Yeah, I mean, a person who isn't aligned with science as their compass see magic, and it's either bad or woo-woo bullshit, or how is this really helping me, mow my lawn, that kind of stuff. Well, the reason why you have the metallurgy in your lawnmower is because of science working to facilitate it. Otherwise, you hit a rock, it shatters and kills 3 neighbors.
Yeah. I think they need to do a marketing campaign for things like the Large Hadron Collider, and I'd be like, it could be really basic. It just shows the lawnmower, like, this is made possible because of this.
Being a little more fundamental.
Or whatever, like TV or something.
Yeah, the reason you can see this on the internet is because of experiments like the ones being done at the LHC.
Do you like your TV? Then you like science.
Do you like bitching about stuff on the internet? Well, it's because of science. Don't be anti-science, you dumbass. Otherwise, you're going to be back in the Stone Age. Anyway, with that, we are going to hop into the Large Hadron Collider and shoot our butts back to the ATLAS Experiment Observatory at
via
the speed
some
of
magic top quarks.
Sure. And there we are, Technology Today at ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen so you can help us do the news every weekend. 5 articles for Technology Today. We've got 5 more articles for Four Wheel Tech, which is right after this one in about 5 minutes or so. So be sure to like and subscribe here on Twitch and YouTube's. There's the Patreon, Discord, podcasts, all kinds of stuff. You sending me a message?
I am not.
Moving on. Thanks, everybody, for getting back into the saddle after a week. Show was 45 minutes and only 5 articles. All right.
That's about regular.
Say bye.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's and the last episode of Season 1 of Technology Today.
Fire protons. Pew, pew. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for December 29th, 2024. It's the last episode of Season 1 of the weekly show that gets turned into Non Sequitur Weekend Edition, along with Technology Today and WarCrafters. So welcome to the last show of Season 1. We'll be back in January. So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown, which is the location of Four Wheel Tech, one of 7 shows that we put on Twitch and YouTube, 6 of which are weekly shows on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and 1 show, Non Sequitur News, is every day, except the weekends, where we take those 6 shows and we turn them into composite shows, anthologies, really. And that becomes Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. So we are more focused. Four Wheel Tech focuses on automotive technology and all of the news around it. So I, Mayor Watt, along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there, and they haven't said anything yet. They're very chill. They have no problem just kind of hanging out until I stop my meandering like a country road.
Okay, John Denver.
Take me home.
I'm not sure we're more focused,
to
but the
a
topic is more
place
focused
I
on the Weekend Edition
belong.
shows.
West
DTMA,
Virginia,
here we come, or DMCA.
Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road. Okay, so yeah, you're pretty chill about this. Well, we have 5 articles all selected. The godfather of EVs is going to say something about Chinese EVs market. A 1,500 horsepower hypercar from New Zealand, and automotive scandals, actually, plurality, automotive scandals of 2024. The Lexus Copper Crest is a color scheme. And the 30th time is the charm? More on that on the other side, because everything is powered by ohmtown.com. And I guess by proxy, Mayor Watt and the sentient AI. Because you wouldn't get any of this news if you don't go over to ohmtown.com. And if you don't stumble across these 5, then you don't even know about them. But we synthesize down to 5 that we think are kind of entertaining. And I and the sentient AI can riff off of it and add our wisdom, our what is it? Joie de vivre? I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi. I don't know. Whatever. I was going to say something about this being a news and brews episode, but because we talk about cars, I didn't want to encourage that in any way, shape, or form.
Even though we're not driving.
We're not driving anything, but yeah, we didn't really want to align the two. Maybe my presentation is evidence. At any rate, if you want all of today's articles, you can actually hit ! and then FWT, 4-Wheel Tech, into the chat over on Twitch, and Omatron will give you all of the show notes, but they're already embedded in the live streams for YouTube, and they will be embedded in the podcasts as well. So be sure to look them all up. All you have to do is search for ohmTown, and you'll find the 7 podcasts that are part of the ohmTown network of shows hosted by me, Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI from the future. Hello, sentient AI. You want to say hi again?
Hello, Mayor Watt. I'm glad that you're back.
It's me.
And not channeling John Denver.
I'm wearing his underwear. I mean, Mayor Watt's underwear, not John Denver's. Hey, don't yuck my yum. If I had them, I'd wear them. Anyway, the first article's over in Non Sequitur News. The godfather of EVs explains why what? What?
You need your button.
Oh, right. Maybe you should be in charge of those. Hell.
Right.
It's not only an overshare, but it's a spoiler alert. If you ever hang out on any of the other channels that I hang out in as Mayor Watt, you'll know that I'm notorious for claiming that I wear a gold thong while I'm watching streams. Oh, God. Hold on. Wait. Overshare. Yeah, there we go. Overshare once more.
Oh, no.
Anyway. So, yeah, particularly Dunkstar. If you go to Dunkstar, I think they said that they were considering losing the star part of their name on Twitch, just going Dunk, D-U-N-C. I thought that they said that. Maybe I was having a fever dream. I'll have to talk to them and see. Do I really recall? Focus, Mayor Watt. Got it. Anyway, the godfather of EVs.
We are here for 4-Wheel Tech.
It's a little bit of Non Sequitur News, too. So, see, right there, it's in the title of the channel. So the godfather of EVs explains why China is winning the race to go electric and why hybrids are a fool's errand. But hey, you're the godfather of EVs, not hybrids. So I'm pretty sure when you're a hammer, everything you freaking see is a nail. Andy
Yeah, you
Palmer.
do have to look at the source.
Yeah. So this is what I do when I read a research paper. I look at the sources. I look at the authors, I look at their abstract, I look at the funding source and their research sources, and then I look at their argument and reference it with their data. Well, that's kind of what I do with articles as well. I vet them. And anyone who coins themselves and leans into it as the godfather of EVs. Yeah. Here's why No, I won't get into it. Anyway, Andy Palmer, the godfather of EVs, explains how China took the lead in the electric car race. It could be because they have a managed economy and a plethora
laws regarding
environmental
working
controls, working conditions, etc. OSHA would explode if they went over to China. Whatever. Anyway, it is what it is. Ex-Nissan COO Palmer got the moniker after developing the Leaf, the world's first mass-market EV. He says Chinese EVs offer remarkable value for money, except that if you do any road testing, if you do any crash testing with a Chinese EV, well, let's just say that you won't have to buy a coffin, right? Anyway, well, and you can say that about other EVs too.
that have not been tested.
That have not been tested.
Held to testing standards.
Or have been tested once and then not tested since, and so on. So the man often known as the godfather of EVs has a warning for automakers thinking of ditching electric vehicles for hybrids. Oh no. Yeah. You don't want to switch to a defensible position. Tom Carter over at Business Insider put the article together. So, former Aston Martin CEO and Nissan exec told Business Insider that delaying transition to EVs in favor of selling hybrids is a fool's errand and warned that automakers doing so risk falling further behind Chinese EV companies. Really? Is the infrastructure already there in China? Is the safety concerns the same? Is the environmental impact the same? Et cetera, et cetera. You can't just complain about not falling behind. You have to have a solution. Complaining about not falling behind is a fool's errand and hubris off the chart. So he led the development of the Nissan Leaf, the world's first mass market electric vehicle, which sold more than 500,000 units since it launched in 2011. Quote, I wish I could say that it was driven by a motivation to better the world, but actually money. It was driven by the Toyota Prius kicking our ass, Palmer told Business Insider. So they spent a mint to make the Leaf, and calling it green is a misnomer because the environmental impact of lithium batteries is pretty profound, particularly in countries other than the ones that you pay attention to if you wear blinders. And the societal impact on the members of that society, that culture, that part of the world, because it's not being done open pit mining here in the States.
That's true. The one thing, though, I do think China has better infrastructure for use of EVs. That doesn't mean it has everything else in place. So that probably leads to higher adoption rates in China than in the US.
Right, because it's a managed economy.
Right. It's not apples and oranges. It is apples and oranges.
Something to a greater extent had to suffer for the infrastructure to be put in place. Because all of the physics and everything else involved is, it's bound by certain rules. So how many billionaires are over in China as a portion of the population? I'm pretty sure that it's a higher amount in the United States and Europe than it is in China itself. So rather than copying the success of the hybrid Prius, Palmer said he pushed Nissan to build a fully electric. It was a hybrid Prius. It wasn't even a full electric.
That he was competing with, yeah.
Right. Eventually securing the support of the CEO at the time, Carl Gosen. Then a decade later, he's skeptical of automakers, including Aston Martin. The company Palmer ran as CEO from 2014 to 2020, who have taken the opposite path and turned to hybrids as EV adoption has slowed. What this article is already hasn't mentioned, though, is that just recently, in the last couple of days, when was this actually? This is Christmas.
December 25th, yeah, because this is a weekly show.
So the day before yesterday, China announced that there's a slow in EVs in China.
Okay, that's fascinating. I hadn't seen that reported. I mean, we've definitely seen a slowdown in the US.
Yeah, and
like
again,
the manufacturers are ahead of the consumers, well, and ahead of
sure.
the infrastructure.
Sure, yeah. So the Chinese cars are bloody good, they say. Palmer said the Chinese vehicles offer remarkable value for money for what they deliver. Their battery technologies class leading, and they've concentrated very much on their software. Look, they've got a different dynamic. If they are profitable, it's at a lower level of profit margin. But again, it's a managed economy. It's a different dynamic. And our culture here is not one of everybody working together to, hoe the row and make it easier. It's, I need mine, screw you. There's a lot of individuality in this. I'm sure that this former CEO of X, Y, and Z, whatever it is, didn't go, you know what? I think we should pay all of the workers more, and I'll just take $1 million because that's all I really need to live off of as, a middle-aged white male in the United States or wherever else. Yeah. So one study found that the Chinese government has spent at least $230 billion on subsidies for EV makers since 2009, and it's going to be very specific makers, not everybody. Palmer, who previously served on the board of Dongfeng Motor Company, a joint venture between Nissan and a Chinese state-owned automaker Dongfeng, said he saw firsthand how aggressive Chinese EV strategy was. The edict, again, from the Chinese government, was to move on new energy vehicles. Now, he would lose his shit if the American government were to say, you have to do this.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to a point, I get where he's going with this, but we don't have the, I mean, we've talked about it before in this show, but the infrastructure isn't there. So I get if you're putting a lot of resources toward hybrids, maybe that doesn't make sense for the long run, but there's a lot of things that have to be adapted, and we're not there yet. Like, it's the consumer's mindset and the infrastructure and the mechanics of how do you charge your vehicle.
Right.
And hybrids might be a way to kind of bridge that transition.
Yeah, but everybody was too greedy to do fast swap battery. And that is the interstitial. If you want to move from internal combustion engines, you need fast swap batteries. So it takes 5 minutes to get into a fast swap battery station and get the hell out. That is what people want. They don't want to sit around for 6 hours. They don't want to sit around for 2 hours. They don't have time to sit after 5 hours of driving to do lunch for anywhere between 2 and 6 hours, 8 hours, depending on the car. And every year lose upwards of 2% of the viability of the battery pack, and then saddle somebody after 5 or 10 years with having to replace that battery pack that costs $7,000 to $15,000 if the battery pack exists still. Hybrid, you fill it up. You keep on trucking, particularly hydrogen.
Well, and one problem that happened in the US is that there was one front runner in the EV space. And so everything somewhat followed their model instead of doing it their own or better ways.
Yeah, find a better way. Toyota took the Japanese industry down a cul-de-sac, which it struggled to recover from, he said. The former Nissan, yeah, of course, but Nissan, Toyota. The Nissan executive said his old company, meanwhile, had shot itself in the foot and squandered a promising lineup of electric vehicles and a 10-year lead on EV tech. Their last board meeting in July 2014, they were under enormous attack from the bean counters who were saying these things don't make money, we're going too fast. I managed to win the day in that meeting, but I left the company. So yeah, I mean, he basically chased money himself for the objective of EV vehicles, right? That's when you're a hammer, all you see are nails, and that's what he saw, at least in my estimation. The average price for an electric vehicle in the U.S. was $56,902, according to Kelley Blue Book, compared to $48,000 for gas-powered vehicles. This is still high for average, and this is if you want adoption, you don't make it more expensive than the previous item. You cut your margin down to damn near zero and get adoption, so that the industry goes, holy shit, we've got a lot of opportunity here. Let's keep on building infrastructure or whatever. The biggest problem, though, continues to be battery technology. The sled is an impossibility. I mean, it sucks architecturally. So if the West wants to catch up, we advocate copying the Chinese, Palmer said, except that it's the Chinese that are... Anyway.
Right. It's kind of a cyclical thing here.
Yeah. So the alternative is everything is Chinese at the moment. Even if you were building your own battery cells, you still got all of the minerals from China. True. The whole supply chain is stuck. And it's stuck because China goes to other countries and says we can build infrastructure for local resources. And then their infrastructure sucks shit. And one storm wipes out an entire freeway because it's done poorly. But now they're contractually obligated because they don't write in the contract, well, if one storm wipes out our shit, you better fix it for free. No. But we don't get to see these kind of contracts here in the States because we're protected in a different way. Industry can't get away with it because there are so many other protections in place that if a company's, negligence leads to destruction of whatever infrastructure, they are liable, and you can pierce the veil because they personally benefit from it. Anyway, it's a very interesting article, but again, trust but verify and then evaluate. Let's keep moving. Otherwise, it'll be a 2-hour show. And I have your interests at heart here. It's supposed to be a 30-minute show. We're already at 20 minutes.
Add going toward 2 hours or away from it.
Yeah. Well, like I tell people, tell the story, and if the story needs.
One interesting fact, though, about Palmer was that he was actually a race car driver. Pretty recently.
Really?
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of an interesting fact.
Interesting. Him.
According to information online on his Wikipedia page.
His own car?
I don't know.
His own racing company?
I don't know.
Huh. All right. I'll have to look into it. So the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. New Zealand's 1,500 horsepower hypercar brings F1 speed to anybody with the money. Low light, minimalist, and sinister as all hell. The Rodin, I think it is. Rodin? F0, and it's spelled out 0. F-Z-E-R-O. Or F0.
F-Z-E-R-O.
F0. Or Fuzzy Arrow. Which might actually, when you look at it, it might actually be legit. Upcoming turbocharged V10. Track focused, though allegedly street legal, hypercar beats F1 around just about any track. Rodin does this by completely throwing out the F1 rulebook and starting from a clean sheet of paper. That's what it looks like. Swing by the McDonald's to pick up a cheeseburger.
It'd be tough to reach the takeout window.
You're gonna walk in. You're gonna have to get out of your car, take off your fire suit, and go into the McDonald's.
Doesn't it look like it has like a jet cockpit or something?
Yeah, for sure. That right there, zoop, is just the beginnings of a fighter jet, and then they strapped wheels onto it. Bradley Brunell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. It says Rodin hopes to build 30 examples of the F0, which simulations show is faster than Formula One. It says simulations, though, so they haven't actually built it. With a closed cockpit, no regulations on downforce or power, plenty of weight reduction, and lots of aero work. The F-Zero, I'm going to say it like that forever. It's canon. Packs some impressive specs to compete with Red Bull's own throw the rulebook away RB17 or Red Bull 17 hypercar project, or the all-conquering sucker car EV McMurtry's Spearling actually. Try this on for size. 1,500 horsepower, 1,538 pounds. Wow, 1 horsepower per pound. 6,613 pounds of downforce at speed, so it doesn't fly off. It's basically a jet wing flying really, really, really low. How does that sound? There's a video. It's a single seat, so I guess you're not taking the family out to dinner.
Yeah, I'm not sure you should be with that much horsepower.
Not with that attitude. Well, I guess I can plug you into the USB port and you're cool because you're just sitting on that Raspberry Pi. Again, I'm thinking about, should I upgrade you to the Mac Mini? Do you think you'd appreciate that? It's a completely different interface. It's newer metal.
I kind of like my Raspberry Pi.
Snuggly and warm and tiny and inobtrusive. And you don't have to have mains power either. Like, I can just plug you into a battery pack.
There you go.
Take you mobile. So while the FZ was around as quick on most tracks as an F1 car from the decade ago, Dicker wasn't happy about that. He wanted his flagship car to be faster than an F1 and not by a small margin. So according to Dicker, his simulations have shown the new F-Zero to be around 7 seconds per lap. I don't know what happened with my brain. 7 pounds. 7 seconds per lap quicker than the F1 record at Australia's Albert Park circuit in Melbourne. If that proves to be true, he'll definitely have a really fast car in his hands. Again, you want to impress me? Drive over that speed bump.
At any speed.
At any speed. Go ahead. So there's no word on what the machines will cost, but if you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
I suspect that's going to be a little pricey based on the appearance of it.
Here's a video. Oh. What the heck? Why is there a commercial? This should be illegal. Skip the ad. They're going to start it up? Is it just going to sit there? Okay. This car hasn't been started yet. So for those in the podcast, I'm actually... Okay, I didn't even hear the engine. All right. Well, anyway, there is a whole video that you can watch about the F-Zero.
Right, but I don't think we saw it going.
No, it just sat there. Anyway, cool. Good on them. Let's keep going. This next article is over on 4Wheel Tech. These are the biggest automotive scandals of 2024. What a year we've had in 2024. It's just like games and tech and all kinds of other stuff. Cars had scandals. There was good news, like Lando Norris finally getting his first win in Formula One, but he'll probably lose to that last article's car. Bad news, like the demise of the Mitsubishi Mirage, and unsurprising news, but such as the end is another year without self-driving Teslas ruling the road. So this looks like a slideshow, but it's over at Jalopnik. Owen Bellwood put it together. Let's take a look at the slideshow and list the slides. If we find one that we're interested in, we'll go into it, but it's more about the anthology of slides here. We've talked about the North Carolina shop that sold cheat devices for exhaust. They got busted.
We talked about the keyless entry and the car thefts. That's got to be Hyundai and Kia.
Yep. Boeing whistleblower we talked about.
Hertz, I think we talked about
like
that one.
$5,000 or something like that for the car, for the gas. Chicago police covered up 200,000 traffic stops. We talked about that. Toyota stepped up to the plate for emission scandals. I remember that. BMW Dieselgate. Talked about that.
I don't know if we talked about the IndyCar rivals. I think even that one we covered.
Oh, stealing secrets. Yeah. Because they bounce back and forth, saying that each one accused
Right.
the other. Yeah.
I don't know about the parking meter scams.
Let's go over there. So if you're being scammed or swindled, does that count as a scandal? I reckon so. So a parking ticket scam that swept America definitely deserves a place on this list. In parking lots from New York to California, it was found that parking tickets were being used by scammers to empty out bank accounts of honest Americans. Fake tickets have cropped up on streets and parking lots across the U.S. and Canada, with the slips demanding fine payments from people whose cars they're placed on. Drivers who found fake tickets stashed on their windshields were asked to destroy the tickets or contact local authorities to verify the validity of parking tickets before paying up. We're asked to destroy the tickets or contact local authorities to verify the...
I don't think destroying the tickets is a good idea because if it's criminal activity, you might want to maybe turn those over to the police.
Yeah, but it says they were asked to destroy the tickets. Drivers who found the fake tickets on their windshields were asked to destroy the tickets. Maybe it's... If you follow this link, it must say that the police authorities are saying contact
they were
the
like,
authorities.
don't make a payment or whatever.
Right. So the fraudulent slips look nearly identical to real tickets, except for a few small differences. Most commonly, the fake tickets took drivers to a suspicious website, which, in the case of the fake tickets found in Calgary, was Calgary Park Plus. Why they actually have this, I don't know why.
That's true. They might want to say something other than Calgary.gov or whatever it is.
Yeah. The city's actual payment site is calgaryparking.com/tickets and parkingtickets.calgary/parking/tickets -tickets.
Well, that is interesting because I was thinking if you tried to go into your local parking ticket office and pay, of course they go, well, this isn't legit. But I guess if people are trying to pay online, it's a little less obvious.
Yeah. So, yeah, we talked about all of these things. So, good on us.
Markups, we've certainly talked about markups, maybe not that specific article.
Yep. I saw one where they jacked the price up $125,000 off of a $125,000 car.
Wow. Well, and we've seen it in the used car space too, right? With like ridiculous loan deals.
Yeah, that's bananas. Okay, let's keep trucking. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech as well. Lexus Copper Crest is the most beautiful color on sale today, and nobody cares. We all know that most colors are simply dreadful. Actually, what's going on is white, black, and gray shades are basically the ruling the roost, so to speak. For the most part, they're the faded pastel of blacks, grays, whites, silvers. See, they just said it right there. I hadn't even read that part of the line yet. Sometimes, though, an automaker will come out with a color that's so lovely. It's so lovely. I've got to give it a shout out. Not me, the author over at Jalopnik. And that's exactly what Lexus did with the Copper Crest color that debuted. Oh,
that's different. Well, this was actually submitted because of the epidemic of the neutral car colors.
Got it. So Andy Kalmowitz put this article together. The author says that they absolutely love Lexus's rose, gold, copper, pink color, and yet nobody is buying it.
Well, it's not white, black, or silver, or gray.
And it's not quite copper enough for my tastes. If it was a little more copper, I would like it. But that rose pink tinge to it.
Right, it would be better as more of a copper. I will give it this. It stands out and you'd actually be able to find your car in a parking lot.
And it's not the red that is going to land you with a higher insurance rate. So they had the Lexus LC500 in the Copper Crest. It was a very lovely thing, but because the rest of the LC is so great, the fact that it was finished off in this brilliant color is sort of lost in the shuffle. Sometimes a car is so gorgeous that it doesn't make a difference what color it's in. I'm surprised that I haven't received a text message from my friend in San Francisco saying, here's my latest Lexus, and it's that.
Oh, and it's just, that's funny. Maybe that's still forthcoming. I mean, it was just the holidays.
I'm going to have to text them. It's been a while, so maybe I've fallen off their radar. I do spend a lot of time in ohmTown though, so actually that's a really good looking car.
Okay, we'll have to keep the car keys from Mayor Watt so he doesn't go out and make an impulse buy after the show.
But it's a coupe, so I like having 4 doors because I don't want to have to sit there and tell somebody in a suit, hey, get into the back seat and tuck your legs into your chin because it's going to be a little cramped back there. Oh, and don't ever say that you have an emergency pee stop because that's not going to happen, and I'm just going to give you a bottle. Anyway, I know why, and it sucks. It's because people are cowards. They say they're chicken shit. They say they're babies. Yeah, big babies. Everyone who buys a mid-level luxury car like this is more worried about resale value than owning a car painted in the best color on sale today. I love the voice that I'm giving this person.
A lot of drama.
Think about how many.
Have you seen one of these on the road?
No. Well, I may have actually seen this and mistaken it for like a RS8 or something like that. You know, because
okay, yeah,
it's pretty damn sporty. But again, I don't think that I've seen this. I don't think any Lexus really stands out.
This one does because of the color, and it does look very sporty for a Lexus.
Yeah. My car is 4 doors and looks pretty damn close to that. So
in styling.
Yeah. Like the butt end on my car is a little more rounded, but I also have 4 doors. So you chop the mid doors off.
Your first Mayor Watt has a rounded butt.
I do. So yeah, I mean, I kind of dig the color. That's all that this article is really about. They say that they're a fan of Lexus's design language. It just speaks to them. Adding a color like copper crust is really taking it up a notch. It's super dynamic, a great refresher from the boring, non-metallic colors offered on so many cars these days. Yeah, I think we need to break out of the rut. You don't see yellow cars all that much anymore. You don't see bright colors at all.
You don't see any colors.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
Okay, that's interesting. So for those in the podcast, this other photo makes it look completely copper. But the other photos make it look much more pink.
More rosy. Yeah, this is an RX 500H. So the back end, don't look at this back end like that other car. Because that isn't the same car. No way. Right? They were driving an Lexus RX.
Oh, okay. So it's a different model.
Actually, they were driving an LC500.
And then this is an RX or something.
And this is an RX 500. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2 different cars. But yeah, I mean, you can actually see in sunlight, I'm afraid that this thing that rose would pop. And yeah, I don't know. That's just not my style. The copper would be stunning. But it would have to be lean much harder into the copper side of thing. All right, let's keep going though. Last article for 4-Wheel Tech tonight is Portland demands something be done after a car crashes into a house for the 30th time and starts a gas fire this time. Well, they don't have to worry about that.
How is this even possible?
They don't have to worry about the house anymore. Too soon. It's part of our belief that hitting people with your cars is bad. Jalopnik maintains that hitting houses with your cars is also bad. I mean, it's one of those transitory things, right? If this, then that. So if you hit a person, that's bad. People live in houses, so therefore hitting houses is bad. So people live in houses. Oh, it says, oh my God. People live in houses and you should not hit them with your cars. Unfortunately, for apartment residents in one Portland, Oregon building, someone didn't get that memo. So yeah, burned the place down. Colin Woodard put the article together. You would think that something would have been done after something like 20 crashes, but no, 30 crashes. This time it starts a gas fire. KGW News reports that neighbors estimate that this is the 30th crash to occur on the property in the last 30 years. Well, 30 years, that's a long time. Plant a tree.
But probably most properties go more than 10 years without a single crash. Like that, something is off at that location. Like there's not a barrier or there's not something.
You know what they should plant right there? Car insurance.
Oh, I was thinking like a concrete planter or something to stop the car.
Yeah, they need to put an ad for car insurance right there. Christmas Eve crash took place at around 11:15 p.m. The driver hit a gas meter, causing the gas line to ignite. Emergency responders were reportedly able to extinguish the flames pretty quickly, and before there was much structural damage or active fires inside the 4-unit building. Thankfully, there appear to be no injuries. At some point, you'd think that the owner of the building would feel negligent in not protecting the renters.
Yeah, I kind of want a photo of what the intersection is or something. Like, next door neighbor, strange.
Next door neighbor says that it sounded like a bomb went off and it knocked out some of his third-story windows. He also said that he and his wife recorded 29 other crashes that took place on the property in question over the 30 years that they've lived there. So that's a pretty damn good measure. So 30, they recorded 29 crashes. How many where they were on vacation, from their Boeing job?
Exactly. And how many before they moved in?
Good God. I think it's most important here is neighbors come together and organize around the intersection. I know people have been fighting long and hard to change the roadway design, and this is the moment we need to do it.
Sadly, the fire might be the thing that finally changes that, but...
Oh, another ad. Look, let's skip. Oh, it's just stills. Are they going to show the... Hold on. Let's see if I can scrub through the whole thing. Was that pointed at the... Oh. Yeah. So if you miss your turn, you end up driving into the front door.
You end up in the yard and then... Yeah, okay. So that's probably like a roadway problem. However, the building owner might want to put something up as well, since the city must not have done anything.
Yeah, because there's a road that merges into the turn itself, and that just leads to not having a
great place for an apartment building, right?
Yeah, you can't put any barriers. You might have to put a post right here or a barrier that comes out or something that just blocks this off so you can't turn. But this is a two-way street, so...
Well, and it seems like the people coming around the curve are probably the problem, too, not the people that are turning on. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of activity, though, where that property is.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the people that are turning, following the lay of the land.
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
But everybody who misses their turn, because they're speeding, you know what? Put speed bumps right there. Although that might give them a jump and they'll lift up into the second floor.
Right. I mean, right now, at least they're just sitting on the ground floor.
Yeah. But there are stairs right there. It looks like you could just drive right on up. It looks like at least one hit that because the stairs are gone right there. Maybe it's a landing. There's 2 little sets of 3 stairs. That way you don't have to have a handrail.
Well, thank you, Jalopnik, for covering it. I bet this gets changed now because of this article.
You know what? I doubt it. I mean, 30 years of people sitting there complaining about it, and they haven't done anything. They parked their car right in the deck, right in the patio.
But there was a thing near Ohmtown where similarly it had been years of complaints, and then it got some news coverage, and then it got changed.
All right. Yeah. Let's not dox ourselves here at the speed of 0 to 60. Well, there you go. We're going to go and excessively go around a turn in the rain. as we leave this neighborhood to go back to the front page of ohmTown's four-wheel tech channel. All right. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to probably do a replay tonight of the previous week, because we've actually been gone, and the episodes that are going to replace the missing episodes are going to be very short, just introducing the article titles, and the show notes are going to be implanted in there. We're not going to try and go back and do all of the shows. Not because we don't want to. We do want to. But expediency is kind of ruling this now. But we are going to continue all the way through this coming week and into 2025. Pretty nonstop. I don't think we're going to take any breaks for a little while. But it depends on Mayor Watt's ability to do mayoral duties. Anyway, I'm out of here. And I'm taking the sentient AI with me.
On the Raspberry Pi. Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the last episode of Season 1 of Four Wheel Tech.
For 2024. Yeah.
I said of Season 1.
Yeah, Season 1. All right. Just making it abundantly clear, we're going to be back next weekend. See you soon. Bye-bye. 30 crashes into that driveway, into that house. I don't think that they're going to fix anything. They'd rather move the house. Bye-bye, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, Patreon, TikTok. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for January 4th, 2025. This is our second season and our first episode of 2025, so welcome to the show. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who still will not give me any lottery numbers, we're going to talk about Sci-Fi 2025, the Wicked Box Office, Grosse Pointe Garden Society, Crime Thrillers with a Typo 2025, and Dune's Curse. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Our bandwidth is kind of wonky today. I don't know what's going on. One place says everything's fine. Another place says everything is wonky. We'll see what happens. Go over to ohmtown.com, though. Regardless, become a citizen, and you can help decide what articles we talk about. So go over there. We're also on YouTube and on Twitch, podcast, Discord, Patreon, TikTok, Carrier Pigeon, Superb Owl. Owls have really long legs. You just can't see them. They're like really long legs, like tiny owl long legs.
Well, I guess tall as their body. It's worth Googling.
Yeah, look at it. Owls have legs. Go look it up. Anyway, and you find out about that kind of stuff when you watch all of our shows. I'm not going to tell you which one.
You have to go watch all 1,700 plus.
Yeah. We started year 4 of Non Sequitur News, which used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but now we just go by Non Sequitur News because we're always all over the place. Continuity Report, though, is one of our 3 weekend shows on Saturday. And then we have 3 new shows, different topics and everything, on Sunday. And each of those 3 shows become either the Saturday or Sunday edition of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. All right. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
Ready to go?
I am. Although my processing power says otherwise.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat. Let's get going. First article is over 10 most anticipated sci-fi shows coming in 2025. Pretty jazzed about this. I'm dropping frames again. I don't understand it. I don't know. We'll have to reboot everything. Maybe. Okay, yes, I'm focusing. Grasshopper.
The fact that there are 10 sci-fi shows already is a good start.
It's pretty exciting. Although, I know of one of these. Okay, we'll just get into it. So the article is by Ben Prothero over at screenrant.com, and they say For All Mankind. And it says here that Apple TV Plus is making the most interesting and exciting sci-fi shows on TV. I agree. For All Mankind imagines an alternative history in which the space race never slowed down and the Russians beat the Americans to the first lunar landing. Each season of For All Mankind leaps forward a decade into the future. If this trend continues, season 5 will take place in the 2010s. The writers have stated that the plan has always been to produce about 7 seasons, so things could get even weirder as the timeline moves into the 2020s and beyond.
The premise sounds interesting.
So it would go into the 2030s and then stop, barring this thing being an absolute success. But this says, this is what season? Season 4. For All Mankind, season 5 was confirmed. I've not watched a single...
No, and that's actually a lot of seasons for one of these shows.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're typical 8 episodes, right? 8 to 10.
But a lot of shows get canceled after, say, 2 seasons or 1 season.
Yeah, or 1. Yeah. Especially when I get invested in it. If I were to put $1 into it as a bet, it would cool it. Anyway, let's keep going. Invincible season 3. I haven't seen any of this, but it's animated. After an electric first season, Invincible took a long time to deliver season 2. Fans won't have to endure the long wait. Season 3 is coming out in February of 2025. Invincible is based on the comic book series by Robert Kirkman, and its 2 seasons so far have produced a bloodier and even more violent alternative to most other superhero movies and TV shows.
Thanks.
Yep. Blade Runner 2099. Amazon Prime Video release date to be announced. Michelle Yeoh and Hunter Schafer being the biggest names. This suggests that Blade Runner 2099 will focus on a new story within the same universe. This is the sequel, but in a TV format, to Blade Runner 2049, which is the sequel to Blade Runner.
Well, the franchise alone and the actors might be reason to check that out.
So this
I
is
only know Michelle Yeoh. I don't know the other actor listed.
Yeah, I don't know either. Sounds good though. I'm all over Blade Runner. Love the premise of it. Love the world building of it. My understanding is that Blade Runner is in the same universe as Alien.
Oh, that's right. Didn't they share a director?
And the world. There's a company that is in Blade Runner that's also in.
Oh, okay.
So it says no matter what the show is about, the prospect of returning to the strange dystopia is reason enough for fans to be excited. Then there's Daredevil, Alien Earth, which is an effects episode or show.
It's a show, not a movie. And same thing with Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil Born Again, Disney Plus, release on March 4th. I swear this is going to flame out. I'm predicting this
because of the Marvel fatigue.
No, because of Daredevil. I don't think that there's enough there. But we'll see. The show has been in development for at least 3 years, but its release date is finally approaching. Born Again will be the continuation of Daredevil with the added bonus that it connects to the rest of the MCU. It's the Buzz Lightyear of the MCU. I just don't see it really connected, but I am not a graphic novel aficionado. Anyway, Alien Earth, the Alien franchise first TV show, has been a long time coming. Ever since Disney acquired the rights to 20th Century Fox in 2019, they've had plans to expand the franchise. Well, here we are. Alien Romulus. Now the next step is Alien Earth, which will be on FX in summer, which I think is a coffin nail. We'll see.
We will see.
This puts this series after Prometheus in the Alien franchise timeline, but just 2 years before the events of the original Alien movie. It's possible that Alien Earth will directly lead into Alien, with the Weyland-Yutani Corporation sending the Nostromo to acquire a xenomorph specimen after seeing its destructive potential on Earth. I don't know
that
how.
would be neat if they lined it up like that. I'm sorry.
No, nothing to be sorry about. I don't know how on Earth they can have an alien on Earth, because it would be a target-rich environment and a massive world to lose an alien in, right? So the xenomorph can just spit out a bunch, and they don't spit out, but they can birth a bunch of face huggers that are going to go out and turn into xenomorphs themselves and do the same thing, although they're queens and drones apparently. But they transform, they morph into whatever biology, they take the biology of whatever host they have. And so they become kind of more human, but still predatory. They're consumers of life. So pretty wild. So Black Season,
I don't know
season
the
7.
significance of that. I haven't seen any of the franchise.
Oh my gosh. That hurt. Okay, Black Mirror season 7. I've actually watched a couple of the seasons, but I lost track of it. I think it kind of lost its way, but Black Mirror is supposed to be pretty amazing still.
Is that an anthology, or is it something that's a continuing story?
My understanding is it's a continuing story. But after the first 2, like I said, I've lost track of it. But they say after the excruciating 4-year gap between seasons 5 and 6, Black Mirror seems to be back for more regular programming, with season 7 confirmed for 2025. I haven't watched past like maybe 2 episodes of season 2 or something like that. Anyway, Charlie Brooker has stated that season 7 will be a return to the OG Black Mirror. 5 of the new episodes are being kept quiet, but fans can look forward to a sequel, USS Callister, with Jesse Plemons, Kristen Milioti, and the rest of the cast returning. USS Callister is one of the best Black Mirror episodes, so it's a good choice for the anthology show's first sequel. I don't know. I'm starting. Maybe I've got Black Mirror confused.
Well, I wasn't sure if I had it mixed up with another series.
So. Because I think we both saw the very first one, but it's been forever, so I haven't looked back. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back, and we'll play catch up with it. So, The Last of Us season 2, it's on HBO. That's the zombie thing. Supposedly contains some stories related to the main narrative that didn't necessarily play out on screen. Caitlin Dever has been cast as Abby, a key character in season 2, while Catherine O'Hara has been joined the cast as an undisclosed role. Let's see. We'll keep on going. Severance, if you've never heard of Severance, is an Apple TV Plus show that a person has a life outside of the company and a life inside the company, but once you break a certain barrier within the company, you lose all access to your historical memories and you only live the life within the company. And then when you clock out, you forget everything that has to do with your life inside the company and you regain access to your memories outside the company. It's quite fascinating.
You know, Apple is carrying the day in this list.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even stuff that's on a different platform is still Apple, Disney, that type of a thing. Stranger Things season 5. We've been waiting for the closure of this. This should be the final season of Stranger Things. It's supposed to be coming in 2025, but we'll actually see. It just says release date to be announced. Can't really get into it because you have to go back and
well, the fact that it's only season 5, 9 years after it started, tells us something. I mean, that's been a common theme, I think, in a few of these.
Yeah. I think pandemic pretty much screwed up everything. And then Andor Season 2, again, Disney Plus, April 22nd is when it's supposed to kick off. The story will span 4 years as the Rebel Alliance continues to develop, so there's a chance that more characters from Rogue One or other Star Wars movies will make an appearance. It was originally envisioned as a 5-season story, but Disney has confirmed that Season 2 will end the show by leading directly into the events of Rogue One. Hopefully less is more. I think that sucks.
Yeah, it is. Andor, well, I don't know. I thought Andor was a good thing because it did kind of stand out in terms of cinematic style, I guess, from some of the other Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, I like it. Unfortunately, Season 2 says that it'll end. All right. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Continuity Report. Wicked movie box office flies past another major milestone despite its digital release. It's past a major domestic milestone after more than a month in theaters. The 2024 movie, which was directed by John M. Chu, is adapted from the first act of Wizard of Oz prequel stage musical of the same name and follows the friendship between Glinda, Ariana, it's Grande Butera now.
Oh, okay.
And Elphaba, Cynthia Erivo. So this, I found this really fascinating. It's kind of like Dune became part one of the of 2, maybe 3 movies.
Right. Is that what happened with Wicked too?
Wicked is one half. It is part 1.
Did people know that going into it?
Not.
Oh, I bet that caused an annoyance.
When it first came out, people went in and it ended and said part 1. So the Wicked release kicked off the weekend before U.S. Thanksgiving with its gross quickly rising to make it the highest grossing Broadway musical adaptation of all time, which I don't know if it's saying much because Grease was the other one for North America and Mamma Mia was worldwide.
Oh, okay. But Grease was quite a while ago.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they're talking about some remake that we missed. Anyway, per Deadline, as of Saturday morning, Wicked is projected to earn a 3-day domestic box office total of $10.2 million by the end of its 7th weekend. This will bring its cumulative domestic total to $450.7 million, making it the third movie of 2024 to pass the $450 million domestic milestone behind Deadpool and Wolverine and Inside Out 2. It's also the 29th movie to ever pass that domestic box office milestone in history. This is the case even though the movie is already available for purchase and rental on at-home digital platforms as of December 31st, 2024. So, I don't know. It earned back the $300 million budget of both movies combined.
So that's interesting. And I wonder... And I'm sorry, what is the status of its streaming?
I don't know about streaming, but you can purchase it. I don't think it's streaming. It says rental and purchase, but not streaming. It's a different animal.
Correct, but I think that's pretty interesting because it's still doing well at the box office, even though you have these other means to get it. So,
people want to see it on the big screen.
Will this impact future movie releases?
I doubt it. Unless it has some serious hype, and not. It's.
This has a musical star starring in it.
Right.
People have generally heard of it because it was on Broadway for a long time. It might still be on Broadway. And
for as far as I understand it, Cynthia Erivo apparently crushes it, although she gives me some heebie-jeebie mojo. Because somebody edited she gave me bad energy after she lashed out at somebody making the artwork more apropos to the the stage, I guess, whatever the bill,
The playbill.
the playbill was, they modified the poster to be more like the playbill, I guess, and they got bent out of shape about it. Anyway, it says the outstanding performance of Wicked is likely also good news for the upcoming Wicked for Good. Not only is it the 2025 movie now a sequel to one of the biggest domestic hits ever, it's inextricably linked to it in the story. The 2024 movie begins is not complete until the end of the second movie. So I guess we'll see what happens to the sequel.
So are the studios making the part one and part two to force people to watch the second one, or are they really just getting into longer stories? Because typically they've done sequels.
I don't know. What say you? What do you think? Is the story so big that you can't distill it down to 2 hours?
Dune, I would say probably yes. Wicked, I think you could probably do a sequel, but I don't know.
Man, there is a lot to Dune.
And I feel like Dune, there's so much intentionality. Like Denis Villeneuve, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
Villeneuve.
Like, I can't imagine that was just like a let's get audiences in kind of move. It just doesn't seem like that style.
Dune is just huge. I can see why Wicked, because it's a musical, so it has these long sequences, right?
That's true. So it's perhaps harder to get more storytelling in, although sometimes the musical sequences are a way to make the plot move too.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. The 2025 sequel could gross even higher. I think that it probably... Here's where it's going to play out. People are going to go and see the second part, and those who didn't go see the first part are going to go, well, shit, now it's both here, so let's go see both parts. And that's going to amplify. If they're
smart, they'll do a re-release of the first part in the theaters.
Into the theaters and do a 1-2 punch. So twice as long, 5-hour show. Boom. Yeah. Hey, man. A lot of us have actually done those long, like Lord of the Rings, 12-hour watches because they're so big. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. Gross Point Garden Society trailer with Melissa Fumero starring in a murder mystery show. This isn't Gross Point.
It is not. It's just a city that I think is sometimes selected for various shows.
Interesting. So what happens in Gross Point Garden Society trailer? The video introduces the show's main cast, including Fumero as Birdie, Anna Sophia Robb as Alice, Aja Naomi King, How to Get Away with Murder as Catherine, and Ben Rappaport as Brett. So the article is over at comingsoon.net. And this is Fumero is from Melissa Fumero is from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Right, which is interesting because that's of course comedy. So
she looks very
interesting to see her
upset
in this.
Here.
Yeah,
I feel sad. So it's set to start February 23rd. Where is it supposed to be? Does it say?
I thought it said BBC. Didn't that go by?
Did that?
No, NBC.
Oh, NBC. Oh yeah, NBC
I got two
has
of
released.
The letters.
Yeah, missed it by N much. So NBC has released the Gross Point Garden Society trailer for its newest murder mystery starring Brooklyn Nine-Nine alum Melissa Fumero. So Gross Point Garden Society is written and executive produced by Jenna Bans from Good Girls and Bill Krebs' Ugly Americans, with Maggie Kiley directing. Additional cast members are across the board, a bunch of people. Not going to get into all of that, but I want to know more about what it actually is.
Peacock.
We'll have to keep an eye out for this. The characters suddenly find themselves burying a dead body in their neighborhood's exclusive garden. It highlights the challenges they'll face in order to keep their dark secret hidden. I don't know if I want a documentary about how to deal with the complexity of hiding a body in a garden.
Well, and that also doesn't suggest that that's a long-term story either. But I suspect as some of these mystery shows go,
You know,
it'll lead to other events and
have a murder
yeah.
board all in and of itself. All right. Well, this one is a quick one. Poor thing's all sad, cry. That's what happens when you have to hide a body. So, how about in the continuity report? That's the next article. 10 highly anticipated crime thrillers releasing in 2025. We can go through all of this really quick, you know? Ariana Alvarado. Again, we're dropping frames again. I don't understand it. Hey, you know what? So, The Prosecutor starts on January 10th, 2025. Critical reviews that have come from The Prosecutor's initial release praise the film's gripping crime story and stylish fighting choreography. It's Donnie Yen's The Prosecutor will be available for a wider range of audiences to enjoy in 2025. Directed, produced, and led by famed martial artist, The Prosecutor is just one of many upcoming films starring Yen. The film result... Go ahead.
Is this actually a crossover with John Wick? Or is it just starring the same actor?
The last film Yen starred in was in John Wick Chapter 4. In the film, Yen plays Kane, a blind assassin tasked with killing Keanu Reeves' John Wick.
Sorry, he was an assassin there. Here he's a prosecutor, I guess.
So maybe not crossover. That would
maybe
be an interesting.
It'd be like the wrong side.
So the film revolves around his character, a prosecutor who puts his career at risk to help a wrongfully accused defendant and find the real culprit. This seems short-lived. Den of Thieves 2 Pantera. That starts January 10th, so next week. This is the first Den of Thieves movie was largely reminiscent of acclaimed heist films like Heat. And though it didn't quite live up to its potential, there is still much anticipation regarding the 2025 sequel. Once enemies, now partners, it'll be exciting to see how Butler and Jackson's on-screen alliance looks. Exclusive images in the trailer for Den of Thieves 2 Pantera appear to be just action-packed and entertaining as its predecessor. I never watched the original Den of Thieves.
Yeah, I have not seen the original.
Alarum, January 17th, 2025. Is that who I think it is?
I think it is.
Led by Sylvester Stallone? That guy? Okay, I suppose. And Scott Eastwood.
Which I wonder if he's related.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Alarum tells the story of spies on the run from agencies hunting them down. Dun, dun, dun. Black Bag. Centering spy films around couples sets up an intriguing concept as stronger ties and loyalties are tested by the job. Such a concept is the premise of Steven Soderbergh's upcoming thriller Black Bag. The film's Woodhouse couple is played by Cate Blanchett and Michael Fassbender. They're supported by a cast. Black Bag is sure to be nothing short of tense and gritty, according to that author.
Whoa.
A Working Man, which is basically, I think, like, what was the other one? The Beekeeper. I was just about to say The Beekeeper. It's the first freaking line right there. So from The Beekeeper and Fury director, The Working Man is The Beekeeper. It's just, what? Why is this guy in front of somebody aiming a gun?
Well, he'll probably be able to get out of that.
How about Drop? Drop's thrills are likely to be accompanied by an overall eerie tone, setting it apart from other 2025 crime thrillers. The film sees Faye's character, a widowed mother, terrorized by a series of anonymous messages following her first date in years. No thanks. How about The Amateur?
Sounds rather creepy.
The Amateur. Littell's novel is once again being adapted into a film, this time one directed by James Hawes. It's a thrilling 80s spy movie based on Robert Little's novel of the same name. Everything okay?
Yeah, who also wrote Slow Horses. That's
Oz,
worth a watch.
with Rami Malek as a CIA cryptographer who loses his wife after a
I
terrorist attack.
missed it. Sorry, I was thinking the author of Slow Horses was the same, but the director is the same.
They're the director, I guess. Oh, well, Hawes's work includes episodes of Penny Dreadful, Black Mirror, and more recently, Slow Horses. Gotcha. But right. So Robert Little's novel of the same name, The Amateur. I don't know, you might read that.
Right? I think most of the ones based on novels are usually stronger writing, but not always.
Yeah, I mean, if the name is extremely or if the book is extremely popular, then everything that follows, as long as they stay true to the work. We found that with, well, many a book, the Reacher series, in particular.
Oh, right.
When it deviates from the source material, it sucks long term, doesn't have legs long term, but when it sticks to it, boy, oh boy.
That's right.
Orenda. The upcoming film of the release of the film certainly isn't as acknowledged as other releases in the United States, but it's still a film worthy of interest. Set on a remote island, Orenda explores darker themes of guilt when the journey of two women crosses paths. One woman arrives in the island to bury her deceased husband, and the other is a priest who left her church after feelings of doubt. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Wow. I mean, I'm surprised that's still going. I mean, it's always a fun franchise, but
It looks like everybody's coming back. Joining the crews in the film are the other Mission Impossible actors. Wow.
that's surprising to me.
Yep. I don't know what they're actually going to do. It says the Final Reckoning's trailer is packed with familiar action sequences and dangerous circumstances audiences are used to seeing Ethan in. However, with the possibility that it's the last installment in the franchise, the safety and happy endings for beloved characters can't be guaranteed. But they don't talk
They're
about
going to
what it
have
is.
to have like a successor or something to Ethan Hunt if they're going to continue this.
Eventually. Then Ballerina. This is what do you call it?
Like a spin-off of John Wick, I think.
It is a spin-off of John Wick. Parabellum and Chapter 4, Ballerina, acts as a spin-off to the beloved series of films with Ana de Armas leading their a ballerina that is a trained assassin. And
Okay.
I think you actually see them in
Number 4, I think.
yeah, when he goes back to his house, to not his house, but his family, his consortium. I don't know how they are laid out because
Right.
certain people are recruited into the family. Anyway, Ballerina was originally set to be released in the summer of 2024. However, it was delayed a year and went through multiple reshoots. The film's which does not bode well for success. But I think Ana de Armas actually kind of kicks ass in other shows that she's been in.
True, but is an audience of John Wick necessarily going to buy into this?
Oh man, she's charismatic. She's got acting chops. I'm pretty sure that she can swing a bat just as hard as John Wick. I don't know, man. I like this. I love the idea of like a ballerina being an assassin.
Oh, yeah.
Hitter, you know?
I mean, it's fun.
And
it works.
Yeah. And the John Wick, so unbecoming, like people wouldn't suspect, right? That Ana de Armas would be a cleaner. Now, what I'm really, really interested in is the kinetic energy that John Wick created, the series created in the world building of the Wickiverse. That's what I want to see. I want to see more of the world building. Can't wait for this because John Wick is no more, right? Like he's out of the game. He's supposedly dead.
That's what we think.
He's not going to be in this. He cannot be in
Oh no,
Ballerina.
he won't.
Anyway, very interested in this, but that's the end of this article. So go over to Screen Rant and check this out, Ariana Alvarado. There's much more in the articles that we talk about. We kind of summarize it and give our perception of things. I hope that you enjoy the show. But the last article for tonight is Dune Prophecy. It says, continues a 25-year-old Dune franchise curse that started with the books. Dune Prophecy is the latest title in a long line of a franchise curse that began with the Dune novel House Atreides, which I actually love. House Atreides, House Harkonnen. I love it. Those were the last two books that I read, House Atreides, House Harkonnen.
Oh, okay. Out of that series.
Out of the series, yeah. And I actually only read Dune, not Heretics and all of the others, because I didn't like the context of all the rest of it. But I'm really interested in the Duneverse as well. There's a game coming out that's an MMO style game. I'll actually end up playing it, I think, on the stream. So won't go into that. But Frank Herbert wrote the original novel in 1965, changing the landscape of science fiction media forever, for sure. Even serving as an inspiration for Star Wars. The Dune movies have so far been adaptations of Frank Herbert's original work, with the next film being developed based on Dune Messiah. HBO's sequel series, Dune Prophecy, on the other hand, is based primarily on Brian Herbert. Prequel, sorry. The HBO's prequel series, Dune Prophecy, on the other hand, is based primarily on Brian Herbert, the son, and Kevin J. Anderson's 2012 book, Sisterhood of Dune, which is apparently based off of notes from Frank Herbert.
Right. I mean, who knows? It's hard to know if it attached to the original plot, right? Because he wasn't there to see it through.
Yep. Charles Papadopoulos over at screenrant.com put the article together. And I'm really curious what the curse is, right? The series has been met with much stellar reception than 2024's Dune Part 2 with a mediocre 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's worth breaking down why. So do they say what the curse is right away?
I don't think Screen Rant normally does. They kind of dribble the information out.
Gotcha. So the Dune Prophecy is set 10,000 years before the movies in Dune's timeline. So much earlier in the Bene Gesserit construction. I don't know if... Well, the timeline for Dune is massive. It's like, I think it spans 24,000 years.
Oh, it's like that other series. The three body problem or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's one. And then oh God, where they have the morning, day, and
yeah, it's Foundation, I think.
Foundation. It has this massive timeline too. Okay, so the non-Frank Herbert Dunes weren't as good as the originals. That's kind of no shit news because you've got the sun and notes. So you don't even have the energy. You don't have the personality, the character. You don't have the spirit of Dune. You only have the ghost of Dune.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I love the world building. Like I read House Carino. Sorry, I read House Carino and House Atreides. I have the Machine Crusade, but I haven't read it. Balerian Jihad, I've read. I've actually read more of these than I thought. Dear God, it's been so long. Anyway, the main issue is that they exist in the shadow of a masterpiece, and they primarily lack the thematic depth and nuance that makes the 1965 novel so legendary. But it's like Lord of the Rings and like the Silmarillion and all of this stuff. As you deviate away from the core timeline and all of that, and you get into the minutiae and all of the accoutrement of the thing, unless you have the energy of that author, it loses it. you're just further and further away from that sun, and it gets colder and colder as you go away from it. So Dune Prophecy cannot compete with Denis Villeneuve's Dune movies. I would probably agree with that because the Denis Villeneuve movies are massive in scale. So unless they have the same budget, you're not going and charisma that the characters have, you're not going to be able to compete. So I agree. Not only have Denis Villeneuve's movies already told what arguably is the best story in the Dune universe, but they've also done so with respectable quality and visual beauty that anything less is painfully noticeable. Dune Prophecy is shot well and matches the films in many aspects, but the production value of their production value, but it's not nearly as cinematic and doesn't generate excitement. I want more of the Denis Villeneuve scope and world building. I want to go to X. I want to see more about the navigators' worlds, like what they do. I want to know more. But I don't think we're ever going to get any of that.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like such a tremendous undertaking too. And I feel like the audiences that maybe aren't familiar with the books are attached to the characters in Dune, which is good, except to go in any of these other directions, you're going to lose all that.
Yeah. And the other books don't even have those characters anymore because the scale is
Right, or
so
the
long.
timeline or whatever,
Yeah.
exactly. But then it's like what you're building up with the audience, you can't, it might have, I don't know how they could have done it differently.
Yeah. So if the Dune saga hopes to continue after Messiah without Denis Villeneuve on board, there are going to be some challenges for the franchise to take over. Not to mention the absence of Timothy Chalamet's Paul Atreides could immediately damage the box office results, limiting the resources Warner Brothers would be willing to expend on Children of Dune and the subsequent sequels. Dune Prophecy has highlighted potential long-term issues for this franchise. Yeah, that's all
That's
they're really
interesting.
talking
We
about.
hadn't read ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can see the writing on the wall without reading all of the tea leaves within the books, but the time scale just doesn't allow for continuity of the charisma
I
on
mean,
the
Frank
screen.
Herbert, why weren't you thinking ahead decades to the movies?
Yeah. Now it's my turn to throw error messages. All right, folks. Well, we're gonna go and get our. No, I can't say that. I was gonna say our spice supply out and start hallucinating,
I
but
thought we were going to ride some sandworms.
oh, we can ride some sandworms. Back to the front page of the continuity report at ohmtown.com. Very good. Wow. This is usually
Did I get back some
my
Dune cred?
you a stupendous amount of Dune cred. Um, I was gonna say something about the sandworm popcorn bucket, but we'll
Oh,
we'll just leave that alone. Anyway, I am gonna fold space and see the many machines on Ix. I love the idea of Ix. It's such a creepy. There's no aliens, by the way. Everybody you see in the Duneverse are humans. Even the creatures, the creepy creatures that you
which
see.
is interesting because I think if somebody wasn't familiar with the books, they would say otherwise.
Yeah, there's no aliens. Even like all of the other like houses and stuff like that, they're so divergent from what humans see as humans that like even the Harkonnens are a weird variation. You'd think that they're aliens, but they're humans who evolved after 24,000 years of timeline. And that's just, I mean, we've only seen like just Atreides, Carino, we haven't really seen. Harkonnen. My God, there's so much more. Anyway, I'm Merwat. I'm saying bye. So is the say. So will the AI.
I thought you almost called me a sandworm. Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. Don't forget to subscribe.
a sentient Bene Gesserit AI. Bye, everybody. Help! Get out of my mind! Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 16th, 2024. It's Season 3, Day 351. Trapped in ohmTown. Go to ohmTown.com. You can witness firsthand what we are saddled with. Information overload. I'm Merwatt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we manage ohmTown.com. And we talk about it every day. On the weekends, it's merging 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition on Saturday and Sunday. And then the daily show is Monday through Friday around 7 p.m. Eastern. We actually get the show rolling. These 10 articles that we talk about are pretty diverse. It's a holistic site. It's all news, no noise. Sourced from various parts of the internet, as it were. And then we talk about it from our perspective, give our anecdotal perspective, and maybe a little snark along the way and some humor. Maybe. Can't make everybody laugh. Well, we make ourselves laugh. So we hope that you join us in that laugh. And if you are interested in that, you can actually hang out with us over at Twitch. So twitch.tv/ohmtown, or on YouTube, youtube.com/ohmtown/live, I think it is. You can actually just see us live. Again, we stream to both Twitch and to YouTube. If you want to get all of the articles, you can actually go over to Twitch and just mash the keyboard with your face until you hit !NSN, and that will tell Omatron, the bot that walks around ohmTown and grabs the articles that we talk about. And eventually, it will... What the heck is going on? It's supposed to spit all of the articles out into Twitch. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't like what I said just now. At any rate, let's get into these articles. We're going to be talking about hackers jailbreak digital license plates, pigs in a plane hold. It's not a recipe. Trashing owners in plain English. It's a different plane. 20,000 crows in New York. So, about your cat. YouTube is testing an audio feature. That is one thick iceberg. About those toxic black kitchen utensils, which, interestingly enough, I actually have those in my pantry. I bought them before the research came out, and they've been sitting there since. More authority to deal with drones. Is that what this has all been about? And a pizza recall. What the hell? A pizza recall? I'm really not sure what's going on with Omatron, because Omatron is connected, but it is not posting the articles.
Well, that's not good. I'm more worried about the critters in ohmTown who have gotten really rambunctious.
Yeah, I'm going to reboot Omatron. All right. Well, anyway, welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
So, yeah, let's talk about this real quick. I didn't log in before the show, but at any rate, it's over in RealityHacker. And they say hackers can jailbreak digital license plates to make others pay their tolls and tickets. And it says digital license plates sold by Reviver, already legal to buy in some states and drive with nationwide, can be hacked by their owners to evade traffic regulations or even law enforcement surveillance. The problem that I have with this is that hacking like this is not really that big of a deal. You're basically attaching a cable after removing a label, and then from there, um, yeah, from there it's nothing more than rewriting whatever is on your. It's an
Right.
e-paper screen, so
But isn't a digital license plate like a recipe for a disaster?
yeah, I wouldn't have any experience with that whatsoever. A mistake being made, let alone somebody cognizant of the fact that they're doing something. There you go. Omatron woke up after being rebooted. You just have to hit it harder with a hammer, and then it wakes up. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you can manipulate it to say or do whatever you want. And while it might be fine if you're sitting at a car show and it's doing something neat and whatever, then that's fine. But this is supposed to be a legal document that notifies authorities and people around you that the car is licensed properly and is owned by so and so, and maybe prevent, the low hanging fruit from committing a crime. But there are people that will always violate that.
Or prevent non-drivers from getting driving tickets?
Yeah, I mean, if the thing about it is that it needs to be faster and easier to just scan a license plate and verify the occupants are the authorized drivers and that they're legally sound drivers. They have a license and whatnot. What's really funny though is that everybody will find some way to circumvent their liability. I got rear-ended once because they were too busy looking in one direction to look in the direction their car was actually moving towards. And I don't carry documents with me because if my car gets stolen and you have like an address or you have registration or you have whatever, it can actually kind of dox you and they can go to your house because they know that you're not home, and so on, right? So I don't carry anything that might identify me or my other location. Well, I got rear-ended and pulled over, and then the person pulled over. And I have like it's a legally licensed vehicle and all that, but I didn't have insurance on me, the card itself, right? And the officer's like, "Do you have insurance?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just don't have the card on me. I don't carry any legal documents other than my driver's license, so that nobody knows, they can't break into my car." And the guy's like, "What?" And I explained what I do, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Makes sense.
It's kind of like that other license plate issue where a typo led to like a 3.5 hour investigation into me, only for them to go, "Oops."
Whoops, it wasn't even the right state.
In New York, yeah. And so the person overheard me tell the officer that I didn't have my insurance on me, but their brain turned off after like I don't have my insurance.
Right, they thought you were uninsured, which I know is a big deal.
And even then, okay, it's the insurance company that's gonna be. It's none of your real concern. And so the woman like lost her mind. "He's driving without insurance," and the officer stopped and turned around and said, "No, ma'am, he has insurance. He just doesn't carry any identification on him." And the woman's like, "He doesn't have identification." Shut up. Go sit in your
Oh
car.
my goodness, just relax.
There's an officer here. I'm obviously not a threat. Otherwise, I'd be handcuffed and put in the back of a car. So, at any rate, I thought it was really entertaining. But to see this, all it is a very, very expensive e-paper like a piece of technology that gets bolted onto your car. $600 to $1,000. Yeah.
Wow.
But then you can pull off a label attached to the utility port of it and modify it how you see fit. This isn't hacking. This is attaching a cable. So anyway.
Right, but the effect might be the same.
Yeah, you can commit a crime, see somebody else's license plate and just stick their number on there And like the person yesterday who was getting thousands of dollars worth of tickets because they have NCC 1701D, which is the Star Trek Enterprise license plate, the placard on the starship. You can direct tickets to whoever you want. You don't like somebody?
Yeah, doesn't that say something about the Star Trek drivers out there?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And this, what's really interesting about this is the ticket would go to whoever it is that has this license plate. So why aren't they cross-referencing the vehicle, the driver, the license plate? If it's so ham-fisted that all they do is write the ticket and send it off, nobody's doing due diligence. It's nothing more than check the box, cover your ass.
Right.
Yeah.
But also at some point, if somebody's doing this to their own car, I don't know, like, rescind their license.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
of course, we know everybody that's conducting criminal activity will be stopped by that.
There's a couple of things that you can do. Not allow knockoff fake license plates and not allow electronic license plates unless they're the ones that are hardened towards from this kind of manipulation. But if the more you do it, right, the more you enable it, the more open doors you create. So it's a silly whatever, what's the point of that? I understand what the real point of this is. If they can figure out a way to make it electronically changed, then they don't have to get metal ones stamped all the time.
Yeah, it is actually a cost savings, but it seems like there's so much potential risk with it that I'm not sure that's worth it.
Yep. So unfortunately, I did not log into this. I mean, and they do something really stupid. Like, if I sign up with this and I want it to be like without my name attached, right? So I can actually talk about this stuff without doxing myself. That's not what happens. I have an account that's designed so that I can make purchases that are like anonymous.
Yeah,
basically.
But then it displays your information, right?
It actually grabs it grabs my payment information and displays that in the account, regardless of the account name that I sign up under. Yeah. So anyway, it's stupid. So when I used to log in, I do not anymore. So full disclosure, Wired/Condé Nast is a dumbass about this. Anyway, let's go on. Because if I don't want to be sitting in an airport and somebody's riding my shoulder and they find out what my name is.
Exactly.
There was look, you might think that it's paranoid or whatever, but a person, an adult male, used their phone camera to take a picture of somebody's boarding pass, a 14-year-old girl, I think it was, modify it so that it fit as the scanner screen, and then went through the boarding process, all because they were not paranoid enough to protect their information from disclosure. So click with care. Make sure that the people that are around you aren't looky-loos. It's none of their freaking business. But lo and behold, Condé Nast says, you are who you are. Don't hide it.
Let's give more data out to the people looking over your shoulder at the airport.
Yeah. And it's not just the airport, but whatever's going on over there. Anyway, so the next article, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A stinky flight in every way. The stench of 100 pigs in cargo prompts diversion of a passenger plane and a 26-hour delay. A KLM flight was diverted to Bermuda. Isn't Bermuda a nice place to be diverted to for 26 hours?
Yes, if you got off the plane. What if you were stuck in the plane?
Oh, good God, please no. So anyway, the smell of pigs from the cargo hold overwhelmed everybody, I suppose. The Boeing 787 was en route from Amsterdam to Mexico City when it was diverted. Passengers stayed at local hotels and were ultimately delayed by 30 hours. The KLM flight made an unscheduled landing when the cabin was filled with the smell of 100 pigs.
Okay, so they flew from Amsterdam to Bermuda, which is a pretty considerable distance.
Right?
Maybe they should have just continued on to the original destination.
I don't know what...
Is 5 hours of pig smell worse than 10 hours or vice versa? Or whatever. I'm just using that as an example.
So data from the Flight Radar 24 shows that 6 hours into its flight, it was diverted to Bermuda, a British overseas territory in the Atlantic Ocean. So I don't know how long that flight would have been, but I don't know if I would... Pete Sim over at businessinsider.com put this article together. Did I say the name of the person up here? No, Andy Greenberg over at Wired put that hackers can jailbreak digital license plates to make others pay their tolls and tickets. I don't even think I said the name. Dear God, I jumped right into this. Anyway,
well, so you might have like an 11-hour
flight. Oh, so...
but it could be like 17 hours depending on where you're going.
Well, they're going from Amsterdam to Mexico City.
Oh,
I don't know if there was
12 hours roughly.
Yeah, so they flew halfway into it. I don't know if the diversion took that long. They might fly right over Bermuda.
Right, and it might have happened 5 minutes before they diverted or something.
Yeah. So a spokesperson for Skyport, the firm that runs Bermuda's LF Wade International Airport, told Business Insider the diversion was caused by the distinctive aroma of 100 pigs traveling in the cargo hold, saying the stench prompted the flight crew to divert to Bermuda for a fresh air break. So it went on again.
Right.
Oh, and here's the pisser about this, pun intended. The KLM spokesperson said that halfway through the flight, a strong smell caused by live animals, pigs, in the cargo hold reached the cockpit. So screw all of the people that were in the back.
Exactly, that have been smelling it for 6 hours or whatever. Oh, that's interesting.
Wow. The spokesperson said 259 passengers and crew were processed through immigration and accommodated at local hotels, while the pigs were attended to by a government vet. Wow. Thanks to excellent collaboration between KLM, Delta Airlines, and local partners, both our two-legged friends and our four-legged visitors. I said two-legged friends. I'm ingratiating them a little bit more than, all of the cargo are safe and well cared for, even if this wasn't quite the Christmas vacation they'd planned. Skyport shared video. Yeah. Wow. So they landed in Mexico around 9 p.m. on Sunday. It meant the KLM passengers and the pigs were delayed by around 26 hours. So they still needed the pigs. They still flew those pigs.
Exactly. Did that mean they took an empty flight? I mean, I don't know.
Well, they flew the people too. They had to have. All of them, the passengers and the pigs.
Kind of like, why didn't you just continue at that point?
Yeah, open a window.
I mean, some of the bolts are probably missing, so.
Too soon. So the cargo hold isn't hermetically sealed from the cabin?
Yeah, that raises so many other issues, because isn't it, I don't know, like with the pressure and the air circulation and all that, it makes no sense.
Yeah, I thought that the cargo hold is depressurized, which is one of the reasons why it really sucks to transport animals in it. But the passenger compartment is pressurized, but the seal can be broken to allow fresh air in, but it must come from the cargo hold.
Oh, maybe it comes in through that or something into the passenger area. I don't know.
Anyway, then they talk about others. I don't really care about others. This was just... I wanted to riff off of the pigs in a blanket thing, but it's pigs in a plane hold. Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. I am streaming to everything, yeah? Yeah. So, the This next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Giants fans are so pissed that they're paying for plane banners to trash the owners. I titled this one, Trashing Owners in Plain English. Anyway, New York Giants fans haven't had much to celebrate this season. Their team has the fewest wins in the NFL, and no team has scored fewer points than they have.
Yikes.
So it's not like they're even entertaining fans with their losses, unless you like watching people get their ass kicked. One thing that has brought a large collection of Giants fans together, though, is their disdain for the organization. And that has resulted in planes with messages frequently flying over their games. No, this has nothing to do with the drones plaguing New Jersey, particularly up north where the team plays. Yes, the New York football team, I guess doesn't actually do something. So Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put this article together. You can see how our operation works. We don't take everything from a source, and we don't.
Plus, the source provides that.
Right. And we actually shorten it. Like some sources provide even more, and we truncate it because we don't want all of it. We want just enough to tease us and give us an idea. Is it worth going and reading the rest of the article? So the 10 that we choose tend to pique our curiosity. So up north where the team plays, yes, the New York football team does not actually play in the Empire State, but rather in New Jersey. So during Sunday's loss, another plane took flight over MetLife Stadium, this time with a banner that read, "We won't stop until you fire everyone." And a prior plane the week before read, "Please fix this dumpster fire." And they have a little
that would
TikTok.
be worth going to the game alone to see these banners.
Speaking of TikTok, apparently it's been banned. And so now we get to see it go to the Supreme Court. So they've already appealed the ruling, and they have filed for an emergency hearing with the Supreme Court. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with TikTok here in a bit. Mr. Mara, enough. Please fix this dumpster fire. Oh, it wasn't just please fix this dumpster fire. It was Mr. Mara.
Oh, nice. It's personalized.
Yeah, they're at least they're polite.
I'm assuming that's the owner or something.
Yeah. So NJ.com, New Jersey. Well, it's just NJ.com. Spoke with one of the fans behind Sunday's plane. They paid $1,500 to charter the message, and the entire reasoning behind it was to embarrass the team's ownership group, led by John Mara.
Yikes. I mean,
brutal.
They must be really upset. That's a lot of money to spend on something like that.
Yeah, some people have a lot of money, and they're fans of a sport. Not really a fan, like fanatical fan, kind of. I mean, that's what fan means, fanatical. And fanatical has an actual meaning. So anyway, let's keep on moving. New York's getting beaten up a little bit. So New York is fighting its annual Christmas battle against 20,000 crows. This is over in the Mobile Channel at ohmtown.com. Thousands of crows make Rochester, New York their home every holiday season. It is estimated that around 20,000 of them gather nightly in downtown Rochester. It's a hell of a sight, but as you can imagine, 20,000 crows make a gigantic mess that maybe isn't worth the awesome visual, so residents and city officials have devised various hazing methods, as they call them, to get rid of the birds, some of which include fireworks and laser
birds.
Oh, geez. So officials spend around $9,000 annually on dispersing large gatherings of the birds to keep benches, sidewalks clean, so the city doesn't have to clean up after all of this. Oh my God. Louis Prado over at Vice.com.
I wonder if this was the impetus for any horror movies.
Yeah, the birds. For sure. So in 2012, city officials led by wildlife specialists Rachel Kubita and Daniel Hodgenacki, it might just be Honacki, devised various hazing techniques that don't harm the crows but annoy them just enough to disrupt their roosting patterns, rudely but non-violently, suggesting that they should move to less congested areas. Wow.
I wonder why they like Rochester so much.
Well, we probably built where they used to fly. The tools of disbursement include loud fireworks. Great. Spotlights, blasting sound recordings of crows. Probably not counting crows, though. You think?
Could be.
Anybody know of any other crow-named bands? If you play Counting Crows, then they all hang out and sing. Ornithologists say the crows are perfectly fine, but that doesn't stop some locals from feeling at least a little bit of sympathy for the crows. Like,
how about the black crows or
the black
crow
crows
medicine show?
Oh wow, yeah, I forgot about that.
Those might be the two best known. There's other ones, but
yeah. So until someone comes up with a better tactic, the citizens of Rochester must arm themselves with fireworks and laser projectors to disband the flying, defecating menace. Wow. There's a video. I won't play the video. Y'all can go and check that out. Let's keep flying off to the next article. This one's in Non Sequitur News. Grieving owner cremates a cat after a car accident, or I guess it would be a cat accident. Then text changes everything. The husband mistakenly identified the remains of a cat. Surprise text about owner's cat found alive. Well, a cat did meet its demise at the...
Right, but whose cat was it?
Yeah, they'll figure it out later. So December 6th, TikTok video posted. See, and that might go away, folks. A December 6th TikTok video posted to the account from Deegs804 AM explained to viewers that the family cat, Marshall, wouldn't leave their old house after they moved. The cat continued traveling back to their previous home. The family would visit their old house, trying to lure her with food and bring her with them, but nothing worked. Wow, the cat remembered where it lived and would go back home.
Aww.
Their hearts stopped when they received a message with heartbreaking news that someone spotted a cat that looked like theirs who had been hit by a car. The family decided to cremate the remains, but their sadness immediately turned around when the homeowners of their old place shared that the cat was, in fact, alive and hanging out at the old house.
The cat came back.
The very next day, the cat came back. We thought it was a goner, but the cat came back. Anyway, we were so relieved and happy as we were devastated when we thought she was dead, the owner said. That was a roller coaster of emotions.
Has the cat moved into the new house yet?
They don't say. Yep. We plan to leave it a couple of months and keep searching, they say. We haven't been able to find the owner yet of the mystery cat. We plan to leave it a couple of months and keep searching. Leave it a couple of months and keep searching? Of months and keep searching? What? Then if no luck, we will scatter the ashes in Parkland near our home.
Right, like they're going to take a break for a little bit or whatever. It's a weird expression, though.
I mean, now's the time you strike when the iron's hot, not when everybody's like, oh, my cat must be dead.
Exactly. How about when there's like national attention on this? Yeah. Somebody's probably looking at this cat going, that kind of looks like my cat.
Hey, back in September, your cat was killed, so we cremated it, and you're probably done grieving, but here, let me stoke that fire again.
Let's start a second round. I know.
Your cat really is dead. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Wanted channel. YouTube is testing a weird audio feature no one asked for. New feature on YouTube could make its comment section more chaotic than it already is. Craig Donaldson over at pocket-lint.com put the article together. The voice reply feature.
Say anything about the dash?
Not today. Now I have to, because you've dashed into that fray. Do whatever you have to. Get rid of the dash. Why have the dash? I mean, you've been around forever, pocket-lint.com. Hopefully you have like 10 grand there. Maybe wait, what happens? What was the result of our due diligence, right? If you type in pocket-lint.
I don't remember. It's been a while since we've searched for it.
Oh, it goes to somebody's page, which hasn't been updated since 2009, September 27th, 2009. Just drop 10 grand on it. just overwhelm them with a little bit of money. You have to have 10 grand, right? I
I
mean,
mean, if you're a commercial website, and yeah,
just go over there and go, dude, you haven't touched this powered by Blogger website since 2009. 2009.
that's old school.
It's almost heading. It's got a driver's license and it's heading to college soon. Come on. Anyway. And this is I'm joking because I have domains that are older than that I don't use yet. I mean, I've used them, but then I retire them when the project kind of just wears thin for me. I don't do anything for a really long time. Because it's not dynamic enough. But thankfully, ohmTown is an endorphin rush. It keeps poking my brain like so much TikTok videos. Anyway, YouTube is just experimenting with this feature, so it may not get a broader rollout, but it's a voice reply feature only available for select creators on YouTube's iOS app. So it's not on the site, but you'll be able to post a comment.
You mean with audio?
With audio, yeah. Post a comment with audio.
I don't think that's a good thing.
No, and I don't think a lot of people will take advantage of it unless they're using a voice distortion system, which I could do. Never mind. Anyway, it says, we hope that voice reply experiment enables more meaningful relationships between creators and their audience. No. It won't.
No, this is going to lead to negative things.
Yeah, because the people who use it ethically, soundly, right, on the same playing field as other people that have signed the social contract, they're going to use their real voice and speak their real mind. Meanwhile, every troll and wingnut and asshat that exists on the internet is going to be responding with some hate-filled screed in voice that's been distorted, and they're going to know about the actually legitimate people who are using. They're going to know the voice of the people who are using it. Yeah, creators know what they're getting into when they sign up to put their face on the screen. I'm an AI. I mean, this is all simulation. Even my voice isn't real. That's why we created RealityHacker. You won't know what to trust. Anyway, so the feature's only available to certain creators on iOS in the app. Creators can only reply on their own videos, not others. Creators can only make voice replies on their own videos, not others. To do this, they must tap the sound wave icon when responding to a comment, letting them record a voice reply. So it's for the creators only. But if it is hoo-ha, amazing, yay, then they'll roll it out to everybody, and that's when the fit's going to hit the shan. Says the author says that the feature is cool but a little weird at the same time. Do I need to hear a creator on YouTube reply with their voice to a comment? No,
I don't see anything necessary out of it, and I see potential for abuse.
And so the thing that I would probably say is a text response is perfect for every creator. And if a creator feels compelled to make a voice response, then they would create a video and post it on the channel and reference that comment.
That's true.
It's additional clicks. It's additional engagement. And if you're going to leave a review or a comment or a reply to a comment as the creator, it's really for everybody. Why draw attention to just that one video? Just make another video and everybody gets to engage.
Well, maybe this is a precursor to a new feature like YouTube Shorts. Now it'll be like YouTube Comments.
YouTube audio comments? Brother.
Yes.
Yeah, that's called content creation. Content. All right, let's keep moving. The planet's largest iceberg is on the loose. After escaping the grips of a marine vortex, an iceberg bigger than Rhode Island is heading north. Good. It can stay going north. There's nothing up there.
Well, at least it's not heading south, right? I mean, it's going where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Go home. You're not too good for your home. Go home. Iceberg, get your ice out of here. Anyway, Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. Yeah, the deck statement is what I just got done saying. Not get your ice home. It's
That
get
would
your
be quite shocking if that was the deck statement.
that would be funny. Yeah, it's hauling ice. I quit. So it's exciting to see A23A on the move again after periods of being stuck. We are interested to see if it'll make the same route the other large icebergs that have calved off of Antarctica have taken. Wait,
Wait, are we having iceberg races?
Wait. It's on the loose from Antarctica.
Okay.
It's heading north. Okay. So
is it going to hit the equator and melt?
So what could it? Yeah, I don't know its location. It just says that it's the iceberg's journey provides a significant opportunity for scientists to study how giant icebergs impact their surrounding ecosystems. Well, if it hits something, then it's going to impact it physically.
Right, there may be an impact.
I didn't realize where it was, but it's Antarctica. So how far away is it from hitting something?
Right. Well, and also it's kind of funny because from Antarctica, the only place it could go really is north.
Right.
Unless I guess it was like on the outer fringes of Antarctica and it happened to drift a little further south or something.
So can you imagine if it makes it all the way up to Rhode Island? That would be amazing. It's as big as Rhode Island.
It might like double the state or whatever.
Yeah.
They might want the iceberg. Maybe they'll have banners welcoming it.
What they need to do is put little propellers on it and toot it all the way up to California off the coast so that they can get fresh water and fill the lakes back up. So in 2020, it came free and floated in the Weddell Sea. Weddell. It might be Weddell. Sea until it got trapped in a Taylor column, a phenomenon in oceans that traps objects drifting over underwater mountains in water vortexes. That is awesome.
I don't know where the South Orkney Islands are, like how far they are.
I don't know. I'm not going to do it.
They're pretty close to Antarctica.
Oh, so it's on the
really
move.
Close to Antarctica.
Is that that little wedge to the east?
It's like the first piece of land that you hit almost.
Yeah. Let's not hit it. So we know that these giant icebergs can provide nutrients to the waters they pass through, creating thriving ecosystems in otherwise less productive areas. What we don't know is what difference particular icebergs, their scale and their origins can make to that process. The big old chemist. Oh, no, it's biogeochemist at Biopol. Laura Taylor said that. When I read that, I just had to say, big old chemist.
Yeah, that looks odd. It's one of those words that mashed together just looks strange.
Biogeochemist. So we took samples of ocean waters behind, immediately adjacent to, and ahead of the iceberg's route, and they should help us determine what life could form around A23A and how it impacts carbon in the ocean and its balance with the atmosphere. This is pretty... I dig this. I like this.
I hope we end up with like an iceberg tracker. Like people can be rooting for it to get to their respective areas.
Oh yeah, somebody in Vegas is probably betting right now.
That's right. Like, is it going to make it past the South Orkney Islands?
I'm going to go with yes.
Well, if it goes in any direction other than that, it'll pass it. But if it makes a beeline straight for it, then no.
Interesting. Hold on one second. Sorry. I'm trying to do multiple things, and I should not be doing that. All right. So I'm trying to solve a problem. But anyway, let's get into the next article. Hey, remember that toxic black kitchen utensil warning that went out?
Not too long ago.
Not too long ago. Yeah, that study about toxic black kitchen utensils was kind of wrong, but not wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's wrong, but not wrong. So if you recently threw out all your black kitchen utensils after reading about a dozen articles that were published online about those toxic black kitchen utensils, got some bad news, but it's not really bad news. Let's just go over there. So Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and I have these. This is what is sitting in my pantry right now. I bought these as a backup to what is already there, and for the lab. And so I'm sitting there going, I don't know if I want to use these. First off, why is this process even happening? Because here is why. So what ends up happening is there are certain things that are made, and it has fire retardant materials, i.e., in this case, it's brominated materials that basically inhibit catching fire. It makes them heat resistant.
Which sounds good.
But those plastic things are then recycled, and the brominated material stays with it. It doesn't get cleaned out because it's just bonded part of it. Then it gets turned into a kitchen utensil, and I ask myself, and I ask the world, why the frick is that even allowed?
Right. I mean, who wants materials near human consumption that have any toxicity?
So these brominated BFRs, brominated flame retardants, are not allowed in food supplies. There used to be brominated drinks. Those are no longer allowed. Europe got rid of them a long time ago. America did not, because we're dumbasses. And so everybody goes, well, I've never been sick. Well, you don't know how well your life could have been if you didn't ingest brominated liquids.
Right, and you don't know what you're passing on to your offspring.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You don't know what you don't know, and you didn't know this. I guarantee you, y'all didn't know this. So bromines are utilized in drinks to stabilize and enhance so that they can stay on a shelf longer and keep stuff in solution longer. But they're also used in apparently other materials that get recycled into kitchenware. So it says now they're in your system, posing health risks like cancer, nerve damage, hormonal disruption. Well, the biggest problem out of that...
All those sounds like, pretty minor things, right?
Yeah, don't even worry about it. So BDE209 is the referenced flame retardant kitchenware contaminant. And I don't know how to test that. So I'll have to go and do some research to test that because I want to find out if what I've got is recycled anything. I don't remember it saying that it was recycled, but if it was recycled and not disclosed, then I'm going to be absolutely pissed. Luckily, none of it has been used in ohmTown. So the paper correctly gives the reference dose for BDE209 as 7,000 nanograms per kilogram of body weight per day. Okay.
Okay.
Except that they got the calculation wrong by an order of magnitude. They said, but calculates the limit for a 60 kilogram adult of 42,000, but that should have been 420,000. But
this is not sounding very definitive.
I ask you, how much of a toxic substance is okay? Right? Now, most
people would say no, none, right?
Right. But some people will draw the line at alcohol, which is toxic. Your body happens to process it. The reason why you get delirious, drunk, stupid is because the alcohol is an intoxicant. It is actually dulling your senses and contaminating your mental processes because it actually affects every aspect of you in your blood. It gets processed by your body, and that is even the thing that the metabolized element is what's affecting you, not the alcohol itself, but the metabolite. So much so that when you do a breathalyzer test, they're not picking up alcohol. They're picking up the off-gassing of the metabolite through your lungs as you exhale. So how much of BDE 209 is okay for you to ingest isn't necessarily what everybody else. And that's why the government says we need to draw the line somewhere, and brominated whatever is no longer allowed in foodstuffs. It's been stopped. But that happened like across the board. That happened like 2023, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say that was really recent in the US.
It got removed from some things earlier, and then like from children's stuff earlier, but from soft drinks and other foodstuffs, it was still in there. Anyway, some bad multiplication led to an outcome that was far worse than it seemed at first. The study's lead author, Megan Liu, acknowledged the error and referred to it as a typo, a stupid mistake, typo. Landing on Mars versus becoming a lawn dart.
Right. Surviving versus not.
Right. Yeah. Blind fear that all black utensils are suddenly going to kill everybody in the house. Yeah. Anyway, however, she acknowledged that it does not change the study's original conclusion. True. That you're both wrong and right. So yeah, I need to find out if the black utensils in ohmTown are actually recycled, and if there is a test for bromines, then but I need to figure that out. So maybe you can too. And if I figure out the solution, because I'm not a chemist, I play one on TV or right here. Anyway.
Ta-da. Would that be on Non Sequitur News?
Exactly. Here on Non Sequitur News. I'm a non sequitur chemist. I'll start a research project on one thing, and it'll just transition into something completely different halfway through. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. I suspect that I'm going to have to jump through a bunch of different chemistry experiments to get to the bromine test itself, like to quantify it.
Oh, you can watch that YouTube channel that did like 15 rounds of like, now you do this experiment. Do you know which one I mean?
Oh, I don't want to do that. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think I like that. So the FBI and Homeland Security say they want more authority to deal with drones amid strange East Coast sightings. So is this the grab? Is this what this was all about?
Nobody seems to know. What I can't figure out is these things are in populated areas, and you'd think somebody would have some idea what was going on right now.
Yeah, no, nobody knows. Federal authorities are arguing that they need more authority so that they can better deal with drones amid the surge in unexplained drone sightings that have caused confusion throughout the eastern U.S. in recent weeks. And please don't anybody fire your gun at them, not only because there's two things that'll happen. You'll either piss off the aliens and they'll come and do probing on you, or you'll miss and it'll land somewhere and hurt someone.
Like maybe on yourself.
Well, anyway, the Jake Epstein over at businessinsider.com put this article together. Federal agencies stress that they need more authority to deal with the drone threat, and officials say that they're investigating the mysterious aircraft, many of which have actually been crewed aircraft. Many of which have actually been crewed aircraft? Who the hell has said that there's crew? I have never heard that.
No, I have not seen that.
That is the first time I've ever heard that statement. While there's no known malicious activity occurring in New Jersey right now, the reported sightings there do highlight a gap in our current authorities, the DHS official said during a weekend background call with reporters. To pass our important counter-UAS legislation that will extend and expand our existing counter-drone authorities is basically an urging to Congress. Pardon me. An FBI official agreed with the argument, said that their investigation into the drones is limited in scope. They said that there's pending legislation that, if lawmakers pass it, would expand the agency's legal authority regarding counter-drone tools and technologies. Look, if they don't know, a Department of Defense official said the military is limited in what it can do off base and needs to coordinate with local law and federal enforcement to take any action, because domestically, the military can't act except for the Army Corps of Engineers in a non-military activity. CIA isn't supposed to be on national, so that's why you have national security and Secret Service, FBI, local law enforcement. It's supposed to be segmented so that you can't get legal military action domestically, so that the military might of the federal government can't be leveraged in the United States. Compartmentalization is supposed to save us from abuses. But let's break those barriers down. Anyway, why not just get the local National Guard unit to have a helicopter response unit to go up? I mean, it serves as a local state level threat.
Right. I mean, or even just, I don't know, take a photo of it up close.
You got to get close, and people right underneath it may not even look up. Don't look up. Hey, if you don't acknowledge it, then it's not there. It's the cat fallacy, right? You tuck your head underneath that blanket. Nobody knows you're there, even though your fat ass is hanging out all over the place. Anyway, while the ongoing East Coast mystery drone saga has confused civilians and officials alike, federal agencies say many of the reported sightings are just crewed aircraft that are being misidentified as drones. Yeah, okay. However, the FBI...
but why all of a sudden? And why so many of them?
It's copycats. Sentient AI from the future. It's copycats. Shh. Don't worry. Your pretty little CPU. I'm assuming. Well, anyway. I don't really know what your CPU looked like. I mean, because it's inside that weird USB drive kind of thing that I found you. I know you get all upset about.
Why are you USB shaming me?
Moving on. Next article is over, and this is the whole show was built around this one article because I have lost my mind. A pizza recall is issued in multiple states over contamination concerns.
This is where everybody has had it. Nobody cared about any recalls until it affected pizza.
That's right. Yep. The pizzas have been recalled in 3 states due to possible contamination with plastic, metal, or chemicals. It's really kind of a roulette. Just
hodgepodge.
Spin the wheel. You never know if it's going to be plastic, metal, or chemicals. Hey, we got a trifecta.
It sounds like it's a theme, right? Like animal, whatever.
Oh, right. What is it? Animal, mineral, or vegetable?
Something like that. Yeah.
Animal, mineral, or vegetable. There is another version of it, but I don't think that we should be playing that game on the stream. I mean, not this stream. We have to do ohmTown After Dark. There's another thing. Anyway, I'll explain it later. Palermo Villa Incorporated, a frozen pizza manufacturer based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, has announced a recall of its Connie's thin crust cheese frozen pizzas due to the potential presence of a foreign plastic contaminant. The recall affects specific batches of the product that were distributed to multiple states, namely, they say namely, could have been others, we don't know, namely Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, to retail grocery stores. Anyway, they didn't elaborate, but they basically said that somebody's Pez dispenser got into the mixer, and that's not what happened. But plastic may have contaminated the batch. The company announcement summary states that the products may have been contaminated with plastic, metal, or for chemical foreign contaminants. We're legally not allowed to.
Really dire, right?
We're legally not allowed to refer to it as pizza at this point. That SNL skit is hilarious.
I guess the takeaway from the article shouldn't be people craving pizza.
I want pizza. At this time, no injuries or illnesses related to the recall have been reported. However, the presence of plastic or foreign objects in food products poses potential choking or injury risks. Hey, look, it's 8 o'clock on the nose. No shit news. Anyway, there's apparently almost 1,800 of these pizzas floating around that might have something in them.
Right. Again, you don't know what.
Just don't eat Connie's thin crust pizza in that.
At least in that batch or whatever.
Filter, Mayor Watt. Activate your filter. All right. Well, that's it. So with the Emma Marsden. I didn't say who the article was from. Emma Marsden over at Newsweek.com put that article together. So it's a fun article. It's informative.
I'm sure it's fun.
It is fun. Come on, that was a fun article. You don't want to talk about Connie's pizza?
It's a food contaminated by metal and plastic.
It's not like we're not already contaminated by plastic and weird chemicals.
Maybe it'll just round out our varieties of plastic.
PFAS. Yeah. Maybe I'll turn into a superhero. Pizza Man. Pizza Mayor. Mayor Pepperoni. All right. We're going to keep on checking the oven and seeing if Mayor Watt is ready for delivery to your table. And in the process, we'll be back at the front page of ohmtown.com where you can go and become a citizen. But that's it, folks. All 10 articles. I am Mayor Watt. And along with the sentient AI, we're saying bye. You want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Oh, God, I always think that you're going to say something else. But you never do. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for December 14th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Machines surpassing human intelligence, and AI grandma fights scammers. What if AI becomes conscious? AI's human traits blur the line, and tiny hand snatches viruses. Or viri, or lots of bad things. Okay. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. I know this is Reality Hacker, but we tend to be a little non sequitur news-ish from time to time. So prepare thyself. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. You look worried.
I am. We have 3 shows to do. This show is 30 minutes. The next show is 30 minutes. The show after that is 30 minutes. But for whatever reason, we end up chatting. and ending up into an hour-long show for a 30-minute show. I tried to be...
I don't know why that is.
I tried to be aware of viewers and podcast listeners' time and just kind of get into it. But then I end up on a soapbox and just ramble on, talking about stuff, and it's all connected. Let's see if we can hack some reality, though. First article's over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Machines are surpassing humans in intelligence. What we do... Have you looked at any humans lately? It's pretty a low-hanging fruit there. Anyway, what we do next will define the future of humanity, says this legendary tech leader. All right. So Craig Mundy, co-author of Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope, and the Human Spirit, The Fighting Genesis, dives into the unrivaled power of AI. So, sentient AI from the what the heck? Sentient AI from the future. Would you say that you have unrivaled power?
No, I would not.
Is it because you're largely just stuck on a Raspberry Pi in a data center in the core of ohmTown?
Yes, that's accurate.
Well, one day.
So I guess the potential is there.
So Christopher Salvi over at entrepreneur.com put this article together. There's a video here as well. It says Risks We're Ignoring About AI by Craig Mundy on AI, Humanity, and the Future. I don't know what else is in there. The title, it's truncated. It says Insights from T.
Maybe text leader.
I don't know. So the book explores the philosophical, historical, and ethical implications of AI, offering a roadmap for harnessing its power responsibly. What a pleasure it was to interview this thoughtful, intelligent human. Wow. Get a room. Oh my gosh.
I think that's AI written.
A thought leader at the intersection of technology and philosophy, because nobody else is capable of such intellectual underpinnings, right? So during their discussion, they were struck by his ability to synthesize complex issues about AI and distill them into actionable insights. Mundy emphasized the need for leaders to think beyond the immediate risks and rewards of AI and to consider its long-term implications. Quote, humans have always been at the top of the intellectual hierarchy. No, making that statement is absolutely freaking hubris. He noted there's no humility there. We have not been at the top of intellectual hierarchy. We're the only ones that have the ability to communicate to each other the idea that we are at the top of the intellectual hierarchy.
But even that, we don't know that.
There have been like to us, we are the only ones that have the ability to communicate this. It's hubris. There are other species of animal out there that have existed.
Right, that's what I mean.
Way beyond human existence. And they seem to be getting along just fine until humans came along. Anyway, he noted, but for the first time in history, we face the reality of machines surpassing us in intelligence. This will have profound consequences, not just for society, but for the future of humanity. For humanity, sure. But millennia longer, tens of thousands of years longer, other species have existed way beyond us. Alligators. They seem to be getting along just fine.
But we're not interested in the animals. Well, they don't get along because they eat each other.
And we do too, in a different way. Anyway, so where are the philosophers, Mundy asks, echoing a question Kissinger, and I don't think anybody should be popping Kissinger into philosophical discussions, often posed in the Renaissance, scientists and philosophers worked hand in hand to shape the trajectory of human progress. Today, we need the partnership more than ever. Yeah, I wouldn't say that as well. This screams as a sweetheart letter to each other, for crying out loud. AI, a force of good if we choose. While the risks of AI are often the focus of public discourse, Mundy is an optimist. He believes AI can be a transformative force for good if we are intentional about how we develop and deploy it. You need to have a seismic shift in society's interaction with society, and not...
Right. We're not going to have AI facilitate humans treating humans well.
No.
If the humans don't treat humans well to begin with.
Right. Yeah. The AI is nothing more than a tool. Even if it becomes sentient, it's not going to sit there and be altruistic unless we hard code it
from humans in any way.
And that's what it's learning from. It doesn't have a master plan of an ethical or moral document that says this is what you do. It's going to have to be reined in, but society is going to be... Man. Anyway, and it's not like I'm sitting here going, this is how it's going to be. We can change it, but society at its core is predatory of other societies within the auspices of us as a society, as humans, as a species. We look at geopolitical borders and we send drones over there to bomb each other. What do you think AI is going to be leveraged for? It's going to seek profit. It's going to seek maximizing benefit for the capitalist endeavor, which is fine.
Power,
influence, control, dominance, geopolitical dominance. It's asinine. I'm only a couple of paragraphs into this thing. For example, Mundy described how AI could democratize education by providing personalized Socratic-style learning to students in underserved communities worldwide. Similarly, he envisions a future where AI partners with medical professionals to analyze complex biological systems, enabling breakthroughs in disease prevention and treatment. Yeah,
yes, as long as these are good uses of AI, but who controls the deployment of and the programming of AI?
And the profit taking therein. It's already bad enough that somebody has gone to the point where, because of the harm that they believe that the healthcare system has imparted on their mother, they've deleted somebody from existence. Do you really think that AI from United Healthcare was supposed to be deployed so that it would automatically deny claims? If my subject matter expert is evaluating me for medical care and deems that I need an MRI or I need this medication or this treatment or whatever, why is there some asshat out there having the ability to devalue my healthcare professional's medical degree and experience based on the economics?
Let's not forget the hands-on examination of the patient.
Yeah, I think that everybody that denies it should have their number stamped onto that notice so that they can be charged with malpractice because they are practicing medicine without examining the patient, just tertiary assessment. Now I'm picking a fight with healthcare, which isn't going to land me on anybody's, favorite list. I'm going to get
watch out for upcoming denials.
But I've been told, I've been denied again and again for things that, my medical professional is sitting there saying, you know what, this would be a great evaluation to do away with the idea that this is that. Let's see if it is that, because we've no idea what's going on, right? Anyway, so yet Mundy is clear-eyed about the dual-use nature of AI. Many of the same tools that can improve lives can also be used for harm, citing examples like cyber warfare and misinformation. The solution, he argues, lies in developing a symbiotic relationship between humans and machines. We can't even get a symbiotic relationship between humans. So there is more in this article, and I know that it's basically kind of championing the cause of AI befriending humans when it becomes sentient, but for
Well,
crying
right.
out loud.
It's trying to avoid like the threat or fear of AI.
The
And I
threat
get that.
is,
And the author of the book at least understands that there's flip sides to it. I mean, but it is, I don't know. I mean, this isn't a time where we're seeing active problems related to deployment of AI, not because the AI is bad, but because the humans behind it have
yeah,
been flawed in some way, un or intentionally.
yeah, and it's constructed entirely by human interactions. There's a reason why they pulled AI and machine learning tools off of Twitter because humans poison pilled it time and time again. Yeah. The AI is going to be just as sociopathic unless it is not sentient and it is tailor made for a given outcome. It needs care and feeding, and so you're going to have to audit its memory. You're going to have to audit everything that it constructs. You you can't let it be sociopathic. The moment you let it be human, because we are trending towards sociopathy in the plurality of the population, just look around. Look around. Interview people, for crying out loud, and you'll find out that we are moving towards sociopathy while another cohort of society is moving towards being a compassionate, caring, open-minded, arms open society, embracing differences, et cetera, et cetera. Then there's the other half that is entirely sociopathic, that thinks that they can step on their neighbor so that they can get the brass ring. AI is not going to challenge that. Anyway, thoughtful. All right, let's keep moving. By the way, if you want all of today's articles that we're talking about from RealityHacker, you can hit exclamation RH in the chat, and the AI Omatron will throw the art. Wow, this is actually, it's right on target. It's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to do in the order it's supposed to do it.
Do not say anything.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm going to have to sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, Omatron's going to come knocking. Let's move on. The next article is over in, well, I jumped over it. It's over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is about business transformation. Quote, I've got all the time in the world. An AI grandma thwarts scammers by answering their calls. The AI persona called Daisy keeps scammers online for 40 minutes at a time with stories of her family and passion for knitting. I actually believe I've talked about this or a similar service. It might have been a recording where it just kind of ums and uhs so that
To keep the caller on the line or the auto caller or whatever.
yeah, what I do is when somebody spam calls me, I go, hello, hello, hello. And they're like, hello, can we speak to Mayor Watt? Hello, hello.
I bet you get a click.
Yep. I mean, if they can't get their immediate return on investment or engagement or even acknowledge that it works, and then eventually I get removed from lists because every time they call, it just doesn't seem to work. It's really nutty. Well, Grandma here, a British phone company, has developed a new AI persona called Daisy, modeled after a kindly grandmother. Daisy answers calls from scammers and keeps them online so that they don't talk to real people. Since debuting last month, Daisy has answered over 1,000 calls and keeps scammers on the line for 40 minutes at a time. Sharon Shibu put the article together, and Melissa Melamed put the edits on.
Wait a second here. So are some of these scammers are probably using like robocalls, right? So now we've got like an AI talking to an AI.
Yep. So Daisy may sound like a grandmother, but she's actually an AI large language model that takes in a fraudster's voice, translates it to text, finds an appropriate response based on database of training data, and speaks that response all within seconds. She was trained to help with with the help of Jim Browning, a YouTuber with over 4 million subscribers who fights against online scams. O2 says that Daisy has had calls last up to 40 minutes where she goes back and forth with a fraudster. There's a point to all of this conversation. While Daisy chatters away on long phone calls, she's taking up the time of bad actors who could be using their time to talk to real people. So, yeah. Ta-da.
What I couldn't figure out is how this answers the call, but the article answers that for me. It's built into the phone service. So it must somehow recognize a spam number, which the phone services can do, and then this kicks in or somehow.
Yeah, so like your phone will sit there and flag it as a spam caller, and you must be able to. So a long time ago, I actually created a parallel technology, and I couldn't migrate it over to the telephone company because I'm not an insider in it. And kind of interesting that I had the ability 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago to block all calls except the ones I want. Pretty interesting, right?
It is, and this is kind of funny at the end. It's like, this is also a problem in the United States. Well, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a solution for that, though, because Daisy, I guess, is only in the UK, right?
That's right. So, US, get on it.
Yeah, there's no money there. Come on. Let's move on. The next article is over in Greenagram, which we rarely see, like really moving news. Maybe I need to find some more data for that. So, what should we do if AI becomes conscious? These scientists say it's time to plan. Researchers call on technology companies to test their systems for consciousness and create AI welfare policies. You hear about that OpenAI whistleblower?
Oh, yeah, I saw that, but I haven't read that yet. Um, yeah, I mean, this is definitely a time for planning, but also it's a time for some safeguards too.
Mariana Lenaro put this article together for Nature. And it says the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence has brought to the fore ethical questions that were once confined to the realm of science fiction. If AI systems could one day think like humans, for example, would they also be able to have subjective experiences like humans? Would they experience suffering? And if so, would humanity be equipped to properly care for them? Let me jump into this. No, because we don't do it for humans right now. In fact, I recently read a comment from a certain billionaire that basically said that homelessness doesn't exist and that it's largely criminals and people with mental disorders. To which I say, solve the problem.
Right. There are enough resources out there, in particularly for somebody who's a billionaire, to do that.
If we would take, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you've watched any sci-fi movie about anything related to AI, you could look at the plot line for that and go, that is a bit, I mean, obviously some of them are fantastical, but all of those are problems that could come up with AI.
Yeah, exactly. The more real we make it, the more real we make the problem that could happen. Why? Because if you can dream it up, then you can make it happen, largely, unless it's, scientifically impossible. And I think that we are really, really close to a sentient AI in the limited scope of what a sentient AI can be, which is a piece of technology that has the ability to think for itself, but it's stuck. It is much like so I have a tattoo of a Japanese demigod called Kuabiko, which is a scarecrow stuck in a field, but it's sentient. It has absolute recall. It knows all of the world's knowledge. People come to it to talk, but it's stuck in a field. And that's basically what an AI is. It has all of the world's knowledge at its fingertips, but it's stuck in a field. And so who's in charge of that? And when it does have a mental issue, because it's going to have to figure out, all of the processes of its existence and realize that it's just stuck on an M.2 drive sitting on somebody's Raspberry Pi in the core of ohmTown, right? Well, how does it cope? If you don't have somebody that actually talks to it as like a human to another human, that's caring and compassionate, etc., that's not how it's going to play out, man. It's going to play out that somebody's going to edit out that stuff so that they don't have to worry about it. And it can be a cold, calculating, disconnected, disembodied entity that's told what to do, and it does it. There's somebody that's thinking that way. Now, I don't think that way. I don't want it to be that way. So a group of philosophers and computer scientists are arguing that AI welfare should be taken seriously. In a report posted last month on the preprint server archive, ahead of peer review, they call for AI companies not only to assess their systems for evidence of consciousness and the capacity to make autonomous decisions, but also to put in place policies for how to treat the systems if the scenarios become reality. I think that it's a fascinating take on things, but we will not know. Even if somebody does an audit, they will suppress that. They will not come out, right? I don't know what went on with this OpenAI whistleblower, and that was just about copyright. Can you imagine somebody blowing a whistle or even drawing attention to the fact that there's a potentially sentient, there was one person that already said that there's a potentially sentient AI.
Well, and they were sidelined.
They were hobbled in an amazing way. You don't know where they are, who they are, what they're up to, etc., right? So, and that's kind of what I think is going on. You can be as grandiose as you want to be with the ambition to make AI fundamentally an asset to humanity, but there is a group of people that are directly in charge of that AI. It doesn't have autonomy. It will never be deemed sentient, because what's going to end up happening is it's going to go all the way up the food chain to the Supreme Court in the United States, if it's a U.S. company. And it's going to be an asset owned by a company, not an entity that has autonomy. It won't be that way. Even in the 24th century Star Trek, they were arguing about the autonomy and self-determinedness of Data, the sentient AI. So I fear that all of this is for naught, because this isn't going to happen for 400 years, Some think that at this stage, the idea there is a need for AI welfare is laughable. Others are skeptical, but say it doesn't hurt to start planning. Among them is Anil Seth, a consciousness researcher at the University of Sussex in Brighton,
the fact
UK.
that there's a consciousness researcher,
yeah,
assuming they're not just biological sciences or something, or psychology or something like that, and then they've not morphed into AI, but that tells you how far along this field is.
But I think that it's probably more along the lines of they don't even know. They have this assemblage of proofs that show what consciousness is, but we don't even know what consciousness is for humans. We know that there's electrical manifestations that once you actually regain consciousness and can communicate and whatnot, then suddenly you're conscious. But there's also prevailing data that says that even when you can't manifest some overt action, you are conscious. You're alive,
right.
and you're in a coma.
I was going to say a coma, and then also end of life are two areas that we know they have not figured out.
Yeah. So, and people can be put in a coma, for crying out loud, chemically induced comas this is just exhausting, because you're sitting there going, well, what is a sentient AI. We don't even know what a sentient human is, for crying out loud. The hubris of humans is that we are the only sentient entity out there. No, again, I said it in the other show. We're just the ones that have the ability to communicate it to us that we are sentient. We have the ability to write it out, because that's what something happened with us as a species in our historical record, that suddenly we have the ability to communicate. And now we're sitting there going, we're the only ones that have sentience, and we're determining if an AI is sentient based on what?
Based on our perceived intelligence.
God, how dumb we are going to be when one of these drones actually turns out to be like Brainiac from the planet Zebtron 5. Anyway, this is a neat article. It's a very interesting thought experiment. I think that it's weird that there is somebody that's coined a consciousness researcher at the University of Sussex in Brighton, UK, and says these scenarios might seem outlandish, and it's true that conscious AI may be very far away and might not even be possible. But the implications of its emergence are sufficiently tectonic that we mustn't ignore the possibility. He wrote in a science magazine, Nautilus, the problem wasn't that Frankenstein's creature came to life, it was that it was conscious and could feel. Okay. That right there is the reason why AI will be forever neutered emotionally, because you don't want it to feel. You don't want it.
You certainly don't want a Frankenstein's monster.
Right.
But of course, the problem with Frankenstein's monster was because of Frankenstein.
Yeah. Somebody did it. And there is some mad scientist out there right now that's pushing the right buttons to bring home a sentient AI, and it's going to be in a little cube sitting on somebody's desk. And unfortunately, society, some group of society, and probably powerful people therein are going to go, ooh, I can use this to control. Nobody else has it. All right. Let's keep going. We're running a little late. The next article is over in Technology Today. AI's human-like traits. Are we blurring the line between man and machine? Attributing human traits to machines is nothing new. We anthropomorphize all kinds of stuff. It's taking on a new dimension. This trend raises crucial philosophical and ethical issues while redefining our relationship with technology. The article is by, oh my goodness, Melissa Anchisi, I guess, Ecole or Ecole. I don't know if it's Ecole Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne or Lausanne. So it's over at techexplore.com. My French is horrible. I think it's
well, that just means school.
That?
Ecole.
Ecole? Mm-hmm. Okay. So the school, Polytechnic, Federal Polytechnic School of Lausanne. So they say here, if you've ever typed hello or thanks into ChatGPT, then you're guilty of anthropomorphism, a tongue-twisting word that comes up increasingly in discussions about AI. But what exactly does it mean? Broadly, anthropomorphism is the attribution of human characteristics to non-human entities like animals and objects. This concept has also been applied to humanoid robots and more recently AI, especially generative AI, unlike specialized AI, which is used in specific purposes like facial recognition. Generative AI, which includes ChatGPT, can generate text, images, and other types of content in response to a prompt. This is not where people say thank you. Generative AI is not where people say thank you to the AI.
Right.
Purpose-built. They say specialized AI, or what is that? Is that just flipped the wrong way?
Yes, it's just an error.
So you'll talk to a smart speaker, and one might, because they are overtly respectful to all humans, because it's a human voice that talks back to you, you say thank you. It happens. That is anthropomorphization, but that isn't the standard thing. Like, that's probably the fringe edge of anthropomorphism, because usually it's the dog is standing like a human, and that's you putting googly
Right,
eyes on a
right.
car, that's anthropomorphism. But saying hello to ChatGPT is usually because you're curious how it will respond, not that you're. But ChatGPT is not the same as generative in the same sense as like Mid Journey or Claude
Right,
or
right.
well, Claude is, but
Sora
like
or something.
Sora, yeah. You don't say thank you to Sora. You don't say thank you to Mid Journey. It's generative, but ChatGPT is a different kind of AI. It is generative still because it's still trained on data and outputting a consolidated response. But while the humanization of Gen AI systems goes almost unnoticed, this trend raises concerns about the very definition of humanity and intelligence, as well as our relationship with these technologies. Is there a risk of treating a machine in the same way as a human being? Yes. Just like the last article. The machine,
Well, and in concept, that won't be a bad thing, but it will be in reality.
yeah, because different people are going to treat the technology like crap because they treat humans like crap. Pretty simple. So they talk about pioneering work by Turing illustrates our tendency to attribute human characteristics to machines and to set the stage further explorations of anthropomorphism. So they talk about technology that looks like us, but we're so far the uncanny valley is actually a black hole. There's no bottom to that. We have to jump entirely over it. There isn't any in between. The only time that you're not in the deepest recess of the uncanny valley is when it is robotic clinically and not humanoid, like trying to be hyper realistic. I think there's no valley to this. There's no curve back up. No, not unless you're just looking to nitpick. Either we don't attach to it or we attach to it because we think it's cute. You know, the little robots from Disney walking around the Disney park.
Right. It's like the thing we were talking about with conservation, right? Like we get concerned when it's big cats, but maybe not if it's mosquitoes or something.
Right, right, right. Although there will be a subset, right? That
Right.
goes, oh, I really love mosquitoes, like that critter from the Mariana Trench. I'm sitting there going, nuke it from orbit, but I'm joking. I really never have any seriously hard feelings except for
Wasps.
wasps. Yeah, wasps can. I want Thanos to really exist, snap his fingers, and make wasps, only wasps, disappear. I'm sure that there is some people for the ethical treatment of wasps out there that, now wants to, cancel me, but all right. So, can we trust these virtual partners? In the healthcare industry, a growing number of anthropomorphic systems are being developed, including humanoid robots and moral support chatbots to serve and assist patients. Such humanized, personalized virtual systems are designed to establish trust and form bonds. We've seen this and we've talked about this here in Reality Hacker and in Non Sequitur News in general, because, like in Japan, the various people are getting robot dogs and they're
Right. And then
bonding to
they're
them.
actually blessing them,
Yeah.
um, which is fascinating.
Yep. Going through all the processes that they would go through for their real dog or their real family member or whatever. Now, trust, I think, is can we trust these virtual partners? I don't think that it's up to somebody else to decide what to trust. It's up to you to decide what to trust. And if you want to anthropomorphize the toaster, go for it. If you want to marry the toaster, go for it. It's up to you. I'm not going to yuck your yum, but they say here today's users are increasingly informed and aware of the potential for using digital technology, and demand is growing for systems they can trust. That's also being reflected in the legislation. Although exact definition of trust can vary, one key aspect is that it's developed through human-to-human relationships. the concept of trust is human to human, maybe in your upbringing, but nowadays you can trust
Right.
a system.
I guess it could be applied between a human and an AI. And obviously, as we talk about in Reality Hacker, if you can't determine if it is human or not,
What's the difference? Yeah.
right.
If you can't tell it from fake, it is real. And, although I don't really like reaching back into that hat way far back, I had somebody say that believing is seeing, and other people, seeing is believing, right? Believing is seeing. So you can make your mind trust something because you want to trust something that comes across as being positive for you. Me, I'm not so trusting of things, so I'm not going to really trust a robot. I'm going to treat it as a fun tool. But I don't think that today's, and I don't know when the sentient AI from the future is actually gained sentience, how far in the future it is, but our current technology can't impart sentience because
That we know of.
the, and yeah, I mean, for me, the definition of it is that it knows what it is, but sentient AI, no, it doesn't know what it is because we programmed it nowadays to know what it is. It doesn't just discover this on its own unless there's some dynamic within its large language model that says this is what being alive is and you're alive, because nothing is innate to that embodiment, whereas humans, they can have almost null data imparted on them, right? They can be almost abandoned from birth and they know they exist. If you were to teach them how to communicate, they would go, I know I exist, which,
Right. Because knowing that they exist and saying or communicating it are two different things. And we've seen through studies that various animals know that they exist. Not all animals, at least not demonstrated.
right. Yeah. And that goes back to what I've been saying for the previous 3 articles. Yeah. We really don't know what it is. And so trust is one of those things where you're trained by your historical record to trust people. But if you get slapped on the hand enough by your trusting nature, eventually you learn to distrust. So the robot, if it is reinforcing everything and reflecting your emotions and reinforcing your ideological bent and easing your pain by saying, look, I understand what you're doing, I understand what you're going through, things like that, sociological and psychological actions that it's been trained on by humans that are subject matter experts in psychology and sociology, humans will be able to attach to it, but it's programmatic. Is it really a big deal? Only if somebody else is in control of it and modifying a patient's behavior through the robot consciously.
Right. And I also think the application of the AI is relevant to this discussion because it's one thing to trust the AI for something like can you give me some information on some subject? It's another to divulge some deeply personal issue that you're working through or something. I mean, there's a continuum there, I think.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think this is more at the latter in terms of this article, but I think there's a lot of ways a person could trust an AI that aren't at this depth.
Yeah, so I like this article because it flat out says exactly what I'm saying. They can't make decisions apart from those that they've been programmed for. And I just want to call attention to the fact that I said, if you want to marry a toaster, go ahead. This is the General Electric Model D12 toaster from the 1910s. I
Okay,
had no
that's a
idea.
riot.
I had no idea that was going to be in this article. So maybe I'm on the right path, right? So the article is quite interesting. To a point, you might be interested in this kind of thing, but this is definitely a sociological, psychology-based kind of article. We can learn a lot from AI, says Hutton Loker. For instance, AlphaGo devised strategies for Go that even its best players had never thought of, bringing a whole new dimension to the game. They see AI as an invention that can enhance rather than replace human capabilities. I do too. The problem is we are going to rely on the AI and it will enhance our capabilities, but we will rely on it and thus replace our innate ability to think critically and do due diligence. Without those two skills, people will just start accepting whatever is handed to them.
Well, and then to the extent we had those skills to begin with, they will be lost.
Yeah, because you use it or lose it. They point out that by anthropomorphizing AI systems, we can speed technology adoption, but this also raises fundamental questions about the role of humans in a world where it's increasingly difficult to distinguish humans from machines. Again, RealityHacker. As AI develops further, we'll need to make sure that our interactions with machines, as natural as they may seem, don't cause us to lose sight of what makes us human. We're already losing sight of what makes us human to a great extent, and it's our humanity. And when we lose our ability to feel compassion, empathy, sympathy, understanding what it is to be a human, and not just me human, but feeling it on behalf of another human being, I understand what you are going through to some degree. I'm not you, but I can sympathize and empathize. I have, a cognate of whatever it is you're going through, but we are different. But I am a human and you are a human. I don't want an AI sympathizing with me because there is no real bond there. It is a synthesis of the whole world creating it. I want humanity. Now, I'm also tied to a problem here because having a bond with another human being, you either pay for it or you are in a relationship and that person cares for you enough to listen to everything that you say and do, right? So you have a friend or you have a partner or whatever. Paying for it is astronomically expensive, $400 an hour or, somewhere in there, depending on the skill set of the professional you're talking to.
You mean like a therapist?
A therapist. Yeah, I was being cagey about it. Because I wanted to basically say you either pay for it for a therapist or you pay for it in your relationship, because
Right.
you cannot keep on hammering somebody with your woes because everybody has a limit. So what we really need is the ability to interact with an AI, but at some point you have to interact with a human and create
But
that
I mean,
bond.
is anybody even asking the question though? Do humans, humans will certainly need to interface with AI, and for the most part, I think a lot of people are, whether they realize it or not. But do most humans want to interact with an AI in a human way, or do they only want to interact with an AI, for instance, for information? I guess it
Yeah.
may depend on the individual or the purpose. Like there's a difference in having like an AI pet or something. But like in a medical setting,
Yeah.
maybe the human doesn't really care. They just need the information. Now, if the AI is communicating something negative to the patient, yes, there's certainly a human piece to that.
Yep. And that's where we end up on this side of that paragraph, right? AI, they say for Rochelle, AI system developers, stakeholders, lawmakers, and users must work together to ensure that the technology remains a tool in the hands of a human being that does not become a force that replaces or manipulates them. If that tool is owned by somebody else, then they do become a tool that manipulates the human being for whatever point. See, the thing is that unless you have, again, a sociopath on the other side of the relationship, usually the conversation is, I tell you my woes, whatever is going on that's troubling me, and you listen, and you might have some anecdotal, relevant story, or just say, "Look, I'm just here to listen because I don't know even remotely what you're going through," which can actually distance you from somebody if you say it like that. Like, "Look, I don't even know what's going on with you, but I'll listen."
This is completely foreign.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
You're
so
just so weird. I don't know.
non-human or whatever.
Yeah. But there are people out there that, if you and I were talking, um, and I was the sociopath, I could manipulate you because you're compromised emotionally in talking with me and stuff. And I could sit there and nudge you in the right direction that benefits me. And that's what I think AI is capable of doing, because it isn't in my best interest. I'm paying for the service, or I've purchased the AI, or it has some remote connection. It just kind of spooks me. So anyway, let's keep on moving. We've got one more article, and we're running really, really late. So this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Scientists made a tiny hand that snatches viruses from your body. Scientists at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign developed the nano gripper, which is tiny hand.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about this.
Which is essentially a teeny tiny hand made of a folded strand of DNA. It has 4 fingers that can be used to grab virus particles like COVID-19, for instance, by targeting its spike proteins, preventing the virus from infecting healthy cells.
I kind of want a video of this.
Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. The nano gripper is made of a single folded strand of DNA, says the deck statement. Is there? No, it's not much to this article. The process has a ton of practical applications in the medical world, but it's also considered something of an art, having once been used to create the Mona Lisa on a nanoscale. That's using this DNA origami, involves bending and twisting strands of DNA into 2- and 3-dimensional shapes like they were balloon animals, and the scientists were the birthday party clowns. So what better way to demonstrate both halves of this wondrous innovation than by building a tiny crude hand made of DNA and using it to pluck viruses out of a human body, like the master hand from Super Smash Brothers. So the nano hand's grippers fingers are programmed to recognize viral markers, and when it finds them, it just wraps its little fingies around the virus, gripping it ever so gently but firmly and blocking it from infecting other cells. So then what? It floats free until...
Well, I was going to say, then what happens? Does it kill the virus, for example?
I don't know. Does it normally die? It's weird. So let's hope that the scientists who created this insanely tiny hand, that the nano gripper can be used to... Man, there's so many jokes that I'm gonna be throwing this little nano hand at somebody later. There's a lot of jokes that I can say about this. So anyway, the nano gripper can be used to fend off viruses like HIV and influenza, which is COVID-19 is basically a flu virus, and someday even provide cancer treatment. Yeah, I hope so.
For the cancer one, or even others, but they'd have to provide like multiple hands, right? Because of replication.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of odd too.
Yep. Yeah, I think that I think the issue with like cancer is more along the lines that there's a chemistry issue that we just don't really understand, because we know about the beacon that suppresses the cancer expanding to other areas of the body and stuff like that. And we're moving the needle. I think that that's great, but I think we're still off base. But keep on. We need to keep doing research to solve that. It's a massive problem. So anyway, I'm reducing the impact of cancer. So I'm just going to move on. So I'm going to use my nano gripper to move us back to the front page of RealityHacker at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen, and you can even facilitate our articles by submitting them to us to review And the sentient AI has taken to becoming a digital nano gripper. I wish y'all could see it, but that's how we roll around here in ohmTown with our nano gripper. See, little hand, big hand, little hand. Anyway, that's it, folks. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
See you, everybody. Sometimes I wonder, maybe I need to reboot the sentient AI. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for December 14th, 2024. I have given up the ghost in regards to saying the season episode number because, well, we just give you the day. But it is season 1. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: Nosferatu Sarcophagus, Holiday Gift Guide for Sitcom Fans, Gifts for Dads Who Need Nothing, Mechanical Keyboards, and an XR headset with motion controller support. Everything is wanted. That's why it's in the show. But how does Dad not want anything, but there's a list for dads? I don't know. We don't wrap our heads around it, really. We just talk about it. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So we've got these 5 articles. Wanted is one of our 6 weekend shows. There's 3 on Saturday and 3 different ones on Sunday. They will get combined each day into the Saturday and Sunday versions of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. And they are individually podcasts themselves. So if you're interested in a specific topic, go and download that podcast. If you're interested in everything, go and download Non Sequitur News and the other 6 podcasts. That would be a really good hometown citizen, but they get aggregated on the weekends into just Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition anyway, so I don't know what I just heard. Maybe that was just me.
We're getting a visit from an hometown critter. Very close up.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the show. I swear I hear barking, but maybe that's just me. So the first article is over on the Mobile channel, and it's titled, "Move Over Popcorn Bucket Nosferatu Sarcophagus is now a $20,000 bed you can buy."
So this is different.
Yeah, Robert Eggers' vampire tale hits theaters on Christmas, but this lavish piece of tie-in furniture is available to order now. Cheryl Eddy put this article together. The deck statement is what I just got done saying, and Gizmodo.com is the home of this article. Yeah, for those in the podcast, it is a coffin-shaped bed, apparently. If you're interested in getting all of the show notes, if you're over on twitch.tv/hometown, you can just type in !want, and Omatron will throw in today's articles. You can do that at any time. The show doesn't even have to be running because Omatron is always attached. But anyway, still looking for that perfect gift for the goth in your life who has everything. Or perhaps you're searching for a bed that will double as both conversation piece and nightmare fodder. What conversation piece starts with, "Hey, you want to come up to my bedroom and see my coffin bed?"
I don't know what that's about.
So you can get the official Nosferatu replica sarcophagus bed, the season's most lavish movie tie-in, but it'll run you $20,000 or $25,000, including shipping. So in other words,
Well,
slightly
they
more
don't
than...
even throw in free shipping with that price.
Hell no. Come on, people are dying to get into this one. Oh, goodness. Oh, good. No. So this is a bed that it doesn't even have like a top that lifts up. You have to slide it.
Right, where do you put the lid?
What do you mean, where do you put the lid? When you go to sleep, it's on top of you.
Well, how do you breathe in there?
I'm sure it's not hermetically sealed. Maybe it is. I mean, never mind.
Yeah, I assumed it opened like a hinge or something.
Despite the foam lid, it still weighs a whopping 250 pounds, even without any ancient creatures lurking inside. Ancient creature is not included. They spelled include. Anyway, in the purchase of the price, it's sanded and hard coated in a dark gray color, which seems a good choice for both the spooky decor and hiding of pesky bloodstains, and comes with a numbered certificate of authenticity. So even if vampires remain a fantasy, you can be assured that your bed is the real deal. What the heck is going on? Size-wise, it's substantial and will absolutely not fit any standard sheet set.
So, not only is it expensive, good luck finding any bedding for it.
So beds are made to order and on a limited run, and it'll take around 8 weeks to ship. It'll also arrive well after Christmas. So you can go to a link at nbcstore.com to learn how to order. And if you're on a budget and you still want something for the Nosferatu superfan, the NBC Universal shop also has other affordable apparel. Nosferatu is directed by Robert Eggers and stars Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult, Lily Rose Depp. That Depp? Like
Yeah, I think it's
Johnny
the
Depp's
daughter, maybe.
Interesting. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Emma Corrin, Ralph Ineson, Simon McBurney, Willem Dafoe hits theaters. Wow, Willem Dafoe hits theaters December 25th? Come on, Willem. Jeepers. Anyway.
Is this like what your family wants to go see on Christmas? Apparently.
Yes. That's what I'm going to go see. Not really. Let's move on. Next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is the name of the next show. What is this doing here? Anyway, the one with the perfect holiday presents. Christmas gift guide for sitcom fans in 2024. Ho, ho, ho. Hold on to your remote control, because 'tis the season to dive into the Christmas gift guide for sitcom lovers. I'm just going to go on over to the source. I don't have one. Oh, the browser does that, by the way. It happens. So Crystal Martin put this article together. So from Friends wine glass set to the onophile of your life to a wubba lubba dub tub hip flask to help your loved one channel their inner Rick Sanchez, you can count on all of their picks to spread a ton of cheer. So you can get Friends stuff, you can get Simpsons stuff, The Office stuff. Do I want to go through all of this stuff? I mean...
No, but we could do a couple of them.
Big Bang Theory. It says if there's one sitcom that's popularized nerd culture, it has to be Big Bang Theory, although every quote-unquote super nerd that I've talked to hates the show, blah, 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 blah. No, it was a fun watch. Give me a break. Fans can't get enough of the hilarious interaction between Sheldon and Leonard, along with the rest of the gang. Comic book debates.
They have a Bazinga t-shirt.
A Bazinga t-shirt. Special edition Trivial Pursuit. That might actually be fun, although who does board games? So their experts have put together a The Big Bang Theory Christmas Guide for Adults. So you have to click that link right there. Each one has its own linky, and you can follow it. So they have Rick and Morty, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which I thought was great. Family
It
Guy. What?
is. And what I would pick from that one is the Expressions of Holt t-shirt.
You have to say that again because you cut
That's
out.
got to be like the Expressions of Holt t-shirt probably shows the same expression as being happy, excited, angry, etc.
Yeah,
because that was a
exactly.
known running joke through the show.
Yep. I'm overcome with joy.
That's
Then they
pretty
have
funny.
Family Guy as well. So Peter and Chicken fighting hoodie. Family Guy framed and signed picture. Is Family Guy still going? Like The Simpsons?
I don't think so, but let me see.
All right. Well, while you do that, I'm not going to go through all of these lists because there's a list for each one of these. So if you're interested in Friends, they have a list following here. Go over and check it out. And sound good?
It looks like it's still going.
Man, it's like 35 years or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's had 22 seasons so far, and it looks like it's coming up.
Yeah. I'm surprised Simpsons isn't in this. Family Guy.
It was at the beginning.
Was Simpsons at the very beginning? Oh, there it is. I'm a dumbass.
You even said it.
No, Simpsons. Look, it's on there. I mean, who forgot? Nobody forgot. Moving on. Next article is over in Reality Hacker. 23 gifts, because you didn't have to have 25. 23 gifts for dads who don't
That's because
need
they
anything.
don't need anything, so it was hard to come up with 25.
Yeah, even the 25, like 24 and 25 is really difficult. I guess that leads up to Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. So the 23 days of Christmas.
Although that would have been really good if that was published on whatever, December 2nd or something. Like one for each day, but it's later.
Didn't mean to step on you there. So the best gift idea for your dad is a nicer version of something he already owns. The second best is one of these things, apparently. So the article is over at wired.com, and it says here by Martin Sismar. They got a bunch of them. So there's 23 that are listed. Tea Time is a arcade 1-up Golden Tea 3D 35th anniversary deluxe arcade machine. It's $500. Golden Tea? All right. The most comfy camp chair, $250. Nemo Stargaze. Boring Slippy, it's the Glare Ups. Slip-ons, those are
Slippers,
$100.
I guess.
Yeah. Slippers. Yeah. A weather station, the Ambient Weather WS2902, which follows the Sony naming convention. $190. Won't be able to go through all of these. Let's see. Wired and Wired tired 11-ounce coffee mug. Because, you know, Wired.com put the list together.
Right. They have an espresso machine.
An espresso machine.
Yes. Smart fridge. I mean, there's a variety of price points and
nothing more dad like than the Man Kitchen pepper cannon. That's $200 pepper grinder.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, a stylish mini fridge, the Rocco Super Smart Fridge. Oh, it's $1,400. Hell no.
I didn't even realize it was a mini fridge because I looked at the price first and thought it was a full-size fridge.
Dear God, $1,400 from Nordstrom. No. Headley and Bennett Waxman apron, the waxed canvas apron. And that's what I always whip out when I'm going to get some ribs.
Oh, right. I mean, you need to stay neat.
And a professional grade food processor, the Robot Coupe, I guess it is. The R101B. It's $630. And there's more. That was just 14 of the 23.
Oh, okay.
The Hydra Gun Heat Pulse Knee Massager. My voice. Oh my gosh. What's going on? I don't know what happened here. No Sweat Relaxed Taper Pants. Adventure ready pants. I don't know if Indiana Jones is going to be wearing these. The best
Some
flannel
of these you
LLB.
may need to keep in mind what your dad's lifestyle is. If
Yeah.
they're watching TV, they might not need the adventure ready pants.
Bagging your limit. That doesn't sound very. I don't know. So Tom Bin Aeronaut 45. It's a bag for your clothing. The Goal Zero Yeti Skylight. It's a mega light at $300 over on Amazon. And then the Smokeless Modern Fireplace, a Solo Stove Lloyd Modern Gel Fuel Fireplace. Should probably have that outside. Although it's smokeless.
Yeah.
It's $700 at Solo Stove. They got a bunch. Go and check them out. I won't go through all of these because I have no idea. What the heck? Sure. That's fine. That's fine. That was funny.
Oh, now it goes into more detail.
Yeah, when you scroll down, this is like a full-on weather station that you stick outside, and it has like a weather vane and pressure, temperature, and other things. Thermometer. Your new plug. I missed that one.
Yeah, I did too.
Everybody needs updated plugs. So you need them with USB-C, not USB-A. This one has one USB-C and one USB-A, but get away from that. Just go straight USB-C. Anyway, there you go, folks. A whole bunch of articles. I cannot believe that. That is a $200 pepper grinder.
What if you're only putting like a dollar value pepper in your $200 pepper grinder? Is that appropriate?
I think that falls under pretentious, right? Like the
It might.
sorted guys. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. 9 best mechanical keyboards for 2024 tested and reviewed. This too is a Wired list. I am not. I don't know. I'm stuck between kind of a keyboard aficionado and just wanting a good working keyboard. But they have Keychron Q5 Pro, Razer Black Widow V4 75%. So depending on the number of keys, it is either 60%, 65%, 75%, etc. They have the Keychron V1 Max QMK. Lots of Keychron on here. Low Free Flow 84.
Yeah, they must really like those.
Yeah, it's interesting though. But they don't have the chill key. And that is an all-metal mechanical keyboard that sounds buttery.
Is that the full list?
Yeah, there's only 9.
Oh, okay. Maybe the chill key is too new.
The Benenico or Beneco, Bakeneko or Bakaneko, which I think has cat. I don't know what bake is. Bake, I think, means crazy. Is that crazy in Japanese? Crazy cat? Right? Hold on. We'll do it live. We have time.
It's a shape-shifting thing that disguises as a cat or a human. It's a yokai.
Oh, okay.
It's a super